finds its target.
Okay.
First it's Fame. It's hard held. And
Wait a second.
this is awkward, huh?
Wait, Flit is finally going to check this. All right.
Pending the discussion.
Yeah, which they're going to talk about. They'll make the decision for us. And oh, he's going to unload. He's the best. He's the best. Around Tessus, 4 kills, wins the round. Puts it all onto Spinks to extend play. Can Mouz?
Is there some exciting piece of news that we're missing? I feel like it's all just match news, which is fine, I guess.
1 versus 1. Nico getting pushed in. Spinks steps up when they need him. Forces another round at a minimum.
Run boost.
Gets him up. Nico being
Oh, this is Nico's ace, isn't it?
It's filthy. Gets both of them. M4A4, it's Nico. The group up for this elbow fight. Is Nico gonna ace out? He could. It could. He will. Nico ace to secure playoffs in the Falcons jersey.
How can you not like Nico? All right.
Is going to be right behind them here as they storm this site. Lukowski, lovely double. Cadian coming in, backstab connects. Lukowski on 3.
You're visiting in July.
Twice out of nowhere.
Which Scandinavian countries? I mean, I think it depends on what kind of trip you want. You know, if you're into, if you want to, you know, if it's like about visiting historical places and, you know, looking at cities and architecture and castles or whatever else is happening, probably both Stockholm and Denmark, or Stockholm and Copenhagen are pretty good for that kind of. I mean, Oslo is probably also, you know, like Oslo is a cool city, but if you're looking for like nature type stuff, I mean, like Norway and Sweden are going to be Denmark every time. not even close, in my opinion. So. But it kind of depends on, you know, the kind of vibes.
It's certainly info. That flash has got Maka dead. So blind. Actually, he did flick around, got vision, but Madja...
Copenhagen has a lot of small, funny little, like, you know, little cafes, a lot of little, you know, things. You could probably spend a lot of time walking around in Copenhagen. If you enjoy that kind of, you know, experience where, you know,
greetings, esports fans.
Damn, look at this guy.
The last day of the group stage of PGL Cluj-Napoca. It's Judgment Day. These losing teams are going to be going home.
Oh, what's up, Lupo?
Joining me in the studio.
Yeah, that was super fun. I actually had such a good time there. Nice to meet you as well.
And, you know, all the rest.
Hey, Tobek, what's up?
Yeah, screw it.
And it's Blair. How you doing, guys?
When you say that, I think you're forgetting someone.
Well, obviously all the others that aren't here are great too.
Yeah, I mean, come on, throw him a bone.
You're right.
Kassad.
I don't even know where you're going.
The punchline is Kassad. The punchline is Kassad.
So,
I haven't had my coffee yet.
Why is he just throwing Kassad in there?
we've got a great day ahead of us. Obviously, teams fighting for their tournament life in the 2-2 games. Losers will be going home. And we can take a look at yesterday's results of how we got to this stage. Some bangers. You can see that we've got Wildcarder out.
If you've budgeted 25k for a vacation this year, it's either a long Euro trip or hunting trip to Africa. Damn, that's intense. I'm gonna go with Euro trip.
That's the way to put it, absolutely. I feel like Astralis, they
Jackie, what's up? Love you guys. What's up, man?
The lore it's building on.
You've even got a little heart. Twitch love heart.
Just hold my hand wall. Watch this.
Good morning, fellow cultists. What's up?
Yeah, I mean,
What's up, Amaryl?
Damn,
you guys are crazy. Let's go. We're here to watch Counter-Strike. How much better can it be?
We can take a look as well at the results on the A stream. These were the ones that we were preoccupied with. Falcons, for me, earning a surprise win over Mouz. I was kind of like shocked at that one, particularly the nature.
Did I throw it away?
Just an incredible ancient T side in that game. Then obviously we had Eternal Fire. They were able to overcome 3D Max. Don't let that 2-1 fool you. That doesn't tell the full story. And then Pain continued their good run, able to overcome Virtus Pro. Some people's dark horse tournament.
Am I crazy?
And yeah, so there we have it. You can see overall the teams we're going to have in the arena: FaZe, Mongols, Pain, Eternal
I must
Fire,
have just had it right.
Already shaping up to be a great event, guys.
It's like, did I just? I never go anywhere without my phone.
obviously pain making it through.
I might have like
the final day.
an
Also, the
addiction
first
type thing.
arena appearance for this particular lineup for Big Zero as well. I think that's a bit of a surprise. The rest of it playing out the way we expected.
What the fuck?
On the bottom
You
side
don't think
of
Get
things,
Rio's an arena?
Can you feel? You can feel the panic starting to set in. Like, oh my god, where's the
I don't think
phone?
people even got paid for that yet. So it's not real.
Hold on,
event,
guys.
Maui.
It's probably in the
not a
kitchen.
real
One sec.
event. I will say this though, on the lower end of the spectrum of the teams who are now out of the event, I think Wildcard. I just want to say, I think they played some pretty solid CS overall, and I feel like there are teams playing here today who are worse off than they are, in all honesty, in the way they play Counter-Strike.
For a team like Saw to be still in, for example, in the 2-2 match, and then
It's kind of crazy
out.
they made it to the last day, all things considered, though.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, dead team walking.
I love the fact Saw's here because the teams have beaten. It's such a slap in their faces because this is the final run they're going to have, right? So I'm looking at FlyQuest. I'm looking at complexity. I know they've had a few changes here and there, but also, guys, come on, you're losing to Frankenstein's monster, and it's not even that big. It's like a small guy falling apart. Like, what's going on here?
So it's a PGL event, so we usually have 2 streams, but not today. We only have the one, so this is what we've got for you. We're going to be talking about Astralis and Big in just a moment. A little bit later on, 3D Max will be taking on Saw. Mouz versus Virtus Pro for tournament life is kind of wild.
That's a good one for a 2-2 matchup. But
obviously, that Brolan era lasted all of about 3 days.
It was good when it lasted.
Yeah, but it was good while it lasted. You know?
Yeah.
Turns out you need 9GL. Who knew?
I mean, I think 3D Max knows that. That's why they got a second in game later. I'm going to see Body just run through Saw today. He's actually going to just pile drive them.
Yeah.
He's going to mog on him.
I agree. I feel like, he's going to mog on them. I have nothing to add to that.
Okay. Well, let's get into Astralis versus Big. I mean, I don't mind doing an extended one on this. Yeah, listen, I mean, obviously Maui is the resident Big expert. Let's start by talking about Astralis. You know, I kind of feel a little bit sorry for them, honestly.
As do I.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's tough when you've had a sustained period of excellence for as long as they did. They really set the bar. They were the early trendsetters, the early uptakers of essentially what you needed to be good in professional Counter-Strike. I know the fans have had a pretty rough time as well. They're all gooning for victory right now.
For real.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened. And I just think Astralis have been really unlucky.
I have to agree. When I look at their recent RMR runs and to lose,
I'd left the phone in the car.
Who
Jesus.
knew how good Passion UA would be? Who knew how good 9 Pandas would be with
Poor phone. I bet
performance?
he's missing me. You know.
NIP would be taking them down actually 3 majors ago. All in all, Forza taking them down in the Rio RMR. Like, these are quality teams that have taken down Astralis repeatedly. Household names like Jerry on Forza, like Hampus on NIP, like Glowing on 9 Pandas, and like Jacasmo on Passion UA. And then I look at this kind of roster and I'm thinking, man, if you put this much star power together, you're going to probably reach the stars. That's what Astralis' motto is, and it's to the stars for this tournament. I mean, look at these quality of victories. You're taking down a team like Saw. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're paid to do, to take down a dead team. MIBR, wow, like they're really after
the best
that
team,
new
the
game.
best
Stop
team from
memeing.
Brazil, by the way, taking down massive stuff overall.
And look, the MIBR
Second
game
best team.
that was
I'm working
that was
on
really
Renown.
Those guys, you know, you have to be
I don't
really
know.
dialed in.
Am I?
You have to be really dialed
Locked in
when you're doing that. You know, like that was, I don't even know how many rounds it was. Wasn't it like 25 or something?
The last map
I'm
was
so
not a lot,
confused.
though.
What even
They
is
got
that?
off easy on that one.
But here's the thing, that could easily, and I mean easily, could have been 2-0
I guess I'm not.
going the way of that MIBR. That's the state that Astralis are in right now. Facts, right? And look, and here's the thing. Sure, everyone said, "Oh my God, Device dropped 40 kills, incredible, what a game!" But it was a
it's some game?
I said initially, as a prelude to this segment, I said as a joke, it's a nip amcal. You know, their attempt at nip amcal.
It looks fun.
It was like that. And at this point, I'm looking at the individuals on the side of Astralis. Like we're talking about all the star players and what they've
Oh, it's a
achieved.
faceit
Yes, they have
competitor.
in the past.
I feel like there are a couple of those now.
Playing at times like a headless chicken. I don't know what's happening with him individually. It's like he just seems lost at times and like not really talking to his
he's still
teammates.
trying to figure out the map.
I'm
for
part of
a lot
Skyward, which is not a faceit
And then
competitor.
looking at Stun and not able to hit
Oh,
a broad
we have the
side of a
edge.
bar,
Is that
like,
the
what's
meme?
going on here? Yabby, I'll give him that. He seems to be the only semi-bright light in this team, and of course Device is just being Device, right? A class act. And the fact that it's not working, at what point do we, start?
I was just gonna check if our veto simulation could guess the veto for this
Time to
one.
build around Device and Stare.
Could make him IGL again. That might work.
Not bad, not bad. Bring Hooksy in, perhaps. We'll see. I mean, I think this is a matchup where Astralis, though, are the clear favorites.
Could be
regardless
Nuke
of
Ancient
the
Mirage.
difficulties that they've been
Probably will be
lately.
Ancient.
And Cadian maybe
nuke,
there's
much
a couple
less
bright spots
certain,
in the
but
map pool that they can rely on today to at least punch a ticket into the BT arena. And in
PGL
doing so, I
bought
think they're gonna shut up a
Esports,
lot of
yes.
haters. There's a lot of them out there, but
They
I'll say
did.
already,
That
Falcons
is-
haters
that
are in
is true,
shambles,
Smile.
So why not Astralis haters?
By the way, welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
First
out there.
message.
We can talk about Big as well. I mean, look, Big being here on the
Give us a
last
number and
day
we'll call
is
it.
kinda
Yeah, it's
wild.
good,
You can
good,
see
good
as well,
idea.
We've got the map statistics coming for you. I think Big overall, they might have defied my expectations a little bit by still being here. I think they've got a lineup that I actually like. I like the fact we're here and we're not having to talk about whether Citizen's going to turn up or not. That's refreshing. And I think they've gone in the right direction, brought in those younger, inexperienced players that definitely have an upside if they're able to click, but it's still taking a little bit of time. They're not quite there yet. They're still cooking.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? We've been saying the same thing for this. I wouldn't say this big lineup for Big as a team for a number of years right now at this point. And I'm looking at who they have. I agree, 100% agree. If you're looking at any player, I'm like, are you going to swap this player out? No, they're gonna. I think that they have a really good lineup going here. But even now, I'm looking at JDC, right, coming in from now Mouz, a guy's been tested quite a lot. He's doing so much heavy lifting for this team right now, and I'm like, can someone help him out, please? Can someone please step up to the plate and be a little bit more consistent? And they're not finding that. And I feel like once they get that, that's when I can look at Big being like one of those, going back to the tier 1 gatekeepers that he used to be once upon a time.
We saw shades from QB, I think, the other day. I mean, he had some really nice rounds put together, some good individual moments.
Moments, that's a problem.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's got a good spray control, but
Why do you like spray so much?
I mean, I'm a fan, okay? It's like watching Get Right play in 2012, 2013. That's what I'm getting from
He was the only
QB
guy
at
who could
times.
spray that time.
All in all, though, looking at the VRS forecast here, so kindly provided by HLTV and then put on our screens by PGL, we do see that actually this game does have some pretty significant implications. 19th place right now for Big, moving up to potentially 17th. They're getting closer to that cutoff to try to get into the later stages of the major, the MRQs at least. You actually find yourself in a pretty secure position for the next month or so if you actually win this game if you're Big. On top of that, I don't even think that's factoring in the prize money that they're going to secure if they make it to the arena too.
And also you can say the same for Astralis as well, right? They're obviously higher up, so this is their way of securing that invite straight into the major. That's something they would be fighting for. So absolutely, apart from not just making it to the BT arena and staying alive at the at this event, it's also
John
100%
Lennon.
that major in May.
I'm just going to say, though, I'm a little bit surprised about the direction that Big went to, honestly, because you were able to get top 16 at the major, which is a better result than you've done for some time, and you replaced Surson and Regon.
Yeah.
And I understand the Regon one. He looked really uncomfortable in anchor positions. QB's a more natural fit for those spots. But all in all, one really concerning aspect of this matchup for me is just the op duel. If we've got Device versus Hyped, it's almost like polar opposites on the spectrum right now. You're getting Device, which is one of the most consistent oppers of all time. In fact, I might just say at this point, he is the most consistent opper ever. And then you're against Hyped, a guy that really, game to game, I don't know if he's going to grief 4 rounds or if he's actually going to take over and win you 3 rounds that you never were supposed to win. So this is the matchup right here, and you can see a pretty stark contrast in the efficiency and regular output for these players.
But you can say the same for Surson as well, if you ask me.
Sure.
At least in the case of Hype, he might
I would
have
see Surson farmed like tier 2 teams easily, though.
Only when he
That's
has a
the thing.
webcam in his face and he's pretending in his bedroom. At least Hype actually has had a couple of good games here and there. And yes, here's the thing with Hype. I know he can learn. I mean, hopefully he can learn. But how
Playing
many
for
times have
the-
we seen Surson? He has a great comeback.
Astralis defeat, what's up?
What you're looking at
What's it?
numerically
So this
for
camera
me,
actually also
it's just the
can
difference
turn it on, and we
between
can like
experience
get a
and
view of the
One
keyboard.
of the things that Hype does is he
I've done a
pushes
couple
and
of streams where we try
tries
and
to
play some
take
different
all of
stuff,
these
and
duels. One is
that's the
never
idea.
enough. You're not going to see this
It's
kid-
Exactly.
you're
also
not gonna see
sometimes
him
referred
get
to the
that
feet
kill,
cam
put
because
in
it
a
does
5v4
catch
at
like
the start of the round and fall
part of my
back and play
feet, so
defensively.
but it's
He's
not a
gonna
feet
go
cam.
for 2.
Twitch, don't ban
And
me.
It's great when it comes off, but obviously
It's
when
just
it
a piano
doesn't
cam,
and you
alright?
die and you're immediately in a 4v4, that's very, very bad.
promise.
Like, he's going to learn those situations, whereas Device is just a consummate master of playing defensive Counter-Strike. I will get one and fall back. You
Look
might
at
see
these
me for the rest
guys.
of the round. I've done my job. I got my kill. So Hyped will learn that in time, I'm pretty sure.
The way I would describe both of these players in contrast to each other is that Hyped is just perpetually overheating, whereas Device has liquid cooling. Like, it's legitimately ice in Device's vein. If he gets that one kill, even if he hits a 6 shot, he's not going to go for a second kill all the time. But
Big's performance is relies on height right now.
He has to go for another. It's like, dude, you don't need to try to create a highlight reel every time you play. I just want the safe kill and fall back.
Or at least that is the big difference. Like, I feel like if hype goes nuclear, then more people will follow.
Let's do grading for Cadian. How do you think his tenure has been since he joined Astralis?
You up early? Yeah. I was putting the kids to school and then straight back to watch Counter-Strike, you know. It's pretty good life.
You look at some of the reads he's got some pretty good reads. He knows what to do. But
cold in the morning, you know, but whatever.
Cohesively is just not there. There's no cohesion whatsoever. The glue is non-existent in the team. Then the blame must lie at the end, at the feet of either the IGL or the coach, or maybe even both. But knowing Cadian and the sort of power
both teams are currently 2-2. Yes.
Tries to take control of the reins.
Winner goes out to playoffs. Loser is eliminated. Elimination. Get him out. Get them out. Get them out of my tournament. Okay.
You can see in his game,
not my tournament,
body language in the server, the way he's making some of these plays. Where once upon a time, Cadian in a 1v3, he wins those. Now I'm looking at them at a 3v3, and he's just running in like a headless chicken. And I'm wondering what has gone wrong with him. And I kind of feel like he's starting to crack under the pressure of expectations.
I'll raise a counter to that a bit. I mean, he looks like a headless chicken because he just has to be an entry fragger. He just has to throw his body into the.
I'm not even talking about that. No, I'm not even talking about that. That completely he's running on in.
Why are they yelling though?
For Yabby or whoever. But I'm talking about moments where he's just going for this individual plays where I'd be critical of, like, dude.
You guys are getting a blizzard over the next couple of days. Damn,
But
doggy.
there are times just jumping around the corner with no gun out.
Is Mike coming? I think Mike is going to be awake for this. I'm not going to lie.
I expect from someone of his caliber.
If he is, of course he could join. We love Mike.
Big's perma pick has generally been ancient.
But I would be shocked if he was awake.
So much on JDC for that map. It's a huge hallmark of their.
I think anybody's
awake.
awake.
The only one they've outlined to be great. Astralis, on the other hand, they've been liking Inferno. I've been liking their Inferno as well. I think it's one of the only maps where Cadian has a grasp of how to call the T sides on it. And for Decider map, I could see this go in a lot of directions. Nuke would be a nice handshake. Big's been pretty solid at that.
What did I say? I said ancient nuke. What was the veto? Hold on, I have it up.
They go for the. Oh man, I actually have liked their nuke lately. I'm a little disappointed.
I think they should have more confidence in a nuke. I 100% agree with you on this. It feels like the same thing which happened yesterday.
Nuke Ancient Mirage.
They're not trying to go for a map. They're
and it became Ancient Inferno Dust 2. Yeah, it was pretty unsure, to be honest. It wasn't.
Dust 2 is no longer.
It wasn't a confident thing.
You know what I mean? The Dust 2 where they used to be Imperious on, so that's not going to work out. But the first two maps are rich. I think it's going to be very. It's a really good map for each other. For
we'll see what happens.
And I see it's going to a map number 3. In all honesty.
Yeah, maybe. You know,
I don't know.
Yeah,
no, really?
I'm not sure.
I'm kind of a little bit. A little bit of trepidation.
You have faith in Astralis as ancient.
I do. Yeah. I do. I mean, I watching them beat Falcons.
Yeah, I mean,
Falcons who look miserable though.
No, hang on though.
They just beat another.
You saw the day-to-day adjustment. You saw what Falcons were able to do. I think actually Astralis on Ancient. I think this is their best map. I think they actually look like a competent team on Ancient, and yeah, I feel they should have this one in the bag.
I would have to agree with Maui actually. I feel like their Inferno is where they've figured it out. You know what I mean? Like where they're super comfortable.
Do I like Astralis Ancient?
Ancient and actually Inferno. So I think this is the best possible veto for Astralis actually. Whereas on the other hand, I mean, yeah, we've got the positions here. I think the main thing we always talk about with Big is JDC and
I don't know. I feel like I don't like a lot of the Astralis stuff.
Slam them on that T side. It actually
Who's to know? Who's to say?
Committee a little bit more.
We'll find out. We'll keep an open mind, okay? We'll keep an open mind.
It was actually sometimes prodding on the extremities with Crimbo.
Suna, what's up?
Set pieces into the A and
Definitely ready for some top Counter-Strike, yes.
That's why Big like to go for this because
I think it's great. I actually am excited. I've been missing. This weekend I wasn't watching any Counter-Strike. I was too busy. Now we're ready. Now we're gonna go.
JDC right now I think has one of the best T-side entries in the tournament right now. Like over 30% attempts on the T-side and like I think a 60% success rate, which is crazy. Again, credit to Big for setting him up the way he does. So
I was going to say that's by design. They did say we're going to give him more resources and more opportunities.
I'm going to keep Ston and Fraud Watch today. If Astralis.
I think that's fair.
Make it to the BT arena,
I think that is fair, Blair.
Just such a rough form altogether. The blame has to.
I hate to say it.
A big part of the blame because everyone else is kind of chipping in. Yabby's trying, Device is trying.
They had some tough. But I mean, Astralis do look better. They do actually look better, but
Yeah, I do feel
I do need
problems they
Stound
really
and
had
Yabi
is
to
in terms of
wake
just the
up
star players
right at
that
the
are in
beginning
this
of
lineup.
games.
Yabi and Stound, since they joined from
Fraud is such a
Heroic,
strong
they've
word.
never
Yeah, it
really
is. I mean, it's a kind of a
ascended
meme,
to
isn't
the
it?
same
But
heights. I know
like the
sometimes
truth
those
is,
heights
we
can be very,
can't
very
have
bright when there's a lot of expectations.
we can't have these
Stound's
two
still a young
heroic
kid,
players,
but obviously people do
you know,
expect bigger
wait
things from
until
him. It just
Device
really
and
hasn't
Stare
happened
kind of
for him
lead
yet in this
the
role.
way, you
I
know.
just want when Machine and Sponge are covering this one to just keep a track of, or really keep an eye out for Stound's tracking aim.
This is crazy, but I just want to say, Yabi and the monitor.
Oh yeah,
like
it's a match made in heaven,
yeah. I was
actually.
gonna say, get yourself someone who looks like that at you, bro. Like it's actually.
I'm a little worried actually.
Yeah, but honestly, just pay attention to Stound's tracking aim because it feels like it's fallen off a cliff for me. If there's a person strafing on his screen, I feel like he just doesn't get the kill anymore. It's kind of the wildest thing. He's so good when the setup is there and he's able to get a free kill on a guy that's blinded. But if it's a 50-50 duel, man, that's kind of the fraud watch that Stound's on right now.
It's a 2080 duel.
Oh,
in this case,
Maui.
That's an unfortunate reality.
That's
and
brutal.
That's a crazy thing. It's not like we haven't seen him being just an aim monster back
What a
in the day,
brutal
so
way to
what's
compliment
changed?
someone.
As you
He's
said,
so
Rich is still
good
pretty
if
young.
it's all
He's
set
a
up
pretty
and
high
somebody's
stat, I
flashed,
guess,
he
at the
can
very
totally
least.
kill
So,
that guy.
Yeah, a lot of questions, which I feel big are definitely
Damn.
going to force Astralis
God
to kind
damn.
of face.
I mean, look, I'll just say this.
I don't.
think
I
it's an
promise.
absolute
Like,
disaster if at this event,
let's look.
Astralis
Let's
are
find
able
out.
to go
Okay,
to
I'm just
the
saying that.
arena.
Like, I've seen a lot of games now. I'm starting to develop this opinion that a lot of the Stound
all day
games at the
long.
moment,
I think that just even on
like
paper,
when
from
Astralis are
any
already
issues,
winning, Stound and Yabi play really
so,
well.
You know, I'm
It's
gonna
like,
back them here.
why the fuck would I care about that?
genuinely
We're
think
already
Astralis
winning.
should have this one made. It would be.
But
just
when they're
unthinkable
having a
if
hard
they didn't.
time or they're kind of
So,
losing,
I'm gonna
then
let the commentators
it's.
in and
I'm
ask
only
them
looking
if
at
we
Device
should
and
have
Stare.
there
Those are the only
Yeah,
two players
you're
I look at.
good. Yeah, but if I told
I haven't
you,
seen
right?
you in minutes.
Yeah, it's been minutes. It has been minutes. But I just wondered, if I told you that you took the heroic core that were perpetually in playoffs,
Yes.
you added in a legendary Danish AWPer, in fact, the most legacy
KGB.
AWPer you could
Yeah,
have,
but enough about
KGB.
KD.
That's Rene Borg, in case you were wondering, or Device, I suppose.
When
and
I
then you
say
add in the
KD.
most exciting and prominent kind of next in line Dane. You'd expect them to be getting to playoffs, and it's still a conversation in the last day of groups.
Well, they've looked rubbish, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, they haven't looked good.
Well,
Oh, it's grumpy chat today.
We didn't have any hot water, Richard.
No hot water on a cold day.
No, that's bad. That's bad. No, I mean, I agree with you. They've looked really, really bad. They're not living up to the sum of their parts right now, and it's inexplicable. I don't know what the problem is. Because I agree.
Enemy of
Look at this roster.
322.
They should
What a
be in the
name.
playoffs quite regularly.
Well, let's find out if they do, shall we? Because
GG's going with 3 maps.
So do you think? See you later.
cheers, boys. Thank you very much.
Tracking aim.
Yeah, I think
Tracking
so.
aim, Stound.
I can't even. I
Tracking
mean,
aim.
the
Let's
desk was right.
let's
This is a
track
good video
Stound.
for Astralis. Should be a good video for Astralis, but
They start on the CT
they'll find a way to
side,
find
and
3
we've got
maps.
Big
By the way,
Fat
good morning,
who,
everybody.
have
If you're
been
just joining,
reformatted in pursuit of
welcome.
playoffs themselves.
They win the
Big.
pistol.
Oh, what?
But no one is on B for Astralis.
Oh, you're calling it here. That's great. So should I just not bother casting?
Well,
What are you doing?
they're playing retake, Chad.
Okay,
They have
alright.
2 smokes and a diffuse kit. Give them a break.
deep. They're gonna
Give him
force
a
him to find
moment.
Device as the
They've
kid.
planned this out.
He's
This is
blocked
part of the
short. He's gonna
strategy.
force them around long for the duel.
Let them
Flash
have some
over
fun,
Device.
okay?
Uh-oh.
The legend himself up against John
What's up, Jerry?
Dorian from Scrubs. Who's Turk? Who's Dr. Cox? Let's find out.
Cox,
I
hello.
can't leave you here. I can't make you do it all on your own. But yeah, good reference. Let's see if he can scrub hype top of the menu. No,
Oh, that's a
Device.
brain
Well,
surgery.
that is unfortunately the kit.
Canadian has found him as well, so it's actually
That's not
looking
great.
awkward for Big. It's looking a bit awkward for Big. Tabson, however, has got a good shot on him, puts one in towards Stare, puts him low. Cadian sleeping with the fishes. Yabi next victim. He's lined him up.
He's got the
Time is
kit
on
with,
their
like,
side. The kit's on
15
Stare.
health, like,
He's low HP.
save me.
Big Clan win it.
Doesn't
Just
matter.
as Chad predicted, an obvious Big Clan pistol win from the start.
I can tell you before we leave spawn who's going to win the round.
Yo, okay.
Every round.
Well, that one, you're 1 out of 1 so far. Pretty good.
And that's how we do it.
Could be
Off
worse.
gets Junger. Schneller, bitter.
All right.
Yeah, Device
Where did the
trying to
Buck
drop his
Clan
smoke
meme come from?
defensively.
What was he thinking there?
Well, because he saw
There was
that
a
there
thing in the
a
game.
cave
I
smoke
can't
as
remember
well as
what was the. It was
deep
the jumping thing.
Like Speedway smoke?
speedway smoke. So he wanted
Um,
to kind of block their avenue.
Channel them.
Exactly. And it was
was
still
a
gonna be
crouch
tough
jump, yeah, in
regardless because
Krakow,
the
yeah, they
execute
had
they
something
opted
that
to
they
go
were
for.
abusing. I don't even
JC,
like.
he's
Who
prowess
cares?
in
Like,
middle and an opener. We're going to see plenty of that today.
there's a thing in the game and nobody's
Okay,
banning it.
it's a bit silly there.
You probably use it. You know? Yeah, the half-wall Inferno. Yeah.
Now, I didn't tell you how to spawn who was going to win this round,
Didn't.
but it is going to be big.
Okay, wow. So brave. So brave.
This is called an educated guess.
I see that.
Hypermobile on the Mac 10 device under pressure, scooped up by JDC. Stown and Stare, they're in the right place. Not bad from Stown to grab one through the smoke.
Yeah, he set up Stair pretty nicely, actually. Could have been kind of sick.
Smelt him.
But it wasn't.
I see.
No, it's not like an insect thing. It is like they were abusing
I do get what Matt
the
was
flow in the
talking about,
game.
because we've had some moments from Stown where players have been on the screen.
But in a way,
and
a lot
he's
of the
just
game
not
is about
connecting
trying
the
to
dots. It
find
feels like maybe
these advantages, you
he's
know?
using a wireless mouse from 2004.
Do you reckon Cadian's trolled him and has just put like enhanced pointer precision on, or like he's put some mouse excel?
Yeah, that seems like a great idea. Let's sabotage the team. This is how Cadian gets his revenge.
Yeah, that's it.
By being the Trojan horse of Astralis.
Yeah, which we all know is a myth,
Of course.
right? We learned that earlier on this week.
Big are going to win this one,
And a phalanx.
Oh, what's up?
It's a Greek format of military strategy.
as opposed to the Romans.
The Romans.
who,
Jan
surprisingly,
Christensen, what's up? Good
Roman,
morning, man.
with Saul will be up against
From Northern
wait,
Jutland.
can't believe
How
How
cold
did
are
they
you
win
guys up
2
there right
games
now?
As a dead team?
How
Shame
far
on
north
you,
are we?
FlyQuest.
And
Shame on you, Complexity.
complexity.
Should just be like the Game of Thrones scene with Cersei.
Shame.
We can all get some.
Shame.
I was gonna say potatoes. I think that hurt.
I don't think they're
tomatoes.
potatoes, yeah.
A little bit
Yeah,
squishier,
that's more reasonable.
and we throw tomatoes at them as they walk down the
Slightly
street. And they don't
overly
have to be in the nude. They can actually be in their jerseys, because that at the moment is more embarrassing.
Okay, you are a little meanie today. I
You
like
lost to
it.
a dead team.
Yeah, it's fair. So I like that they add the cave smoke into their 3 smoke execute. And it's like an invitation for hype to
It's
get...
an 8!
Oh, he's gonna get a ball!
Tabson, bruh.
Actually, disrespectful from Tabson.
Hype does 9.6 grand, and he's only 3 rounds in. That's like being 3 days into the working week and knowing you don't need to work for the rest of the month.
Where were you when Astralis was kill?
What does the 2016...
What's up, progressive?
No, sorry, what does the 16 on the back of their jersey mean?
Yeah,
Was
alright.
it 2016
Minus
the year
10.
that they weren't founded?
I think 2016, that was the last year they were good. That was a joke, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Now, they're on the way back. I have some faith.
Do you? Me too.
I think this is going that all 3. Dust 2 will be a banger.
Kayubi going down to Stown, tracks him nicely. Device back out of the... Oh, wow, great pre-aim from Tabson, just reads him through the smoke.
JDC on this mid-crawl, tough.
Bang.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty happy. Ooh, nice.
John De Castro. He's our man.
That was beautiful.
That did look very, very nice. I love how good Counter-Strike can look.
I feel like Device is consistently
like
pretty good.
satisfying to watch.
They're clearing out mid, so they're still looking for JDC.
Yeah,
who's
Big are
already
pretty good on
evaporated
Ancient.
after that frag. They're hitting the break, waiting for a reaggress on B. And, well, as we can see, they can just walk in.
They're saving Chad.
I think they should be saving.
They're saving. It's fine.
Device is going to head over. Will he announce his presence with a shot from the AWP? Still being very diligent. The bomb getting punched in now. 40 seconds on the clock, and Stare shooting in
my God.
shadows.
This is kind of... Why?
Oh, Device just...
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Is
Cadian's got the
retrievable?
ult, but...
I presume, yep, Cadian's got his
But
hands
he's-
on that.
But it's a
Canadian
bizarre
to you.
scenario. I don't know why they are
Oh,
trying
say,
to
that's
do that,
America.
but fair play.
That's all right.
How does the Canadian national anthem go? Do you know?
Something about maple syrup and ice hockey.
Well, it's cool that the 2 of them get to keep their guns.
Yeah, loss bonus is in place, so this is
Yeah.
nice.
And that was ambitious. What do you think of that AWP skin? Kind of okay.
Kind of okay.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
what,
what we all want to be in life.
kind of okay.
All right.
Tabson looking like he's fresh-faced this morning. You can see he's trying to keep the
Well, it
energy
is
going.
early, isn't it, right? So you got to get out of bed for an elimination game or a progression game. It's 2-2. This is where we play for all the marbles.
Yeah, Chad, how did you handle it? Did you ever have teammates that like to sleep in a bit more and, you know, early starts? How did you approach that?
Azza was the sloth of our team.
Yeah,
Everybody else was always on time.
right.
But I had Gomez.
It's -4. Violet at the moment. Nice.
Bowling shot.
Yeah, let's go, guys. Yeah, it's,
Yeah,
it's
Gomez is
-7 where I
better
am.
than
A
the Snoozy
little bit
boys.
north of Copenhagen.
But like G and your boys up for a 9 AM game can be difficult. So I
Yeah.
can see that Big Clan are making a real effort, especially with there's so much at stake. Playoffs are
done
up
it
for
again.
debate. It's John De Castro in middle again and again. Doesn't matter who he's up against. On Ancient, mid will be his. It's a guarantee, almost a certainty. JDC, he hasn't got another one, has he? He's kind of cooking.
Friday or Saturday will be a better day for a 24-hour stream. That's a good question. I would say probably Friday.
Stan needs to play retake B, so
yeah.
he's going to slip back B.
I think it's better, like easier to adjust into the next week, assuming you're working a normal job. So
would have heard those steps.
He did.
Well,
he's not acting like he did.
I feel like Saturday you're going into Sunday and then you're going to be wrecked.
Now they're going into
on
the
Monday.
stack. 2 out of the remaining
That's
3.
my guess.
Oh no. Du hast ihm hören. Gehört. Du hast him gehört.
Gehört.
I don't know if I'm speaking German, I'm trying. Either way, stairs in CT and device is brokey, so...
I think
Du
the
hast
issue right
ihm
now is the
gehört?
angle that device gets peaked from with his boost.
I believe my
he got
German's
a
pretty
leg
bad
shot
too.
off, and the flick actually connected through the box.
Alex used to live in
they
Germany.
are
Like, I
going to
feel
the
like he
stack,
should.
and
He should be better than me.
That's not necessarily going to cost them, especially with device being kind of forced away from Temple with a leg shot.
Smoke lands as well.
S-A-V-E, you ain't got economy. He actually can't catch a break. Double nade last round. Double nade
Astralis
last
rushing to the
round.
desk at the start of the day.
Spam to convert a leg shot.
Yeah. I don't understand how they're losing the beginning fight to JDC with really... He's just him alone.
Okay, well, he's snatched and grabbed from
Your
the
German's
G,
good enough to
sure,
buy
but
beers at the border shop? Yeah,
5-0
that's exactly it.
start
That's
for
all we
me.
need.
And no AWP for device.
Oh, okay, well, again, loss bonus.
What more do you want, you know?
Someone in chat said tabs are busy talking. That could be it, right? If there's a lot of communication going on, especially after a player gets
You
to
don't
go in,
hear it.
yeah, you may miss the audibles depending just on how much the chit chat is.
Yeah,
Maybe you
I think
heard
that's a
one,
better
didn't hear
move.
The other.
24-hour stream. That's wild.
Right, a dream start.
JDC's very
for
good when he's
the
feeling it.
Germans
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now.
that's and he is like.
Do you ever
I
have
love
Counter-Strike
JDC, but
Yeah, I used to call strats
For-
in my sleep.
for
That's too real.
Astralis, like, why isn't there a better setup? If you're gonna fight the
How do
middle,
you know that you
like,
used to call strats? Well, we used to share rooms, so my teammates would tell me, or my partners would tell me. So
You're trying to line up a smoke execute
yeah,
3 a.m.
there's been some wild times. One time I used to get night terrors. One time I thought I was getting attacked by bats, and I threw the blanket out the window. Sharing a room with JKS and Gomez.
Sorry, guys.
Just woke up laughing at me. I was like, "Oh, sick one."
Did you get the duvet out the window?
It was like half out the window because I thought we were.
Why is the window open? You opened
Well,
it in your
because
sleep?
that's when we were in Mulheim Wienerplatz.
Ah, Wienerplatz.
And, it
what
was
teams?
about
Yeah, it was
50
big that picked
Yeah,
ancient.
no
What
echo
teams do you
in
currently
general, you know.
support,
Yeah, no,
fan of?
Okay, they're playing scissor paper
I
rock.
kind of like Eternal Fire. I think they're a fun team.
Secret communication.
They can also
that
be a bit
Big
frustrating
have been
sometimes, but
working
I do
on-
kind of like them.
What does that mean? Oh, they're going again.
Oh, so if you do 2, oh my god, they're communicating.
That means we're going to win the 6th round.
Crimbo, a little bit of personality there.
Well, hold on. Don't show too much of that.
Yeah, they're having fun. Don't show too much personality. The Counter-Strike community hates personality. They'd much rather everyone says nothing, and they can just watch them play the game.
Yeah, why do we? even have it on
Who else
screen?
do I kind of like?
Because anyone that
Just be
dares.
your digital avatar.
Yeah, I think everyone should just be like what they called, like VTubers. We just have 10 VTubers.
Oh yeah. I could see Tabson as like
Tapped in a giant anime witch.
yeah.
Trying to
Device
think.
is like a cute little anime cat.
Yeah, cat for sure.
I mean, there are plenty of teams in like the sort of up and coming kind of stuff where
Down,
I guess I
obviously
just like
Snake.
I just like kind of the underdog teams a
He's
little
kind of
bit.
got that kind of reptilian.
Maybe that's it. I'm looking at it. I'm like
I reckon QB could be.
Bait and M80 and
Nintendo?
Bad Boom. Obviously,
Oh,
it's a
you keep bringing
wild
this
card
up,
team.
Kirby.
Seems to be
Yeah.
playing much better than I
Yeah.
expected.
Yeah, I can see
You can
it.
see it.
Yeah, I
think
kind of
QB
like the
actually could
underdog
be
teams,
more
I
like,
guess. I think what
league
Big
team
Uzir has done with
manager.
Big,
Okay.
with
Yeah,
Pain is
yeah,
super
I can see
sick. I
that.
mean, but I've been
reckon
kind of
Ryder
on
would
that
be.
Big Uzir train for a long time too.
Rugger is Brock Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, but as a VTuber. I suppose.
Okay. I did honestly when I looked at it. Remember the movie Toy Soldiers?
Yes.
I did
Hey,
see
what's
the-
up?
the
What's up,
main-
James?
The sergeant.
Yeah.
I see
Source
it
changes
too,
are exciting for
yeah.
UKCS.
that's
Well,
such a
what
good
else?
shout.
Wait, what else
There
saw
he is.
changing?
That's it. That's Sarge. Oh my
From
god, he's
Toy
got
Soldiers.
like toy soldiers. That's an Eminem song, I think. Is that? He did something about toy soldiers.
Yeah, but I think was that Dido on
Oh,
the
it's,
track?
respect to Dido, man. Do you know who doesn't get enough respect? Joss Stone. Remember Joss Stone?
Don't.
No.
No.
Oh. I couldn't name a single song, but I think I like them.
Yo, Taps has just gone. Vigets. And the admin's
Vigeds.
gone. Yo, relax, bruh. And now the headphones are coming. They're taking the in-ears out. Or are they going in?
Azu
I like the in-ears,
and
though, don't you? They look very
Sejot
snug. They look like they've had
for
them molded
Roman and
professionally. And I would
SHR.
say, if this was my job, I would want
Who are they,
molded
James?
in-ears.
Tell me more.
Because I'd want them to be as comfortable as possible if I'm always wearing them.
Yeah, the
I agree,
Envision team.
100%.
I don't know.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
it's
worse, especially
unfortunately I
because they're
agree.
quite
So-
high pressure, those over ears.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you really need something molded, otherwise it's just going to dig into your flesh.
Well, Twitch chat just had a really good one.
Yeah?
So, I don't what they said completely. I don't agree with that sentiment. But if Crimbo does something bad, Crimbozo.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's
They're very creative.
They
We're
are.
still on map number 1.
Yeah, and they use it for evil, and they use it
They
for good.
do.
Yeah.
Rosales so.
Someone
Rosales
bring
so.
back Zonic, don't worry.
Rosales?
Zonic's already
I
in the
don't know.
playoffs.
That's true.
Very exciting.
You'll see them on Friday.
Friday.
That's a guarantee. Oh, we're back underway.
Who wins
Thank
this
you
one?
for bearing with us, everybody. So just to recount, it was the pistol win for Big with the B execute. The JDC
Sure, man. Is there any players in the top who are
watch
already
on middle, which the desk highlighted, wanting to really
already
focus
played
on him
pro,
and
semi
T-side
pro,
entries.
in
He's
one
been
magic
doing a great
source?
job of that. Has been kicking off and kicking up a
That's
bit
a
of a
good
fuss.
It's
question.
like me just when they're trying to put the powder under my eyes.
I have no idea.
It's exactly the face I pull.
I don't even know what the current top
Yeah,
20
that's great. Yeah,
is, to be honest.
close.
I'm dreadfully behind.
I think this will be a big round.
Okay.
Now, a tactical timeout has been called, so Astralis get Rugger on the mic. They have the conversation. Stown could drop a rifle. Yabby could buy one, but they'll be lacking unless they want to go with MP9. So it is just going to be a partial investment.
Former endpoint,
Still going to be
little
some
roar of a
traps for Big to
talent,
get
but
past.
has high
Let's see how they come
ceiling.
out the
It's a massive
gates off the
risk.
back of the
Okay.
technical into the tactical.
Right, Asubu is an exciting young UK prospect. It's really shined. Okay. Damn, we need to. Maybe we should check them out at some point. We should do like a little VOD review.
Do they just double smoke it, or is it
Try and
deliberate
save
smoke?
UK Counter Strike.
Smoker.
Oh. So
Okay.
Doubly smoked.
Yeah, definitely.
So this is the other,
true.
the other kind
He's
of
gonna be
way
calling
to
out
play
the
it. You know, you say we don't want mid control. We're gonna try and.
Tabson's only gone and naded him.
What does
That's
that- who
really
does that
funny.
count for an entry for?
Right, so you can say
Actually,
on the
quite
Astralis
It's an
side, we're
opening
not
gap
fighting
for
for mid
B.
control. We're fighting
But an
for
opening kill
B
for
lane
B.
control and then fuck the middle,
technically.
and that's totally fine.
JDC is out on mid again. You just have to.
I like the
accept
fact he's playing through this because
He's not playing first though, right?
well, I don't think he should play first, but he should still play
Yes,
aggressive.
Yeah. Look at this. It's only Yabby here and Device behind him with what?
Just get the
Okay,
headshot,
so
Happy. Just
no
do it.
Real chances if Yabby doesn't get the first. He has.
Somehow,
Does not shy away from the
second bullet
potential
deagle
engagements
headshots
there.
are so much wilder.
Versus JDC, you can see some hesitance
Because
from
like
JDC,
the
realizing
risk
that this
feels
round
like
is
when you
slipping
miss that
away
first
from
one, it's like,
Tabson.
oh, you're
They'll
gonna
now
lose.
with
You're
a
gonna lose the fight
flank
now.
onto Device. Now Stair loses out. It's still Yabby on site, and ooh, Tabson. Nearly
He's
finishes
got the right
off
idea, but he has
Yabby. Hype
no
gets punished for the
armor.
nade. Pull up. That's a big
Jesus.
round from Yabby. The Yabster
That's insane.
snatches away 3.
That's what I need. Remember I said
well,
at the start, like,
Sure, a bit of a
It-
gift.
these players need to pop off in these
But they
rounds.
still needed to convert upon that. Well done for
It
Astralis to
cannot
get the
just
first on the
be
board.
Device and
That one might come
Stair.
with
So
a few
like,
frustrations.
hell
Don't wanna lose
yes.
around in that fashion. Here
Good
it
job,
is.
Yabby.
Tabson trying to assist, clearing the smoke to support his
Because they have
boy,
the aim
but
for it.
just
This is the
removes him from
stupid thing.
picture.
Yabby and
And then
Stown,
Crimbozo
they
Def
should
make
be
it a 3v5.
demons in
That's
like
fun.
every
Instant
game.
coalition.
You should fear
Just
like,
enough
oh
for a
fuck,
buy
it's
and one more in the
it's
back
Down on
pocket
the other
after that
side
as
holding
well.
it. It's Yabby. Oh no, we never know. Like that should be like the feeling, but there's so many Astralis games that that's not the feeling.
Perfectly.
Yeah, but
It's more like, oh yeah,
I'd give it.
now that
7
they're
out of
already
10.
winning, now
Just
it's
Katie understanding
now
how
it's
much
looking
pressure
good,
he's
you
under
know.
in that situation. They do get the control. Stown even comes out through cave, clearing from heaven or posted. This is Device's chance.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
flash.
Good flash. He'll have to re-clear in. Tabson should be dead. Oh, great second flash. Device is just completely blinded.
That's rough.
There, though, they're going to double swing him.
Oh.
Back to turn. We needed that from QD. That's down. Double down. Why is he the best player in the
He's
world?
so good
he
in
is
mid,
so
isn't he?
good at that fight.
I think he was in a team with Exertion, who's also very
Imagine.
good in that position.
Yeah, and Donk, but all 3 of them in a team and just go mid.
A little bit one-dimensional.
Yeah, all right, fine. Nice from Stown tracks. The JDC.
He wasn't looking at him.
Yes, sorry.
Okay.
And Hyped is in the 1v2 that he could win. Shadow. Do you accelerate A?
I like this.
That's. Oh, he's overthinking it.
I don't know if he is. He has time. Kaden is always very active as well.
This is a Counter-Strike special.
It's a ring around the rosy.
Who makes noise first? Does Cadian walk all the way up lane or does Hype start moving first? He has got time to chill. Oh, he's coming back up round. Oh, he's owned him. Cadian.
Yeah, he's super owned him.
Free frag. Not to know.
No, tough. Okay, well, really
Sucks.
well done from Stown. Great round from him. Even the unfortunate timing there for Device on that second flash. He's trying to maintain some information and control and just keeps getting thrown off the line. But it's a triple kill. Set up by Stairs' position. Stown with only 5 bullets left. Able to assassinate. And then Katie, the in-game leader, converting the 1v1. Easy as you like. Okay. All right, trying to get fired up.
Okay, here's the mid-control protocol, right? For Astralis. Great job.
He leaves with 2. Yeah,
It's very, very close to being a double, but this is the problem. Yeah, you have to leave before the other side of it comes in.
That's a great shot from Device.
Ooh, love that.
He nearly was blocked by
like he's comfortable
teammate.
with that AWP. Hyped quite the opposite. It goes down after a missed shot.
I like the confidence of Charlotte.
Why, Kaden? Why? This is not. You don't. Okay.
Of, 1 to 10.
If you got more people here, fine. I'll take it.
Yeah, that sucks.
But him fighting alone, I don't need.
Everyone's been in this position before in a match of Counter-Strike. Your whole team's dead. You've got no space. There's a lot of time on the clock. You're low on HP. What are you meant to do? Well, get stuck on a bit of clipping. That's always fun.
That wall is terribly clipped. That whole walk is terribly clipped. Or it's deliberate and you can't just hug the wall and walk.
Does Stown hard clear this? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Oh, now that's the end of that. Saves us a minute.
All right, well, a strong hunt, and as mentioned, finance is a problem. Big can go into a partial thanks to the loss bonus. And to think that it started to go wrong because you naded a teammate. So 3 consecutive now for the Danes.
Oh.
We do have quite a lot of national representation already within the playoffs. So we
How many games per map? We call them rounds, but how many rounds per map? So we're playing MR12, which means we're playing 12 on either side. 13 rounds, you win.
I wonder what you thought was so cheeky there. So Payne representing
If it goes 12-12, we're in overtime.
Of course.
Then we play more.
Yeah, in case you weren't aware.
That's the, but those are the basic rules.
Turkey, we could get a Danish or a Brazilian. Brazilian, Danish or a German team here.
We got a Brazilian in there already.
Yes, that's right. And then later in the day, we could get a French or a Portuguese.
Yes.
And then to finish the day, an international or a Russian.
Okay.
Look at that smoke sailing through the sky.
It's just perfect.
The thing is, you can throw it too high and then it hits the top. Oh, it's going to be a B.
Quickie.
It's going to be a B.
Quick. It's not an immediate rush.
It's a second tempo waiting for the block utility.
Not a single incendiary thrown. Look, they've all got, they can still got those flashing red incendiaries.
Curious start.
Well, they're going to come through K.
Astralis with very, very few grenades to begin with.
Down with their own little flash lineup for his own design. Looks like they've got a good read of this, haven't they?
Oh, wow. As well, confidence coming through on the flash. So flashes are the only thing that Big have left to work with. They did a great job of applying pressure, baiting out util. And now the complete and utter reroute. Fortunately for them, because they had that lane control.
Doing a switch from 16 to 13 in CS is a good thing.
They have a sneaking suspicion. Okay, how does this go?
I don't know. I honestly do think MR15 was just too long.
Well, Cadian's actually did
it makes a day of Counter-Strike way too long.
Okay,
so ultimately, yes. But we might have to change some other part of the game, because I do agree, like, sometimes it can be a bit weird. Hey, Gubby. Hey, Retchy, what's up, man?
He didn't miss.
He didn't, but they are going to plant, probably.
Oh, that's super awkward. Why are you doing that?
JDC punches in the code. Cover is there. The bomb goes down. Anything more is more just the cream on top.
I do think Cadian needs some time.
Astralis can do.
Oh, they're going to swing all at once. I actually think this is a really good idea. Okay, they're still going to die, but it's a good idea.
Oh, okay. I like it. I like it a lot.
Let's go, guys. I think
this is my type of Counter-Strike.
I don't know, man. I
love it.
Not how The Danes are nice people.
I do them in pugs.
The Danes are nice
Any
people.
platform of your choice.
Yeah.
And
Spoken like someone who's never run into Danish people in playing FaceIt. But
Yeah, I just clicked.
Welcome to my world.
I think yeah, I think the MR12 thing is better ultimately.
I'd love to hear the locker room comms if I understood Danish even slightly. All right, well, 4 on the trot. Astralis are back in business. This wants to tie things up.
I can call in and translate if you guys if they want. Then call chat right now.
Look at this, coming through.
Call them on WhatsApp. Say, hey, chat. Okay, here's the protocols. Okay. That was device. Yes. Device sets up the flashbang. It's so hard to deal with.
Stair was communicating a lot there, so likely saying, hey, there's more bodies over towards B lane. Device now parks up in cave, and he's going to have a freebie.
Yeah, it looks like it's a guarantee onto Hyped here. Just walks into the crosshairs. That smoke is going to allow him to get out. It's not. No one's giving it a full 10 out of 10.
A little bit shallow.
That's all.
But feels like job done, doesn't it?
Yeah, apart from this potential CT wrap from JDC, no one's holding his cross. Say that.
Device it's because he's flashed in so hard.
Hit that
like
one tap, that would have certainly been nice. Oh, and all the smokes are a bit funky. He's going to walk through this. And Device.
Oh no.
Okay, so right now Crimbo has to live.
But Device surely, yeah, he's gonna surely.
Is he the best?
Device.
You didn't see
oh my god. They're lit.
Oh my god,
Did they coordinate this beforehand? Is it like a trick that they're playing on us? Is it, are they just memes?
But they didn't go through Temple. This is bad.
JDC's like, what the fuck?
It was good.
For a second.
Yeah, now it's really bad. Unfortunately for them. They can lose a round.
Shot in the side of the head. Okay.
Guys.
Well, there was definitely ways in which that could have gone wrong.
Moments before design.
I'm sorry, but like, it's the same. It's the like Cadian had this spray in CT spawn, but he got deagled in the previous round.
5-5.
We can't be having that. We just don't need that.
It is 5 to Astralis, who are on the CT side of the first map.
And maybe you're in the kitchen making a meal right now. Maybe you're driving.
I'm less worried about Device because I feel like he's going to be consistently better. But I've seen a lot of.
To this point. Got 9 kills for Tabson.
I've seen a lot of Cadian rounds recently where I think to myself, you just need to play slightly better Counter-Strike yourself, you know? And I think he can. I really think Cadian can play better as an individual. I'm sure there's a lot of this that's down to like stress about the team and everything else. But yeah, give him a moment where he's just playing good Counter-Strike, I think. That'd be nice. He doesn't have to be the best player or anything. Nobody cares about that. Just don't be a liability. And he is sometimes. I hate to say it. Because I love Casper. He's a really cool guy. Tabson.
I like this. We got Fight Club on
Warum
These
Tabson?
guys are just brawling all across the map.
Yep. Device in CT. Now Crimbo slips Temple.
Shadow Man.
Shadow Man. Yep. And goodbye, Crimbo. Bomb going down. Hyped needs help. His help is so far away. He can't die. He will. And that's the 6th round for Astralis.
That's all good.
Tabson.
Oh my god. He's just so sick.
No, he's not.
I mean, they're going to lose anyway, but...
And that's a 6th for Astralis. What did you have for breakfast today? Let us know.
I love Tabson, okay.
I had a chocolate muffin.
I don't eat breakfast. Do you guys eat breakfast?
My Weetabix.
You're a Weetabix man.
I don't.
The cinnamon wheats. Reminds me of my childhood.
The cinnamon or the wheats?
I just wake up and I just drink raw milk.
I wasn't allowed sweet cereal because my parents cared about my health or something.
And then I eat raw.
Once when I went to my
raw steak. I don't.
Oh, that was like a nice special
None of those things, but it is funny.
This could be 7 consecutive rounds from Astralis going into the halftime break. What a shift of momentum.
QB out mid. Not even JDC. And ooh, already the panic button's hit. Cadian says one across. Yabby spams perfectly.
Yeah, Tabson's blind. Oh!
Jeez.
They are really just taking jewels.
Oh, but this shot doesn't cost him anything because on the repeat reposition.
This is a great comeback for Astralis. You know what? I actually lunch instead. Yeah, exactly. Pint of beef with 2 eggs cracked into it. Yeah, there we go. That's what I like to hear.
Cadian wanted to get the job done. He was ready for
some
the
raw
next
milk.
He's calling the T-pistol.
There's
see
words
everything
that I
raw.
can't use
You
on broadcast, but I can imagine what the team conversation for Astralis is before this game and going up against a team like Big. They've really come in wanting to puff.
Obviously, Astralis would probably prefer to have just won all the rounds on the CT side. But in a way, I prefer that they lose a little bit and show they can make a comeback. Like, at the mental strength here, I like that. Cadian, not the best scoreline. Nobody gives a fuck. It's about Yabby, Stown, and Device. Stare, it just needs to be a solid player. He can do more, but just don't need to go crazy.
A statement, and the scores on the doors as well read perfectly. 10, 11, and 10 for Stown, Yabby, and Device accordingly. This is perfect. That's exactly what you'd expect from the franking output of that 3.
Yes.
Take a look, utility.
Right, you are, Alex. We're in agreement.
I was guessing it's going to be a CT. What's they've been nading a lot? I would guess one of the B players.
So either Stare or Stown.
Stown. Who's there the most?
True, 202. Correct.
202.
202. Stare, the second, 143.
143. So a solid CT utility hall, but we're up against Big Clan. So we'll see if they can beat 350. Rounding up.
180.
Hey, I watched darts the other day over Christmas. It's very entertaining. The crowd are having a great time.
There's Sergeant for Toy Soldiers.
It's apparently called Small Soldiers.
Oh, it is Small Soldiers.
Yeah. I didn't want to be like that guy.
No, that's fine, Mr. Rene
Said
Borg.
it again. Okay, you have to bring it up. I decided I'm going to call all players Rene.
All Danish players Rene Borg.
Yes, because I don't think we put enough respect on
Based.
KB's name.
That's true.
And also, I don't think any other organization has done a branded gaming pillow. You see, like Shiro's always rocking the hotel pillow. Crimbo's got an actual Big Clan pillow. Maybe they just made the pillowcase.
Well,
He's got a hero complex. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, they probably just sourced
It was 05.
down.
05 into a 7-5. Let's go.
No, but
Okay, here we go. Let's see what they do.
Yeah, no,
They've got smoke,
but
Molotov,
probably quite a nightmare to get.
Device with a
Well,
decoy that he's already thrown out.
No,
Okay,
no.
You
whatever.
ever hunted a bear?
No, probably easier to hunt.
No
a
kit
goose or
on
a
the CT
duck,
side.
though.
So,
Pistols.
Quack, quack.
see how this one works out. See, Device is kind of ready, so
Pistola.
presumably...
How cool is that, seeing him jiggle and you can see his fingers on the A and the D there? That was really cool. I like that a lot.
Oh,
Just waiting for the go.
block cave. Interesting. That does limit your options, but only for 20 seconds.
Well, if I told you that Astralis were keeping their options open in this round, would you believe me?
I would.
Yeah, there was no full commit, so you can stay a bit more fluid for the way that you want to approach this. And they're even donating utility across. So Yabby's going to take that as QB pushes down. Device will lose the smoke, unless.
Oh, he's looking sharp today, though.
Well, now you want your cave players.
Okay, we need a decision,
to
guys.
consider it.
Oh,
Devices forced them.
they
away
had
with that
3
initial
people in
exchange.
cave.
I think he's going to flash him in.
If they go
Perhaps
out
you
while
flash him
Device
in,
is
or they
holding
just
them
go
on
drive?
the
Or they
ramp,
back
like...
off.
Change their mind.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, they're gonna go for it. I hate this.
the
I
idea.
hate the slowdown. I wish they would make an instant call.
Quite an effortless take after all of that, apart from the bomb not being with them. Yabby, excuse me. Brings the bomb. It's down, fighting for
A
long.
super bizarre round. I don't like this from Stown either. Yep.
Nice shots from
Stay back
Device
and
from
let
Roots
Device.
QB.
Yep.
Finishes
Yeah.
off what he started earlier on the round.
Exactly.
Cadian's flank is everything. Oh,
Oh, the timing for Cadian.
Hello?
That sucks.
Is Crimbo, did they just even
Might come
straight
back to
ignoring
haunt
it? That was like,
I
if
think
he's
it
not
could
gonna
be
hit a shot anyway?
Missed around
What's
right
going
now
on?
for the
All right.
Danes, So we'll split the pistols.
Okay.
Astralis continuing the
It's
streak.
all good. It's all good.
7 to close the half. 8 to open it. Setting themselves up to snatch this first map away. And it felt, yeah, quite tapered, didn't it? There was no rush for them to get in and get that bomb down. The smoke was well over half gone by the time it had breached the site, but just happy to take the jewels. Device, Stown being very combative to short and long.
Who is going to be
They
the
do
team to
get the job
dominate on
done.
train?
So good hustle from the Danes. Opening kills.
I think
Starting to really
Vitality is
fall in
already
their
showing
favor
that they have a
now.
really,
Taking a look overall, there's only been 4
like a lot
opening
of things that they
kills
know how to do on it.
within the
So
13
my guess
rounds
would be
of play
Vitality.
for Big, and 2 of
If I
those
had to
were
make an
JDC out middle.
early
Yeah.
prediction.
So the opening frag disparity is quite large.
last time we cast big on Ancient, JDC top fragged the server and lost.
True.
And he kept getting out mid.
That is true.
That's just a guarantee.
Oh, here we go. Zeus Cam.
You haven't had a chance. Maybe.
Donk
This is
and
one.
Magic. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe not.
True.
I'll obviously. That's also a possibility.
They rarely happen, don't they?
Yeah,
Some skills.
they used
But
to.
yeah, like I think I've been watching some Rops
Now Cadian's the
games
Counter-Strike time
on train, and I just think Rops on that map is kind of scary. Like his understanding of how to play the beat back hallways going into Pop Dog is,
that's enough.
I think,
Device, get your gun out.
the highest in the world at the moment, which is probably not a hard thing to even believe because he's Rops.
It's a little more costly than they would have liked.
But didn't they?
But it's
only
really
use
really
Mac 10s?
interesting.
And an AK on Device, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Device. That's why Device's death seems a little bit.
And now they're going for a last-minute investigation. He controls his spray.
he's dead.
He's only got 9 bullets left, and the flank comes in.
That's 2 AKs.
2 AKs to be saved. Who won that round? JDC,
Oh,
he
gotta
can't
find
find
it in
it.
the water.
Hello? Hello? Oh, he's nailed it. Wow, respect, respect.
Keen eyes. Good old work by Mr.
Swampy
J-Rez and
AK.
Chev there.
Got the dream team on this.
I feel like an AK probably would
Yeah,
work
so,
even if you dropped it in the
That's
swamp. It probably
quite
still
a
works.
poor round, all things considered.
It's
losing
not
to
ideal.
AKs.
Yeah.
Because what Cadian lost was a Mac 10, and what the Heaven player lost was also a Mac 10, right? Mac 10, and then this kill from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly. Doesn't matter.
And now look at their buy. They were going to be buying anyway, but it's pretty juicy now that it has 2 AKs.
It's quite the opposite for Astralis. Look at the money. Ugh.
Yeah. Well,
Ugh.
maybe you could just go for something quick if you wanted to invest into a few Mac 10s instead. So they do have a 4-round lead at the moment. Looks like they aren't going to go for anything too crazy. Trying to facilitate AKs. So lacking util will limit options. We have
Just 2 Molotovs.
and 4 smokes.
Okay, well, yeah, it might have to be something a bit more hoppy.
Splash of flashes. Thing is, you could just change the tempo of the round and wait out Big's opening utility, which there it is, an elbow smoke. We're likely to see mollies and HEs towards middle as well. So you could just wait out these early nades. You still have to do a little bit of your own opening, but you need to keep at least 1 or 2 of these smokes for a round finisher.
Okay, Abby. Loki
That
kind of
smoke is-
aggressive.
Oh, look at this.
He's still going for it. Like Yabby's actually
under a
attacking
lot
the B
of
bomb
pressure.
side. And yeah, he's like fighting 3 people alone.
From Stown, bowls him over.
You can cancel this. I don't think they need to full commit. You've been stalled by that smoke.
Yeah, but the B players are going to go back.
The
to
thing
it.
is,
They're
Rotate.
going to try and
It's-
do a mid retake through red.
Mm-hmm.
The
So how
problem
many
is,
bodies
if to
are
keep
there?
mid control on the CT side, you basically need 2 people, and then you probably need a 3rd person who's pushing out of B to meet you there. So you actually probably need like 3 people to do it, and it's going to cost you so many grenades to hold on for a long
You
time.
got detected before you could
So it's not
find a frag. So
completely crazy to just
and
like
they really don't know exactly where Astralis are whatsoever.
the CTs. You throw some grenades in there.
I like
You
the
make
cut
sure
noise
that the
donut.
T's
It
have
will
to
become
use
a
more
problem if they
grenades
wait
to
a little
retake
too
it, and then
long.
you're just
I
hope
think
to be
Yabby
happy with
could have
that.
just spotted
Or
the
you
flank
have
and
some,
keep
or
it
you
before we regress on
you
towards
take
A.
it and
if
you
you come
basically
back,
have 4
Tabson's
people
in a
there
very good
and
position for at least one.
Look at this,
0
the
A,
power of that
basically.
noise. And QB and Hype return to
Oh.
And Tabson ties to Yabby.
Dinked him too.
Yep, now it's the
Feel
finish.
bad for Tabson.
Walking in, lovely push
Okay,
from
Crimbo.
Crimbo. Catches down, unprepared for that one knife out, and QB, maybe he caught
Okay.
a glimpse of
Shadow,
Yabby's
maybe,
shadow.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll take him down
Okay.
for 2v2.
Okay. Thoughts on the new NIP squad? I haven't actually I haven't watched them play a game yet.
Lovely angle found by
But just from looking
Device.
at
He
the
finds 2.
lineup, I
Closes
actually
it
kind of
down for
like
their
it, you know?
10th, And it's 10 consecutive.
All
like
NIP
that. That's,
memes
that's an
aside, I think they could be a
absurd
really
Yeah,
fun
it is,
team.
and they just keep on coming. And now, I guess those saves that they have with the AKs does facilitate a little bit of extra cash going into this next one. So if they wanted to go for a hero M4 or maybe even 2 hero M4s, that's possible because of the loss bonus. But this all started to go wrong. And look, I'm not putting it on Tabson nading QB, but that was the moment that things started to go the other way. It was a saved M4 for Stown. It was out of a technical, into a tactical, into a saved M4 and some partials. A team nade, which was meant to be a supportive element. And then since then, nothing has gone their way. Up next is Inferno.
True that.
Picked by Astralis, and they might be able to get this done 2-0 to start the day.
Big. They've lost 10 rounds in a row.
Now they are going
Hello?
for a bit of an uppercut.
Worst
You can
fall of
see Yami and
Fnatic.
Stown into Mac
NIP.
10s.
I don't
this
know,
is
man.
where we could get the pace.
I feel like the current Fnatic lineup is a stone mess.
Wow. Odds are stacking up against Big Clan here.
B rushing.
We'll see. Maybe they can.
Wouldn't dare. They would. They totally would.
So two back tens through cave.
Into cave.
Good
There's
nade.
good nade damage.
Oh
But
yeah,
let's see the
I don't know.
reaction.
Listen,
Block
money,
cave with a smoke.
look, money in Counter Strike is weird. Okay,
QB. Tucks on Cubby.
it's a
Stare up ramp will clear.
crazy world that we're living in right now.
QB, a free frag, swinging through the long smoke with Tabson. Just the one on the P250. They have the sight. It is theirs. The bomb will be planted. Still a 3v3, mind you. And
That is a
JDC,
hard bomb
with
plant
an
for
M4,
Big to deal with.
maybe he could spam away at someone, but there's no kit. So this really has to happen sooner rather than
And look at his
later.
teammates.
Not happening yet.
No
They're
one else
already,
is really playing for
teammates
it, or
already
is they-
moving
They're
away.
just on the way. They were
They're
so
on their
far away.
They were running the other way. I
Goosh dead. Mac
That-
10 perfect weapon.
this
for the
round
job.
tells me a little
Hyped
bit
and
that
Jimbo both completely
there's some
removed from the puzzle.
slight communication problem with Big. Because like one of them was staying, the other two were running. Then they
Is that
kind of
a
like said,
Jimbo
"Oh,
through it?
actually, let's go back." And then one of them died, and they're like, "Oh, never
I
mind."
think
It's
that's
like,
what Chev's trying to tell us right now. Chev, give us a nod if that's because it had a blue.
hey, no 2 extra. What's
a blue
up?
tail. Oh, thanks, Jay.
He smoked B doors from
And
A.
that's where Hyped was, who could have got a kill and an upgrade off of the MP9.
Just really didn't want him to die.
Damn,
like,
Vonda.
Minimap's
Hey,
like,
guys.
yo, man, save ya. Save
Actually,
ya.
I think it's like you,
That's so
Alex,
brutal,
because he
man.
knows that. Like when we played against the cheaters the other night, and you went, "Let me just practice my elbow smoke."
I actually
every
haven't
round."
really
You go, "Let me
watched
just- We're gonna
a-
lose anyway.
Might as well.
We've lost 11 in a
I haven't
row.
watched
Yes,
enough
right.
Fnatic. Like I watched them get
Did it
crushed
land?
by
Yeah, genau.
Paravision, and that was the last time.
Is that what that is?
And they all
It
got
is
crushed.
indeed.
Ooh, fast mid potential, I.
I have to watch more. I can't give up on Crims. Okay,
Bit of a
he's
lurky
my
boy.
he's
they're
my
ahead of it.
secret goat.
Okay, could prove to be redundant.
But everyone has to have a
See
limit, I
Device was
suppose.
lining
So,
up for the HE break. Right, she's
Jabloma,
giving it
what's
to a
up?
teammate.
How are you?
Stair
Good
gets it
morning.
done. Trying to do some damage to that Ghost in T-Town. No secret about his A main presence. Stampedes forwards.
What happens if you win 13 rounds straight? Is it as good as a 13-0?
No, but we don't have a good name for it, do we?
I think it's better
From
than the
being
13-0.
0 rounds to 13
I think it's
rounds.
better to lose 5 in the beginning and then go
That
back and win
losing
30. Like that's
would
such
be
a it's such a
considered a
stronger. Like
Momentum.
we don't care how the game
buster.
begins.
Okay, well,
Who cares how we start? Once we win, we're winning. Like that is for me. It's better.
A lot of rounds.
A gravitational change.
Okay, getting a bit
I do
scientific
think
as well,
Crims
I
could bring
guess.
value somewhere. I agree. I want to see
Right to
like
the
a
finish.
Crims Unleashed
That's
video
good. Keep throwing them out there. But yeah, I've got none, so you
where he's like,
An A execute.
A execute. I think we've already got that's a term for something else. It's a cool smoke to obscure the AWP big box. Molly behind it, and yeah, you're gonna get out. I like it. Astralis.
Or are they?
I've been incendiaried, but the smoke will last longer.
There's
than
30 seconds left, gentlemen.
Ooh,
You
what
need
are we
to
doing?
pivot, And now.
Oh my god, this is
Big.
really, really risky.
did they really do it?
25.
Yeah.
Astralis.
Oh,
Oh,
man.
oh my
Oh.
God, Yabi.
Yabi-
This is
Well,
mental. If he
Yabi's
gets
got
one
a
more kill,
very
it's over.
poor kill.
Wow.
Yabi's
This
the
is-
best
This is
around.
exactly the
Didn't see
kind
anyone
of
hit.
energy that Yabi should stop fighting. You're carrying the bomb. Are you?
Canadian will make
Have you
life
lost your
work.
mind?
They're going for it. They're
Why
going
did
for
it
the
just
gravitational
stare?
pull. You see what I'm saying?
He got so wrapped up
It's
in the
another one,
excitement
it's
of the
like
round. He's like, I'm gonna fight too.
no,
Like,
you
don't do
scored
that.
unless
That's how you
you
lose the
win.
round.
Right now.
If he
what's a
crouches in that
Baker's
position
sweep?
and dies, then
Oh,
the round is
because,
probably lost.
A Baker's
13?
dozen is 13.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Yo, respect to whoever. I'm actually going to scroll up.
Yeah, find their name.
I'm going to give you some respect. I'm going to put some respect on your name. Who said that? That was good.
The check's in the mail.
Where are you? There you are. Streamer Views. That's a weird name.
Is that one of your dupes?
Streamer Views.
Streamer views.
Thank you, Streamer Views. I might steal that and present it as
What
my
was
own.
it called? A Baker's
A
what?
Baker's Sweep.
A Baker's sweep.
Astralis one round away from the Baker's Sweep. Credit to Streamer Views.
Do you have to do that every time now?
No,
or-
only the first 6
Yeah.
times. Yeah, it's in the contract.
What's like the guy that gave us Fangs of Furia with Case
Yeah,
of
that
Fury?
was cool.
We referenced him once and then never again.
Yeah. Well, that was Streamer Views moment.
They're
That's
just
the tough
teasing the
depth, GB.
haters.
He's put in a bit of a pickle. He's hearing all this stuff about A and smokes and teammates are talking and suddenly things get a bit too quiet. Has to check ramp. Yabi's there. Patience rewarded on the beehive position.
Buzz, buzz.
Oh, honey. That nade does some damage.
Do you think? I think Astralis have just been slowly improving.
So
Like I
does
said
that
this
bullet
before the
from the
game, they
sniper
do look
rifle.
better.
It's JDC, the
I do also think that this.
inevitability
I don't know
in
what it
middle
is
has
with
struck,
Big here
and I'm
because
afraid
the
their
first
dream
5
of
rounds they were
13
crushing them,
round
and then.
run all hanging
But again,
hinges on
like-
1v5
No Baker's sweep for you.
from the Yabster.
If I had to do a little bit of,
Oh, yeah, the
Astralis
Baker's- oh, no, the
glazing,
Baker's doesn't, it is 13.
which I don't
You got a
normally do,
dozen.
okay?
You got a dozen. Just
But I have to do a
straight-
little bit of Astralis
straight
glazing.
dozen.
Here's what I would say.
All right, well, we'll Chip Hazard.
If
aka
you,
the
when
coach
you told me this,
of
when I saw this
Astralis, get on
lineup
the
from the
mic.
start, you said to me, okay, we've got Device and Stair and
to
Cadian.
be the case.
I'm
No
like, that's
emergencies just yet.
fine, whatever. But you put in Yabby and Stown. To me, the threat of playing against Yabby and Stown should be that they are just so, like, they command so much presence on a map.
is
Like,
a
they are
big
so
round.
hard to be up against. It should make it hard to move across the map. It should make it
need
so
a
that if you
large
take your
comeback.
eyes off the B ramp or the A
Hyped has
main
to go
position on,
huge.
you know, like suddenly, oh fuck, like here's Yabby just battling me and getting headshots left and right.
Can the Commando
That should be
elite
the feeling, and that's kind of what's
down the
happening in this game.
Golden
And
in round
so-
number 19?
what's been
Left,
frustrating is
right,
that this
good
hasn't
lane,
happened before,
damn
but it should have
Thompson
always been the
runs
case
straight
because
good,
that is the
takes
kind of
the
players that they
platoon,
are.
and Crimbo the same.
And then you add to it the fact that Device is still somehow just incredibly good at the game, and Stair, I think, is a, you know, like, I mean, in the old Astralis lineup, the one with,
find a way in which to
you know,
find a
everybody else like
leveling of
Blameth
the
and
odds.
whatever, it was only Stair that was playing well.
Yeah.
So
Dinkaroo
there
is
is
great, but won't finish
absolutely
the
a
job.
path here
See the
for
head on
Astralis to
display
become
there.
like a,
This is
you know, a
unwinnable
contender
clutch
for being
Stown.
like a, you know, top 4 in a lot of tournaments kind of team, you know, like getting to the semifinals and finals.
What's a man to do?
There is a way to do it, like
this is
100% with
madness.
this lineup. It's not a
Interesting
crazy
souvenir
idea,
mentality he has. It doesn't even have
but the
any of
problem
his
is
team
if
stickers.
you
This is
get
G2
into a
out of
world
Cloud9.
instead where you say,
Yeah.
Is that from?
which has been the case for a long time, that Yabby and Stown
PGL
Is it?
do contribute nothing, and it's all Device and Stair, then obviously they're fucked. Like there's no other way around it. So I think it's like a combination, and yeah, it might also be some sort of problems on Big. I don't know what it is, obviously, but
Cloud9
That's old school.
no longer in CS.
Well, again.
Again.
Okay. Resistance is late, but it's here. 2 consecutive now. So a spree of 12 after a 5-0 start for Big, and now they're going to do their best to try and draw this one back. Timeout. There you go. Chip Hazard will be getting on the mic. The platoon leader.
I feel like this is like the
Hazard.
That was the name
80s kind of,
of the guy from Small Soldiers.
you know, we could do like, we probably do some, yeah, I need to learn how to play more
When
theme
you're
music.
born
That could
and
be
your
like,
parents give you a name like
for
that,
co-streaming, I
and
feel like
obviously
it's a
from
good idea,
university,
you know?
Great name.
You're just built for greatness.
Sure, like
Great
Astralis,
You're destined for greatness.
And Ruggers,
destined for the stars.
around my age, he'd know the movie. I think he'd appreciate it.
Here they
But that
come.
was just a bit of
They're
a
winning
caution
ancient
from
guys.
Astralis. They can get out to the AK-47s, so this is looking like they still can get the job done right here, right now. Taking a look forward, however, if they lose this one, 2,400 losses.
I'm just
going
saying,
into
we
the
could do
next.
our own.
Bomb plan will help them to continue.
Could be
to
a
keep
new
rounds
new
to
evolution of
half by, 10
casting where
nicely,
I'm
etc.
casting and playing the piano at the same time for added effect.
Red Smoke lands.
I think there's a real future here.
JDC not going to be thrust forward to fight for the mid control completely. They are prepared for a B attack. Starting 3B, flash forward, Tabson, great opener.
And he's flashed in by
Like
Crimbo.
to,
Yes.
Avoided that though. Stare from elbow, pushes out.
And I bet you probably
Down.
QB
This is
threw a
forward
flashbang as well
position,
from
and his
inside of
shoulder's
B.
been spotted. JDC though, not to be underestimated in this server. Warded off. You can see that it looked like Astralis were trying to kind of join Stown, but upon the exchange between the two of them on A, thinking twice about it. Now, I can't help but feel my sympathy for QB is going to be continuing here. He's trying to play for info. His teammate's calling that he can't hold elbow, so QB really doesn't have
Well,
much.
they're coming over. If the AWP posts up on red,
Yeah,
think it's
the problem
okay.
is I need to be better at playing the piano. Is
He can just tuck
the
and
real
cave.
challenge, but it could be
Yeah.
fun, you know.
And A main push from JDC, so they have all the info that's not A.
That's good.
Ooh,
That would've been
that's
nice.
a very nice
Should be
little,
smoked off.
little
Good molly.
jiggle.
He's gonna
Oh,
flash. Crowell push.
Oh, backing away.
They tossed down an incendiary, but guess
They're gonna
what?
give up the site.
Boost.
Like I said, incendiaries aren't real. No, GoTV doesn't work.
I don't like this. I don't like this
What
at all.
is
We don't have
going on
GoTV
there?
IPs the way that we did
What
before.
are you doing?
Ooh.
He's role-playing. Just looking at him.
I've been saying
What are we doing?
incendiaries aren't real, guys. Stop throwing them. They're not a real grenade. I know it looks like it's fire, but it's not.
Well, that's the map.
It's like
Yeah.
that, you know, fake
Hyped was just like
fake fire you get in like you know, in a cabin somewhere in New York or whatever it is, you know.
Held by Stare and Astralis
It looks
will
like
take
fire,
the
but it
first map,
isn't.
putting them just one away from the
Wrecked.
Cluj-Napoca 2025, brought to you by PGL Playoffs.
Good morning, Milchum. What's up?
Great ad read, Alex. Love that one. No,
Also,
actually, it
Rajori,
looked
welcome to the
really
stream.
ropey
First
at the
time.
start. Big looked to be in total control. We had that pause, and then Astralis just didn't look back and put together a really good ancient map. As I said, I feel this is their
Astralis.
best map, actually, even though they did pick in first.
Finally
And I think they really
getting to
showed
the
it here.
stars.
They had some nice components, some nice moves. Very, very good performance all round.
You know, we were framing this whole discussion with the fact that Astralis has just been so unlucky for the last 4 major cycles. This is a map where they got extremely lucky. That one tech pause was probably
Should be a
the
2
most
now.
destructive
Yeah,
force on
it
the
should be.
map. If you
I
remember
it's
that
not.
5-0,
Nothing's
I mean,
guaranteed.
Astralis
Okay.
rattled off 12 consecutive rounds
Yep.
after a tech pause. I mean, I'm not going to say that's the whole story, though.
That's
because-
all Cadian needs. He just needs a little pause
Yeah.
in the middle of the game, and he can call around you.
He
That's
just
how
flipped a
does it.
switch, huh? Didn't he?
Yeah.
2 switches, probably. One for the team, one for whatever happened in the server.
I'm a little worried because if this is Big's best map, which it clearly is, it is their best map, which is why we went for this pick, even though Astralis can't win this. And considering what we saw here, Rich, yeah,
it's a tough
I'm worried.
We can do mood music for the
Because how
analyst
worse
desk.
can it get? All right. First 5 rounds look great, right? JDC winning once again. JDC single-handedly
yeah.
winning a couple of rounds.
JDC,
for them,
okay,
right?
that's
On those
good.
Buy rounds looking good, and a tech pause happens, and this is a classic case of momentum. We throw that word around quite often. It's a bit of a cliche at this point, right?
It is.
But you can see Astralis, once it started getting, a little bit, winning a couple of rounds here, the aggression on the CD side outside towards heaven, outside a cave towards lane.
It's getting worse now.
Wresting control away from Big. And
Blair,
just
he's
shutting
hating
down
on them.
whatever play Big had in mind. And then you switch up to the second half, Maui, and you can see Big just, on a buy round, when Astralis is starving them of information, you just don't know what to do. Everyone's just sitting in CD spawn, waiting for something to happen from the T's. That's never a winning formula, especially when you're trailing that massively.
Some of the mid-round conversion attempts from Big were really kind of awkward. Like, they would pause in a couple different areas, and then Astralis would just kind of suss things
Sopranos
out. They would
theme.
Figure out, okay,
What even
I
is
think
the
that they're in
Sopranos
Red Room
theme?
right
I don't
now.
even
They just
remember.
throw
I
a
actually
trickle
watched
beat
it
towards
now,
an
but
area. And it felt like Astralis was the team that was just in the driver's seat in terms of knowing this map. They always knew more than Big, so their rotations were a little bit faster.
Okay, they knew
They
more.
were always able to kind of control the play that Big was making.
Maui's
and
excited about
unfortunately,
Astralis.
I feel like Big almost were surprised that they were taking so much space on the map without getting kills. It's kind of an awkward position to be in sometimes as an IGL, where you have all of this space in Red Room and everything and a guy towards B ramp, but you're like, well, how are we actually going to put this one together? And Astralis actually, they just played really good defensive CS.
And this is what we highlighted actually here. You can see Device on your screen, just having that solid defensive foundation. We talked about how important he is to Astralis and what they do. He was really, really effective once he got that AWP in his hands, and he just is a brick wall that you have to kind of run into on a map like this. So great performance from him.
On both the sides as well, right? I was finding a lot of impact kills on the T side too.
Do
And,
like-
we got to give a shout out to our man Yabi. He was also Stone. Fair enough. He did an okay job this time.
For Astralis reaching the stars.
Yeah, but still, I'm still not completely sold yet. One map, he was okay, it was decent. I feel Yabi, in all honesty, was finding way more impact. A lot of multi-kills, instant headshots coming out from him. But here's the worrying thing for this big team, because we still have a map remaining to be played. But what's worrying is I look at that final round. I look at the final
Pretty, a
round
little bit
that
exaggerated,
intake.
perhaps.
Like, what is happening? Big are a team. Look, we have these broad definitions of team. You're looking at Bad News Eagles. Oh, they're very.
We've got the theme
aggressive in
for
your space, Counter-Strike, the Mongol style, the strong
Nico
style,
signing the
Amazon style.
Falcons
But, like,
contract,
the big style,
getting the
structured,
bag.
coordinated, they know exactly what they want to do. They have protocols. It just went missing under the technical issues. Like
Money.
deleted whatever notepad he had.
I don't know
open or
why I'm doing
something.
this.
It just looks so lost. So
Why is nobody stopping me from doing this?
And when you have someone like Taps and it's been around for a long time, I'm like, what just went
The
wrong?
average
This is your best
silver.
map.
That's a good name. Hello, Anders. Big fan from Peru.
I mean, you know, we've
Watches
seen
10
some
years.
pretty
Got to
weak
see you
sides
live in
on
Stockholm.
Ancient, over the course of this
You
tournament.
got
That was
cadences for some
definitely one of them.
situations. ID.
I just feel that ultimately
Oh, for instance,
Big are always gonna
Ivy
run into the same problem. You
for
know, you're
considerable
betting new players,
advantage.
you've committed to doing this
Yeah.
German-speaking lineup. They've
Oh,
even
wait.
used historically
1v1, I
Danish
guess,
players
for
that speak
considerable
German. We have a
advantage.
Swiss player
Yeah,
that speaks German
that's
in
not a bad
there.
idea. It's not a
One,
bad
yeah,
idea.
it's
By the way,
something
thank
to
you.
bring on. It's
Peru.
it's just ultimately
I've
you
always
are
wanted to
really
go
limited in
to
the players you
Peru.
get. So you're kind of hoping on having that breakout generational talent, and if you're not able to harvest that and find it when it's there, this is kind of the tail of the tape.
There are
for Big. They're always gonna
both
be at
Peru
the
and
bottom end.
Chile are two countries that I thought could be fun to visit or interesting.
Like, come
I
on, look at QB and hype, man.
Who else are they going to pick up? Who else?
Dude, they had Surson and Regon, and they were better. They actually were better.
Dude, I think they were together for quite a while. I didn't see any results.
They made this,
Yeah,
I
we
don't
got
know if
cult
this team
members
makes
from
it
all the
to
way
the
over in
same
Peru. That's
fashion
sick.
that the last one
I
did.
think they have.
Hype's worse than Searson, man. Hype's worse than Searson. I like Big a lot. I mean, I think the
Cuisine's
trio
very
of
good if you like
Primo,
seafood.
Tabson,
I'm
and JDC is
typically
really solid.
am
Really good, I like
actually,
that.
but honestly,
QB and
I shouldn't
Hype
say
have
that.
just
I
lot of
don't
room to
know
grow,
a
and
lot of
think, like,
seafood. I
they'll
just,
eventually get there. This is
I'm
really
kind of,
their-
you know,
it's Hype's
uneducated
second
on the
foray
topic
into
of
Tier 1.
seafood. So,
It's QB's second foray into Tier 1. He was on Fnatic before, by the way. But it's just that they.
but
have
I
to
spent a lot
catch
of
up in
time
lot of
walking
ways.
around
Hype
with
is
Google
just-
Maps in
he's just too
Peru,
inconsistent. I mean,
and
yeah, they were on that retake on the last round.
there are just
They
so many
started
places where I'm
they
like,
missed a couple
damn,
shots.
And fair enough,
look
but
at
here's the
this.
thing, I would rather,
Look at
believe
this.
in the
You know,
potential,
it
no
looks
matter
sick.
how long it takes, rather than the plateau that we've seen Surson for a very long time. Where, mind you, his plateau
But like,
is higher.
do we ever think Big is going to be a championship team again? I don't know. I don't think so, man. Like, so I would want the consistency of
Damn.
Searson that he can farm teams out of the top 20. Like,
Maui's
Searson literally
throwing Big under the
bodies
bus.
anybody out of the top 20. It's just when he plays
Maui.
really strong teams on land, he has a problem.
Look, Maui, I hate to break
If I
it to
see
you,
food,
still
I
another
usually eat
map.
it stock.
Oh yeah.
Big is still in it. You're talking
Wait.
they're already out, bro. Not even- yeah, no, it
Oh,
feels
shit.
that way. We got Inferno coming, obviously, and it's Astralis' pick.
It's better than
We'll
sushi in
probably
Japan.
talk about this.
Jesus.
It's not that big.
That's a big statement, man. I feel
bad
like.
on this map, what do you mean?
They got bodied 13-1 by FlyQuest. FlyQuest.
The snake gave
that
up on
was a
Big.
word
You're
Yeah.
being too nice, man. You're being too
And
nice. I
FlyQuest
thought
played that map
you're
quite
being a
bit.
little too nice.
No, I think it's over. I think
I think they had to win Ancient, man. I really think that Big had to win Ancient there. Inferno is a map that they used to I mean, it used to be their permaban. Like, they
Yes.
really don't like this map, actually, because it goes all against the ethos of Big, where you want to set up every single consecutive play. Sometimes on Inferno, you just have to dry
But
peek
what
a
about
corner.
that patch where they had the nade bug? That was really cool.
The nade bug was their one good time. What, in 2018
damn.
or 2017 was that? The jump crouch bug? Yeah, that thing.
You
where
ever
got
the
free
alligator
information.
gumbo?
Yeah, that was one of the only times Big was good.
I've
at
never
it.
had
But before
alligator. I
that,
heard it
they
tastes
were
like
trying
chicken.
to permaban this one for a lot of 2021, 2022, and I would say that they haven't really improved with this lineup. Like, again, like JDC can do some damage on this, but this is actually a map where Stare and Stown are good. Like, Stown is actually good.
Oh, that's
at
interesting.
taking
It's like a
bananas. One
horns
of the
kind of
few
thing going
things
on
where it's
here.
like utility
Have I ever
setup
used this?
gets him into good positions, and JDC and Tabson, I just think they're a little clunky at times. They're like, they want to throw that good flash, then they go for a good swing, but it's like sometimes you just need to swing
That's
if
very
you hear
mood.
them. You need to think that you can call your own number in those positions, and they're just a little slow on the trigger.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously as well, you know, I want to keep pointing out the device factor. I think he's a monster on this map, kind of a stuff.
I think it's just consistently shown as a monster on any map, right? Like, even though that game against MIBR was ugly indeed, he still made it look good. He was still fun to watch Device play. So altogether, there's nothing more I can add to this. I feel like Big are just so uncomfortable on this particular map.
What
And the
even
fact
is
that
this?
Is Astralis' best map right now. It's a map that is making their home map, so to speak. And considering the way Ancient, I agree with you, Ancient had to be.
I don't even know what this
critical
instrument
map
is
number
supposed to
3,
be.
but the way they completely mentally crumbled, and individually as well.
Yeah, very worried.
No, dude, 5 rounds, they'd be lucky here.
What is this?
I want to say, you know, we've pointed out a lot of negatives for Astralis. This is one map where I actually really like Cadian's finishers, okay?
Yeah, you did say that yesterday.
Because so often, so many teams, I'm looking at teams like Liquid,
Weird.
for example, even, where they just send everybody up porch late round on a T side. Almost every time they go for an A-hit Astralis, they send at least one guy to wrap arch side. I think that's so important, even if you're taking a risk walking through a smoke. Sometimes it's Stare, sometimes it's Down. They'll just go through that arch side smoke just to pull off a pinch, because if you can take away those angles, it just makes everybody everybody's life so miserable that's defending that A bomb site. And it's one of the things that Astralis has clearly outlined. We want a guy to wrap. And teams like Liquid are just like, nah, just 4-man porch. And it's like, that's why you're getting Crossfire deleted. So now, all in all, I think Astralis have outlined a lot of great stuff on this map, and it's why it is their home map.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're going to see if Astralis can book their ticket to Cluj with a win over Big on their map pick of Inferno. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't
Oh,
love
it's low. Yeah, we can definitely turn it up.
I won't play window anymore. What's going on?
Mofibo præsenterer.
Chris forsvandt på en færgeoverfart i 1978. Jeg har undersøgt sagen spor for spor. Gemmer Chris' breve på hemmeligheder, der kan ændre alt.
Lyt til mysteriet om Chris, da fodboldstjernens forlovede forsvandt.
Nu er Powers digitale avis landet med over 100 produkter til lave priser. Spar hele 34% på gamer-headset med sprød lyd og forbedret bas fra HyperX. Tjek Power.dk.
Top 4 predictions here at Cluj-Napoca. Find out what the players think, who will be top 4. So, hyped. Give it to me. Where do you think we're going on this 4th place?
Yeah, it's a good tournament. A lot of good teams are here. But I would pick us as a top 4 place.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not first.
Nah, not first. Gonna be a bit realistic, but if we get top 1, we get it. And I think.
Anyway,
it's a good place to be.
I got Frozen with me from FaZe. Now give me your 4th.
So I would have Ford Mongols.
Got NQZ with me from Pain. So come on, give it to me. Who you putting in 4th place to start off with?
I'll go with Mouz.
Mouz?
Yeah, Mouz. Because I think they recently made a good move, but we will have to see how they will adapt to it. So for me right now, maybe they're in their shape to win the tournament, but for me, I'll put them in the 4.
Got Exit with me from MIBR. So who are you going for 4th and why?
I can put Mouz. I think they have a new IGL, and they have Spinks coming into the team. His first time.
Yeah, it's true.
I think they're going to do good.
Backside, you're going to give me you
Man.
this.
Yeah, well, we have to go
I enjoy
through all these
this.
teams to prove ourselves. Yeah, probably just FaZe, because they're just, I don't know, they can just win it if they want to, I guess. They're just one of those teams. They're just like, it's really inconsistent, but sometimes they're
It's so fun because nobody has any shoes on in the PGL studio. It's like a rule.
I think they are playing really good right now.
I like it though. It actually makes it feel like super homely. Like everyone's walking around, socks on.
For me,
It's
they
kind of
have
nice.
the potential to win the whole tournament. They're playing really good, but for me, teams like FaZe can beat them, so I'll put them in 3rd.
Yeah, I'll go Mongols.
Ooh.
So I think they're a very strong team, and the way they play is really good.
3rd, Mouz. I think it's Mouz. Always good team. I like the super skills. They have some really good anchor players.
2nd,
FaZe. I think he's one of the favorites to win these tournaments. I think they're a really good team, despite the fact that they put a Legion on the team. They need to show up more with him, but I think they are a great team and they are one of the favorites.
2nd, Big.
2nd place, probably Mongols.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
Mongols. I think it's like a bit same as Mouz. They're like super skilled, super much chaos.
I'm going to say Eternal Fire. And then, because they've been really strong lately, I feel like. And I think they got that new energy with Jota as well. So I feel like they're feeling motivated and good.
I'll go with us.
True.
You?
Yes, I'll go with us.
Not 1st place for yourself.
We have to see. If we reach the finals, I think we can win it. But
Let's go NQC. Let's go.
Leave it to the fans. Oh, they can decide for themselves.
I feel like I need to learn how to speak some Portuguese, man.
Maybe.
All right, FaZe can go 1st place.
Maybe that's part of the
He's
future.
too humble to say it, but he knows what's going to happen.
I'll go with FaZe. Yeah. I feel like they're the most solid team in the tournament, so I'll go with them.
First, I pick face.
Alright, so obviously FlyQuest first, because that's the only thing that makes sense.
It might be hard.
Go.
Yeah, I need to put ourselves because when you come to this kind of tournaments and you don't believe in yourself, why are you here? So I'm putting yours in first place.
I like it. Don't stop believing, man. Thank you very much.
Hey, what's up, the doc? How you doing? Is this my Twitch lagging? It shouldn't be, right?
Good. Back. You're attending Counter-Strike School. Professor Birchall will be in a moment, but first I must take the register. Attendance, dear guy, _ present. Mr. Patola, present. Nasmo, present.
Favorite match ever casted? I don't know. It's been a couple of insane ones in
and I will also be referred to
Cologne,
as
obviously,
Sir.
and then I think the Astralis win over VP in Atlanta was pretty sick. Man, there's been so many. There's been too many. Is the problem.
With the dusters.
Yeah, well,
I've done too many Counter-Strike games.
I don't know if we're going to need a third lesson.
Maybe there's some knuckle dusters.
If you know what I'm saying, I think this might be an efficient class to start off our day. And it is the last day of group play, is it not?
It is indeed. PGL, we've been rocking the Swiss format, but with best of threes the whole way through. Not those silly best of ones. You get to stretch the map pool to determine who the top 8 are going to be for the BT Arena going down Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're getting there damn quick. This is the first tour stop for PGL in 2025. They've got the Bucharest event coming up next. After that, Astana.
Kind of 15 finals.
Later in the year, Belgrade.
Belgrade. Lots of people are present. Good to see the register's been taken.
Did they say I or their name?
They're saying sir, and they're also saying present. Good to see that Lonert is here. Jiggy Jordan, good to see you.
Good to see you, Jiggy.
I was worried about Jiggy Jordan.
But he started sitting in the front of the class.
Yeah, the problem was that Jiggy Jordan kept talking to Bob CSG.
Yeah, well, that's going to get you.
Yeah. Just sit down, keep your hands to yourself, and let's get ready.
And if you didn't bring a pen...
Oh, I never brought a pen.
I will allow it for you to put the digits into your phone.
Do you know what I think I'd do if I was a teacher? I'd be the cool teacher. I'd say, listen, I've got pens, but they'd be really embarrassing pens. You know, like I'd give you a big one with a big fluffy feather on the top or something. So like you'd pay a price. You'd look a bit silly.
Know there'd be some attention seekers who would love it.
Oh, they would. I'd probably love it. Yeah.
Here's a fun factor for everybody. 4 of the 5 players on Astralis all have the same crosshair.
Ooh.
Maybe with slightly different colors, but
it's kind of like they've got the same shoes, you know? Everyone's got to be the same in some way.
In some way.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's get into it.
Decoy up mid, 4 players up second mid, contact into apps.
Yes, so they're going to go out apartments, obviously. We'll see if the molly's used for the bike back pit. Device has the flashes to set this up. Crimbo and Hyped to receive them, the only 2 defenders on A.
Yeah, he's in trouble now. He's in a lot
We're
of
going to need
trouble.
a lot more USB headshots here, big. A lot more. He is super dead. Damn. Fresky with a subscription. Thank you so much. It actually helps me out an enormous amount. Thank you so much. Welcome to the cult. Everybody say welcome. Don't know if you realized, but you did join a cult just now. Can't leave again either, unfortunately. But we know we have a good time, so that's good.
Chad, he is a fountain of knowledge of this game. He's played it for a few years. Maybe,
a lot of youth.
Maybe 15. Maybe more, actually. More like 20. Close to 20.
20?
Yeah.
More than 20.
More than 20 years. And that's probably more than you've had on this planet. So we're going to learn something.
And that's fine. You can call me Unk as well.
So Unk, I can't call my professor Unk. I think I'd get a detection
I'd be the coolest professor.
So the Astralis pistol approach, what did we learn?
We learned the big gamble that it was going to be B, and that their A defenders were unable to get enough kills.
I love when you cast. Just saw you on Twitch once playing right. Oh, that's super awesome. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Understood.
The plan is to be doing some more casting as well in the future. I'm not gonna lie. I've got plans.
Does that mean
okay,
that
guys.
we can expect? How much Kevlar was saved? I didn't actually pay.
Just 1 pair.
Oh, okay, never mind.
But that's fine. I am. We can expect a FAMAS that's been invested by QB and given to Crimbo.
Love a FAMAS.
C418. I don't even know what that is.
Stan's always like, what are these? It
What is
always
it?
looks to me like, what are these idiots doing?
Yeah, that's the one the face.
Oh, hold,
like, guys, these guys
hold
are
up.
bots.
Well, these bots have the opening kill and full banana control.
That's a very strong start for a CT side. Love that. Stair poking his nose out mid, and there is a 3-man crossfire established.
Oh my god.
An important conversion.
Astralis.
Well, this round really.
What are you doing?
2-man discrepancy. Yavi's gonna.
Is confidence the missing key for Astralis?
He really
They're playing with full.
Inferno's is
Yeah, maybe,
see
but
if they can claw this one back
confidence is like a confidence is a side effect of something else, right?
In, and that is a slam
Like
dunk.
I don't think you can't really just summon confidence. And if you can,
Smoked off. Tabson
I will argue it's not going to be a very deep kind of confidence at all. So like maybe you can summon confidence for a round or something like that.
Get out that easy.
Now, the
So like I think the better kind of confidence is confidence that you build through, you know, like trust in a system and a bigger vision and a bigger like it's a bigger structure that lies underneath.
He thought there was going to be full commit.
But I mean, like, sure.
JDC can still save them, and there's a fast banana flank.
Yeah, very fast.
What's up, Katie and Glazer? Well, you know what? You're in time.
Yeah, so now they're going to make them wait for it.
Astralis had an insane time on map number 1.
Now running though into JDC or Astralis, it's a 1 versus 3. Where
But I mean, I think you're right, Jablomo. Like, in a way, yes, confidence is what they're missing. It's just that that only answers like half the question. Do you know what happened, or where is the guy who used to be the main caster for Facer tournaments and like he was bald? We're talking about James Bartle, the man, the myth, the legend.
Clan is when they were known as Bug Clan.
I think Bartle's still out there somewhere. I don't know.
Legia's behind him. Oh, he's in the server, I think, at that point.
Jumping over walls,
crouching,
seeing things that not everybody else can.
Yeah. God, the history of the big clan, like the peaks.
I think Dan is out there. James is out there somewhere. I know James is one of the guest judges for the map core competition that I'm judging as well.
Smooth. All right, this will be an eco farm. So this, you've just reminded me of something.
What?
Old boys incident didn't help him. No, maybe not.
From an Anthony.
But
and Anthony says
it was a kind of a crazy situation, you know.
Anthony's been thinking.
I think Battle does some Apex stuff, yeah.
It was definitely Anthony.
You say the th?
In Australia, we do.
Oh, we're just different.
Do you guys not do that?
I don't think
so. You say Anthony.
Yeah.
Do you not say the H? Really?
I don't know why.
I think.
I'm not like the jury.
I don't know. I mean, James is a guy who has like a ton of hobbies and
he says, "G'day, fellow Aussie."
interests and talents and like.
Yeah, please do. So Anthony.
So I don't think James is like.
You could say that too.
You know, bored waiting around. Like he's the type of guy to do stuff basically. So
okay, but
I'm not worried for him in that sense.
This will not be completely formal, as it's mostly a hypothetical. Well, that's nice. I'm glad it's not formal.
But I always think I thought he had like a really funny style, you know.
This roster is entirely UK based, and I've made up what I think to be a decent core possessing players. With some position shifts.
Does he start with Smooth?
That's why we got here.
Yes.
Now,
what is with the chicken?
Yep.
Thomas.
Why is it? Its eyes were glazed over.
So
Mr. Merriman.
Merriman, strong. Actually, not the worst team so far. I like it.
Now he's missing a 5th. He said he's struggling to find a 5th.
Okay,
what about someone who would fit, but he's a horrible scout. Any ideas? He wants Def as the coach.
Okay.
But you just found a British player on HLTV, didn't you?
Azoo.
There you go. So we've made the team. There you go, Anthony. Or Anthony.
Man. Do you know, I have negative national pride.
Those two current casters of Astralis Big are two favorite at the moment as well.
Watching the football again.
Yeah, I mean, the problem in Counter-Strike is we have way too many good casters. Is the kind of the challenge at the moment.
JDC not prepared.
We have a lot of really good casters and
Tabson just a little bit far away. Deep app smoke. Now Crimbo does
not enough
throw that
work
out
for everybody. Big challenge.
Rap would be nice now.
They're looking a bit rappy.
Arch smoke and a library smoke and go.
Looking a bit rappy.
Just need a good flash for hyped.
Nice.
He's gone and got one. Nades. Lots of nade.
Oh, that felt like a pre-fire.
It was.
What the bloody hell was that?
It was the 3rd bullet in his spray, and he peeked into the 3rd bullet.
Dan!
Just there. How sick is that? He's just he's probably just wandering around for his team here. Tabson. Oh, don't. Okay.
Damn.
Just gonna say, don't fight Tabson. He's also pretty good. I miss Sato. Yeah.
How do I make a UK team? I need to become
Caster.
a millionaire.
Yeah. I mean,
Don't know.
nobody can disagree with that.
Ahead of time. We'll see in about 50 years.
Yeah.
Okay, well, 4-0 start for Astralis. Now they'll get to 5-0, and then Big will go on a 12-round run. That seemed way too easy for Cadian, didn't it? Perfect
I want to
flash.
see this from Stair, yeah.
Oh. Well, come on.
Yeah.
Come on now.
I don't know why there are only 4 casters at LAN and they invite the same 6 people over and over again. But I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Stair.
Is he?
Yeah, not Rene Borg.
It's a cool name. So his name's Viggo Borg?
Yeah, Rene Viggo Borg.
Rene Viggo Borg. Okay, I'm glad we got that clarified.
I think so, because his name's Victor. Is Vic? Oh.
That's very bold.
Well, the partial buy dealt with this time rounds. 3v5 for Astralis to work
I actually think this version of the lineup is, if they can keep this energy, I think they're going to be fine.
Someone's already read how it's going to go. Someone got the script.
I lost hope on Big shortly after Gobby's leave was announced.
There'll be a tech pause, then 12-0 run.
Then attack pause
by Big after the attack. Astralis wins a few
Yeah,
rounds,
I don't know. I feel like I've been wrapped up in the Big hype train so many times, and every time I'm like, oh, why did I get on this train?
I don't mind the Chotchki placement from
I was
PB.
appreciating it,
So, you know.
I like the way it rests on his hand.
It's good Chotchki placement.
It is. Best Chotchki I've seen in a while.
I'm always a bit, yeah, I mean, I don't mind Thompson doing what he did. I feel like every time I see this team play, I'm like, ooh. At the start of the season, I'm like, oh, Big. And then after a while, I'm like, oh, again.
All right, well, not a lot for Hyped and Crimbo to do. I'm just going to have to try and hold on to their goodies and give it a go into the next. It's the armor that's most vital. It's not really the weapons by any stretch of the imagination. They'll be getting the rifles out into the next. Hyped, as far as an AWP is concerned, should be able to don that if he ever so chooses.
Is this what they call max loss bonus, Professor?
Is indeed.
5-0 in favor of Astralis, damn.
1400 into 1900 into 2400 into 2900 into max of 3400.
God's sake.
Now, this is a little bit disappointing for Big. You wanted to come in today and put your best foot forward, and I felt like you did, but then you tripped, stumbled, and fell down the stairs because it was icy outside. You're going to take your first tactical timeout, get the coach on the mic, and he's going to say, listen, boys, we don't win this, it's done. We will not be playing on the stage in Cluj.
Can't lose from 5-0. Wow.
And we will be giving the victory to the Danes. Astralis,
they shouldn't,
have been through
but they definitely can.
The wash.
I mean, I will also reiterate just how important it is for Astralis to be in these playoffs in pursuit of an invite to the major. They were coming into this one ranked 12th. I believe it's the top 10 that secure that invite.
Yeah, so you need to make sure that you're just talking Europe.
Yes, sorry, specifically to their region.
Yes.
Yeah, but they were coming into this one at 12. And they had 2 opportunities. It's this event and...
currently, Fresky, I'm doing a bunch of online Counter-Strike.
After that, we have Lisbon.
Yep, so...
and then we'll see what happens after that.
Group stage of Bucharest when April 7th.
One of the reasons why I wanted to do...
Astralis are in Lisbon.
So yeah, those are going to be some options for them.
Yeah, still a couple of tournaments for things to chop.
Why I want to do more streaming content is trying to get myself out there a bit more. So more TOs kind of notice and say, hey, we need Anders back, you know. I kind of am creating a sustainable business model where you don't need to be a top 5 team, but it can make it work just around being invited to the biggest tournaments.
But as soon as they want it, they'll take it.
Indeed.
It's not going to be...
Oh, that flash did absolutely nothing.
I agree. I know what you mean, Gaming Paul. I understand.
Well, then what kind of an audacious swing is that?
But like that's
you knew
really,
Device had an AWP.
Yeah, you'd have to throw.
And I mean, if they keep doing it right, if they really create this like identity around being German, you know, having all the stuff, then who knows where it'll be in the future.
This is why we've got Professor in, helping us learn, helping us.
I don't mind. I agree.
Information.
It's the worst time to learn, though.
What, in the morning?
No, with everything on the line.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
you've come to this is the exam.
Yeah, we're in the exam.
Guys, you're meant to know at this point.
We're reading questions and it's starting to teach us things.
Oh, so close to getting wall banged.
Oh, the hyperdrive needs to initiate.
But yeah, like in terms of casting, we'll see. We know. I feel like there's been
now 2-2 split of the defenses. Need to rotate over towards A quite quickly. Stalled out 25 seconds. QB to fight.
I mean,
And Flash first, lovely lineup double. Sound puts him down.
I don't know why I suddenly stopped getting invited. So I didn't change my how much it costs to hire. I think I've been asking for the same money for like the last more than 5 years. It's got to be like closer to like 7 years, I think.
And they are on the board, so now
like I just didn't change my rates at all.
Make it 11
so
consecutive off the back of that one.
Professor, another question I have. Why does the cutoff happen in the middle of a tournament? That was something someone was asking.
Well,
you can just say, that's not in my class. You can.
So, the reason...
Yeah.
Oh, hold up.
Yeah, let them talk.
Yeah, Fresky, I know what you mean, but it wouldn't work in this case. I understand exactly what you're saying, but...
I feel like a fly on the wall.
Okay.
Now, we obviously should be able to hear that. We can't understand it. But I don't want to talk over it because some Danish people will get it.
Yeah.
And I would love them to.
But yeah, basically, I mean, you know, I feel like there's been a lot of chatter in the community. People are sort of starting to notice, hey,
send it to me on Twitter. That'd be greatly appreciated.
we're not seeing, you know, Anders at any events. What's going on? So I appreciate that. Like, that's one of the, you know, I think more talk like that, and maybe something will change, you know?
Yeah, swings wide.
That's kind of that's my hope, you know.
Uses that to cross back, ready for the potential apps aggress.
Start a beef with a TO and start working with a competitor, yeah.
Top banana, JDC's a dead man. It looks
oh, okay.
Oh god.
This is what I mean. This is what playing against somebody like Stown should be like. It should be this kind of experience. That's what it was in the past, where it's like, oh shit, boy just opened up and wrecked like the entire map.
To get visas for.
Yes.
So that is a priority number one.
So,
that's why the cutoff is so early. Now, the question being, why is it in the middle of
what's up, Andy? Welcome to the stream, man.
That is a Valve problemo, as they're going to take everything away. It's just hyped. Valve.
Yeah, but I actually think this is like a slightly different version of Stown, okay?
Softly, now this isn't official, said to TOs that they will release the ranking on the first Monday of every month, like an official update.
Long time fan. Thank you.
April 7th is a Monday. Let me double check. And it is. So that just happens to fall on the 4th day of PGL.
Since the Room on Fire days. Yeah, it's been a minute, man.
I assume that there is a chance that they will curtail the practice of doing it mid-matches, like we saw during Katowice.
Yeah.
And maybe they'll do it at the start or the end of the day. Probably the end, because they are based in the United States of America.
Yeah, but it's something that's just going to be...
Did we ever get the scoop on how that ended, the Room on Fire stuff?
It's not great.
It just kind of,
we're in a teething,
you know,
period of time at the moment, so things are going to be pretty tough in this first season.
It just kind of ran its course, I think, you know.
But we're going to work to
like for that project to work, I think Semner and I would have needed to like kind of like be full-time running that company, and you know we were full-time casting, so somebody had to run the company and nobody did.
Doesn't look good, does it?
So
okay,
it is what it is, you know.
Why
so
they're playing it like
it was fun, though.
A high-skill pug.
Yeah, so let me read out their results on Inferno this year.
Oh, this is going to be good.
A 16-13 loss to Wildcard. A 13-4 win over Imperial Valkyries.
Oh.
A 13-6 loss to 3D Max. A 13-9 loss to 500. A 13-1 loss to FlyQuest. A 13-9 loss to Eternal Fire. And a 13-11 loss to Wildcard. So they've played it 7 times.
Okay.
And they've won it once.
Grimbo.
What's that perma?
Grimbo.
I believe it has shifted, because for the longest time they would always just be banning out the
Has Samna just... Yeah, he's basically doing non-esports work right now.
Removing Train.
Don't think he has like a lot of
a team in the position of Big, you would be more beneficial trying
like a lot
to
of
define and play
dreams about like returning or anything, as far as I can tell. So
100%, especially because if a team has a proper perma,
exactly,
you can punish pick.
Yes. So maybe this is why I said yesterday that it's going to be interesting.
I'm happy to see Elysian phase. They might take this PGL event already. Maybe, yeah. I think Elysian. It is looking really sick.
But 7-1 for everybody listening.
Very, very interested to see how it plays out.
Watching. Obviously, the preferred method of consuming Counter-Strike.
Apparently, yeah, good damage.
A lot of damage in the middle.
Okay, that's
hello.
That's kind of what the desk
Wait,
was talking
what?
about. The hype.
Stair got both those kills.
Yeah.
How did he get the other one?
More than a repeat. Goes straight out of an arch.
Is he just way quicker than me? Presumably is the answer.
No, they've got the A site for free in their savings. So this is, you know, the. Let me put it
I think.
Absolutely slammed Aloe in a pug the other night.
I think that definitely is a.
That makes me happy.
Finish 5-stack. We slammed him.
It is a very different experience when you are like on top of the world with the community, and then when the community kind of don't like you anymore, it's a very different feeling. And obviously, that partly happened with Semler, and then
it brings me joy to know that you smashed them.
You know, the esports scene just changed a lot too. I think.
Ancient.
Yeah. They tried B-rushing on you, you just shut them down.
Well, they tried running out mid so many rounds. They force-bought like 3 or 4 rounds in a row. And I was like, I know me and Yam are 35, but like, put a little bit of respect.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's important. Like, if you don't enjoy it anymore, if you're not having a good time, then stop doing it. Like, you know, you don't have to only do esports, right?
The dishes,
could we do a round where we let the game speak for itself?
Does that mean we just don't talk?
Yeah, because some people think that the commentators talk too much, and I'd agree.
Yeah, oh, 100%.
Don't get me wrong, I agree.
Yeah, but we're paid by the word.
Exactly. So you guys can change that.
All right.
My PayPal is.
Yeah, let's see what Counter-Strike is like. Pure.
This is where, guys, you get to really appreciate how good storytellers Shev and J-Raz as the dynamic duo are.
This is purely visual storytelling.
So for the audio only, we're sorry for this round. We will update you of the score at the end. Are you going to hold your cough button for 1 minute and 55 seconds?
No, I just put it up.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I'll do the same.
How many people on Twitch channel like finally? To be continued. Now you cast, yes. Time, it's my time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're in round number 10. We've got Astralis now playing the T side. Bigger on the CT side. Second map here at PGL Cluj-Napoca, and Big are down a map. And they're doing terribly to begin with here in Inferno. It is Astralis map pick. We know it's going to be a good time for them. They look revitalized. Device is playing as good as everybody's got Stown and Yabby by his side. And that has made it a brand new team. Back to bigger grenades. Anyway, I think this is a really, really bad look for Big at the moment, isn't it? How are they messing it up so much? They had the momentum coming into the tournament, didn't they? Everyone's excited. Big is cooked. They need to make sure. But what do they change though? That's the problem. Who can they change at the moment? Oh, okay. All right. Wouldn't it be funny if chat and Alex picked this round and there's like a 1 versus 4 or 5 or something, like that's one.
I really loved, they used 3 nades to clear that bottom banana smoke so that he could stay posted up with the AWP.
I really like that. I mean, it's something we've seen from multiple teams, but this like nade throwing to break and lineups to do.
Yeah, that was sick.
I really and
that was awesome.
Also, like, shout out to Chev one more time.
That was really good observing.
Like, you caught everything.
That was
you caught
great,
everything.
Second round for Big, 8-2, 6-round difference. See if they can grab 4 before the halftime break.
Can't got B on the roster.
Chat, it's hurting my feelings. They're saying it's better.
Yeah, but they're just remember they're just doing it intentionally to do that.
Maybe we should just. Maybe we don't talk anymore.
We won't have jobs.
Oh yeah. Actually, that felt like we might not have a job. Actually. I felt like that was a risk, you know. Just gonna have some guy knocking on the door like, actually, you've proved to be surplus to requirements.
Well, what we could do, because when we do the arena games, we do let it breathe a whole lot more.
We do,
right? Because there's the crowd, there's the ambiance, there's all of that good stuff.
Oh, audio only listeners.
Honestly, you could have more viewers in the PGL broadcast if some people with big following would
5 more rounds.
advertise Dreamer. You could do watch with Shroud or
Let's
only
see
people.
how they operate in this one.
Maybe I don't know. It's hard. I think if this co-streaming stuff works out in a big way, I think it'll be down to just kind of doing it and building it over time and getting more people involved, you know, and just kind of trusting in the process of it would be my guess.
Stair forcing them back.
But it could be fun. I mean,
Re-smoke banana. 20 seconds.
I mean, obviously it'd be fun to do more co-streaming stuff with people, but I just don't know, you know. I think in the future we're gonna have Zeus back here again some more.
Available.
Because him and I did like some co-streaming for the IEM Katowice tournament. That was really fun. Probably do that again some more.
Returning for late banana. 55 seconds on the clock. Tabson on his own.
Incendiary jiggle. 43.
Yeah, Zeus is great energy. Yeah, he does. Like, just a super funny guy, but obviously he's, you know, he's got a bit of relevant experience to the field, you know.
30 seconds. Heavy B rotation.
Bomb goes mid.
A will be the finish.
Hyped and Crimbo, pit and sight.
20 seconds.
Crimbo and Hyped onto device. Oh, Crimbo double. That's round defining. The round should be over.
Okay, a little bit too late. Stare and Stown should
It
just
definitely was over.
Money has been
No way to
broken
plant a
late in
bomb.
the piece, and we will likely see Big get up to 4. These 2 AKs, no loss bonus for the 2 of them, obviously, so they won't have any U-tilt. Device, Cadian, and the likes of Yabi can go into Galil's, Mac 10s, maybe something a little bit juicier.
Free Nightbot lead. Are you still together with your wife? Yes.
Unlikely BAKs to be
Yes,
invested
we're still together.
So it is late for Big to be getting back underway, but for... Well, it's better than 7-1, I'll tell you that much.
Our wife, yeah.
4 they can work with.
So they're going to charge in for this full banana control once more.
What's up, Elmo?
So Deagle, Galil, Mac 10, that's the investment. So remember the lighter U-tool, so...
The family, the cult matriarch, yeah.
Astralis need to get a move on. Won't be able to play out late round like they have been doing.
Good nade. Hayden and Stair take damage.
Coming up short.
Crimbo needs to either block or establish this crossfire. Hyped, scoped up.
Rotation here.
QB a third man. Into the site.
Ooh, okay.
Blind. Nice shots.
Okay.
Crimbo's just been owning.
It's a little bit late, Big, but you know what?
17 frags. He's recovered the half for him.
Yeah, at least do something.
The next highest, 7. A 10
Crimbo with
kill
17,
discrepancy
Jesus.
between number 1 and 2 for Big Clan.
Yeah,
Do you see a scenario where Maniac comes back?
In these late round scenarios. That's why you don't want to get too skittish with your rotation.
The-
So quite a few multi-kills for Crimbo.
The problem is,
I think
like,
he managed 5 in total.
Crimbo didn't look at
the truth is everybody on a broadcast is replaceable, right? So, you know, even if we, you know, all agreed that, like, okay, he's a totally reformed human being and it's all different now, the problem is, like,
Nu Powers digitale
Who's gonna take the risk, you know? What do I know? What do I know? Danish Twitch ads. Sorry, guys.
Chris forsvandt på en færgeoverfart i 1978. Jeg har undersøgt sagen, spor for spor. Gemmer Chris' breve på hemmeligheder, der kan ændre alt.
Mysteriet om Chris, da fodboldstjernens forlovede forsvandt.
I think he's like the line, probably.
I think it's shifted because
You know,
of
if you
how
say like,
good
don't cross the
T-sides
line,
can be now
you'd say
with
like
banana control
something like
utility of
that.
their own. And I think because of the bigger spread and the longer duration of Molotovs, you're, I wouldn't say guaranteed, but you're favored to win out that fight. And just think about the game the other day with like Fozy hitting the double leg shot into the nade, and they were throwing so many nades top banana and brutalizing. So I think that it
shifted.
Well, I don't know if it shifted, but I can see it making sense for it to be quite equal, especially if teams are being really stubborn for banana control.
Yeah,
on both sides of the
I don't know. It's always very different, isn't it?
This could be quite a cut and dry pistol. This god
Hell in a cell.
Vogue. Everyone loves it.
Okay, we're seeing this.
So
I
double
actually
smoke.
love the setup for Astralis
Molly new
with
box.
Device
Yeah,
playing
well,
forward in the
that's
apps.
question. Where is the Molly destined for?
They
So are
can
you
stack
worried
the B
about-
bomb site.
Oh, lovely.
I don't think it's worth bringing out 15 back, unfortunately.
I hope it doesn't. But if he kills the
I think
Vice,
it's
it
too
might.
it's too crazy. Oh,
Okay, gotta change things now.
that's
Gotta change
they
things
got
now.
to know.
Let him
Yes.
just
Oh,
commit to
send
it.
one player in for the info.
Yeah. Use egg, smoke egg, seg B.
So Tabson, cool your jets.
This would be a terrible commitment into B. Crimbo hasn't
They've
committed
gotta
anyway.
know.
He hasn't surged. They jumped through. They confirmed at least one.
Okay, so now the bomb's
and a
going
second.
out.
Okay.
That's all good.
Good
Everything's
No
job.
stress. And Hype might just kill them all anyway.
Do you see this Astralis
Just to talk
team
about the
as a
Molly
major
placement
winning
that you were
team,
saying
or
in
can this
terms of, you know,
team
new
even
box or-
work?
I think against rifles, you'd probably want to go new box or
Astralis,
emo.
are they a
If you're up against
major
Orb,
winning
emo
team?
would make more sense. When you're playing against a lighter buy or the potential for dual Berettas
No,
on top
I
of
don't
first
think so.
oranges, that's a great place for the Molly as well.
But I
So
think
the
they do a lot
Molly
better than they are now.
choice,
But man, it's hard
like,
for me to
usually can depend on what
imagine them
type
winning a
of buy
major.
you're up against.
Gotta be honest.
Nice round from Crimbo. We've been saying that an awful lot. 19 kills, 7 deaths, 9 more than anybody else on his team.
Off to
6 more
sleep.
than anyone else on Astralis.
Yeah, man. It's good to see you, man. Thank you for the
Force
support.
buy in and plenty of 5-7s. Miss flash mid won't cost them anything. No scout to peer down.
You got the best. Yeah, maybe you do.
Banana
I don't
control
know.
is theirs.
I
JDC confirms
I feel like.
Oh, this would be an Astralis classic.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something missing still,
8-1.
and
Now 8-5.
exactly what that is, I'm not
This
sure.
one's worth
Like,
2 for big.
MR12 2 pistol rounds at the beginning of each side, and then max money every round. There are so many different ways to try and switch it up. It's hard to know which actually makes sense.
The second smoke
about
big.
this.
I like what he's thrown there. It does give him an angle to peek around, but it doesn't work out for him.
Oh god, they're taking so much
Now, a
damage.
chance for
This is
Yabi to
mental.
get a second onto
Hello,
QB. He's
QB?
very low. It's down,
Run away, boys. Get out of there.
Running through behind him as well. A teammate live.
Oh, no.
To Crimbo surging.
Why did they-
on the reaggress? This is looking very hectic. Hype with 4 HP. Sorry, 4 bodies.
I really don't know
the one
why
with the
big
low
are
HP.
like they just the truth is they look so
45
defeated.
seconds, and
Like
yeah,
in
I like
even
did they
early on in
execute?
Ancient, like they won, they were up
explain.
5-0 in
wasn't
Ancient,
time
and then they
sensitive.
just disappeared and never
What's
came back.
going
And I have no
on?
idea why.
You have to go A now. Well, they're going to get in for free. Stairs
Like,
no
it's
longer
super
there.
weird.
He rotated over to B. They're not believing it either. So at least they'll have a number advantage on the retake, but they'll be up against the clock with no kid. Now they know they're in the wrong place. Planning safe.
Yeah, I think the
inside
higher
is
loss
hyped.
bonus is
Still very
probably
hard
a
to win, isn't it?
decent
Look at
thing
the-
to try and do.
Mac 10's on site.
No head armor though.
True. Tabson's holding his breath.
This would be a heist if Big pull this off.
Yeah, this could be a real cheeky round to steal away. Astralis would be very upset. Worried about pit side. Hyped in a good position. He can uncrouch, just has to time it right. 1, 2, heads pop. Oh, close, but no cigar. Down saves him.
Nicely
cold's
done.
And I
Did the
don't
bomb have a
often
charm?
say
I
that.
don't know. Did it?
I don't know why they forced the issue through the
Not even
stroke
up to
into
date on
B,
any of that stuff.
because time wasn't a problem.
Yeah, and you know that the buy is weak. It's like the smokes are all they've kind of got.
So the only way that I could really justify the call is if in the prep it says, oh, if Astralis are blocking so liberally and early with a smoke, it means that they are stacking the other site. But the bomb went down, so we will see.
Pursuing playoffs, baby. It's getting closer.
Big give it a go when the force their own. With those Mac 10 kills, Hype gets into an AK. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and util for everybody else. Just going to feign a bit of banana presence, car molly, half-wall smoke, and they're going to go straight in towards an A pop of some variety. So Stare to be tested alongside of Stown. Stown probably gets smoked off, so really eyes on Stare if this comes soon.
Yeah, but look at its position. That seems like it's destined for the Elite 2.
Yeah, it's a rough. I don't know, like, big is it in general. Look at the scoreboard.
But,
Hype, then Crimbo, and then the rest are not even playing the game.
Vulnerable to sight.
Thompson, JDC, QB, not even.
So because they were going for something mid-centric, just
not even in the game.
Dropping completely blocks them. If they were poppier and were going for something which would be more standard, like an apps pop with a buy like this, they would have just had to deal with one man. And now they have to reroute. They've already burnt 55, make it a minute off of the clock. Device blocks.
Riabi reaggressing.
But it's a third on A, where it was only 2 for the longest time. So this is a standard split of the defenses for Astralis.
Crimbo and Boiler Control. Looks like they are going to start magnetizing back to the B.
So Crimbo needs space. Gets nothing.
Well, this is going to be Cadian and Device on high alert.
But the orb could get run down.
Yeah, and Cadian doesn't have block util, so Device flashed off of the line, does get vision for a frag onto Hyped. 2 have slipped the net. Miss shot.
Oh, this is awkward.
Run, just as you
Super
prophesied.
awkward.
Orb falls into enemy hands, and Cadian
Cardish, what's
unable
up?
to hit those first
Good to
shots.
see you again.
Will go down into a 3v4.
Best option to make money and rounds fun is competitive to make all util free to buy. So max out inventory per. Managerial weapon. I've never heard about that. That's I always. The problem is it's very easy to come up with different scenarios. It's always very, very, very hard to know how it plays out in the long run. Ice cold way to finish that round.
18 now, just closing it down. He is single-handedly.
I think something that could be.
Conversion. Poor QB. So I'm reloading.
I don't know.
Can't swing. I'm watching.
I don't know. It is very, very hard. Like.
At my feet.
Simple gets the Tech 9.
I kind of, some part of me wishes that we could see a kind of economy that would make it more feasible for CTs to go for more retakes. Because it just is not that much fun for people to say we're saving. But at the same time, doing that is this sort of is synonymous with saying, does the economy even matter somehow, you know?
Poised there just to continue with the taps. It's the only option he had, but there's that nade, and what are you meant to do? Forcing again.
Has to happen now, doesn't it, for Big? And Tabson's a dead man. Yabi's furious just with the MP9.
$100 kits. Yeah, I mean that could be one of those things, you know. How would you fix Big?
Banana fight. In a 2-2 division. Device actually going to cheat over to
I don't know, man.
J-Raz just highlighting a missed smoke there, stuck in the sky. I'm gonna have to bounce.
I truly don't know.
Smoke long side.
Sound of the Minecraft soundtrack, does it?
Everybody rotated to address this. They completely evacuated the B side. Cadian's heading back now. This is very heroic.
I don't know what.
So we hit the brakes again.
Shock therapy.
Big just with a smoke and a molly to work with now. Hoping that Astralis have some form of aggression. Grouped up, ready to pounce.
And pounce they shall into Stown, just as he pulls away, actually, on towards the rotation CT. Stare, eyes on your screen, mate. Oh, overwhelmed.
That's
Device,
unfortunate.
what can you do? Powerful in this position.
Classic Device to win this round, by the way. There is absolutely a world in which he wins that. Like, even gets like 1 or 2 more there.
Spots another nice conversion from Hype. Good awareness of the possibility, and it's only
An increase to your loss bonus based on proximity to the bomb site.
There'll be one on the side, I'm sure.
Yeah, so he's going to walk on through.
It's an interesting idea.
Telling a lie.
Cadian, we're just building up. Like, you're the guy.
He is the guy.
You're the guy who, there's the kid. You're the guy who goes for clutches. Right now, you're not being
Yeah,
that guy.
maybe Fresky. Yeah, it's very hard. It's very hard to like.
Exit.
JDC will evacuate. Come on.
There are so many different ways to kind of
understanding that the other players in CT
try to make the game more interesting, but
so they're retaining M4.
it's very hard to see what happens over the time, over like a longer time span.
The fact that he gets 2, though, you're right. It is his position. You can just see him heat up every time. Understands those angles and the scaling of the T's so well. Always able to deliver a multi-kill, but not enough to get the round. Now that AWP falls into enemy hands, the Danes cannot invest into one of their own, and it is just that saved M4 of Mr. Casper. 3 starting B, another head-to-head in Banana early. Oh, both with half-wall smokes.
Cancel each other out.
Both of them quite poorly thrown.
That did nothing at all.
So JDC
nothing whatsoever.
only taking very light damage off the back of that. They're going to rotate the rifle around, and Yabi's even going to evacuate. So,
but yeah, I don't know. I mean,
if you are Astralis with this lead, you can gamble.
I've had lots of ideas myself on how to like change the economy of the game, but at the end of the day, it's just one of those things you have to be so careful with. You know, like really small changes can have insane implications.
Yup. This would be a very cool call if it works.
Oh, they're just faking A. Library and CT arch smoke, but no follow through, no steps, nothing. So it'll be enough to hold them in place. Top banana smoke is going to fade in about 5
We're about to
seconds
witness the most epic reverse sweep in this tournament. Damn.
Yeah,
Morpheus, could you imagine?
To try and get some upgrades for the pistols.
That actually would be crazy if there were defenders around.
But now, you hear the echoes of utility on the other side of the map. The realization sinks in, and we'll just have to sit and wait for the 40 seconds when the bomb goes down. So 7 rounds for Big. 10-7, 3-round game. Slowly working back into this. Haven't given up hope yet, the Germans.
No, they're back.
10 players alive in the server as a round concludes. Rather nice dark water being shown by Katie.
Yeah, classic skin.
It is. I think it's much better than the blue one. But that's just my opinion. You're entitled to your own.
What else we got in the deck right now? What's MP9's device, Rocket Chev? Oh, he's not. He doesn't
He's
have
got the
MP9
Vox
out.
stickers, actually, representing you.
Ooh, that's an actual unicorn.
Oh my god, a unicorn 5-7 for the unicorn round. Beautiful.
The caster Wolfie?
For Big.
Okay, well, it will now be no more investments for Astralis.
Am
Just
I?
hold on to what you have. 2,400
I don't know
will
if I
get
am.
you the buy into the next.
I thought it for a second it was from
That's still a winnable
StarCraft.
opportunity because you can gamble again.
Wasn't there a wolf?
And then
Was
you
it
can take a few more
Wolfie or
risks
Wolf?
if you would like. You can actually try and give this one a look. Sure, saving that armor is going to make things better for the next round too. So we'll have to see what their opener is. But just 3 rounds away with such a strong lead at one point, Astralis are going to be kicking themselves that they let their foot off the gas because now they have to work hard. Chip Hazard getting on the microphone for Astralis. That's a callback to map 1. If you guys weren't here for that,
Yeah, there was, right?
you wouldn't get the joke.
I seem to remember, but
T-side AWPing on Inferno from Hyped.
The thing is, one of the... So when we used to play against the same Oz teams all the time, they understood like how we would start rounds. So Ricky would always do a move where he would just run straight up mid and then post on long side because he knew we'd start 3B. And then me as the rotator, I'd come back, not assuming an AWP, but to have literally run straight up mid and then be posted, and then he'd just kill me. And that sucked. So like AWPers, if they can identify tendencies, can definitely find ways to get opening picks. It is a little bit more difficult. We saw what Katie was trying to manufacture.
what
for
is
Device
the
with those
next
nade break
match?
flash
It's going to be
combos.
Saw versus 3D Max.
Which is a cool idea.
Yeah, it was great. I really like it.
Yeah, me too. Definitely seen teams evolve that.
And then Cadian's... Oh.
Poor JDC.
You hate watch
Completely,
Wolf and
unprepared for that
Haldor?
flashbang push.
You know there's 3 on B, so can you quickly mount an attack on A? Well, probably not while top mid is blocked. And Tabson...
They were up
staying
against Taste
stubborn with
Toasters,
this. They
yeah,
want to
it's
get this
hard,
banana
isn't it?
control. Molotovs, 2 of which They can drop that towards Mouth of Banana and Sandbag to secure this, but then it'll give them nothing to take the site. No harm, no foul. They're actually going to go for the double boost. So this is important because if teams do the smoke that ricochets off the wall, he will be above the smoke line. QB's got that.
Do you prefer rolling or set schedule if you're working an event? I mean, usually you prefer the rolling schedule because
that boost is going to prove to be difficult.
sometimes you can kind of like it sucks if you have to wait, not just because your day is longer. That might be one thing, but it's more like the energy goes down if it's like, oh, we've got an hour and a half to wait, and you're like, oh, what am I gonna do? You know?
What the hell? What are we? Oh, Yabi had a real golden opportunity there. Just waited a little too long. QB has saved them from an awkward one.
It's down to quickly.
Yeah, but I think it's because Yabi is he's not trying to get a kill. He's trying to win the round.
Ooh, and Device grabs himself the AK-47.
So in his mind, he's thinking,
yeah, probably save that.
If I, you know, get one and then the guy's planting, then I can kill both, you know. And then that opportunity died.
To be able to communicate the fact that, hey, there's probably two players in that position, but
it's realistic. He also just said boost. Like it is realistic.
Quite hectically. That's a good point. But QB addressing it on low HP, important double kill for him, getting him up to 10.
And we discussed Hype Torp. It was the one that really kind of broke him into the site. An important pick on Dark.
Do you think you really match with 2 or so?
Yeah.
They actually might. They actually might. Although I haven't really seen them play with body yet, so I'm gonna be honest.
What are kind of clues for people making the decision?
But this Sword team does seem pretty messed up.
What determines?
In terms of whether to do it or not?
What is like a cue for when contact is the play? Is it to do with how the mid rounds played out?
Look, I think it's pick your poison, but in a situation where you're a man down and you're trying, in that scenario they're trying surprise, right? So they're hoping
getting slightly nervous. Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay. In terms of whether or not it's the right call,
different story. And that
it's got to be still a marker that's in game meeting, right?
Okay, JDC's here.
This is getting very serious.
Yeah, I mean 3D Max do look like, oh my god. Astralis. Okay, there we go.
He is the savior of Astralis right now.
Oh, it even gets out. Just
everything.
They're still coming.
Oh my goodness. Stairs there into Tabson. Just arrives and immediately.
Actually, totally understand why Tabson wanted to do that, but
that's the bomb loose.
That is the bomb. Hello. They're pushing forward. This is super risky.
Could be playing this fade well. Stown though already with 2 kills deep.
Stown should be one of the snap players, like 100%.
I see something.
But this is super risky.
Fade imminent.
Oh, now they definitely know. What the?
So cheeky.
How has he got that? Transfer.
I have no idea how he knew that. That's crazy. I am sad, Lemao. Hello, Mr. Anders. What's up? Don't be sad. How are you doing?
He's matched Crumbo's outfit, who was also putting in a fantastic.
I don't know how Stown got that kill either.
And that has shades of Ancient, where it did seem like Fight Club, both teams just wanting to take a lot of duels. That was a 3v5 start for Big. Stown is able to double and then triple up. This is good bodyguard work from JDC, and the second is huge.
Fresky, I don't know what's going to happen there. It's an interesting.
Without those kills, they don't win this round whatsoever. It buys time for Stair to come across. Catches QB through the smoke, and the round is done.
Definitely kind of an interesting issue.
Big lose this, no money, game over. Oh, being boosted up in towards the window room.
Interesting. Don't see that every day.
So he's going to try and take a boiler peek, or is it? Double peek end of apps with Crimbo.
Trying co-streaming for the first
That'll
time.
be given over to clear. You've got
Are you trying to co-stream it?
Devices all on short side and top
Why not?
control being vied for. So here it is. He's actually
I think it's good fun.
backing off now.
No, watching them. Well then, you're welcome.
Imminent. Device flashed off of his angle. Hyped does post up. Nice utility to set their AWPer up. However, there is a timer on
what's up,
this.
Yumi, by the way.
40
Your first
seconds.
co-stream,
Tabson
okay.
lines up for library.
Well, this one we just talk a lot. And
smoke for apps.
Yeah, that's
try to, you know, try to find
Crimbo elsewhere.
typically stuff that either looks good or bad or whatever it is, you know.
Pipe up short.
Classic kind of CT side here for Astralis where you know, okay, I like it now. You look at Yabi pushing down. I was about to say they know nothing, but now they do. Now they actually know a lot. They just need a... Yeah, this is super sick.
From Stair. Time is of the essence. 10 seconds, Crimbo.
They were...
In front of their faces. There's no hope
So for just a minute, they were in a position here where they were far back on A and far back on B.
This is going to mean a lot for the Danes, right?
And
and
that can be a bit rough. Do you do hate watching? Yeah, we do. There's a lot of people hate watching, okay? On this particular stream.
But you touched on this when we kicked down the series, right? We're talking about the core of Heroic, a team in the last couple of years who were defining a lot of these aggressive.
We also play a bit of piano
CT
sometimes.
Maneuvers, proactive nature, reactive, whatever active Maui wants to call it. You have Stair.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I'm just watching. We're just watching country, having a good time.
Astralis jersey.
What more do we need?
And they've been looking for success. A playoff.
Stair. I
PGL
know.
Cluj-Napoca 2025.
Strange name, isn't it?
Hasn't been pretty.
And it continues to be that way.
How you been, Yumi?
At least for Big Clan's sake. Not their strongest map and being punished for it one by one. They fall and it looks like a team nade.
Oh no.
JDC's fate for this final round. It's not.
They had another team nade earlier.
Big Clan, a 2-0. Astralis in their campaign for playoffs completed. PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
He wanted to high five Stair, but he was already on.
Deeper of a run they can make.
Thanks for reminding me what year it was, Alex. Always helpful. Yes, Astralis looking good.
1 hour to the next match, is it really?
Big, very comfortable, and you know we're finding their level and seeing these.
How's it been
in their game.
on the coach streams lately?
Nice. Which can be levied the way of Big, but right
yeah,
now,
I feel like I'm in a pretty fine mood at the moment.
Like a boost of an injection of confidence they desperately needed. Star naturally having a pretty good map. Sure, Big made it way easier for Astralis than it really should have been, but I think for Astralis, maybe this is what they needed. Also, the fact that they've been playing non-stop for a while right now, so now they get a bit of a break.
Yeah, and look, obviously they are grinding. We heard from Katie and about how, you know, they're trying to get to grips with CS2, trying to make these adjustments, trying to flesh out their map pool. It hasn't
Is it
been
really
spectacular,
CS2?
their campaign so far, but making it to the playoffs, obviously.
Is it really CS2?
Trajectory they're hoping to head in.
Consistently, actually, really strong stuff for their Inferno. I feel like they're starting to figure out their map pool quite a bit. All in all, I really do think that Astralis can begin to depend on their Ancient and Inferno.
Oh shit, I just...
I
TJ...
would say that, you know, this is
1773. Shout out Anders. Signed my hat at a CEVO tournament with a bunch of other casters. Much love to all the CS talent helping paint the narrative of history. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's super awesome. Yeah, welcome to the stream, man. Let's go.
I feel like he's kind of going back and forth between him and JDC
Let's
for the
go.
best player on this team, and it's a bit of a shame, you know.
It's pretty late. Yeah, I agree, Pete. I feel like that's if that's what they're saying, it sounds like sort of a ridiculous. Be like, we're still getting used to CS2. It's like, guys, it's your job. Like you just have to. Got to find a way to have more of an impact. If that's the case, I don't know. I'm not buying that. I don't accept it.
The wheels seem to come off a little bit, so they're never out of the woods, even when they have a commanding lead.
And I think it's something which was evident in the first half. I think they were 8-2 up, and a little bit of complacency setting in, where there's one particular round just walking in, you know, towards the A bomb side, just 3 players making a hit there, where it felt like more like a desperation play when they didn't really have to do that. And I just want to tell the Astralis they're listening, like, you don't have the luxury of having some of these rounds like this. You want to win these rounds, win these maps rather very convincingly. And I feel like they did lift their foot off the gas pedal a bit, which is what allowed Big back into this game to a certain degree. But look, all in all, they got a job done there, very clean fashion. Big, the first 5 rounds on Ancient was the only time where you could see some signs of life for Big, but apart from that, it was Astralis all the way.
shout out to Stair also. I mean, he has actually shown, I mean, he's kind of the reason actually that Astralis is so good on this map. I mean, great pit defender in general.
Have you cooked anything over the
like
show? No, I haven't actually been doing any real cooking at all. I made nachos the other day, but that's like,
always a guy, and they don't really
does that even count as cooking? I doubt it.
Teams do. A lot of the reasons that they're finding so much success doing it is because Stair has really good timings. He catches off the Moto player consistently, and all in all, I feel like he's not the most talked about guy, probably actually talked about the least of anybody on this roster, but this is one map that he truly excels at.
And considering the amount of criticism being levied their way, the fact that you're not really being talked about even from a negative or a good standpoint, I think just goes to show that Stair is one guy I can never really truly criticize.
Well.
And he does it very well.
Well, we can hear from the in-game leader, Cadian, now. He's joining us after that win. Congratulations, my old friend. You're going to be in the playoffs again. We've been listening to your interviews and your media work in the build-up to this tournament. I just wanted to ask you, now that you're in the playoffs and heading to Cluj, you did say that you felt your team was maybe still struggling to come to grips with CS2. How do you feel now? Do you feel you're trending in the right direction?
You know how it is, Rich, playing for Astralis, like the interviews, it's not really me, I'm being told what to say.
Okay.
Well, hey, at least they're leaving your name off the tweets now, that's the main thing,
That's
bro.
true, yeah.
But no,
I mean...
I see improvements, you know?
Yeah,
Good banter,
there's
honestly.
improvements.
Good
I
banter.
don't know. I think also just from a community standpoint, we are a team. Astralis is an organization that's a bit fun to hate, because I honestly think that things are not as bad as people want to make them seem. They're not perfect. They're not the Astralis era, but I mean, if you keep talking about the Astralis era, which was like 6 years ago, then you're also pretty fucking delusional. So I mean, try and take one step at the time and see the small improvements. I think if you look at the tournaments we've played, where it's been this 5, it's actually been pretty good. Most of the times when we stumbled, it's been against Spirit and Na'Vi. And then of course there's the occasional kind of losing to a team you shouldn't lose to, which happens to quite a decent amount of teams in CS2, but I don't know. Also, just like if you kind of remove the RMR and stuff, I think a lot of stuff is still pretty good. But our own expectations and goals of how we want to play is also just still pretty far away, I would say. I heard a little bit as well that you guys said like taking the gas off the pedal on the game. I mean, you can say it like that. That's not kind of the like we're not trying to give them rounds or anything, but I think just overall we're still lacking kind of some of the, can you say, perfect making in some scenarios.
Killer instinct.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think we're getting better at it, but yeah, still plenty of things to learn from.
I mean, Katie, and I know this isn't really relevant to the exact game, but it's like I can't stop thinking about it. I'm thinking about, you know, everything that Zeus said in the recent stuff about what happened with Liquid. I mean, do you have any overall just takes or your side of the story on that whole thing?
Okay.
I mean, there's many different takes, there's many different philosophies. One guy says this, another guy says this, and the third guy says whatever. I don't know. I think for some reason it was just not meant to be. I could have done some things differently for sure. I think some of the other guys could have too. And yeah, I don't know. Like even like maybe early on in my career, I was providing stuff to put out for laundry publicly, but in the later stages of my career, I haven't really like the stabby drama, this drama and stuff. It's not really me like going out, but
the stabby drama you're playing with right now.
but I'm just here, kind of getting it all. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's different takes and views, and at the end of the day, everyone is responsible when something goes wrong like that. So yeah.
Okay, just one more question. I mean, I feel like the guy we talk about the least on your roster, Stair, I was just throwing some praise at him for what he's able to do on Inferno. I just want a candid response on how important is he for you in this roster?
Yeah, he's doing really good. I think he's playing kind of a little bit that role that Tess had in Heroic when we were really good, which is like being very aggressive on the T side, playing some of the difficult roles. And then on CT, he has some of the kind of tough anchoring positions. I think that he still has like a lot of room for growth where he can become better because he quickly he picks up on things, and when he then picks up on them, he's executing them very well. But you can still see that he's like a little bit like stressing and overly eager because that's his nature, that's his play style. And right now we're also still trying to fit him in a little bit to a role that he hasn't played that much before. But like you said in the broadcast as well, I think that he has many influential rounds. And when there's kind of calmness around other parts of the map, he's really, really strong as CT. So we just need to help provide him that.
Kaden, firstly, man, congratulations, right, making it to the playoffs, considering how much you guys been playing non-stop. That's still an achievement. You mentioned in an interview how you guys have just been playing non-stop, right? You had all the online qualifiers and everything. And now you finally do get a couple of days break right here.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing the last game, Dallas qualifier.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, he's going to say no break.
Do you feel against Heroic as well? That's really fun. Do you feel just as the fact that you haven't had too much of breathing space for you guys to kind of prac and kind of work stuff together instead of just thinking about tomorrow's game? Has that been just building up? Has it been a big factor in you guys still having these kind of rough games at times?
I think there's pros and cons to being in our situation right now. You're getting a lot of map repetition and official repetitions where kind of the I don't know if you can call them like rookie mistakes, kindergarten mistakes, they just get exposed way quicker than they do in practice, where you play against maybe lesser teams and you get away with stuff. The downside is that you don't really have time to theorize and fix it. So I think now we've built up a big catalog of things that we want to look at and improve on. So it identified some of these things.
Yeah, sorry, Katie, I'm in the way.
Which would happen if we didn't play as much, but we didn't have time to fix them.
We can hear him, okay? That's the most important
part. I think now maybe we have a day or two where the schedule will be a little bit less rough, where we can try and go in depth with these things. Because I think at the end of the game, end of the day, if you also look at the Falcons game and the Pain game, like the Pain game we should have sure won. The Falcons game you can argue a little bit, but I don't know, we're still sitting with the feeling that most of the games we lose is our own mistake. And when you have that kind of feeling, I mean, I guess you also, it's a natural thing as a team, but that means that you see errors in the game that you need to do better for the next time. You're not just like, oh, they're out-shooting us or they're out-calling us,
Yeah. Well, just a last question. It's the classic generic one. I'm guessing you've already met your target that you set by getting to the playoffs. Was that kind of the overall goal here, or were you thinking maybe even a little bit further with some of the other teams not being present?
Yeah, honestly, a bit further. Was the main goal. So now we'll see a little bit who we draw. It can go in many directions. When you're like this 3-2 team, you can get one of the 3-0 ones, or you can get a 3-1. So it depends a little bit on who we draw. But yeah, I think if you want to consider yourself a team that wants to do something or aspire to do something when top 3 or whatever is not here present, then you need to aim for more.
All right. Well, look, I look forward to seeing you in Cluj. Good luck with your qualifiers tonight, and enjoy the time off. What little you get.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, take care, guys. All right, there you heard it from the man himself, the in-game leader. I love it, I think he does great work in the media. Maybe it doesn't always translate into the teams. Maybe people don't love him the way they should.
I think it's a good, I agree. It's a really good interview. I mean, Cadian's pretty good at that kind of stuff,
Historically is a hater of Astralis. They've been trending in the right direction. They actually showed me something here. They were comfortable against Big. They're beating the teams they should be. I kind of feel
that's the main thing.
Yeah, I kind of feel that's about where they're at right now.
And it's also some very candid answers coming out from him, and I really do appreciate that, right? He could have easily given some PR bullshit, but that's not the case here. And the good thing here is, and I agree with him, they have identified a lot of issues right there, and he was acknowledging that as well, right? It's not us allowing Big back into the game. It's just that we are making individual mistakes. We are stressing a little bit too much at times. And I'm sure even Caden's aware that even him, as well as an individual, there are moments where you can see cracks in his game coming from trying to do a little bit too much and whatnot. So it's good that they have identified all these issues. But what I worry is, Richard, the catalog might be massive.
Yeah,
and considering the calendar we have right now, you just won't have enough time to fix everything.
Yeah, I mean, perfection is the enemy of good.
Much to think about.
Yeah. Any final point from you?
Just that I feel like Big Clan's they've kind of just become a typical European team now in terms of style, and that's kind of my least favorite thing about them.
Is that supposed to be good, though?
No, it's just that when they decided to get Kakafu instead of Gabi, I feel like I don't see the nade stacks anymore. I don't see any kind of nerdy type of utility. I'm seeing a style where they're just trying to copy the best Navi kind of style right now, and I feel like when you're hamstrung in terms of personnel, you need to be a little gimmicky, and I think that's what's missing right now. That spark from Big when Gabi was the coach of them. It's really just I don't even know if it's a smoldering ember anymore. It feels like it's completely stamped out, and we're just getting this kind of refinement style of just here we're going to do the standard defaults, the standard openers.
Maui's wrecking them.
So much more. There's so much more flair in terms of individuals, in terms of the flashes they throw, the nades they throw. So much more unique and diverse.
Chill out, Malawi.
I'd like Big to move back a little bit more to that in the next tournament that I watch from them.
Well, we'll see. Back to the drawing board for Big. And that's it from us. It's a light work for us today. We're going to be subbed out for the new guys. But do stick around. We're going to have more action from PGL Cluj-Napoca. So we'll see you after this break.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Damn. Does that really mean that there's an hour fixed schedules? I guess that literally is what it means. 1 hour, guys. Well, hold on. I'm gonna be right back, okay? And then we'll do something. We'll figure out something to do for the hour, right? 1 sec.
Powers digitale avis landet med over 100 produkter til lave priser. Spar hele 34% på gamer-headset med sprød lyd og forbedret bas fra HyperX. Tjek power.dk.
Mofibo præsenterer.
Chris forsvandt på en færgeoverfart i 1978. Jeg har undersøgt sagen spor for spor. Gemmer Chris' breve på hemmeligheder, der kan ændre alt.
Lyt til mysteriet om Chris, da fodboldstjernens forlovede forsvandt.
Are battling against it all as they try to rebuild and find success once again. I've got Mudris with me here, and first thing I want to ask you is just how are you feeling going through this process again? Because 2024 was amazing for you guys, and we saw what you guys could do, but now it's a tough time, but it's a almost complete rebuild, right? 2 players is a big change for you. So what is going on inside just your head right now?
I mean, it's a rough moment because when you are low and you know that you need to do this process, you kind of accept the moment. But when you go to one tournament, we did some good things. And right now we feel that we are not improving. So I think that's the hardest part. Because somehow we are trying to I'm not saying that we are doing the same job that we did the last year, but we are trying to see what is good for the team, what is good for the players. And it's hard to solve some problems. So right now I think that as a team we are not even close to our potential or the level that we want. But yeah, that's our reality. So as a professional, then we need to accept that and work every day and believe that we can do better. But yeah, right now I can't lie, and it's very hard.
And obviously with your coach, you have Golden now. Again, you've opted for a non-Portuguese coach in here to bring this different level of experience in. How has your working relationship with him been so far, and how are you just approaching what you're working on as a team?
We stopped believing in Portuguese coaches because it's not about believing, it's about we want something new, because we wanted someone to be from a different background, because we had some problems that everyone on the team has, and we wanted someone different to work with us. So international coach, I think it fits to our team. We are speaking in English on the team speak all the time. Less when we are playing, we just speak Portuguese. That's when
makes more sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that right now it's not about the coach. It's about the players. I think we are the problem. So I like to think that way, because the coach is not inside of the server. He's not making the decisions. Of course, you can have the impact in the pracs or outside of the server. Of course, you need to have that impact. But when we are playing and the mistakes that we do, it's all about the players.
When you say, right, obviously it's all about the players, do you agree with like the vision that you and Golden and the players are agreeing on, though? Like, you see that this is the right way to go for the future of Saul? Not in terms of him being a coach, but in how you want to play the game?
I mean, for me, it's really hard to answer that because what I feel right now is that maybe we can have a good approach, but that approach it's not working sometimes, and I don't know if what we are doing it's right, or if I'm wrong, and yeah, it's so hard. But I've been through that with the past team. At the beginning, we had a lot of doubts, and for example,
what's the word?
Came and added all this stuff before, right?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
Talking previous that when we
Oh, it's been
signed, for
changed.
example,
They actually did move it up. Holy shit!
Jerks and stuff like that.
Damn.
Of course, we
Fair play
feel that we
to
had
PGL.
a lot of margin to improve, and we feel that we were the right
3D
team.
Max versus Saw.
But I remember that I was out of the team for 2 weeks. Because
My data says it could be for the veto. Someone that looks like a Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient. I actually think that's a pretty good,
to protect the players. I feel
pretty good
I felt that
chance that'll be
we
that.
had, so many pressure on that time, and I didn't knew how to solve that problem. So what I felt on that moment it was.
Hold on, if we're
okay,
starting already, I'm gonna go get some
out of this team for 2 or 3
nuts,
weeks,
some
and I
almonds,
need to
and whatever
rethink
else I can
what
find.
we can do.
Be right back,
best.
guys.
And after that,
So I know I just came back,
things
but now I'm leaving
started
again.
clicking again.
This time away to think and to
Yeah. So I've been in the same situations before, and I know that sometimes it's really hard. Right now, I feel the same that I felt 2 years ago. It's like I don't know how to solve some problems.
Yep.
I don't know if we are doing the best things, so it's a lot of thoughts in our heads, and I don't know if it's my problem or if it's this player problem, or if as a team right now we are not clicking, if the players are fitted. I don't know. It's really hard to answer.
Well, hopefully you can get those answers very soon. It seems like you solved it in the past, so you should definitely be able to do it again. Keep the positive attitude, keep trying, and good luck with the rest of the tournament, man. Thank you for the insight.
So much.
PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, we are on the cusp of the playoffs, which ultimately means that these next 2 games that you are about to watch with us do mean the world to the 4 teams that are all featured. My name is Trace, alongside of Pimp and Dusty Moretti down there on the end. Gentlemen, it's a good day for a cold shower.
Yeah, it's fun that you say that, Trace, because we had a bit of an issue on the hotel, unfortunately.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we did, actually. We
sorry
had
to
that
hear
cold shower, but that's good. It's good for the endorphins, good for the energy, and I guess we're just going to Wim Hof it into this game, huh?
But I thought dolphins lived in warmer water.
That could be true, as well as the porpoise, which is native to where we come from in Alabama. So I just want to throw that one out there. Also, I want to give some huge credit to Stunner really fast before we go any further.
Oh, God.
Because we all did indeed not have hot water in our showers at the hotel, but the ingenuity from Trace Saranthus is unbelievable. He used the kettle, warmed it up, the water, and did it that way. I mean, that was beautiful, man.
There's a terminology for this. It's called
MacGyvering?
No, a hoe bath. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. We're going to leave it right at that because
and
yes,
canceled.
The games we have today mean the world. Obviously, you're on the edge of qualifying for playoffs, or you're going home somewhat empty-handed. This first matchup, we're going to be featuring 3D Max and Saw. Both of these teams, precarious situation. One, not even supposed to be here. I think, as I quote Jay-Z.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and I'd even be completely blunt and completely honest right here. It means the world for 3D Max, whereas for Saw, yes, it would be nice, obviously, to get a win here and get into the playoff, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much for them outside of the VRS, you know, because they could be gaining a lot of points by beating 3D Max, considering they are way, way lower ranked, but overall, it does feel like a bit of a surprise that Saw are even in this game. They probably shouldn't have been here. Obviously, yesterday they beat Complexity 2-0, whereas for 3D Max, probably the most underrated team in this 2-2 portion of fields. You know, they've been playing very well, but been a little bit unlucky with some of their losses.
Yeah, I like to refer to Saw in the reverse as was, because they were interesting. You know, back in the day when they had that, top 4 finish at Cologne and they won that Challengers Katowice event, we saw Aerodose and U-Jerks look like these 2 young upcoming star riflers who are now playing with Snappy over NIP. They look like a great team. And Story, pretty solid opper. Uterus, veteran, but now they've lost all that star power. And Story's having a hell of a tournament. I'll give him props on that and on the opping front. But in reality, they have really just kind of lucked out by beating some teams who would just have not performed to the standard they're supposed to, such as Complexity yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, for Saul, right, so they get the best of FlyQuest. They beat up on Complexity. They took their licks from Astralis in phase. And really, I think their situation is best described as brother EU.
Yeah,
jerks.
brother EU jerks. They kind of miss him, kind of miss him a little bit over there. I mean, all the credit to Saw. You know, they've been able to make the most out of it. As you said, Story having a great tournament. But he's currently the 7th highest rated player in this exact tournament right now. So from an individual standpoint, that's very well done by him. That being said, though, as you said, you beat FlyQuest, you beat Complexity.
Damn.
If anything, Saw so far this tournament has been a team that are beating teams that probably should disband. Whereas I don't think that's going to be the case here.
Worst co-streamer of all time. She leaves the whole time.
3D Max have been playing well, so 3D Max is just in a different caliber than Complexity.
Listen, Saul winning against Complexity and FlyQuest is like being the valedictorian of summer school. Like, yeah, you're at the top of the class, bro, but, you know, you didn't really take care of business whenever it needed to be done. So it's a really tough one, whereas I think you're right, Pimp. I think 3D Max is a team that, they kind of remind me of Payne yesterday, who went on to the playoffs. A team who kind of hovers around that top 15 position, hasn't quite made a 3 as we're getting to the veto. Inferno and Train should get banned out. Oh, they actually floated Train, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that does. I did expect no Mirage, no Train, but okay.
Yeah, the new ping is coming in. That's been the go-to for Saw. You know, historically speaking, also a map they play well on. Story has been playing well on it. 3D Max, no slouch on that map either, and that's the point here for Saw. Being a dead team, you can't really punish a team like 3D Max. Now they're picking.
What did I say? I said Nuke, Inferno,
well.
Ancient.
They've been playing an awful lot. That's a map they play
And
very
it's
well
Nuke.
at. Seems to be
Dust
well
2.
structured, and then Train goes out of the window. So they were floating it Dust, but they're not gonna play it anyway.
Yeah, I had a suspicion
An
they
Ancient.
would get banned
Okay.
in the first rotation or the second rotation, as neither team really wanted to play it.
So Dust 2.
Ancient is kind of a handshake common ground for both teams.
Instead
I think
of
you're
Inferno.
right. Nuke is the one map that Saw has maintained somewhat of a positive win rate on, despite all their roster struggles. So although they're 0-2 here so far in the tournament on Nuke. But, you know, hopefully they can turn those things around, make things interesting here. But I think we all look at this as like as a formality almost. Like 3D Max should be taking care of business here, the quality of team that they have been so far this year. Though they're still kind of, you know, a little bit trying to phase body into the team. So there's a couple of bumps there. But Saul has bigger problems than even they do. So
and that's kind of the focus I want to put on towards 3D Max heading into Nuke. It's a massive game for them, right? For them to win.
All right, guys. What are we thinking?
Have a realistic chance of beating teams in the playoff. Whereas
I feel like everyone's kind of
I don't think that's going to be the case. That'll be another
excited about
another, you know, well done considering your
3D Max. Maybe a lot less so for Saul.
Look at players like Gravity, Lucky,
is my feeling.
well. They are just supposed to be better, you know, and especially the Gravity Lucky combination on the inner bomb side, they've been doing pretty well for themselves. Gravity may be the question mark winning 3D Max. I think we had the conversation yesterday as well, Dust. I think they were hoping to get a bit more out of him. It's still early days though, so there's still room for improvements.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that 3D Max is still really trying to sort out how to implement body correctly. He's obviously coming in as one of the more aggressive riflers on the team next to Gravity. You know, I think Lucky and Maka are still really the more consistent performers on this team, particularly Maka, who does so much. He's a hybrid op rifle and the IGL. Very commendable on what he's able to do on a map like this to help do things. I think the other big thing for 3D Max here is I think they're just better tactically. I think their set pieces and utility usage are really good whenever they get into the right flow state, and I think that combined with the firepower should carry them through.
2-0. 2-0, you're calling it here, Dusty.
Same.
All right, cool. We've got 2-0s across the board. We've also got
all right, you stand by that. That's nice.
Ready to kick this bad boy off. 3D
Let's go.
Max versus Saul, starting on Nuke.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise. It's a setup stage where 3D Max have to prove that if their showings at tournaments as of late are to be given the value they want them to, then you need to dispatch of a Saw that is literally a dead roster walking. We know this is the last event for these 5 players on Saw. They're not going to waste a moment. They're going to get right to the action, into the A-hit. Keep it simple, they say. And the Roman entry frag puts that bomb down. So we don't get an extra second for our introductions, but good morning, Launders.
Good morning, Connor.
Agile back in lobby, trying to hang off, but Exorcise is able to get past him. And then as he turns back to try to clear out Squeaky, he falters. Nice positioning here from Roman. He's the guy that starts it.
Nice.
He's the guy that ends it. And a Saw T
Pretty straightforward.
nicely with a pistol round win.
Who can
So I
complain?
guess the story for Soft is the power of a dead team, and on a map that at least they're comfortable on, to see if they can take
Guys,
down
check out my new
30
Instagram
Max, who,
post
you know,
things.
at best are
I'm trying to
upset
become
contenders,
social media influencer,
and
okay?
The other positive thing to say about them
Which
is
means I need
they're
you guys to
chock full
click
of
the links
tactics, and they have really good aim.
and comment.
They do hit some crazy shots on this roster.
What's up?
But sometimes
Ixoff.
play against a team like Saw.
How are you?
You do have to try a little bit harder than you'd expect. We saw
Welcome to the stream, man.
Yesterday.
We saw FlyQuest.
Are we gonna getting another Anderson Semmler cast again?
I mean, all things considered, you know, this is one of those, you've got
I
nothing
kind
to
of doubt
lose
it at the
type
moment.
moments for Saw.
Semmler is essentially, you know,
given two opponents that
soft doing other
disappoint their
things, you know.
fan bases a little too often. And 2025, no different for the start of the Aussies and the North American campaigns. And we're talking about a Saw that has been gutted as of late. You know, the star players depart, 2 more ready for the door. It really has been, well, the story of story. 1.16 rating coming into this map, as the desk alluded to. 8th highest rated player currently at the moment after our last match wrapped up.
Too bad now I saw your stream
story, though,
on.
that's lucky.
It's
Having a great event
LKS.
himself, and for the sake of the French, hoping to tack into it, because this is an all-French lineup, Mo. It's it's a conversation.
So do we just call you
that, well, you've been
LKS?
getting
Is that
behind
the
national teams?
French
Is that a shame?
the Portuguese.
Yes.
I love that.
No, we had a great time.
Everybody rolling R's and whatnot.
Mokudono. But all good things must come to an end, you know? That's how life is.
Story and body dueling it out vent side. This is looking like a good conversion, although another player will hit the ground. Bomb is going to be jumped down into the site. Uncontested bomb plant. Saw have gone ahead and done it, taking over site control and allowing for a Galil and MP9 to be saved for the next one.
I'm the biggest fan of Lucky, I think, of this roster in terms of who I feel like makes the least mistakes in some of these rounds.
25 has been the year of rebirths.
Yeah, in terms of like the style again. That
Make
they
a list.
play,
Who are we talking about?
They're the team in Tier 2 that they do bring a lot of interesting tactics, like a lot of plays. I think they kind of feel like what Big brought to Tier 1 from the Tier 2 a few years ago. In that people will take what they do because it works, but they still have some of their own game to iron out in terms of the overall strategies.
Yeah, the ideas are good, right? 3D Max, it's fun to see just any team with ideas, and I think that even some of their competition has taken note of that. I know of a couple teams out there that have a 3D Max call or two sprinkled in throughout their T-sides nowadays, but you know, there's also this fine-tuning and minimizing of mistakes that I think 3D Max are still in the process of figuring out. And for the first time in over a year, we
got some
see the
shows
roster
going.
change
Nice,
as well
not
come
bad.
through for this event. The departure of Joko and the inclusion.
Why
of
don't we see
Body.
your big majors anymore? Well,
And it's in my opinion,
I don't
a bit
know.
of like a lateral move. You know, Body's not posting his
I just
best
for
events ever.
you know, a couple of months haven't been hired.
I think it was like 2019 the last time he really
But
went to 1.1
I've got some
rating
plans. One of them
at an
involves
international event.
streaming
So
and
sometime-
content.
but, hey, he brings a wealth of experience,
I've been doing
that's
some
for
theory
sure.
craft stuff. If you guys want to
Although
click the links in this
experience
playlist
won't
and
help you when all you've got's
upvote them and all the
P250s.
rest of it, then
So
goes a
much
really
like
long
the
way.
First 2 rounds, we've already got Saw
Um,
with an advantage here, converting for the third.
And then, you know, I'm
push
just trying to get
from
myself kind of
SHR
out there more.
to go up into heaven is a possibility, and he'll
But yeah,
bring
it's
the
just,
bomb
you know,
with him.
gotta be hired for events before you can
Yeah,
work
the
them,
bomb's going heaven while they
unsurprisingly.
do send one player B.
Wait, is he really going to commit here?
Yeah, it looks like it. They want the A side.
He's going up into A for sure. Okay.
All good.
Well, they've got,
That's
they've got
kinda
a player
interesting.
waiting for the push.
And they did frazzle the rotators, as spotted here. That body Galil, not a part of the action. Gravity's Galil still in hand. And we'll see if there's any additional price tags racked up with this Saw to the 3-0 start. Muterus mutilates. That's body down. Sweeping the board for the 3-0 start. And on a T side of
Very
noon, on a day
nice.
like today, with an arena on the line, you take it.
That is when the pressure is the highest. So if Saw really can play carefree CS, then yeah, 3D Max can definitely get caught off guard. They need to be on form because it's a massive opportunity for this organization.
But yeah, I mean,
How quickly time can change things. You know, it's a big opportunity for
my
Saw
plan is to get
into
back to do
another
more
playoffs
commentary,
again
you
as
know?
an org.
I
But
still
we're
feel like
talking
I
about a
can
Saw that has obviously made deep runs in the last 12 months.
add a lot more. And I love doing it.
An unfortunate bit of a fumble, I would say, back at
It's a
Copenhagen,
huge
kind
part of my
put a
life,
dampening
so-
on the hype behind Saw, but still.
We'll see. We shall see.
IM playoffs, dude. No joke.
And Story straight up being one of the best players here at the event.
Yep. Don't want to waste
Explains
that.
wins.
In the absence of Aristos.
Oh, and he kills Mako, who's waiting for him with an off.
There it is, right? Again, X Factor. The big heavy hitter in story, still alive for this. It's the op dominance that Saw can still bring out, but
what a spray.
Cut down by Exorcise, and a little more damage into the bomb carrier as well. It's a bit of a disjointed moment here between Roman and Agile, who does get it back, though. Gravity kind of delivers his face on a silver platter.
That was a nice disengage from Agile.
Roman slicing through main control.
Yeah, this is the time to go upstairs. That was a very nice move. Gotta stay flexible on Nuke. They had outside control, they used it. Lucky has to hit this shot, but he can't.
Roman. That's the frag that locks it in. Agile catching the gravity, rotate down through the vents, Launders.
I love that. I mean, Exorcise thought that he fully committed into lower and lost sight of him. But if you're his teammate coming down the vents, you think, all right, well, there's no way he's going to come all the way back here. To the save we go for 3D Max.
Well, this is an interesting beginning.
He's able to win that duel. That's not something you see very often.
I did not see this coming.
Down secret, you have an op on them. They're coming through a very narrow staircase, so you have a good amount of op dominance on the angle dominance on that.
I have a side note conversation I'd like to get off my chest, if I may.
Okay.
I think that there's a part of 3D Max that lives on, it carries on the once upon a time French G2 feelings, okay? And the reason for that is because the 3D Max logo rebrand to me reminds me of the G2 Samurai, and this year they've switched over to the oh-so-classic black and white G2 look.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
You know, the new jerseys, the new logo, the French roster, it reminds me of a time of when G2 represented France.
That was body on that roster.
Yes,
when
it
they
was.
Represented France, so it makes even more sense. Maybe that's
what I mean.
Maybe that's why he went over.
We're slowly tapping back into it.
Yeah, I think they were a team that definitely.
One of my
favorite. There was some traditional
fashion
logos you wanna
strike.
change.
Yeah.
Why not?
30 Max's had its own charm somewhat, but
it was
it
from
also,
a different time.
Yes, a very different time.
And yeah. Starladder Berlin G2 logo. That's one of my favorite Counter-Strike stickers of all time. The G2 Samurai in the colors of the French flag. So, thank you for humoring me, and back to the action. Little French violence offered up here by Lucky. Cross held, and that's the one player of Saw that was trying to get the ball rolling towards Secret. Plenty of FAMASes in the hands of the French. Classic.
They really do like their own stuff.
Yeah, nobody makes a bullpup look better.
Extra pup, please.
But which of them's got that dog in them? Gun in hand here for Lucky. He's got utility, but don't pull it out, brother. They're coming. And he'll have a slight shadow advantage, not the widest angle, so
that is a
quick warning, but still enough. Ooh,
such a dry attack to the bomb site. They just threw no grenades. Like they didn't flash mini.
I mean, I'm gonna say this flat out.
They didn't Molotov the hut.
Yeah, like
they just walked in and shot people.
At this event, but these rounds are nicely organized. I think Body makes a pretty bad mistake where his teammate in mini gets that kill, but he needs to take a deeper angle on top of the hut to make sure they don't just ready up and wide swing him, because he falls back into a position where they've got nothing else to watch, and then they swing, and now he's 1 in 5. Very good mid-rounding here out of Saw.
Damn, what a look.
We don't know if 3D Max is the team that gets nervous before big opportunities because they don't see them in this position very often.
Yep, true. They've been trying to tap into that potential to take
maybe an early timeout here. Something to...
But suddenly they're kind of sitting on what some would hope for them would be a bit of a layup.
Kind of discuss what's going on here.
We got a dead roster walking.
Yeah, it's their best draw. This is their best draw.
And if you want to be one of these plucky teams that shows potential with ideas and starts to earn the attention of top European competition.
Yeah, I mean, I think when they say like dead team walking, that the truth is sometimes having a team where like kind of none of this matters. It's like it's such a liberating feeling, I think, as a player. Like it can also be deflating, obviously, if you're sad about the team breaking up. Maybe it's different, but
all their smokes already.
You just nobody expects you to do anything. It's not, you know, win or lose. It's, you know, just have a good time, play the best Counter-Strike you can. Kind of enjoy it.
Not gonna be able to
maybe for some of the individuals, it's also about like showing, hey, I'm a really big prospect.
CTs don't die holding this.
Voltaire, am I still living in the United States? I've never lived in the United. I wish I mean, I like America a lot, but I live in Denmark.
Frictionless plants for it to be safe. So it feels like the round. Yeah, I don't know if they go back up or not.
But it'd be fun. Be fun to live in the US, in my opinion.
Yeah. Still worth the boost.
Getting the whole family there could be a little bit rough, you know. Don't know if I trust the American education system, if I'm being honest.
Easily
but
count smokes on this round, and then you just more commit upstairs. With the time left over, Saw just sort of have to, you know, run it and hope they get an entry lower if they're going to do that.
Looks likely. We've got Body up in the rafters, but he is still the only player here for the time being.
Not in the UK, not in the US. It was Denmark all along.
Slightly. They're going to have a late ramp play as well, Saw. We'll see if that delays a rotator downwards.
They left the gap at ramp.
They're going to go up.
Yeah, okay.
They're going to go up.
Yeah, gaming pole.
Oh, and they're on high alert because they hear that boost. Roman's telling them
the haters banging shots, shutting the French down.
Rafters, what do you know?
Shut them down.
Kills come out from Saw. 3D Max, ça commence là, les gars. You've got to start getting your kills, boys.
L on Z.
Game is starting now. You have offered up Saw a free quarter of nuke.
That's his move with the free. Yeah. Even if you could pay your way through, I don't know. Maybe it's just like American movies that have made me feel like it's going to be some super or social awkward like thing. I don't know. Maybe it would be fine.
So easily to that.
But yeah.
This save's not guaranteed either. Watch him sweep it away. It's one thing to go 6-0. It's another to just hunt them down like
guys. Bomb killed 4 people.
And 4 Saw players die.
Who cares?
But, hey, you've got the extra money.
That's fun though.
You've got opposition that's not even.
That's kind of rare.
At the moment.
Yeah, and there'll be another buy-in for 3D Max, but Saw don't mind because they've got lots left over. Still worth the hunt.
Oh, what a curious turn of events we have here on our hands.
Super worth it, yeah.
I mean, their aim looks amazing. So we have Story winning that head-to-head.
Why do you guys think I'm living in
Secret Stairs.
America or the UK?
Like,
That's
there are
interesting.
a few moments where 3D Max sometimes they get the crazy kills in tight situations, but the headshots have been instantaneous here for Saw, showing their comfort on nuke.
If I was living in America, there would be guns behind me on the wall instantly. That would you would know.
2 opening kills that 3D
Fresho. The public system is entirely situational. Large cities tend to have not as good education. Yeah, I can imagine that, right? Also, the funding for public school in the US is like, it's based on, it's like funded by the tax paid in that, is it city or county? Like, I remember looking into this at one point. Like, it's super hard to figure out which school districts actually have money and which don't, because it depends on, like, how people are taxed in different, like, it's super complicated. Talking about this earlier, that would be French CS with 3D Max? Yeah, that's true. That's good. I'll take that. I think they've done a really good job.
Crossfire, MP9 not going to be able to help out.
Yeah. I can accept that. Because you have a UK accent? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Muterus making a ton of sound, though, and Lucky's passiveness pays off. Story's going to slow burn the clear. Ooh, but the smoke.
But they can go around from the outside. They don't.
Yeah, but if it wasn't for, like, the social, familiar, whatever implications of moving your entire family to the US, I probably would. I would have said, fuck it, let's go. Let's move to Colorado or move to Texas.
The main player dead, so
maybe Texas is too crazy hot. Move to Colorado, live near the mountains, live near the forest.
All of Hell Control. Cool, you've got the rooftop and T-spawn.
Sign me the fuck up.
But the bomb's ready to go lower B.
Yeah, these extremity positions good for catching lurks, but not in a...
This is a chance for Exorcist. That's the bomb. They've dropped the bomb. It's an attack out of Silo. Both players confirmed he's going to catch Story in the open. It ends up being an okay pinch at 30
French
seconds.
Legends. When are we moving?
The
That's a
fact
good
that they
question,
come
man.
together at the right moment to drop that bomb. If bomb's on Roman, it's into main, it's a plant on A, and they can't stop it. It's going to be a last-second recovery here. 15 to the clock. Roman, give it a chance. The duel
it's a shame.
versus secret. Time really not here for...
I've never been to Hong Kong.
Slips off the rooftop. 8 to the clock now.
Or Canada.
Lower player's going to run away, and that guarantees this one.
Yeah,
it's that
actually.
perfectly timed pinch
I don't know
from
why I never.
3D
The thing is, you're not wrong. Like, my set. This is the issue that I think I have is that Canada
off guard outside.
They're at least
is so empty.
Right there. 2 on 4 with no guns,
when
not
you
even on
get
sights,
like,
and saw it walking
you know,
in them. That's
away
nice timing
from,
found from secret.
you know,
The stars aligned for them to be able to win
Toronto
that round.
and
What a time to do it, just before
what's
it's
the
on
other
at 7.
city?
They do it while they're
Montreal
saving.
and
Perfect time to
obviously
catch a
Vancouver on the
tempo,
other side of the
actually, it
country.
looks like they had an anti-ego
But like all
coming
that
up,
stuff in the
because of
middle
those
is,
deaths in that
it's
previous
maybe a little
round,
bit. Whereas I feel
this is
like
gonna use
Colorado,
our
like the cool thing is like
remaining
you've still
soft
got
income.
like, you still got Denver
There's a
and
massive opportunity to
what are the other big cities in Colorado? There's a couple,
their
right?
souls of some of the way
Columbia,
these last
I think.
situations have ended up.
Yeah.
Recover this half.
Yes. Like there are a couple of other cities, right? Boulder is the other Colorado city. Yeah. So anyway, like there are like there are some.
Exorcist with a player coming right
You know,
at
you
him.
can kind of you're kind of near
Ugh, and dead with nothing.
the
At least
you know
he's
you're
able to
near
pop up,
cities
but
if you need to be. If you
already
want to
up
do something,
close
you can do that.
to put a quick end to the
And they
ramp
speak
hold.
French, another strong point.
Gravy's
Amaral,
not
you're
having a
right.
fun day.
Against
Dying to
Canada.
players hiding behind him, dying as he tries to rotate in, eating flashbangs.
Yeah, that was an interesting way to play ramp.
I'd love to go to Hong Kong. That sounds like super fun.
Interesting's a kind word.
It's not a position you really get 2 kills from.
So yeah, I don't
unless
know.
A huge mistake is made. You do have a world where
I feel like being
gravity
away from people and near mountains and forests would be cool, but
much rested on him.
having the ability to sort of drive,
Wow, I can't believe
you know,
he recovers
to
that.
some of
He's
those
just
places, I think it'd be nice
crouched
if you needed to, you know.
Waiting and hoping he regains vision, which he does, and it's an important
Life will
kill
never be the
'cause
same.
you
I
see
thought
the
it was
way slows
Bangkok.
things down. Muterus gonna fight
One
you
night in
back with
Bangkok and all
Bonnie in a
that.
moment. That's an activation on the flank that puts pressure back to Lucky.
One
Now
night
he
in
knows
Hong
he's getting
Kong, all right.
pinched. He's hoping his Opera can come save him, but Maka, unfortunately, a bit too late to the party. Muterus closes the doors. Roman plants bomb. It is a safe bomb site secured with doors
Man,
shut.
what are the
And
Portuguese
a
doing?
daunting ask of Maka means he's just going to cut off his hopes. It is a lost cause, a 7-1 T-side out of Saw, a singular one-off round win for 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting pieced up now. That was, again, such a big opportunity, and to play ramp in that way, just...
Nobody expects the
They kind of just gave it away.
Portuguese
I wanna say.
Inquisition.
That's a moment where for 3D Max, you know, they show a lot of potential, but they also show a lot of mistakes. That round was a golden opportunity. Because, you know, if you could fall back when there's no railing, get downstairs, that's typically what all good spots on ramp look like. Unless if you're on an eco, you have 5-7 there, that's cool, because you only care if you get 1 kill.
I'm still in the top 24% of the fantasy stuff,
That's for
okay?
sure.
I'm still kind of cooking, alright?
Ooh. Real quick, already on
People
the
in Canada
exit.
don't speak French? Oh,
Already
yeah,
in with
well.
the double frag. Maka gotta do something here. Fighting tooth and nail for sight. We get Agile in with the helping hands and a quick slaughter yet again. Saw are taking no prisoners with the tempo out of this one.
Yeah, they full flashed a player running to opposite vent, and maximum commitment out of heaven with the op as well. There's not even a chance to think about saving, which you really should be considering. Again, like, look at the money. You're going to be saving next round. Saw are bringing the ferocity.
Yeah, and you love to see it. Again, nothing to lose, right? You have nothing to lose.
The legal system, health system, and lack of holidays puts me off. Yeah, I know. That's that is another. Those are the other strong points. I guess it's one of those things where, like, I mean, as mentioned earlier, if you have the money to overcome those things in the US, it's probably like a really, you know, it's really fun and sick. But if you don't, then, you know, it could be kind of rough, I guess.
Roman's been so good. It feels like he's calling these, you know, mid-round situations around him.
Well, this is the map pick of Saw after all, and they have clearly come in with a game plan and wasting not a moment. As a near flawless half is coming out of them on the T side of Nuke. Exorcist sprays away. It's a good amount of damage, but he's done for. 3 players stand.
What are they doing? 3D maps.
When's map 2 start?
Yeah, got no notes, man, for Saw.
Crazy.
The one round they lose is just
this is crazy.
3-4 with some very fortunate timing for 3D Max. Otherwise,
like, yeah,
they're getting destroyed in every dimension of the game at the moment.
But like no timeouts, no, you know, like we're not trying to pump the brakes here.
Yeah,
3D Max just kind of.
Yeah, you're right. They need either a stress break or a new game plan.
Right.
Or both. Oh.
Or just start waving that white flag.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Peeked that 3 times and lived.
Connor. He's gone for the French surrender memes. He can get away with it, though. He can get away with it.
Exorcist versus Roman. You know, Exorcist's been trying.
This is the only map Saul can play. All right. Well.
Does he keep quick switching?
Maybe you're right, Wonders. Let's see.
Way. Roman, it's awkward. It's awkward, and he still makes it work.
No.
Lucky comes over to get the kill. That's going to push Gravity up into trophy for a second. Lucky gets found out trying to hide behind the CT stairs. There is nowhere that you can escape. Story 10 and 6 on the big green. And oh no, dude, we've already seen Gravity rotate in and have players behind
There's
him.
a lot of Indian immigration in Canada more than Chinese.
This guy's been shot in the back of the head. What feels like for the majority of his deaths.
Fill out that country with some more people, you know.
All right, let's.
Country's empty.
I mean, you gotta hope that some of this can translate to other maps, even though this is the map that you'd expect Saw to have a chance on. They are totally outclassing 3D Max in every level. How is this the most one-sided game that we've seen so far?
I don't know. I don't know.
It is bizarre, isn't it?
We've seen at this event, Saw, you know, get a lucky draw and play a little worse than expected. 3D Max.
Is this Saw's map pick? It was, wasn't it?
A little bit better than expected, but not in this match.
I think
Tables
so.
have turned.
Fun part of this is obviously, you know, Saw trying to go for that like reverse sweep of the Swiss groups. They started off their run here in Romania with a loss to FaZe and a loss to Astralis.
Yeah, it was. And then Dust 2 for 3D Max.
And then the conversation is
Denmark must be handy for taking a drive to most of Europe. Yeah, you could. People do that for sure. And especially now that we're building a bridge to Germany from the one side. Obviously, the other side of Denmark is connected to Germany, but we're building a big bridge to the northern part of Germany. Bridge and tunnel, I guess. Big tunnel.
I don't need to tell you, but
I don't even know.
It ain't close,
Maybe a
folks.
mix of both.
This round will say a lot.
Which is kind of cool, you know?
Win a single
Tunnel and a bridge. Okay, yeah.
Oh, spray onto bodies, gonna kick it off. There's a
Mainly a
challenge to
massive
come out
tunnel,
from
yeah.
main, but Agil's got it held. Maka's
Well,
gonna hear
this
the
is
dive
cooked.
and vent. He tries to press through, but there's so many players. He heard 2 drop. There's still 2 more. And now Roman low health in the corner. Exorcist could clear up close. It's low HP. And so there it is. The one rifle round that comes forward. Gravity doubles his kill count in the final round of play from 2 to 4 as he clears out that lower B-bomb site. Listen, it's not a CT side that 3D Max are going to be all too hyped about. But they can go ahead and try to run it on the T side.
Yeah, Denmark's in an interesting position in a bunch of ways, right? Like also because we control the... Jesus Christ. We control the waterways coming out of the what actually is the technical term?
Mofibo præsenterer
Chris forsvandt på en færgeoverfart i
What is this?
1978. Jeg har undersøgt
Whatever, the whole ocean that goes in towards
breve på hemmeligheder, der kan ændre
Lithuania and
Mysteriet om Chris, da fodboldstjernens forlovede
whatever
forsvandt.
else is going on up there.
They got dragged into the mud this half. There was lots of crazy scrappy
So
rounds, but those are
strategically-
usually the ones that, you know, 3D Max win
The
their
Bal
goals
yeah,
in.
I was gonna say the Baltic
But
Sea,
there are
yeah.
also so many well-called
That's what I
rounds
wanted to say, but then I was
saw.
like, how could it
Great
be?
mid-rounds. Snappy decisions.
Why is it called the Baltic Sea when, like, for me, it
Like,
sounds
most of
like
those
it's something to do with
situations didn't even
with the
end up in,
Balkans, and obviously
you know,
that's really far away.
1v1s,
So how does that even make any
post
sense?
plants or anything like that.
No.
They
Am
were
I
just,
crazy?
I mean,
solid entries.
Are the
Story
British
hasn't died yet.
the British are
What?
crazy?
No, what the hell?
Wait, he's done a lot.
Yeah, sorry, it's...
Someone have.
But yeah,
clue.
whatever.
Nope, never mind.
Anyway, we control a lot of that sea traffic, and
What on
so
earth were you looking at?
strategically,
The assists.
we're always going to be invaded in
Oh,
any
okay.
Sea of America. Yes, true and based.
Don't mind me. Ooh.
Hello?
Ooh, double headshot through the side of the smoke.
They get downstairs.
What tomfoolery.
The CTs are a little late, actually.
Lon has had the same reaction as
Mine will
me.
go down. They get some good
You have
spots.
to laugh at that, don't you? You just
This
have
is your
to.
chance, 3D Max.
Little gush.
Oh, man.
Before you cross back into a more
Okay.
locked-in position. Body's got a lot to handle
France,
here.
we
They're
need
gonna
you
clear
to
him on the run
we
in.
need you to
3
play
CTs come
Counter-Strike, okay?
Flying at him. He has no support in
It's time
that
to play
position.
Counter-Strike now.
Gravity's now been found out, and he's just also going to get swarmed.
What the
SHR, though, does die. Challenge out of story. Mac is bringing it back. It ain't pretty, but we're getting there
It's
here.
definitely not
3D
pretty.
Max hang on to their post plant. It gets real stringy, and a pistol's going to have him.
What is this round, man?
It all starts with the pistol win.
What's happening?
They're taking the wins. They're taking their wins. Look how excited they are. It was definitely a messy one, especially after those 2 kills from Agile. I felt bad. First with solid.
Plug pistol run, yeah.
So it's good timing and crosshair placement.
Baltic? Yeah, I know. It's not a good time, is it? Gotta run errands, groceries, alert. Can I get anything? Yeah, get some pistachio nuts, alright? Get some
If you're gonna get the
pistachios. I
pistol,
feel like that's what we need more of in
Please
this
follow
world.
through.
Gulf of America to
Also,
Gulf of
Story
Mexico,
has 4
but
assists.
I'm a
Well, I
romantic
saw a 0
graduate
and got
to the
excited. I don't know
south.
what the hell I saw. What
True,
was I looking
yeah.
at?
Man,
Saw, dude.
Saw.
I'm good with any of it, you know?
Yeah, this guy hasn't died once, did? No, I mean assists, did.
You had pistachio pudding 2 days ago because...
Numbers, Mason. What do they mean?
Would not recommend. What? Pistachio pudding sounds...
Body keeps it
Pistachio
clean with that.
ice
That's his
cream can be
3rd
kind of
kill.
sick.
He was 2 and
Pistachio
13
pudding sounds
before
kind
that.
of...
Did that look like a guy who's 2 and 13?
Sounds weird.
No.
No.
That was clean. You know why? Because he's powering up. He's waking up. Maka gonna find space inside of the A site to make sure bomb goes down, and the force buy doesn't work here.
Pistachio
for
ice cream is
3D
S tier?
Max
Yeah, yeah.
have begun
Okay, we
the
got some people. We got some real cultured people here. I like that.
And much like walking, it will be 1 foot in front of the other.
Was talking to a foodie friend of mine
save
about
on
how
the forklift.
pistachios. Yeah, and they
3D
hate
Max,
pistachios.
remember
Oh
how much They
shit.
got bullied in the first half, so they're gonna come take that scout out of your hand.
Clean rounds.
Pistachio
From the pistol
gelato?
to the
I actually don't know.
conversion To now the anti-eco.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the difference is between ice cream and gelato. I mean, I know you go to
Should be
Italy
a
and you
clean
get
start.
gelato, and it tastes amazing. But I don't know why it's different from ice cream. If it is,
There's Golden.
but as good
Looking very
as
Portuguese.
He looks
I haven't
he
tried
fits
the
in
Dubai chocolate.
golden
No,
tan.
I don't have that kind of money. But I'll say this:
Tell me that guy's Swedish.
the better dessert
Been
thing
hanging
is
out in the
still
sun. That's why
pecan,
I-
like
But he's the
pecan
only one
pie.
not Portuguese, so
Holy shit!
is he listening to them common Portuguese and then helping out in English?
Pecan pie is
Or are they all speaking Swedish?
the
I
best.
think they're all speaking Swedish.
Oh, that makes the most sense.
That's the thing, you know. He's been hanging out with them in the sun, and teaching them Swedish every day, surely, just so that he can have impact.
Why would you teach somebody Swedish? What
It's working.
an evil plan.
That goes about how you'd expect. USPs hitting the ground. Gravity going to make a little bit of money. I felt for Gravity in that first half. Some frustrating... Oh, hey, delivery. Sign here, sir.
Oh,
Thank you.
Gelato's denser and his egg yolks. Okay. Interesting.
Either an AK-47 save for the next one.
Okay, through 3D Max, are we getting...
Or it's going to rack up the price tag of going 5-10 to the lead of Saw.
A little bit of a comeback, maybe?
Body makes sure the AK hits the ground, and 3D Max, there we go. Pistol and full conversion.
Yeah, these are good first steps here for 3D Max, where now even if they lose a rifle round, they have some
Yeah, shout out to you guys watching on YouTube. I'm so... There's like...
Out if Saw end up being
No joke.
flimsy
I've
here
been
on the
trending on the
CT
YouTube like part of this stream for like
surely one
a
does
month
not
now,
simply
and
lose a
unsurprisingly,
10-2
nobody's really been
T-side
watching because
lead
I don't know, like my YouTube channel isn't really that.
It is still a 5-round.
There's not that much going on there at the moment, which is fine. But now we've got like consistent, like, you know, somewhere between like 10 and 20 people hanging out. That's fucking sick. Shout out to you guys.
We don't have to call anything.
I'll try and find a way to incorporate both chats into one so that I can kind of, you know, see what you guys are typing more, because otherwise it's like you're just typing into the void. But it's cool that people are hanging out over there.
But Saw did get pretty excited, not in a joking way, about winning.
Got to
that
release
pistol
more
round.
YouTube content. I've got some stuff. Okay, I've got some stuff planned.
Or 3D Max, rather.
3D Max.
I feel like after getting bullied for 12 rounds of Counter-Strike, you've earned at least a shout. Let's see if the gun rounds can make a difference here for Saw. First rifles of the defensive half. No op for Story. Going for the nades instead. No helmet either, but...
Let's try and take a moment.
What? 2 Galils on the field? We'll
To
see if
not
that
laugh
comes
at
back
French
to haunt it.
Counter-Strike and just look at what's happening here.
Jarris out from Secret.
Got eyes on it.
Oh, it
the
did.
timing is amazing.
It did.
Yeah.
Wow. The pathing for body right through the smoke like a ninja.
The reason why that is so good timing for
Straight down into the vents, you'll see
Muterus
no
is the fact
resistance
that
offered up here from
they
the
just
CTs.
toss like 2
Story and
HEs
Saw
into
really
the
not
smoke, so then
scrambling the troops downstairs
they're gonna be
on
like,
that.
okay, now's
They're
our
just not
time.
believing it at all.
Even with the double door swung, they still just
It
hold.
was interesting to see them run
I'm not
though.
biting on that.
That's
And
kind of more
guess
unusual.
what happens? It's all the T's still outside waiting around, so no rotations are coming out just yet. And Body's getting ready to come up the vent, so it looks like Saw are like well prepared for the situation.
Hey, what's up, Tofu? Nice,
if
thank
enough
you.
time passes,
2 month
they start to
subscription.
rotate
Thank you so
down,
much.
but not
Is
yet.
it,
Story will
again,
take a shot.
really big help to me. Really appreciate it.
Good for 1 kill. Man advantage off this one. 3D Max still going lower.
Yeah.
And surely they follow through with it. They'll be cautious because it's been so long, but oh my god.
Wait a second.
Agile, that's the bomb planter.
And Lucky, if he keeps running, they're going to hear all of this.
Body comes back, grabs the bomb.
What the?
Wait, SHR?
Yeah, what are we?
Oh my god, he's actually correct. He's going to go back upstairs and meet them there. Bomb planted front sight.
That was a weird
timing can catch him
kind of
off
peak
guard.
for Agile. I
This
don't
is
know
very
what's
fast
going on
from
there.
SHR. I wouldn't be surprised if they get caught off guard, but
Doesn't have a
he
kit.
starts running.
Yeah, they know.
Body's got him now. Drops onto the site. We've got a frag grenade for the bank off the wall. He's going to go peeking into Squeaky. Oh, not too far off from lining up, but yes, indeed. 3D Max rocked that boat back upstairs and
Okay, then.
it gets red, but it doesn't get stopped. 4 straight for 3D Max on this T side.
It was a precarious spot there for 3D Max when you got Body downstairs and they didn't care about the rotation. But when they started fighting out a mini, they weren't aware that someone was above them, and I think that kill made so much difference for that late round to come to fruition.
I don't know, 3D Max, I mean, they can...
3D Max slowly but surely making this scoreline close.
They're kind of making it work, you know? They're doing something. Just the one smoking yard? I wonder if more people are going to start to adopt the phase smokes.
And the closer they get with their economy building up,
I haven't
the more
seen too many
chances they
people
have
do
to
that
play
yet.
with. Saw definitely need to
But
do
phase are throwing different
damage
smokes
on
in
rounds
the
like these, even if they're not going to win.
T yard at the moment.
Ah, yes, the Anton 2001 collection.
Deliscus.
A fine, full-bodied product. Beautiful smoke. Beautiful smoke up into heaven. Lucky gets the spam through smoke at the same time. That's going to put a lot of question marks around the A bomb site.
Looks like they saw some reactive nades or something. They're not committing upstairs at all. They get their first kill. They seem quite happy. But at 30 seconds, man, you got to be careful.
They can recommit most of those anyway if they really wanted to, but
that is not much time.
I guess they don't have to.
Right now, they'd have to squeeze really quickly into mini.
And Lucky's going to die, so there's not going to be anybody to stop
Oh,
rotates.
no.
And they're going to try to turn this back. There's MP9s and
That's
AK sight.
disastrous.
Oh god, they've played with the clock.
What are they
and
doing?
Now they are pushing through the meat
Why are they
grinder,
doing
but
it?
they make it
Stop
through
fighting.
Slightly. Bomb can still
Okay, he's going to get the bomb plant.
He has to get there just in time, but it looks like he might make it.
Sounds good. Yes, indeed. An extra second to spare.
This is an absolutely mental round.
Up, backside. Maka misses. Gravity's here to help now. Both T's low. By the skin
They had
of
absolutely no business winning this round, 3D Max.
That's the 3D Max side.
That's really mismanaged.
Oh my god.
They fracked their way out of a terrible situation right there. That was not the right call when they were still outside that early on. Late on, I should say.
I mean, playing with fire, singed eyebrows as they just sprint down the vents.
We saw them get their first kill at 45 seconds and then try to wrap outside. That
French
Deagle
CS,
damn
hell
near
of a
got 3
throwback.
kills.
Hey, if it works, you know. Okay, they're getting a little bit fired up. Okay.
This ends up not even being 1v1, but, you know, in a vacuum, apart from like the circumstances, saw at least get their 3 kills, but there's still more money here from 3D Max. Still so much.
SHR.
Surely if you're 3D Max, a round like that gives you the heebie-jeebies. You don't want to be playing around.
Okay, really far back. Holy shit.
It's a small margin of error after that 10-2 first half, but 5 rounds in a row.
Mentally exhausted? Yeah, that's a
Breakthrough
good point.
again versus full guns.
Where are the yard smokes? Oh, okay, there we go.
Mark. Wall of smokes outer. There's a frag grenade for Story to pop this open. But nobody behind it to really catch the approach from the T's because they
Weird
went
position
for
to
the
throw that
approach.
grenade from,
Not
right?
exposed.
I don't like that.
And now crossing.
They have no more grenades on the Saw side.
Oh, kicks it off. That Story dead. Hell player's done for. Lucky's going to hear that rotation downstairs, and he slips up into ramp.
Yeah, but they're
at the
going
same
into
time.
secret.
What a find,
Or
man.
into mini.
Yeah, here's all of this. SHR just giving him all the information he needs to know. It's going to
Oh,
be
they're
a
wrapping
split
all the
downstairs
way
by the looks of it.
around.
Bomb coming down secret.
Oh, Exorcise, if he looks
Damn,
the
they
wrong
are
way.
changing their minds like 10 times in this round. What?
Both headshots. To the top of the charts
I
he'll
think
go.
3D Max changed their minds in this one about like 5 different times.
Slick. And they have managed to pull apart.
Find it tough watching these games when the team's not actually
It's a big pickup versus Story.
I don't know. I think there's always something to take away from games like this. It just requires like a little bit more kind of, you know, of paying attention. But there is always something to discover in these games, I think.
Here on T side.
Saw cooked, yeah, kind of.
The only thing that Saw have going for them now is full loss bonus and a lot of data on how this
I mean, this is
has taken
crazy.
place.
How he pulls off both those vent frags.
Yeah.
Typical wrench teams when they're on a rail, they're rolling, yeah.
Oh Lord.
We just also see there's not a lot of
Finally, the team
initiative from Saw here, and I mean part of it is maybe the money, but I think another part is just kind of getting stunned a little bit from what's happening.
11-0-0. Well, I'm not crazy. This scoreboard's just wrong.
Ah, that's what you saw.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Oh God.
I was, you know, usually I'm just like, yeah, it's probably here. I was like, what number did he look at? Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Hey Scarborough, what's up?
I thought I was living in an alternate
Yes,
universe.
we've
again.
managed to recruit some more cult members in the past couple of days.
Story definitely just died, folks.
More to come, I'm sure.
Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Quick little peek down into the trophy room. That ain't gonna work. What you up to? SHR trying to swing in with an MP9. Ooh!
Aim's just getting better and better.
Hit him with the...
Ecstasy's gunplay, yeah. I mean, some of these guys, again, they've been playing so much Counter-Strike last year.
They have to win Nuke.
Like, so many people just...
That is Saw.
I don't know. A lot of people in the scene just didn't recognize how much 3D Max were grinding last year, I think.
It is 16-2
and all that work
in terms of T
pays off, you know?
CT round wins.
Which is kind of cool.
That is 16-2. Saw lead 10-8. Gravity pressing down into the site. We've got this control window climb up. Roman just kind of throws himself in the pack.
Yeah, he's always in the
so
dime.
many players there to trade out.
Yeah, they did a ton of tier 2 events, yeah.
Surprising double door swing from the 5-7.
All right.
And all 5 remaining players are around this B-bomb site, but there's utility still in the better weapons for 3D Max. They should be able to slow it down. Gotta be careful. Muterus trying to peel people off this little drive-by MP9, the 5-7 trade. But
surely
clear
dead.
sight. He's got the bomb, and Maka locks in the last frag. 2 players stand tall as 7 rounds straight on this T side. Put 3D Max 1 round behind now.
That becomes a decent eco, but then you look and 3D Max start this round with $10,000 each. They've barely dug into this. Make no mistake, this is 10-9 in favor of Saw, but they are not in the lead.
Scary moments sprinkled in within round 19, but the one-off MP9, the one-off 5-7, they don't cut it. That could help.
Nice.
Opening kill Saw. Will they be able to win their first
That's
CT
the kind of
round
initiative
here
we're
and
looking
now?
for. Careful
Roman's
now.
caught lucky. That is the upper player also dead. So the only thing that 3D Max have going for them is this attempted cross downstairs, but the bomb is lingering in the backdrop on Maka.
Yeah, it's really slow here, and actually Body, I think, because of that, will put Peel back. It's honestly going to be hard for Exorcist to do anything from this position. If I'm Saw, I just double up ramp, and they've already got the lower rotations down with a ramp player, so yeah, this is the perfect play. The only thing that 3D Max could figure out here is that Saw have made this move, and they could just go upper instead. But then they leave Exorcist useless.
I mean, if they go ramp and win the fight against Story, there's going to put a lot of pressure on this setup down below.
Until he flies up the vent and catches a headshot some way. We'll see if it can happen. Agile just sitting up on the rafters. He's got support back sight. They're going to dive down.
Okay.
Vent. That's a second player added lower. Stomping his way down. Bomb still
That doesn't really
upstairs
help
now,
them, though.
joins them on
Like,
foot,
getting down
but
the vent does
entry out of the
kind of
single
nothing
door
for
doesn't
them.
go well, and SHR slides out to stop the double door side as well. Looking like the clean sweep finally around for Saw on this CT side. Anything at all? No, sir. Total lockdown.
The right idea. Okay, fair play.
To the Portuguese favor, it takes them 8 rounds of play on the CT side of Nuke, but they will collect 1.
Finally, after all of that, 2 opening kills brought to you by a good tactic, nade on the smoke outside. Story getting an opener, and it was about time that they picked something up. Finally, the full buy comes in for them, but, well, looks like the tac pauses that 3D Max saved actually have been to their benefit. Critical juncture in the map, or as impressive as this lead has been. So we're so close to just closing the map out on 1 or 2 lucky moments. And here's a straight up good round. But as mentioned, 3D Max have tons of money. So I know that they're not going to get an eco until the end of this game.
Yes, sir. Sprinkle 1 in.
Just need 2 more, guys. Just 2 more.
It's long, it's drawn out, but it's there. Ooh, Maka. Yes, he'll find him. Story trying to cross through credit card, but Muterus from underneath Silo puts a smoke down. Big moment needed, and he'll at the very least grab a second frag.
What a shot for Maka, though.
You love to see it as he climbs over.
Oh,
Lucky actually
big
catching
mistake.
the lurk out and this close
Hold on one sec,
smoke gets
guys.
clipped.
I'm
Maka's
just going to
starting
quickly pick up the
power
phone.
Triple kill from the French op to give man advantage over. Aggle's going to throw that smoke down.
He's trying to trick him.
Yeah, heads the wrong direction. We saw a good read previously out of the Saw side. This time it is, well,
Yeah.
The seesaw that teeters the wrong direction.
I think he's just found a save location, honestly. If he wants to come back in for this retake, he's going to take a look at the money, and they just have a much better buy if he doesn't go for it. Even though it's a 1v2, we'll see. They're giving him time. Okay. Maka cleans up, man. That's a huge round. Oh, a couple of big mistakes, though, huh? That's a 4K out of Maka, but the push through the smoke on inside the ramp and the push through the smoke in Mini show that they're just totally not in the spots they expected to be in. Exposed entirely.
Final timeout called here by Golden.
No saves that round, but they can still buy an op.
What a time for Maka to drop a quad kill.
Makas, Makas, cranberry vodkas.
Ah, skirt.
Mansion sitting on 40 acres. Who the neighbors? Kobe Bryant from the Lakers. Now that's paper. Yeah. 4 kills makes him positive. 4 meaty op frags.
That one on Muterus underneath Silo. Gonna have to put that in the highlight reel. That had to have been nasty.
Looks like a good spot to start for SHR.
It's a double op too, right off the timeout, so that's what Saw are going to try to pull out, lean back with the second op.
They're not going to hear the story op outside, so it's possible they have a safer approach to ramp, but they definitely want to go here. Oh no, SHR takes a shot, misses, and now he just simply has to leave.
Oh, it's a long road, but he makes it back. You know, it's a bit of a desperate sprint when you are behind those boxes and an entire pack of players come running at you.
No, this is crazy.
What is?
They already have turnpike control. Story's sitting here in hell.
Mm-hmm. And if Story turns around...
I mean, if Story turns around, but like...
Is it because there's a gap in the smoke?
He could just get... Okay, now he's got to frag his way out. Story has no choice.
It's not the first one, though. There's more where just...
Where's the molly? Yeah.
Right there. Underneath his feet. He'll try to smoke himself out to hold on to the corner. They're going to double nade him out of this. Story, tough spot, but so be it. You want some? Come and get it.
Oh my God, he's still alive.
The fact he's able to hold on and then still deliver. This is the best performing player for Saw, 3 kills deep. He's done everything to try to put them on 12 first. And you'd think that was a bad spot, but 4 shots, 4 frags. And with Body coming out of Hut to try to reclaim something here for 3D Max. A long... fought battle step by step. They finally get one off a pop-off. Story, how do you hold on?
Oh, can't believe that, man. They had all the utility they needed to. Like, those shots that he has, they're simple. He's got one angle to fight on. They are the ones who have all the utility and can approach however they want. But they molly first. They allow him to smoke the molly. And then they just start throwing nades in every direction and hope they catch him jumping out of the window. There are a million ways to kill him in that spot, but they couldn't find a single one. And with that, Story goes positive.
12 off that. That's a Maka quad to a Story quad. Oppers sprinkling in late rounds here for both squad teams, and 3D Max, after an incredibly flat 2-round CT side, all the energy and effort into the comeback, maybe for nothing. At the very least, game is on, forces powering up. Story smoked out of the equation for the start of this one. We hit a minute, tons of presence up on the rooftops. A looking like the intended target. But what's the move? A burst out from Hut? You've got 3 defenders ready to hold this back, but still they're scrambling. And Body's managed to come through with an entry. That's the bomb down, Maka dead, Story in the pocket. He'll be cleaned up by Exorciste. We get this push out from Squeaky, and it's Exorciste 1v2, 20 kills deep. Bomb on his back, and down for the count. Saw will finally get there. Big moment offered up by Story, highest performing player for this team, as they will go kicking and screaming into Dust 2 with a chance at playoffs on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you ask for if you're Saw? Obviously, this one got a little tight around the edges. Now, with that said, there's still a series to be played, but yes, this was pretty damn competitive, all things considered. Also, shout out to Launders for the Juicy J references.
Yeah, I mean, they were dropping some hot bars in that cast, and 3D Max may be heading to the hotel bar in tears, and they don't figure something out here real quick because they absolutely got embarrassed on this map. I mean, they got bulldozed in the first half, like Saw just brute forcing them, not really doing anything special, not any like brilliant tactics, just literally bulldozing them on the upper bomb site with their simple executes, bulldozing them outside, literally just having their way with them. And credit to 3D Max for a stretch there in the second half. They started to make things look like they would make a comeback, but it was the classic thing that we all hate, a fake comeback.
Yeah, cosmetic comeback, some may even say. I think 3D Max played well in that second half, but they played atrociously bad in the first.
Oh, yeah.
As you said, sometimes that's what can happen when you come into a game. You're very overconfident. We even tried to portray the landscape for all you guys watching at home as well. Saw is essentially a dead team as of right now. Fact of the matter that they're even in this game was a big surprise, and 3D Max are probably feeling the same thing, that with the way they've been playing so far this tournament, with how close some of their losses have been, we are going to beat Saw. It's just a question of how. And once you come into a game with that mentality, once you come in with that mindset, you are at risk of getting surprised. Saw, they have nothing to lose. They're playing like they have nothing to lose, and they caught off 3D Max completely in that.
I have a question for you, Jake. How much do you chalk up this bad defensive side from 3D Max to potentially the roster change? You know, Joko usually being their ramp anchor. They had to switch that up. They were kind of struggling in that position and really struggling everywhere. Does that give you anything, or is it more of just no, they just got embarrassed?
I think it's the entire team that got embarrassed. Yeah,
okay, that's fair.
It maybe plays a small factor in it. Obviously, there's a little bit less consistency.
I was trying to get
a little less know-how, sure, but sometimes we don't have to reinvent everything and you know, dive too much into it, so to speak. I think it was simply just 3D Max playing the worst half of Counter-Strike they have all tournament long, and then you got to give credit to Saw for actually being able to punish that. This guy on your screen right here, he had a fantastic start to the game. Was he 10-0, 11-0? Didn't die the first many rounds, and finishing with 100 ADR as well. Agile right now doing a good job for Saw.
Well, you know, there's always been a conversation around it, maybe a little bit more so in the shadows than what we normally talk about on the desk, but for what it's worth, why is it that teams that are going through changes, that are quote-unquote dead teams, why is it that they find a way to thrive? How does that work out in the big picture of what's going on?
It's interesting because I feel like some teams in that situation, they're completely emoed out and they wind up just falling over pretty quickly. But then you have other teams who now are just playing with no fear, no pressure. They're willing, therefore, to make more plays. They're playing to win, not playing to lose, or playing not to lose, rather. And the pressure's on the other team. You know, 3D Max, they are the favorite. They should be dominating. Now, all of a sudden, you see them scrambling and panicking because they're so far behind. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's like a mentality thing, really.
Let's talk about some of that scramble and panic. And no, I'm not talking about your breakfast items at home. I'm talking about round 22 and what the hell is going on here.
This is the most inefficient attempt at trading an opper I may have ever seen in my entire life. This dude's stuck in locker room in his smoke. It gets naded. No one does anything once it gets cleared. So he just gets to walk around, get another one. And where are the trade potential? Where are the people peeking together, swinging together? They're just dancing around and just giving Story a bunch of free kills. Like that round sums up pretty much the entire game for me.
That's where 3D Max lost the game. Had they won this round, had they made 11-11, which they should have, they got the guy caught completely. He could go nowhere. Put a Molotov towards him. He put a smoke in the Molotov. You could have waited him out. You could have caught some of the rotations of the teammates trying to help him out. You basically had him caught in a barrel and he could do absolutely nothing. And then for some reason, all they do is throwing nades into him. And it's almost like 3D Max forgets that when you throw a nade into a smoke, that clears up, which gives this guy a line of vision to then kill those guys. So it was a bit of a shit show, to be completely honest. Credit to Story for pulling it off. Obviously, it takes a bit of individual skill to keep your composure in a situation like that. But as you said, Dust, it kind of sums up 3D Max's performance on Nuke. It was arguably the worst map they played all tournament long.
I mean, I feel like if you simulate that situation 90-something out of 100 times, he gets 2 kills at most in that spot.
Sure.
And the fact that he was able to get like 4.
The 1 kill he gets to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's unbelievable, man.
To answer your question before, I think it's a quite interesting conversation why some teams sometimes alleviate that pressure and start playing better when they are technically dead. This may sound controversial to some. I think people who played at a high level can probably relate to it as well. But most players today want to play perfect Counter-Strike. Most teams are looking towards the better teams and they try to replicate what they see Vitality, Na'Vi, Spirit do, etc. Teams like Saw don't have the player material nor the skill set in order to replicate what LXCB is doing with Na'Vi, etc., etc. So once they become a dead team, they free themselves up. They go back into a bit of an FPL mindset, face it mindset, where there's no difference, in terms of raw skill and aiming capabilities. The differences are so small. What makes great players great and great teams great are the understanding of how to apply that skill set. So once you go back into a rhythm almost, or a mindset of we're just playing it as FPL. We're just going to go out there and shoot our way through it. We're just going to play out there and play with no pressure. Sometimes you alleviate that pressure and you got to show that you're actually decent at the game. You're as good as the opponents in terms of raw aiming. So if you can force the game into I guess an uncomfortable position for the opponents where it's just about the aim, just about the duels, just about the raw aspect of what is Counter-Strike and what is the mechanics of Counter-Strike, you even out the playing field a little bit. So Saw have shown us the past couple of months that they're not good enough to compete at this level, and the second they stop competing at that level, they become good enough.
Yeah, you get 5 guys and you put them towards the same goal, and if they can all problem solve together, then this is kind of the result you get, regardless of the situation that your team may find themselves in. If you're Saw, we knew that when they came here, it wasn't necessarily designed for them to flourish, and now they're on cusp of either being eliminated or facing the playoffs. And right now, it's looking a little bit like the latter, Dust.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think to kind of add on to what Jacob's saying, I think it also goes down to the fact that you stop second-guessing yourself as often. You're more willing to go for plays. You're more willing to take initiative. And you just don't feel that same pressure of, oh, is this the right call? Like, no, you're more decisive. You just go for it. And so I think that's part of it, too.
I think if you're not a team that plays good Counter-Strike or perfect Counter-Strike, or if you don't have the understanding of the game, sometimes you're better off just playing a little bit more stupid in a sense, or a little bit more. No, but in a sense where you alleviate the pressure and you free up the individuals. You saw Story, he can do good stuff. You saw Murderwiz a couple of times on Yard all by himself. You isolate that round and you think to yourself, what is that kind of setup? You're out there by yourself, you have no backup, your teammate just died, and yet you got away with 2 kills. It doesn't make sense, but sometimes Counter-Strike doesn't have to make sense. You just got to shoot your opponents and simplify it to a point where you can then compete against a team like 3D Max.
Well, I mean, this goes without saying, but most people just make this game so much harder than it has to be. You kind of W around, you mouse one, and then that's that. You restart the round, you do that, you get 13 in a row, and you win. Like, they're making it so much. I'm just kidding. Let's talk about Dust 2.
Sure.
A 3D Max pick here with Saw start on the CT side. Now, after the first map we got, what sort of indicators, what do you get feel-wise going into Dust 2?
Well, hopefully 3D Max can just shake that one off and do a mental reset. Dust 2 should be a map that they had the advantage on. We saw them win against Virtus Pro earlier in this tournament, had a close loss to Eternal Fire at Katowice. They've been playing well online against Heroic in a couple of qualifiers and leagues, so they should come in with like a slight advantage as far as like just results on the map in general, whereas I feel like Dust 2 has always been a hit or miss map for Saw, even when they had their star players and they were even playing against lesser competition, to be honest. I think for me, the big key is just going to be that the aggressors of this, 3D Max team, which is going to be Gravity and Body, as we're about to see here on the map in this middle position, they're going to have to be better at the trading efficiency. Trading efficiency was very much lacking on Nuke, right? That round against Story proved it just in itself. And so when they're at their best, it's because they're usually able to apply constant pressure at middle to open up the threat of mid-B splits, which can either allow them to go for that and do it successfully, or to open up easier catwalk crosses. And they're usually very good with their protocols and utility usage to get these spawn-based plays as well. So shake off Nuke, do what you're good at, which is protocols and utility usage, and just make sure you're putting on the pressure and you're trading efficiently. I think that's the biggest thing for me.
Let me simplify this game for you, because you're playing against the Saw team right now, as we already established. They have nothing to lose. They rely on the individuals. What is the best way to counter individual performances like that? That is by playing in a Wolfpack mentality. You gotta make sure, as you said, trading on point. You gotta stay together. Do 4-1s, classic 4-1s where you hit a bomb site with decent utility. You walk over catwalk 4 guys, and then you have some guy lurking somewhere to catch off some rotations. Simplify the game to a point where you cannot mess it up as long as you stay together and as long as you have better team play than the opponents. And that's what 3D Max is going to do here as well. I have no doubt. I've seen this so many times. Credit to Saw for winning the first map. It was also their own map pick, but I bet you 3D Max will win this game 2-1, and I bet you Saw will not get double digits on neither Dust 2 or the third deciding map.
Damn, and that's almost a mic dropping moment. Dust, you buying into this or what?
I mean, I would give 3D Max certainly the edge on this one. I don't know about it being no longer getting double digits the rest of the game. I think, the way that Saw are looking, really not only in this game, but throughout the tournament.
We have 2 bets going on right now. I'm willing to take you on this one as well.
All right.
Y'all can shake hands live on camera, and then that way it's official. Yep, there it is. Okay, I don't even know what they're betting. Don't even really care, to be fair, because we do need to go to a quick break and get back into this game. It is a 2-2 game, which means winner goes to the playoff, loser goes to DE Airport, and after this break, we go to Dust 2. We'll see you there.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, all of my friends going crazy. I got window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role.
Mofibo præsenterer
Chris forsvandt på en færgeoverfart i 1978. Jeg har undersøgt sagen, spor for spor. Gemmer Chris' breve på hemmeligheder, der kan ændre alt.
Lyt til mysteriet om Chris, da fodboldstjernens forlovede forsvandt.
We're playing Guess the Price as we try to see if Story from Saw can remember the price of our weapons in CS2. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. And you?
I'm very good, thank you very much for
Nice.
asking. You ready for this challenge?
Not really, because I don't think that I'm going to guess much, but let's see.
Well,
I'll
if
try
you-
my best.
If you get stuck, just say a number close that you think.
Yeah.
Because you got 60 seconds to get as many right as you can.
Okay.
And when the timer runs out, it's game over.
Okay.
All right, let's get this started. 60 seconds will start now.
Oh,
M249.
1.7K.
5.2.
Ah.
CZ.
Okay, that's 500.
Yes. Negev.
1.7.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
R8.
800.
Oh, 600.
6.
SG553.
3.1.
Oh, 3000.
Oh, no way.
Max 7.
1.3.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Nova.
1K.
Oh, so close. 1050. P90.
Not sure. 2.1.
Oh, 2350.
Oh,
Scar.
5,000.
Yes. MP7.
Oh no, I don't know.
And the time is out. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh no.
That wasn't so bad. You sounded to me
Yeah.
like thought you were going to get maybe 1 or 2 correct.
Yeah, but the revolver, I don't know how I felt. I think it's not good. I feel shame for it.
But I don't think you're buying the revolver so much.
No.
No, exactly.
I don't even have it on loadout.
See, it's only jail that does that.
Yeah.
So not a weapon for you.
No.
Well, thank you very much for playing. I'm sure the games will be better than what we did on here.
I hope.
But you still did better than you thought, so that's a positive sign.
Yeah.
Jumping into Dust 2, saw with a hope, a glimmer of hope, that maybe playoffs are truly possible. Having defeated Complexity and FlyQuest in their best of 3 matches, they take this series to Nuke by choice. And on Nuke Mohan, I think they exploited a weakness in the 3D Max map pool. But now we go to Dust 2. And, well, Dust 2 is where 3D Max like to keep up some of that aggressive T-side play, I'd say.
Yeah, we did cast the worst match at the Shanghai Major. That was Dust 2 with 3D Max and Pain. This match will be a little bit different. It should be a lot easier for 3D Max. But Wildly Aggressive is the name of the game. And at least for them, we saw in the second half of Nuke that they were believing in the comeback the entire time. Came down to a couple of close situations, but and Saw won because they set their second half up so that they didn't have to do much. They had some very, very good rounds in that first half. I wonder if there's any chance for real that Saw can win Dust 2, but at the moment their map pool is really in tatters. But they have got this far.
Yeah, I mean, understandable that a map pool could be in tatters. You got a roster that, by no disrespect, excuse me, but is also in tatters. Like the recent departures of the 2 best players and soon-to-be departures of Roman and SHR. It kind of was just Story holding things together for the most of this event. But now, you know, Agile able to post that 1.43 rating, a 22 and 15 map of Nuke. And while Exorcist is his counterpart in trying to keep things afloat over there for 3D Max, I will say that's one of the few times we haven't really had kind of Lucky's impact felt. So, you know, it was definitely the slow start. We saw that, what, 7-0 streak to begin the entire thing. 3D Max maybe given a chance to warm up as that T-side comeback nearly pushed us out of regulation. We'll see what kind of form 3D Max hit us with early here. Ooh, 2 clean USP taps. Long-looking locked.
At the end of the day, it's dust too. No amount of scrims is going to make you better at hitting these shots. These are just ones you hit or you don't, and that's a perfect hold here out of Saw.
Oh. Gravity floating around top, middle, low health. Tons of early damage, so it's going to be a pistol that you'd think should fizzle out once this smoke fades. Maybe going back for the long control. Remaining adamant about it. Gravity will have the smoke grenade for the cross. It's their best chance at getting a bomb plant, is finally taking down SHR and Roman. It's a bit more damage offered up, but now we're starting to see CTs run all over the place here. No second player confirmed. You can tell by Agile being so cautious over towards tunnels. Doesn't want to open up a B bomb site. But now both players are going to be confirmed.
Bide your time, really, inside of long. You have a cover for you over by the car. Body will take this peek.
There we go. Yeah. Bomb drop. Now everybody's going to come barreling on over. Who gets the final frag? Who gets a piece of meat? Who? SHR takes one to the forehead. And Body going to use every single second of the pistol. Down to 7. Now they're going to kill him after time. No, not even. You could have.
You could have, but they want the kills, man. People don't do that because they just want their stats to be good. So they just go for the
I mean, at that point, 5 seconds, why not wait?
Because you want the kill.
But killing somebody after time would be so much more worth it, especially going into round 2.
Connor, they want the stats.
But Launders, that doesn't seem like a good idea. It seems like that's just
not.
So surface level.
Stats do nothing for your odds of winning the game, but that's the reality.
Imagine the thought of keeping somebody's economy back at the very start of a T-side. Wouldn't that be so much more worth it?
No one would disagree. That's a good idea.
But these are professional players that know the game in and out, intrinsically.
Fortunately, people care about stats.
Well.
Fortunately, stats are really important. People, in the end, you know, when they compare like macro level statistics, it doesn't really matter how you got any of those kills. They're just going to look at them at face value. So,
because Body here
keep
now
that
has
KPR up.
Now Body has Kevlar. Let's see. Let's play a game. Body has Kevlar and a Galil. Now that Galil could have been bought by anybody, but it's the fact that the Kevlar can only be afforded because he died before time expired when 6 seconds on the clock meant you could have denied this. And maybe then some noob would have had that Galil instead of Body.
Honestly, Body, not one of the strongest individual players.
True. Yeah,
team.
I thought about it once I said it.
Oh,
Body kind of jiggling on the corner here. He has found the opening kill. Couple pieces of utility to try to keep the pressure up on the A site. This is starting to get everybody involved for Saw. They have vacated the B bomb site, holding mid instead, but down goes Body. So 1 kill for him, that's it. And then a shooting gallery, made easy here. Roman just knocking the heads off the top over lip of the ledge. Saw are gonna convert it. You ain't got nothing, 3D Max, stuffed on the approach to the A site.
I mean, Connor, you're 100% right. You know, you should always be waiting to screw up someone's money, especially this early in the game.
Thank you, Launders.
But that's I'm not saying it's a good argument that people play for stats, but that's just a fact. They do.
I am 100% right. I'm going to hold on to that all day long. Well,
I just wanted to blackpill you for a second, that's all.
I was already wrong about 0 deaths, so we'll call it even.
Not a perfect day.
What do you mean? Any day, casting Counter-Strike's a perfect day.
I thought you were going to say with me. That's
Oh,
fine.
well, if I'm casting Counter-Strike, odds are you are too.
Otherwise, it's definitely not a perfect day. Something's very wrong.
Body looking for an opening again, this time with the Desert Eagle. But a smoke grenade goes down. This is fun. Mac has decided to come in with a scout, so he's limiting himself moving forward, which is an interesting decision, considering you'd think that op would be needed, more so than a scout right here, right now. But we'll see if it's worth it, because it does soften up Story for an opening in middle. SHR plays off of site, ahead of this pack through door. They're trying to put eggs in many baskets with a buy like this. But Saw keeping them scrambled as the 4 versus 3 advantage on an A-site hold should be good enough, especially with Roman. Getting an early warning. It's pistols to try to clear Goose, and it's a nice shot from Lucky, but it's all for naught. Muterus able to lock down Goose, speaking of eggs, and 3-0 the start here for Saw.
2 good starts.
Hey, how come we don't eat goose eggs? You ever think about that?
Do they have, are like half of their eggs not, like do they have yolks?
Oh, most people find the flavor of goose eggs much stronger than hen or duck eggs, so they are not the eggs of choice.
Okay, so there's a country out there that eats a lot of goose eggs, but
yeah,
it's not a common thing. We found all the best stuff, you know.
And more often, goose eggs are used for arts and crafts.
Oh my goodness, destroyed at the top of mid. Not a great way to start a rifle round here. Oh,
it's okay.
Never mind.
What goes around comes around.
Walking
locks
right into that.
The smoke spam. Exercise dead to the Story op hold. Again, Story. He is
Damn, sorry guys.
the glimmer of
Turned
hope
into the longest
for
program
a
of
dead
all time.
roster's chances to make it to playoffs.
But now I'm back.
8th highest rated player at the event coming into this matchup, and this gun round goes south for 3D Max.
This is not a good look for the Frenchies. It's just not.
And then you threw 2 kills away, just deciding to take a small risk each. But now, what happened?
T-side does too. I feel like it's pretty OP at the moment.
Where money matters, where even getting kills actually could have a huge impact on the game. But
So the fact that they are losing at the beginning, especially this round, is
in the baskets of these 2 lurks.
it's not great, is it?
Easy hold from the B site. Lots of bodies here to help, and well, that's Muterus again, just kind of
Hey,
swinging
Sandy.
out to end it.
They look kind
First
of.
gun round for 3D Max doesn't get him much.
I bet my house
barring
on
the
3D
smoke
Max.
spam.
I have faith.
Be
All
like
right.
credence for the situation, not
Damn,
like,
that's a lot of faith.
Any
All
play
right.
in isolation can be good.
I
or
can
bad,
appreciate that.
But there has to be the balance of this is the time left on the clock, this is the amount of players we have versus the amount of players they have, and then this is like the round score as well. You know, that's how you kind of decide what the better plays are. But sometimes I don't see them balancing that. Getting that one Galil frag back through the smoke was such a gift.
Okay, a bit of early aggression coming out from Saw. Look at
No credence
this.
for the money.
I mean, they didn't hit anyone with the grenades, but they are,
Now they'll have to
you know,
win on this
they're
fourth
trying some stuff here,
This half buy.
and I like that. Where does that grenade
I mean,
land?
surely saw our weak somewhere.
They smoked
because
the door
their
again.
Dust 2 is definitely not great.
They just threw a smoke there from lower dark, and then they smoked it from
Maybe
from
B-side will do the
T-spawn.
trick
Why?
here for 3D Max.
Faith is all I have left.
Mitchell in the corner with the
True.
jump spotting going on in sight.
Oh.
They're going to try to interrupt
This
this.
actually probably,
Smoke
yeah,
spam.
that's unfortunate.
God,
Oh
he's in
no,
the middle.
they might have thrown the round behind that.
This,
All right.
If they waited, they just win the round. I mean,
Unnecessary, right?
hindsight and all that, but
B-site does the trick.
that sucks.
All good.
But not
They
for
were
3D
playing an
maps.
anti-eco here, and they needed to flash peek upper. Could have. They had 2 players in the B-site ready. That's a gift for 3D Max. Makes up for everything here. They don't lose a single guy. They get 2 free guns. That's like what I just criticized 3D Max for doing, and then saw, you know.
Yes, sir.
Time and place.
Mm-hmm.
Time and place.
Read the room, boys. Well, that was a round.
Yeah.
And there will be, at the very least, 9 more.
Who am I wanting to win? Rodent. By the way, welcome. First message. I mean, honestly, I guess probably 3D Max, just because again, Saw is this lineup is dead. Like they're gonna change players.
Drops it over to Maka.
And 3D Max are kind of on this upward curve, I think.
Now they've got
so I think it'd be more fun if 3D Max won, like more fun for the tournament. But if they can't win, then I guess who cares? Like. But yeah, I thought 3D Max were gonna win this for sure. I was even
honestly worth saving. I
somewhat confident.
That T side almost did mount the comeback. Had you used maybe one of your pauses on the CT side, you could have pulled off more than 2, maybe. Who is the coach of 3D Max? Let's go check. Can't pronounce that.
You're French.
I know, it's a
was
weird
Ink?
one. What was Ink?
Yeah, was Ink?
Was Ink. W-A-S-I-N-K. Was Ink.
Was
Ink. Okay. Op duel.
Oh shit.
Why do you look like he was still moving?
Michao with the prime sub. Thank you so much for the for the support. Is hugely helpful. You have no idea. It does make a big difference. So thank you.
You know what I mean? Like,
just let it go.
Yeah.
Welcome to the cult. Join the cult, guys. We're building one.
Sunken cost fallacy.
Yes,
I become a cult leader. You know.
Sinkhole fallacy.
It was always going to happen eventually.
The sunken defense.
Yeah, Rodent. I kind of believe that. I kind of feel like the same kind of vibe for me. It probably will be better to have 3D Max in the playoffs, you know.
Haggle backside, holding on.
I feel the same, but
Ooh.
Oh, you came from streaming on X? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really nice to know. I never know how people find the stream, you know? Kind of hard to know. Social media is a stupid place at the moment.
So he was holding through doorway and he's lucky it didn't get smoked, but the utility's not there.
Incendiary grenade that actually did something. That's so rare.
You can't just exit the tunnels. Now they have to
the
set up
flank.
for some full grenades.
More flashes. They should win this. Like, Saw should win this round like 10 out of 10 times.
Extra timing is allowed for them to bolster the defense.
And they do.
Well, that's what you get. 3 op frags coming out of the hold.
God
and,
damn.
That's 4 op frags across the double op setup.
Here
so
we
I would
go.
say a nice little change up here from Saw, especially just straight up winning the mid duel between the snipers to kick it off. Watch this.
Yeah, his own nade as well. So had to be ready right at the perfect timing. Wow.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Respect for not just whining about that on comms.
Ooh, and a little.
Nice.
What's beard ASMR? It's where I
But it does gear up SHR to get into the tunnels. Will they anticipate
brush my
this?
beard across the microphone.
We'll just walk into this, huh?
It's actually a super unnerving experience for everybody involved, okay? Like, I regret it.
Pretty careful about this.
He is stuck in. He
But
is
I had to
stuck
come
in.
up with
You're not
something.
getting anywhere. You are stuck
And that was the
in.
first thing, for some reason.
Oh my god, near collat. Oh, sculpt to the body.
Can they help him escape now is the question.
You redeemed it twice? Oh, shit. Hold on.
Molotov hanging on as the bomb carrier is going to try to come and get him. Lucky will clear it up alongside Exercis.
Oh, they threw their nades, but they were worried about
Maka's
upper.
waiting. Oh, shot. What?
See what I mean?
Gotta hit that.
That bullet?
He held
It's,
a little wide there.
That thing went
It's
astray.
too much. It's actually too much.
Oh, that's actually a world where Saw have popped back into the game. No kill there means they know A
Don't
site's
encourage
good.
it.
They're starting to throw their
It's so
B-nades. There's
weird.
2
I
players
feel
outside the
weird.
Site, so CTs have
even
not moved
watching.
at all. My goodness. They know it's not A.
Oh,
so like
they
guys.
through the stupid smoke.
Smoke's
They
come
didn't block
down
off
and,
everything.
It's a retake demanded of Saw if they want to keep these. Oh,
Newbie smokes.
Whoop, not quite. No tunnel control. We get that fast flank from Muteris. He's got the Molotov picked up.
Oh no,
His stop
Uh-oh.
shot from Maka,
Maka, you
not
gotta
ideal.
hit these.
Now it's only 1 bullet in the magazine. And suddenly that op's going to be offline.
Okay,
Good
it's all good.
challenge.
Okay.
Exercis from the bomb plant to the double kill off window. Somebody had to step it up. And those are his first 2 kills of the map. Better a little late than never. 3D Max able to deal with the lower push.
That was one of the rounds of all time again.
We've had a couple of them already. Muterus, will he be able to save? Nay, nay. Lucky, still up there to hang on. 3D Max have found a second terrorist round win. We go 4 rounds non-consecutively, back and forth. We'll see who breaks through first.
The moment for Saw there is after the Maka misses his shot versus Long. Like, forget all this. It ends up being a 3v3. Why do you have 2 guys watching middle still? And no one's inside the B site. And there's even time after the first nade gets thrown to at least walk over.
I still think 5-2 is kind of disastrous, but there's not really any money on Saw here, so if 3D Max win this round, it is back on, okay? We'll give them the benefit of the doubt, see what happens. Why aren't the top teams of this event? There are some top teams of the event, but some of them also skipped out because they are trying to optimize their time, I think, for... And I mean, also, I think part of them, they wanted like a revenue share kind of thing with PGL, and I think PGL said no thanks. And then they said, okay, in that case, we're not coming to your event, and it's kind of like a whole political
very much inside
power struggle going on there between
Lucky
events and organizers.
The entrance with the AK exercise to the flashes,
That's
but that flash didn't even go all the way out.
Definitely
that
not a
flash
flashback.
literally didn't make it out the door.
That would have got him killed.
You gotta. Who was it that was telling us that the utility was really good on the T side of Dust 2 for 3D Max?
Maui loves this 3D Max.
He loves those flashbangs that don't even go out of the door.
Okay.
Oh, they're all bark, no bite this
Why?
round.
Why would you ever
Try
peek
to
that?
take a
We have
gander at
Molotovs
it,
to deal with that
but
position.
Story.
3D Max.
Gonna lose his
That-
line
it's
of
like
sight.
the it's literally
Tyrus able to
default
out of
protocol
bounds
at this
with the
point
bonus
on
dice out
catwalk
the
to throw the
9
Molotov.
sidearm looking good. It's the close push up and in, but off of window comes
Bomb down in the middle.
SHR,
That's
and
it.
it's a double kill, dropping bomb, a triple. Wow. On his own.
I don't know why they're peeking into story on that catwalk.
14 and 4, man.
They have Molotovs. It makes no sense.
Crazy that he hid his presence for this long while they were fighting out to mid B. Credit to Story as well. The way that panned out, he could have been taking some op shots through the smoke. Instead, waited for his minuscule opportunity to get 1 kill. Hit the shot when he needed to. They leave 3D Max in the dust again. It's a round with more mistakes from 3D Max. That bum flash towards Long. That's a buy where Saw have almost no money. That was 3D Max's way back into the round, into the half. They didn't even have full rifles there.
God is punishing me. God is punishing the French, okay?
So taking up where he left off over on Nuke.
It's different and quite normal.
After Nuke because he did have such a lights out performance.
Yeah.
But you know, SHR was right with him. 1.21 rating on Nuke and keeping that momentum going forward.
Portugal's got talent.
And it looks like it runs in the family because they're brothers or cousins, for the record.
SHR and Agile?
Yeah, they have the same last name and they look alike.
Hello?
That's how I like to approach my player conversations.
Hey.
Oh.
Inspired by the Kovac brothers.
I'm just saying the smoke that we know how to throw from middle cannot be blocked. We have better smokes than these guys. Better smokes. Step it up, guys.
Walking around in mid, you're trying to get all fancy and Saw this time around. And I'd say a stark contrast to what they've offered previously. Just peel back. Actually playing in their sights. Takes a bullet to the dome and still posts his 15th kill. But there's no support from the rotates. It's going to have to be the rock-solid defense. Pressure's up. And Story will still clip Exorcise off the back of that mid-play. But the B-site falls beneath the pressure of 3D Max.
Galactico.
And it looks like maybe the
Boheim is seeing Shocks doing a stupid force buy and winning the round out of nothing on
Like
cobblestone.
Saw are gonna walk away.
Those were the days. We all remember.
So,
Some of us
I mean,
remember. By the way, first message.
this
Welcome
is
to the
a
stream.
better look out of 3D Max. They don't have
How
much
did
money,
you find the
but
stream?
finding
How
a
did you know I was
moment
streaming?
to just pull the CT rotators back to A, have them convinced, does leave open the weakness for Saw, which has been the B site. Their first round, they won on the eco rush. There was definitely a lack of chemistry on this side of the map, so it's a nice opener here for 3D Max.
I'm surprised to see such a different setup in the middle of the map from Saw, because I felt like when they kept that pressure up, you know.
It's because they just did 3D Max just did some cat nades, and there was no one playing the jump up, so they're playing like 3-2, but they're not coming to like play the game on cat to get info back, throw nades first. It's the hardest job on the map for sure, is your mid B rotator. And
How is 3D Max getting spanked on Dust 2? I thought the French teams usually. I don't know.
A setup when it's an A hit. And then
I
be on the right, left side
feel
of
like they are missing a bunch of like super normal things that is kind of actually triggering me a little bit. I saw your replies on HLTV. Damn, I thought you were at 11x. Oh, nice. Okay.
They don't get
interesting.
nade damage though.
How long have I've been playing for like, I don't know,
could be a problem
year and a half, almost
sure.
maybe 2 years, maybe. I mean, just by like, just essentially doing what I'm doing now, like
left side of the door,
messing around, trying to play stuff on my own.
True.
Cost of the 6 non-consecutive rounds back and forth between the teams comes back to bite them in that regard, and we've seen Maka have his impact through mid.
It's super fun. I recommend everyone try to play the piano. I think it's sick. They know the Molotov.
Yeah,
this is why they lost the story earlier. So Gravity's going to throw that Molotov to clear out the okay, he's going to smoke it instead from long. That's I guess a way to do it. I would say it's risky, but fair enough.
Good nades can get them out of this. Don't miss your flash.
Try and learn the guitar. Yeah, I would love that too. Actually, I kind of want to. There's a particular guitar I want to buy to learn. I can't play the guitar, but.
Oh, he's going for standards flashes. First guy runs out looking the other way. That'll be Roman's chance.
A Lava Me 3 or 4 or something. If you've seen those like half electric guitars or whatever they are.
Hold the corner, but XRCs will
they look really cool.
Muteris down in the pit.
Kind of freshen up. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, let's go. Oh my god. Okay. It's fine.
That's the bomb, bro. Dropped at the feet
That's
of
the bomb, bro.
And Lucky turned back. Nothing he can do about this.
What kind of piano, Milchin? Is it like an electric one,
serves up
or is it a
that gets the long players hyper fixated, and that is
regular
a
one?
Costly error. We go 7 rounds, back and forth. No momentum truly found, but leads established. 4 rounds the gap here for Saw.
I like that we could see
music
what
talks happening
with their initial nades towards B. That would have been a great reason.
I'm trying to convert people into at least starting it. Yeah, I think it's just fun.
Op left side. Op got info on the cat push. Op rotated over.
Pretty
towards
nice electric
A.
one. Oh,
2
shit.
long setup to catch this A.
It's a scary hobby though.
They were 1 step ahead of 3D Max. Very impressive round. Nice shot.
It has the weighted keys, yeah. That's important. That's without that, it's not gonna feel like fun.
Story goes back for the suicide peak. Maka
Oh.
just running in haphazardly.
Guys.
Thought that was free real estate, but
this is supposed to be 3D Max's map, but like, look at Saw.
The land tax is real.
No kidding.
What are the French doing?
Oh, a third?
What are they doing?
Careful, body. With the shot Story's hitting.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like the benefit of having an electric piano obviously is going to be the fact that it's low maintenance and you can play with headphones on.
Sure enough, mistakes around. Beautiful.
But yeah, I still would love. I would love
well, they may have
a real piano.
Out that weak site
They are
over
so
on
fun
B,
to play, but yeah, we don't have neither the space or the money. So
yeah, that's crazy.
That is a little
Dude,
crazy.
okay, we saw this. You know that.
This is when 3D Max did this versus Pain. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw the round that Moses broke.
Oh no. Yeah, I saw the title. And I was like, that's awesome.
You should go back and watch it. It's the funniest Moses has ever been. And that's saying something.
Lot, yeah.
Because he's a pretty funny guy.
Moses catching strays. I like it.
Materis gets spotted. Story's going to catch a 4th kill.
Hey, I'm still playing mid.
You know what? Give
when
him
are you
the
going to be
ace.
scared of me?
Give him the ace, why don't you?
There we go.
Oh, it's stolen.
what the heck? You know what? Wipe the kill feed, you wouldn't even know.
It's true. It was close enough. Let's give him half points.
And they need to be
4.5
tuned all the
frags
time,
there
real
for
pianos,
Story.
you know?
And the power of an Opper on mid doors, when you come at him one-on-one. He took out the bottom
Height
of the
marked
totem pole
again,
with
yeah.
his first. Well, you can't be standing there.
Yeah, when you have moments like that, it's like 3D Max. This is the map you're better at.
You
know,
picked
don't
it.
you don't make mistakes like that.
We'll call that one a flub.
This is no flubber CS though. From
3D Max, more like.
It's looking just like
more like
Nuke
2D Max.
Somehow.
Workshop.
There were
workshop
moments
it,
there
okay.
when they were starting to puncture through over on the B site, but can a dead roster really beat 3 teams and best of 3s to make it to playoffs? Can they really do that?
We'll see about the second half like we did on Nuke. But
Can we check the rule book? Is this
Yeah,
allowed?
Milchin, you're right.
It's been a long time since the dead
Yeah,
team thing. has
3D
actually
Max, more like
resulted in
2D
a team
min.
run.
Yeah.
We
I'm gonna
talked
tweet
about
that
it,
and
but
pretend like I
it's
did
about
it.
time.
You know?
And they're playing well. They're playing really well.
And I think it is kind of, well, hold on. You like
But
that?
good.
Huh? Taste
Schmoves. It's a great
Frag to the
good
teeth.
workshop.
Yeah, they're
We
canceling
did it.
That did not work.
Gravity gonna need a new set of grills. Story, get your gun out. It's quick pressure, right? It's a solution at least. Run 3 out mid. Maka able to bring it back from tunnels. Agile gets caught out trying to come through the window. So the final moment here of regulation for the struggling 3D Max T-side. They're flashing themselves. And I think really a testament to how desperate this scramble out of the spawn will be. Listen, it's not flawless. Nobody's saying that. 3D Max have been able to exploit a couple moments here from Saw's defense, but it does still only net them a 4-round T-side on their map pick while facing elimination. 4 sporadic round wins, non-consecutive throughout this T-side endeavor.
Again, like the
SHR
T-side's supposed to
Story
be
looking
the,
like the best players on this team.
I would say,
in
the more winnable
server.
one.
And well, both of them kind of swinging with more ops
What
than usual.
the
That's
hell
the
are they
fun part
doing?
about that, right? The double op feature was quite frequent for Saw, and we see those 2 players topping the charts. So snipers, the bane of 3D Max's attack.
It's a little, yeah, and it's because they just walk peek so many things. You saw them do that on Cat out mid. This round, they literally just run through the smoke, so it's a bit tilting, I think, for Saw, who got the first kill towards B, and had the op on the right side ready for a mid-B hit, but that's Story's own mistake. He has the door smoked, so they are just running through it, but he's trying to throw mollies and things behind it, and they ran from upper to lower, so he was just a bit out of sync with that pressure. And the round was still salvageable, but that's where Saw were at their weakest when it was just the 2 B players by themselves. Running out of the window looked a little frantic. This is a opportunity for 3D Max in a big way.
Story's 12-3. Sheer is 15-8. That's pretty impressive. 3D Max, is there anything left?
Gutierrez
Oh, they should die in this corner every single time. Yep, CTs, I meant.
Oh, CT signed up for this! And all 3 of them die with only 1 kill to show for it.
Did they have a flashbang, at least?
Both
Did they try to, like, what were they doing?
As Maka gets
What was
those
the plan?
blue Berettas up,
Stand longer until the
and
Glocks
onto
get
bomb site.
closer,
He puts them into the right position.
so you cannot
Lucky's gonna
escape
try
and
to draw attention
you're
with a
fighting
kill
where the
on
Glocks want to fight?
SHR.
I don't even
Maka's still
understand.
unbeknownst to the
They
team.
must have
He's
been
gonna
trying to
try
flash in, right?
Now
And
he
they
gets
just didn't get the
found out,
flashbang.
exposed to all 3 remaining players
Galactico,
of
oh
the
shit, for the
Portuguese.
subscription.
And
Thank you.
Lucky,
Thank you so much for the support. Again, it
trying to take
truly
duels to drop a body
it
before
makes a big
bomb
difference,
can be
guys. Thank
planted.
you.
Now there's nothing
Huge,
he can
huge
do
help.
But wait for Story to get that bomb down, and all 3 players.
Nori,
prepared for
no,
his
Nori,
inevitable
no,
peek
don't
off
say
the
that.
catwalk,
How are
down
you
to
doing, by the
13
way?
health. He's done. 9-4.
Disappointed in
Saw
my
a
tweet.
mere
Listen,
4
I think
rounds
this tweet
for
is
playoffs with a
banging.
dead roster.
No kidding. They had a 3-long setup right
I
there
think
from the
it's a
CT side,
bang
so they
tweet,
were really
okay?
hoping to find those
But I
fights.
appreciate it. I hope you're doing well.
But no one crossing wide to pit in time. Natie's coming out. Very simple round. Just comes
I
down to shots.
I saw some of
Guess
your
who's got better shooters?
I saw some of your
once
casting one of these days, and I remember thinking, this is nice. I felt like it was like a good vibe, good moods, you know.
Force buy for 3D Max.
But I can't remember where it was.
Scout,
It was probably a
scouring
clip somewhere, I
mid.
don't know.
And it's the bomb and suicide setting up
Yeah, thank you, Galactico. Thank you, man. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just enjoying the Counter-Strike, you know?
Okay.
Eat it.
Enjoying the madness, playing a bit of piano.
We saw Maka, I think, doing good work with
Yeah,
that
it might have been the
scout
IM
in
calls. Yeah,
the
I think so.
First half, when they force bot, doing almost enough to whittle down for the pistols. SHR caught off by the tunnels
yeah,
push.
I feel pretty good,
Force
actually.
starting to look good here. 3D Max kickstart this CT
Except for
side.
the fact that 3D Max are playing
the mid B smoke and they clear up on tunnels right away.
terrible
I think there's
Counter-Strike,
one
but
move that Saw can make right now. This is the one.
outside of that, you know, it's
They're
okay.
gonna call this bluff too.
Lucky turns around.
Yeah, this is the good play.
That's
yeah.
the perfect call
Why?
here for Saw, but the bomb is gonna have
Your
to come join them,
only
so be in
job
sight
is to
control
hold
for theirs. Does
that B
Gravity
bomb
can
site.
flash through?
You
No,
have
there's
two
no
people
util.
in middle.
He
Do you need a
almost
third
gets a frag
MP9 to look
nonetheless, but
middle?
still covered, and
You probably
it
don't.
just smooth
Is the
sailing
answer.
for Saw, cutting through
I'm
and
actually,
not
I am
wasting a
mad.
moment on a call
They've
like
made me
that.
mad.
That was very
Why?
nice.
3v5.
They called out that
Why
3D Max are
France?
not just going to keep expanding, but fall back. And as soon as they do, 3D Max's mind, they think they bought 20 seconds or so.
Why are
But
they
as
making?
soon as
Why am
someone
I
comes
getting
down
mad?
the
I don't
stairs,
know.
instantly
I
sees nothing.
have no stake
They
in
do
this.
the smart
Okay.
thing and they approach quietly. They don't assume someone's sitting in the tunnel.
Why am
They
I
don't assume
angry?
Someone's holding their angle. They just simply walk through the smoke. That's the moment where walking through the smoke is
I didn't
the
bet on this
correct play
game.
over using a flash.
I'm not French.
nice gap
I'm not
for Saw to find.
Portuguese. I just want them to stop doing this. We don't have any French emotes. Damn, we need some.
It's got to be the most unlikely
Yeah.
team to be this close to the stadium.
Yeah, I'm on the side of
Unbelievable. And I mean,
Counter-Strike.
this is supposed to be the lucky draw
And
for
3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, Mo, it's supposed to be the lucky draw for Complexity, for FlyQuest, for 3D Max as well. I mean, three teams who need wins, right? Three teams who can sometimes show promise. Complexity, obviously, the biggest rebuild of those three teams mentioned. But if 3D Max are meant to be contenders that want to step it up, a team like Saw with two players destined for the door shouldn't be an issue, but it is.
11 bullets.
Story right back at
Okay.
it. Gonna make quick
That's
work of
so
this
well done by
long
Story.
attempt from 3D Max.
Easy position to panic in.
Frag to SHR, but so be it. Story
Didn't panic.
recovers.
Stayed
That bomb's
cool.
Gonna go into the open B bomb site.
Gonna smoke the
found out
cross,
by
pretending
Agile.
while his teammate's
Sorry,
taking
just be
B.
getting rid of guns here.
He's so
Getting
smart.
wrapped around by the top mid push. This is an opportunity floundered not by one, not by two, but by three teams that should have been considered favorites over a squad.
3D
that
Max
is
looks so
destined
bad.
for
Yeah,
changes.
they actually do.
Oh.
There's been on the T side. There was so
Here's
many
the
rounds where I
opportunity to do
thought,
something very funny.
do they not?
Roman
No,
knows
I know.
better.
I know
Too
that
close to
they
the win now.
know better on the T side. I know they know how to throw these grenades. I just don't know what they were doing. It kind of feels like a team that's just in a very bad state, you know? Hunting for scout kills at the end of the round, I think, is the answer.
Hanging on to a scout.
I thought 3D Max were going to win this. 100%.
It's one thing on Nuke.
I did
especially
say it
after
could be
that
three
incredibly
maps, but
flat
I
first
definitely thought
half,
if I had to,
right?
if, you know, pressed, I would have said, yeah,
Taking
3D
into
Max are
Nuke,
winning
trying
it.
to exploit something versus 3D Max, but we're talking about a Dust 2. This is supposed to be 3D Max's turf.
Everyone keeps telling me about the 3D Max Dust 2. Where is it, Connor?
I don't know. I don't know. I was with you. I watched Dust 2
We
pain.
saw it.
I saw it. And I was told, no, that's the, that's just like the one time it didn't work.
Maui, where is it? You promised us a Dust 2.
What's
here,
happening?
3D Max.
Listen, Saw step into the server today willing to fight for that place in the BT arena. I feel like even they're surprised they're not getting a fight at least.
They're getting the whole Bafana right now.
Saw 2 rounds away. It's not even a hard-fought battle. They're just gonna tiptoe their way over some French corpses at this rate. Lucky trying to play with nades here. A quick rotate from Gravity is gonna help out, but he dies trying to push through the door, and now Lucky's backside, no line of vision. Body tries to get in from the window, wary of mid. He has a reason to be. Lucky still hanging on for dear life. 70 health and more support now arrives.
Yeah, playing sad
Story
music for
awaiting that window peek.
French
Mouz
Counter-Strike.
has gone out and around, and this recovery's happening, if not for Macca's USP.
Story gets the plant off, but
Inception.
Gets caught out by the window come through.
Yeah. Hold
Macca,
on.
it is a 5th round for 3D Max in a moment.
that smoke down for Lucky.
But does that really inspire you?
At like we saw them make a comeback at least on Nuke off of a small moment like that. We haven't got to see if Saw have what it takes on both sides of the map. All they have right now is a lead, you know. Getting close is very nice. 3D Max aren't quite as excited about winning a round like this, but well, I mean, it's their tournament life on the line right now. They need to be. It's a drop in the bucket, but there will always be rounds like that. On a comeback that has to be this great. Plant actually makes a difference here with all the nades that they get. Story picking up his op again. And the op difference has been a huge... I'm trying to not say story, man.
Yeah, sure. Element. A huge element of
the
the
flash
play.
missed. Oh, okay. Well, that's the 3 long, so now you would think they actually try to sneak out a middle. That's normally what you would do. Yeah.
Oh, look at you,
Whoops.
genius.
This is a standard move. Question is, will body get caught off?
Off the op.
Here we go.
Macca lays it down, body smoked off, and a bomb yet to be recovered. Kind of awkwardly sitting out there. They're worried about being exposed to window.
You can go grab it in a second, maybe.
It's a scary little lean, but he gets it. And
This
he's
is
able to
nice, I
walk
think.
away. 3 versus 5 demanded of Saw.
Anyway. Yeah, it's the Inception stuff.
Mac has got that op over on this A site.
If they're gonna,
I think it's
can't believe
it's great.
they would want to go A in this spot.
I love
because
it.
they've had full control of middle the entire time, so they know that there's still 3 here. If they wait long, and yeah, like surely they just go B, but now they're losing vision on mid.
Am I getting into music theory? Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of trying. Like, I think it's really cool to kind of have some understanding of how
what do they do?
things work together. I mean, obviously my level of understanding is ultra basic, but I can totally see why it would be interesting to kind of see, like,
You know what?
why
Sometimes
some
when you have
chords
a lead
work
like
and some
this,
don't, and
kinda do wanna see
why you can
more
have a
saves,
certain
'cause
progression but not another one.
money
and
matters and it doesn't.
Like, I just totally understand like why that would be cool and fun to understand. Even at like a super surface level, it's interesting. But yeah, it obviously requires real study, right? Like, it's not something you can just like say, oh, that's fun, and then move on. Like, you kind of have to sit down and really understand it. So it takes a little bit more effort, you know.
Give 3D Max a little chance to catch their breath.
3D Max missed another flash there on long.
Oh, did they?
They let them jump into pit, yeah.
Would you like to call them any names for that, or?
Tabernac.
French-Canadian joke. That's good. That's good stuff.
Okay. I think Saw can B-split their way to victory.
5 rounds the difference, Saw.
I think they can run B-splits this, like, if they just run nothing but B-splits this half, I think they're going to win. It's my prediction. If I was the coach or the IGL, I would say
Max know that they can fight back.
forget everything, just run
especially with
B-splits.
some extra cash in the back pocket.
But let's see.
Limitations in the Galil and Desert Eagle for poor Roman. The op dominance that happened on the CT side for Saw was really one of the reasons that score got so lopsided. Can they get through Macca on the attack? Because so far he has already been more successful, it feels like, with just getting these lean back CT op kills.
Yeah, so far so good.
No aggressive
Catwalk
move
control,
here
where's
3D Max.
Muterus? Quite far away, unfortunately.
Body is the new player on the team. Should be responsible for doing some cat damage, but right now just a very
Where is
heavy
he?
lean.
Even
back
I would
on
do it
A,
even in this round.
mid wide
I would
open.
say. Okay, close smoke, close Molotov, smoke for that.
They're blocking off too much information. Like, Body has to respect this, so he'll come back in. Story, there's a chance now.
Oh, wow.
That's mental.
Past Macca's ankle. Oh, the deke. That's not supposed to happen.
Okay, this is partially
Maybe
timing,
God is
but
against
also
the French.
partially
Is it
because
possible?
They did not have
How else could you
They
explain that
responded
timing?
to the mid B smoke that came out.
They chuck a frag grenade down to it. Lucky had, Macca just pulled
What
off
is
the
this?
angle.
Yeah, but like,
Oh,
why
the
does that
fucking
happen, right? Why
cat
do
thing.
timings get created? Because you are insecure about information that you have.
Saw in control of their own
I'm gonna have
destiny
to
with
learn
that
that
one.
now.
They serve up a distraction and just slip out in
God
the
is
perfect
Portuguese,
moment.
apparently.
And it's one thing to catch Body with the op, but it's another for Roman to just blast away the opper, right? Macca had been doing a good job of drawing that line in the
Sorry, it's
sand,
10 out of 10.
of peeling players off of attacks, and he doesn't
It's a
even
strong,
get a
it's
chance
a
to
strong
shoot
vibe.
the damn
Okay,
op
I'll have to learn it.
because that Deeg hits him hard. This man right here dropped on ramp from a pistol, and Saw will give themselves 6 map match playoff points.
And this is a good round from Saw, but it's another big mistake out of 3D Max. And I think this is mostly Body's fault, if I have to, pick one person, unfortunately, because he doesn't need to be full committed to A, especially with the op on ramp. He could be in the jump up throwing nades to get them softened up. He could be looking towards mid B just in case, just to find out if there's a lurk.
The Inception
Very
piece
nice
sounds
find.
like Mass
Macca
Effect
gets shot in
3,
the leg.
leaving Earth theme.
But that's so worth it.
I've never played Mass Effect.
Good nades coming
But,
out of the B defense.
I would, I'll check it out. Man, there's so much music I
A little one-off
want
moment
to play,
perhaps with
but
that cat to A hit hasn't cost 3D Max yet.
it does take like it's hard to explain. Like, it takes so much mental
flawless
effort
streak
to
demanded
try
of
to
them as
learn a
we get
new
this
piece of
grouping up of
music.
soft
At least the way
players
that I'm
in
doing
middle.
it, maybe a
Macca
bit different if I
already
actually
down to
could
20
read
health, of
notes.
Marcus hit some great shots, but he's also had a couple
I mean,
rounds that are a little scary.
that might be part of the answer, but I'm just saying.
There goes the utility that this A defense
It's
has
like
to work with.
every
Macca,
time your brain
single
is like back to
flashbang
square
now, all that
one,
they've got.
and you're like,
And he's
oh,
gonna
how
try
do
to
I
set
do
up
this?
Exorcist for some long control.
Body playing on the site. I don't know if he's got a nade. Oh, okay.
Doesn't. No
Honda's
nades at all
pointing finger
now.
blaming every
They just
single mine
sent
already.
The one player forward,
AK
missed chance for
Body.
Macca, takes a bit more damage.
True.
And he would have been down, but he's still able to lock this in. Again, as long as he's not getting deeked in
Could
the
be
face,
worse.
it's
I've just
good.
spent 2 hours
Body
drawing a
bringing
naked
one
bloke.
with him's also what they need. Macca able to do
What,
more
like against your
damage on the
will,
last
Astralis?
remaining
What's
player.
happening?
Cleaned up by Exorcist, who comes back. Look at the activity there in contrast. Not just Body kind of trying to gather mid info.
Did the naked
they
guy,
go for long.
did
That
he
allows
know
for
you were drawing
Exorcist to
him?
get some
Oh,
info,
okay.
come back to join them, and again, Macca not getting one
Could be some sort of criminal situation,
Multi-frags, 13 and 11. Goes Lucky. Macca to 11.
Uni-class, okay.
It's a 4v5 attack, but this time it's 3D Max with the op kill.
Hey,
It's Body with info in the middle of the
It is what
round
it is.
over at mid B.
Wait, what are you at uni
Then
for?
he makes a much more confident decision with more information to go and reinforce the A site, and they're not caught in game helper on the ramp. They have long control. They have Macca in a safe position.
So I was about to make a stupid joke. Game modeling and animation, alright. Just attending gay university all of a sudden. The Globo Homo, they really have one.
Now here's a little economy building
We've got
position
classes on drawing naked, guys.
for 3D Max.
This is what they tried to warn us about, we didn't listen. And now suddenly... Game modeling animation. I'm actually so jealous. I think it's sick. God
Trio of
damn.
Desert Eagles
Global Homo.
and a smoke grenade's what they'll come into this one with.
I am really surprised to see how little they're playing on Cat.
Oh, God.
My gosh,
That's a shot.
That's the third A player.
Not like this.
They know that they've got
Shots
killed.
fired.
If
We did
anything,
draw a
we'll
naked
have you
woman,
speed up. It'll
so
be a
more like a
frag
bar
like that.
university would suit me.
Exorcist
Alright.
has utility
Alright,
that'll
good,
hold
good
this.
balance.
He needs to preempt this, man.
Opera's
Balance
over
in
on
the
long,
universe.
So
Oh, they're just running. Yeah. Oh, I see.
God, now his nades
Utility's
aren't
coming out
gonna be
too
worth
late.
this. It's too late. He's just going to try to smoke himself off.
Exorcist.
He seeks the site. Exorcist with one kill.
What are
Missed
they
shot from
doing?
Macca. Don't you dare lose like this. It is recoverable, but it will need to be the retake. Gravity comes
It goes
in.
too far.
It does a bit of damage. Agile gets another off the headshot. Macca's trying to
no.
now recover with an op of all things to push up. This would be embarrassing. Not
Guys,
just
don't
for
lose like this.
FlyQuest
Okay.
or Cole, but potentially 3D
Glock,
Max
okay.
too. Not like that. Macca comes out
It's about
and
to be
saves
the
them.
I'm ready for the
Because
burial
God
of French
forbid
Counter-Strike.
you go
Okay,
down
guys.
to 3 Deags and a smoke.
They take out Body with the Deagle inside of middle.
Jesus.
He's the third A player. You lose vision on mid, and you've got pistols running.
Chaos is a ladder, yeah.
You know, Exorcist, you've got utility. Start throwing some of it.
Just chuck it out of chance.
Just get
Chaos.
rid of it, because
Chaos is a
obviously they
ladder,
can
and if you
reset to
fall off the
something new,
ladder, you
then they
land
have
in
to assume,
France.
oh, someone's coming back to mid. You know, they have to re-earn their position, and they can't do that with low guns.
It's not like the cat push
Make
should
it
be a
end.
surprise. Like you said,
Yeah.
the Deagle comes
Save
out
us.
middle. Cat's compromised.
Save us from this.
And that one's saved.
Man, I have this. I have a video game I want to make. I had a long conversation with a coder friend of mine to see if it could even be done, and I'm pretty sure it can be. And now I just need like. The problem is I need an artist. I need someone who's like a 3D person, or a 3D and yeah. I need a proof of concept. But I think we can make one. I think we can actually make a pretty easy proof of concept. I just need.
Does he re-engage?
I need to skin that proof of concept, and then I think we're off to the races.
Coming at him alone as he just tucks. Oh,
Everyone's a
doesn't
3D
tuck
person?
into
Wow.
pit. In fact, plays the ledge of
You
it.
say that.
Roman on the approach gets the headshot, and now all of a sudden that A site.
The push comes towards SHR.
Fire would be great for that. Yeah, maybe.
They're gonna have to walk up site. Mac is still worried about catwalk.
Maybe.
Smoke down on cross. Maka trying to press in. They want to take this cat control. They want something for it. And they are able to at least get SHR. But will Maka? No. Doesn't find himself into position. He gets peeled
But the
off.
problem
They
is, like,
have to go
I'm
back into another A site retake in a moment.
Not to say
It's
that
a
artists on
Molotov
Fiverr
destined for
aren't
the
good,
site.
but
Lucky comes up.
I want to connect with someone who has like, well, like I explain my vision for this thing, and then they can pick it up and say, oh, I'll come back in a week, and then we have like a, something like that.
Agile, nothing else to watch. Doesn't hit the shot, and Body is going to alleviate a bit of pressure, and then a little bit more. Woo! It's low health bars for most, but they still come through. 3D Max will continue to fight.
Yes, that's a key piece of utility.
Yeah, I don't know,
in
like
the molly that came out, and Exorcist. I think
I've never used it, so I guess I don't know. But my sense is that it's more like I pay people to do something, and then they kind of spit something out, and then that's it.
There were many ways to lose that round, but we've got 3D Max surviving, moving carefully. It's good 3v3 retake. Keeping this game alive.
But I am really, really sure that
That's also critical pre-fire from
it's a good idea. So
Gravity. I keep saying his name in Italian.
I kind of like it. Graviti.
Graviti. Mamma mia.
Scout now in hand here for Muterus, and
it's 9-12.
Back he goes.
I said.
Exorcist with the upgrade.
I said we just need B splits. Just do nothing but B splits, and you're going to win this game. I'm pretty sure.
It's a lot of responsibility for the new player, Body.
That is still
got a lot
true.
of experience, but
And he's been trying to keep him in this. One of the 3 players on 14 kills for 3D Max. Gravity locked in Humvee. Lucky with an op on plat. Missed chance twice.
Make a speech to the family, to the cult, with a piano in God mode tune.
Him in, but you'd think Gravity will catch them off guard. Okay, it ain't pretty, but it's okay. Weapon advantage is his. And those pistols turned back by a smoke grenade in front of them.
But now they know that Body rotated over.
Should do like a
It's
hype,
interesting, actually, because
hype speech, train wrecks
Whoa, does
style.
he slow it down or not?
Maybe not
No,
like that.
he doesn't. What the heck?
Exorcist ain't having the best map, so...
He's
he took some time to shoot
He's
there.
taking a nap.
Ogza,
He's having a nap. He's had a little nap out long.
Oh, no, not again. Maka to the Deagle. You know what happened last time? And Exorcist has been underperforming. Mutiris tried to push out, but there we go. Fast on the flank. Body's bailing people out, whether that's an assist over towards the B site to get them back over on A, or whether that's trying to pick up the responsibility of both ramp and the mid doors. Body is playing a crucial role as the newest piece of this 3D Max equation. He is all over this second half, now trailing by 2 rounds to force overtime.
You see how important a spot is, man, right? Like the one round they lose is because he makes a positional error, just the one thing. But he's got so much responsibility. He's got to be the mid B fill. In this round, he has to be the B fill. In that previous round, they have to defend A with him in the right spot. And I think still, though, the one really massive gap here is Cat. There's been absolutely no pressure from 3D
Yeah,
Max.
I mean, the AUG is probably
surprised
okay.
they haven't used this at all. This might be one of the rounds that they do.
You can't be sleeping, you know? Can't be sleeping on the job.
We see from 3D Max on Dust 2, it's usually a lot more aggressive than this. But this style is working out. There are some close
Jumping
situations.
up, shot of the read. Yeah, that was something.
Post plans that can't be closed from Saw. So for 3D Max, they can be upset about how the first half went, the fact that they let 12 go already. But so far, so good. One big opening from Story, though, and then... Whoa, that's
a start.
From Story.
And Lucky pushing an op up middle.
Yeah, but the problem
They
is,
gotta be waiting for this aggressive move.
if they just slow play it, so then what are you doing here? There's no flashes.
Struggling. It's a slow reaction though from Roman.
Very slow, yeah.
And Lucky's right there.
Like Gravity should be dead
We've seen this happen
every single time. Like there was no flashes to set him up for it. That's in itself. If Roman was not sleeping, they just kill him and probably win the map. They don't know when it's here. They have no idea. Oh,
oh my God, SHR doesn't check. All right.
You see, like the panic in his mouse as well. That's sick.
Now's where you drop the tabarnak.
Oh.
All right.
Fantastic.
Standing on plat. That could have been the moment. How do they not see him cross?
He probably did see it on the radar. He's like, what?
I think it's because they kind of turned from their own flash, too.
Okay. Yeah, we don't get to see it from their POV precisely.
Wait a second. That's a free shot.
Why are we just
Why? Yeah, that is the good question, Scrony. Why are we doing it? It is a 2 versus 4.
And so he'll be stopped right
That's
there.
gonna be fine, but no, it's not gonna be OT, guys. It's not.
Agile has to go to the tunnels
can't
play.
This I can't watch more of this kind of shit.
Has gone the full regulation.
Yeah.
Oh my God! 5 rounds straight. When they lost that second pistol and it got converted by Saw, you thought it was done and dusted. But dust is never done. Agile just wants to hold on to the AWP. This was a 4 versus 5 for 3D Max, but honestly, that aggressive mid stance with Gravity and the Lucky op.
Okay.
What?
It's just a jeopardy of dying after time, but body slowed down. It wouldn't matter so much for 3D Max, but he has to stay alive. Okay.
And he's got it.
Up goes forward to Story again. They blundered this one by not stopping the mid push when they were holding for it.
B split, guys.
Gravity got his.
1 B split.
But that was a 45 situation. So 3D Max getting into a lot of scary spots, but still surviving each and every one of them.
Talos Principle 2 the last few days. Damn, I don't even know what that is.
Easy here for Saw on Dust 2.
I'll Google it. I will Google it later. I'm always down to learn something.
And again, it was the
double
first time
incendiary. That might be the only way to make the incendiary actually do anything, is to throw 2 of them. New based meta. That's actually kind of a sick idea in a way. You threw 2 incendiaries to land right on top of each other, like at the same time, and nobody knows it's a double, and they just run into it and get cooked.
It's a weird map actually right now because there's 2 players in mid. Oh, nice nade.
Grenade damage.
That is a nade. They're not doing the
pressure up
splits.
the catwalk. You hear that Molotov pop if you're the defense, but nobody really biting on
They're
it.
doing
just
A
yet.
splits instead. Nobody wanted
Body
that.
and Gravity keeping that 2-man. Okay, Maka in the pit.
Both heard. And this is going to speed up their cat play.
Body versus Mutiris.
No, forget about the catwalk.
Could be caught out. Body's dropping smokes down. Mutiris
Oh, they're going to be in the middle.
And he knows that
Gravity
no
is so close. Yeah, he's going to be right behind them.
Over to catch Body. Now there's no
Gravity should be there quick enough. No, he's slowing down.
They still could extend. You know that the long push has happened. You could still just plant for catwalk.
Yeah, just plant for catwalk. Don't take this fight.
Dude, this is how it's going to come down to, huh?
But they aren't expanding towards cat right now. They're expanding towards long. But this bomb is planted for this position. If Roman dies in this spot, the retake is on. They need to go help him.
And Exorcist sitting and waiting. Lucky in a sitting duck. Roman inside of the smoke.
This is smart from Roman. Oh,
he tries to push through. It's an easy kill for the
But
first
this,
time.
like, there's so
Offer
much time already off the
approaching
clock.
from long. Catwalk starting to get unraveled. SHR's got limited timing on
They are
this
running
cover.
so low on time
Clock is
already.
ticking, fighting tooth and nail. 3D Max on the brink of OT, and it's just that Mac 10 that decided to dive
Okay, he
into
can't.
CT spawn. It's a post plant that will come back to haunt you.
That's a terrible post plant. Oh my gosh.
God damn.
That's just
I was
like
gonna
custom
play like
fundamentals
to the
right
death
there.
of
They have
like
the
French
top planet for
Counter-Strike,
Cat.
but
Roman's pushing through a smoke on. They have a kill in CT spawn.
But maybe
and
it's
they
just the
still
death of
lose
Counter-Strike
because they
here.
don't go and reinforce the place they planted for. Guys. Not gonna lie, it doesn't get more obvious than that.
maybe it's just Counter-Strike that's dying.
SHR opts to hide on sight box. Just that. Just stood there.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately,
And Roman tries to push
Valve
through his
have
smoke.
cancelled the Counter-Strike. They were watching the Soul and 3D Max game on Dust 2,
We're like, why? You're playing
and they said it can't.
Gandalf, and you want
It
that
can't
guy
go on any
defending against
longer.
Cap. You saw what happened right there.
So by the end of the day, it's gonna be off the Steam network, and there will be no more.
Someone's got to win.
Shout out to Portugal and France one time.
Nice opening here for Maka. He's been finding his
gonna
impact with the CT op. And we'll
Make
see
two
Saw
countries
try
hate me.
to
It's just
divert
memes. It's just memes.
with a couple pieces of utility down in middle. That bomb goes upper tunnels.
All just
They're gonna
memes.
peek behind it. CT's trying to contest. Not just letting it be empty space, and a smoke greets them at the exit of tunnels as well. Roman sticking around, cautious for
If
that
they do a
long flank,
B split
but it
now and
doesn't look
win, like I said, they should have been
anything's
doing
gonna
all
happen
along, I'm gonna be
because
really
Maka holding it with
mad.
an op instead this round.
Giovanni, what's up? Welcome to the stream.
Of course,
First time
double
message.
ups,
Good morning,
feature
man.
of 3D
How are you?
Max's
How's
first
your day been?
overtime CT round. And down goes their
That is
last
such a
B
deep smoke.
Roman giving himself some wiggle room.
He's gonna make the jump down.
It's actually going to drop now.
Yep.
But
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Boost over top of it. Now it's going to have to be Gravity. A bit of damage lineup. Wide swing, though, gets him off it. That's the bomb to be going down. Body popped. Roman slips off the
Just woke
catwalk
up. Nice.
into the perfect position. Now, he won't be able to maintain it. It's a good trade from XRCs at least.
will this be the first post plant?
Yeah,
that
I think
Saul will
Reverend
win?
backshots. That might be like a more. Oh my fucking god. Goodbye, goodbye Counter-Strike.
Story
He was
versus
already in the
Maka on
grave,
tunnel
but
op duel. Straight
now
up
it's
off the
definitely
op, flash over top,
it's
and
over.
down, and XRCs comes in through window dead. Saw find their approach, that story boosted over smoke, killing the first opper
I
and
don't know what to do,
compromising that B defense.
Yeah. Another
He
flash
tried
that
to
does
throw a
nothing
Molotov into the window from the T side on, like he was inside the B bomb. He just hit
That's
like
the
the.
first T
He hit
round
the
they win
wall.
on this comeback.
He actually just plain hit
It's
the
this
wall.
one. And it's still a good attack. You can give him that much.
This was cool. I like,
Roman has found out
Look
that
at
he
this.
can get into CT spawn in a lot of these setups.
I'm.
I think it's the fact he misses the Molotov and then also his first jump up onto plat.
Yeah.
I'm actually
Just
mad.
kinda make it.
Ooh, fast one out long. Agile. Drop by body.
Jesus, guys, what's happening?
Oh, Maka. Man. Story misses these chances a lot less, you know?
Yeah, window's too small.
Okay.
Roman trying to get into CT this time, caught out by Gravity. Will they realize that's generally your dedicated B play? He's got timing to come over. Maka looks to come and reinforce. Story versus Gravity in mid. Better be careful, kid. That rotating smoke. But a very
I actually
peeled apart moment here for
think
Saw.
it'd be
Again,
really fun to
struggling
go
on
like
the
3 on the
T-side
middle in a
their
round like
gun
this one if
round.
I'm
So
Saw.
to start overtime with 1 is good.
And just try to make it work.
3v5 if they're going to want to double down.
But I mean, I guess Muterus doesn't want to leave long.
Well, for now, it looks like A is the correct spot to go. Gravity coming back over. Can't assume there's going to be a CT drop on this round. Exorcist on the ramp.
Gravity half health down below, pops up, good trade frag. And then Long actually goes the way of Saw. Can't forget about Long.
And they can plant for long as well.
He's got a Molotov down there.
Creeps up
They don't have a smoke. Okay, he's gonna use it early. Oh, but he bounced it so deep. Why?
Been found out. All three players know, but the utility pressure's big. Gutierrez traded. Lucky over top with the double clear.
That Molotov makes no sense.
Them down and to give the instant response to 3D Max.
Yeah,
but no,
successful retake, even if it's just
none of the game makes any sense.
They've
Okay.
been good in these spots.
Why am I?
They
Why
don't
am
get
I?
too nervous.
I don't need to be angry. I don't need to be
It's
angry.
a close call for Saw, but now going 1-1 in overtime, based on what we saw in regulation.
I can just take a deep breath. Okay. I can just take a deep
Whoever
breath.
wins this next round should be in a great spot to just close this out.
They let go of the double op, 3D Max. Responsibilities on Maka with some early mid play. We've seen
We're
the
closing in on
push up
Amcal
towards top
NIP.
mid. We're gonna get another look at it. But this time there are
There's
more
always an
bodies ready.
there's
Story
always another
careful.
Amcal NIP.
And bomb
I
on
can't
his
believe they're
back.
peeking this
God,
with
SHR
just
walks out.
no
I mean,
flashbangs.
You see the upper fall back
And it's
because
working.
They're worried about mid-play, and then he pulls a nado and
So
runs into the
even
same
know
angle.
they know
I mean,
that there are
there's just this
CTs in middle.
disjointedness
So
that I guess
why
you can
not
come to expect from a team
be ready?
that is
You know?
literally in transition roster-wise. And
Yeah, Deadlock seems to have had a bit of a
He's
a bit
gonna
of a drop off.
Lucky on the fallback.
What the?
Wasted not a moment to get up long. And into the mix, the ball is
And
still
somehow it's
afforded
still a 3-on-3. Like in spite of the fact that Saw.
And this one, Connor, this is
I'm
the
just-
hardest retake we're going to see from 3D Max. And we have
Muterus
seen
is
Saw blow these
10,000
positions.
hours
This could be
away
the
from
game
this.
For Saw, if they play their cards right.
Gutierrez' tunnels.
What are we watching?
These tunnels, and
I
he's still
don't know,
waiting
man.
tunnels.
Yeah.
And with all three CTs coming at
I
the
have
site, it's gonna
truly
have
have
to
no
be
idea.
Story.
Muter is so far away they can still lose the round. It's a 2-on-2 over here. Okay, it's fine. But he was far away.
Huge round for Agile, going 3 kills deep. I mean, he's so fast. As that mid fight comes up, he finds the opening.
3D Max are going to have to change the game here. They can normally have a way better first half. They switch over to T side now. They're supposed to be the better team here on Dust 2.
3v5.
They somehow lose this spot, which is ridiculous. But it's just as ridiculous to see Agile find that opening.
A 3v5 recovery after the 3D Max top mid aggression.
This has to be Maka turning it up. There it is.
Okay. Let's see 3D Max remember anything about how to play this side. Like any at all. I think winning 1 round in it's fine. Win 1 round on the CT side over time. I'm okay with it actually.
Maka was more prominent on the CT side at first. Nice to see him opened up in overtime.
SHR has been a welcome hybrid. But it's, you know, first thought for 3D Max, gotta be like, all right, how do we get to the B site, right? Because that was definitely where Saw had their weakest setups.
Yep.
Right now, solo player there. Full split's about to come in, and Saw are leaning entirely towards A.
I think
This
every
full
time a
long
new
control
kind
setup,
of
they're not
game
even
comes
in the
out
B
right
site.
now
This is already
that has
round
any
over.
kind of prominence, like there's so many things that push a game forward right now. Like, you know, casters and analysts and desk hosts are all going to be thinking, oh my god, it's a new game, maybe I could get some work in that.
Why are they going to our
Which is
weaker
totally
site?
reasonable, I understand completely. I don't, that like,
Agile hoping somebody comes
that's
at
not
him.
criticism, I'm just saying that like a lot of people have an interest in there being new games to work in. And a lot of teams will do the same, right? It's like, oh,
Alright,
could
good
we
luck
have
with
a,
this.
you know,
Long
the
control
first
set.
Deadlock
This is
team? Could we
this
have
is
that?
an
You know,
OT round,
first
Connor.
Overwatch team.
What is this setup?
First Marvel Rivals team. You know, there are a lot of interest in kind of like, and streamers like new games because it's new and they can play new games and their fans like it. So there's this like initial period where it's like things grow a lot and then it's like until the next thing comes up and then it's the new thing, you know?
Enjoying the
saving in overtime, yeah. I mean,
struggles really.
I guess with the AWP purchase, they kind
hey,
of
that's the thing.
they can justify it.
We got a lot of playoff
Both
spots to
teams
go
should
around.
lose. Yeah, we
Beauty
should
of this
eliminate
bracket,
both of them. I
8
agree.
teams in
I actually agree.
playoffs
Fuck it.
with stage games to play. SHR on the brink of getting 30 kills, but sent packing at least here in this one. Tied game again, 14 rounds all.
Yeah, that's a setup you'd use maybe in regulation when you're worried about the economy, and you still can be. Ironically, you lose your op anyway. But saving an OT is like, you know, you might do that in the second round of an OT.
Yeah.
Whereas the third round you could be broke. But in this one, it's just funny
I think
for a few
Deadlock
reasons.
has
Number one,
it's got potential.
the
I
B-side,
just
that was
you
a
know
problem in the first half. Number two, you have
those
4
games are
alive.
hard,
You know,
really
you're
hard
going for a
to
heavy lead
balance.
with 4 alive.
What is the hot take of the day? I mean, I've been tweeting. I don't think incendiaries are real. Okay, they're not real grenades. Stop throwing them. They don't do any damage. I know you guys think they do because you like, but it's all it's an illusion. So don't throw incendiary. Like throw Molotovs.
Stark contrast to some of
But
the
don't
moves
throw
we've
any more
seen 3D
incendiary. It's not worth
defense
it.
offer
Just don't
very
do it.
little pressure applied here from Saw. It's a bit of disruptive utility.
Oh, watch just
coming
launching
down
a
from
mode that's
mid-mark,
basically
but it is
Deadlock.
still total mid-control
Well, that's a
foregone
sign of
to
panic.
3D Max's favor. Materis sitting in his spawn.
Buy nade instead. Yeah, buy
Could be a
decoy
real
instead
rascal
if you
when
want.
they try to come out
Just
for
don't,
mid-control, but at the moment,
just don't even worry
obviously
about the
Catwalk's looking
incendiary.
prime for the taking. And,
Nobody respects it.
There's no element of surprise about this story.
Yeah.
Chance to just strike him down. T's put a smoke on the corner. Everybody grouping up behind it, but again, not masking the audio of the
Look.
approach. This is their T-smoke on that edge, fully
I mean,
blocking
obviously,
them at 25 seconds.
Joke. I know it
Story
landed in the
awaits
smoke,
them
but I'm just
and
saying
gets
it's funny.
blinded at
It's
the
a funny
last
timing,
second.
right?
So
Funny
Lucky
timing.
deals with the opera's
Comedic
vision.
timing,
Agile
some might
comes in
say.
big with a kill, and as they push up from CT spawn,
Spaghetti. Good to see you stream. Yeah, what's up?
Gravity trying to
I've been
peek
missing
in,
some of
but
the streaming
still
stuff.
3 players stand. And then Agile's able to burn
Oh.
Maka out from beneath the stairs. SHR's coming up.
All right,
The
that's
long
bad
player's
timing
been
for my
found
point.
out.
Okay, he
Gravity's
did get a
trying to
kill with
make
it.
the difference. Somebody's taking 15. Pressure from jumping M4. You're kidding. Saw take 15 first.
You need a really hot and controversial take, then we clip it and send it to Reddit, and we get over the moons with viewers and subs.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that is the meta, I guess. You're
He
right.
had every right to jump with a teammate along and Cat. Sure, and they're that close. They're going to get some damage in. Oh, crazy that it distills to that moment. Thank goodness that wasn't the last round of the game.
I don't know
But
what's
wow.
happening, man.
Dead Namali on Cat.
I mean, we're
This retake gets messy, but because Saw put pressure on Cat and Long at the
Tier
same
1
time,
CS.
there is no place to relax here.
Here's my hot take from earlier, okay?
That right there is
You missed
Saw
it by a couple of minutes.
with a chance to qualify.
My hot
to
take
the
is
arena.
that
Again.
between them,
Two chances back
France
regulation this time. A
and
singular
Portugal have
moment
killed
to do
Counter-Strike.
it. To dispatch of FlyQuest,
And this is the funeral.
dispatch of
We're putting it
complexity.
to sleep
And this
finally.
is- okay, so I think the key to victory last time was
It's the end.
let's see, look at where
This
Story
Dust 2
is.
game was
He's-
too much.
He's playing over
They murdered it.
towards the B site. So if yeah, a 2-1-2.
Rest in peace.
Key to victory is them leaning towards B because that's most likely where
That's the-
3D Max are going to try to take the edge.
That's the
And
hot
if their-
take,
their
okay?
rifler is rotating through middle, they don't really get caught off guard as much.
They know.
3D
They didn't
Max
throw
want
this
to do some
Molotov
digging here
a
to
couple of
find out where the
rounds
best
in
spot
the
is to
first
go.
half, and I have no idea why, but they knew how to throw it. Okay, let's see. This is a classic.
Nice grenade. Good early round here
Could
for
be
Saw.
B,
I
could
think the
be
setup makes a lot of sense.
could be
And
B,
they're trying to
could be
get- they're
catwalk
trying to draw this
take.
mid-B
You know,
rotation here.
like you don't know which is coming on the CT
But
side.
honestly, Saw aren't biting on it. The thing is that you've still got an upper tunnels player.
Yep.
Sending flashes out to middle. 3 flashbangs between the two sides.
Which, if this was Spirit, would be
Another wave of
Sontix
smoke
playing
comes
instead
down.
of
3D
Lucky.
Max going to play with the final 30 seconds of overtime.
Yes, and it's a
Last
B split
30
this time. I
seconds.
like it.
Story's had a hell of a game.
I
and
think
now
I've
there's
said
max
it
pressure on him.
at least once
SHR
before.
comes down. It's a good bit
Just
of damage
do
on the players
B
who approach this
splits.
B site. Can it lock it down? Agile's been huge in overtime, and he's
Oh.
going to deliver again. No way. 2 kills out.
They
And it all
did B
falls
splits,
on
but they had
Maka.
no grenades to
Saw
throw into the bomb
with
site.
a dead roster. FlyQuest, complexity, and 3D Max.
Okay, now-
And in the final event, as
French
SHR
Counter-Strike.
holds this Saw jersey, they are going to go to playoffs.
Also
It
dead.
ain't pretty, folks, but it's
Along
enough.
with the rest of
And
Counter-Strike.
it's one that dispatches of a 3D Max who have tried to show us upticks
No
in
more.
performance. Not just a 3-mapper, but 2-0 with Dust 2 in their back pockets.
Okay,
And I'm just gonna throw it right on out there. You
I need
could
a
not
drink.
have saw that coming. Ain't that right, Jake?
I need drugs
Yeah,
after
right,
that
Chase,
game.
You're right. I think
The
I think
actual
Connor
drugs.
summarized it pretty good right there. It ain't pretty, but it was enough for so on. We gotta give credit to them. You know, coming into this tournament, no one had any expectations to them whatsoever. They didn't go 0-2, and everyone is ready to ride them.
Disappointing
off.
for 3D Max,
Fly
yeah, that's.
Quest, okay. They get that surprise win yesterday.
Then again,
and
like-
we were joking a little bit. Maybe Complexity can find a way to lose against so on. They did 2-0.
Yeah, they definitely
You got pistachios? Not much,
going
Pete.
against one of the
Do you
most, at
don't
least
go
according
back
to
and
me,
watch the game,
underrated
Pete. Just
teams
don't do
at
it.
this tournament. A team like 3D Max who
For your own sake, don't do
very
it.
competitive,
You know
improved
what's annoying
every
is
single
3D
game
Max.
they played so far in
I've been like
2025,
really like,
and they won
yay,
2-0 here as
they're
well.
actually really
Maybe
sick,
it's
you
not
know.
pretty, but it's effective and it's hella
very
impressive
frustrating.
that They somehow, some way managed to get it done dust.
You know, this map reminded me a lot of Sloppy Joe.
You could
Day
comment
at
on
the
three.
high school cafeteria.
Yeah.
No, okay. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows what a sloppy
Hako
Joe is.
Jita, what's up? Hey Anders, love you.
So,
And missed you, man. What's up? Not much. I've been watching Counter Strike and streaming and playing the piano.
Good. It's not going to have much nutritional value. It's always going to be very messy. There's just a
Piano.
big pile of saucy meat.
And just been having a good time, you know, creating some content on YouTube and trying to work my way back into doing some casting, hopefully at some point. We shall see how that works out.
Did get us through a portion of this day before we could watch.
How are you doing, though?
Well, speaking of our daily bread dust, I think I'll put into a much simpler term for perhaps those that don't eat sloppy joes. Now imagine Jacob and I, both blindfolded, hitting the same pinata over and over and over again until we just hit each other a couple times, but then eventually you break the pinata, you get the candy, and now the candy being the playoff for Saul.
That was better. That was way better than what I did.
I think that's a pretty decent way to summarize it. Again, I looking at the context of the game and how they came into the tournament, I think Saw should be proud of what they've been able to do here. Story, you know, again, another great game, this time backed up by HSR, who was super aggressive on the CT side, running in towards lower dark, you know, making life tough, especially for
Weird
Maka,
game.
who never really
Super
got the job done
weird
over the
game,
side of
okay?
3D Max. And then, you know, I think the big story obviously is Saw qualifying for the playoff. Again, expectations of them coming into the playoff.
Hako Jita with the tier 1 sub. Damn, thank you so much. Damn, we've got the subs trickling in. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
For 3D Max,
Super
to not
helpful.
win this game, to not book a spot at the playoff, to not get this done, that rubs me the wrong way.
Goes a long way, you know?
I finally buy into the project. I finally buy into me having.
Goes a long way to
underestimated
convince
them
my
a
wife
little
that
bit, to the community
it's a
maybe
real
having
job
underestimated them
and
a
that I'm
little
not
bit,
just
but
watching
you cannot
Counter-Strike
win a
all day,
game
you know?
like this when the pressure's on.
I'm like,
then
no.
You don't deserve to be rated.
We had
You
like
don't deserve to get that.
5
bang. And
subs for
honestly,
today,
this is
so
a massive loss for 3D
that
Max.
makes it a job.
Massive wasted opportunity. It's like they did all the hard work.
But yeah,
they
welcome to
were
the
running
cult,
one
you know?
kilometer before they crossed the finish line, they decided to quit. And you know, in all honesty, that's not good enough.
Yeah, that's definitely a very damning result here for 3D Max. And I look over at the Saul side of things, though. Give credit where credit's due. Story has been on point with the AWP this tournament. He was definitely
Next
kind of like
game
the third star of the team back in the day,
is
you know, with Earjerks
actually
there,
not that long.
being the front runners of the team with the rifles, but
Mouse
he was always
versus
that third
VP.
kind of pocket player, and he's really kind of stepped up and delivered in some high-stakes situations. And the other thing that I have to say is this: is that look, SHR came onto the team as the Earjerks replacement. He was an attempt to bring in another young, aggressive rifler to give them some firepower, try to get them back up to speed after losing, you know, what they had lost in the middle
Do
of the
sub
year.
versus streamers?
And
I don't
at
know. Nobody
first,
knows.
He very much struggled, and that's a
I
lot of
doubt
the
it.
reason why Saul came into this tournament with the
I
decision
doubt
already
it. I
made. They
think
were gonna restructure this
probably
roster
playing
with
ads
international
will boost
players
you more in the
heading
algorithm
forward.
for
But
Twitch.
SHR is playing some of the best counter
We don't want to do that,
I've
do
seen
we?
him play.
But in
since he
theory,
joined
I
this
think it does.
team,
All right, guys, I'll be
just
right back.
in
One
these
sec.
last couple of hours, like it's actually pretty impressive.
Yeah, a lot of impressive stuff over here if you think about what Saw has had to endure, what is a trial, and then the tribulation, and then now on to the playoffs. But there is a gentleman that's going to be joining us. He's no stranger to the playoffs. In fact, you could go as far as say former Fnatic, former Cloud9. He's won Malmo in 2019, Kato in 18, and most importantly, God has sent him to Saw. He goes by the name of Golden. He's going to be joining us. He is the coach over there for Saw, and what was a day in the office. Congratulations, Mr. Golden.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, guys.
Yeah, hi. Okay, so right out of the gate, bud, you guys show up for Cluj-Napoca, and the news has already dropped, right? So there's a roster change. We kind of give it this whole dead team, but that's not what happened today. So tell us what's going on over there.
Well, the changes are going to be made. We came in here, you know, it was rough the first days, as you can see how we played. But me and the staff behind, we're trying to have a good environment for everyone to expel in what they do good. It's not an easy task, but I think the players are understanding it. SHR and Roman, they have accepted it. And you can see how good we are playing as well without any pressure or whatnot. I feel like that is out of the window. And they're being very professional about it. And it kind of breaks my heart that they had to go through this. But some decisions had to be made, kind of.
Golden, it's obviously mad impressive that you managed to qualify for the playoff with what essentially, as you said, is a dead team as well. I'm curious, and I guess the people at home would be curious as well, in terms of how you prepare for the games and how you set yourself up. Are you going through the same motions in terms of, anti-stratting your opponents and making sure you have a game plan ready for each game? Or are you taking it a little bit more loosely, considering that you are playing with no pressure?
Yeah, that is something we had to discuss. We're doing a mix of both.
Okay.
But obviously we are trying to get some idea, anti-strat them, and I have a game plan basically. And a lot of credit goes to Materis.
So obviously you started out this tournament 0-2, losing your first 4 maps, and some of them were a little bit close, but ultimately you found yourself behind the 8 ball there. But now you've marched it back, 3 best-of-3s in a row. What do you think was the big shift that took place between those first 2 matches and these last 3 to propel you into the playoffs?
We just need a win. I mean, if you look on online, we keep losing. We went to Kata, we lost. We didn't win matches, and it made it so that our confidence was down the drain. Now we get some wins behind us. We're feeling like you have said, a dead team, but the atmosphere and the team play is still kind of there. Like we're still doing that, but now with no pressure, it feels like we're just playing good CS at times, but obviously, you can see we are struggling a bit at the late rounds when we need to close the match. But we have the resilience. Yesterday, we made a huge comeback, and today we got it with us. If we didn't make the comeback yesterday, we might lose in overtime today on Dust 2. So I feel like the team itself is working as a team.
Cool. All right. I just want to make sure. Sometimes they've got big questions for you, man. Hey, Golden, I think one of the bigger questions, and, just hear me out for a second, all right? Let's assume that you guys win all of PGL Cluj-Napoca. Do you just make like a 7-man rotation, or like what would happen in this moment? Yeah, I'm just, humor me.
We might just do an EG. We have like 3 rosters.
Yeah, that's
my boy.
Surdy. Anything you want to say though? We get you guys out of here.
No, just thank you. Thanks for letting us be here, kind of. I don't know what to say.
You did good, Golden. Hey, thank you very much, Golden.
Thank you. Bye.
Well done.
Yeah, and got to be a sigh of relief right there, too, on the side of Golden. Like, you've come here and you've done basically what you weren't supposed to in the first place. You start as 0-2, like you're talking about, Dust. You take losses to FaZe and Astralis, both 0-2. And now you're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, let's give it perspective. For Saw, obviously, heading into the playoff, again, they're coming in with the expectations to lose. Even themselves, if you were to ask them, I think already making the playoff, that is a massive, surprise for pretty much anyone involved in PGL Cluj-Napoca. But it also helps them in the VS standing, replacing players, you're going to lose points, etc., etc. Getting this win, securing the prize money, securing the points for beating 3D Max, who's quite high in the VIS ranking as well. We saw the graph heading into the matchup. It's a massive win for Saw, and it's going to stabilize them in the VIS standings despite making these roster changes. So you cannot underestimate how important it is for Saw themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, they are investing in their future with the points that they are accumulating at this tournament. I mean, they probably had it in their minds that they probably weren't going to get a lot of value out this tournament, and they were going to slide down their rankings. They're going to have to battle their way back up with their new roster in that transition phase. But now they've made it to where it's going to be slightly less of a worry to climb. Like, you're already going to be in a better position than you anticipated being once you come out of this event, no matter what happens from this point going forward. So, yeah, it is actually very admirable that these guys who know that they're on their way out still have a lot of pride. Obviously, they're probably trying to show themselves off individually to show they're still capable of a high level of play. And all the while, they're helping this team and this organization maintain position.
And just to be a bit more specific, it most likely does mean that they will be at PGL Bucharest. They'll be at PGL Astana. They'll be at these tournaments where not every single top team are going to show up. So, as you said, you can keep farming points, and you can even show with the new roster that this wasn't a fluke. So, for Saw to get this win, massive. For 3D Max to get this L, it's a fumble and a half, to be completely honest. It is such a devastating way to end what could have been a great tournament for them.
And I think I love when you say it like that, get this L. Well, Thank you very much, gentlemen. I don't think that we need any more L's for this moment, but there's certainly going to be one dished out. We do have another series coming your way, the last 2-2 matchup here, and the last team that we're going to be sending on into the PGL Cluj-Napoca playoffs. We're looking at Mouz, and we're looking at VP when we come back after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role with 1xBet.
Virtus Pro Flamus is taken to the stage to play Guess the Price. We're going to test your CS knowledge of prices of the weapons and see how many you can get correct in just 60 seconds. How you feeling, dude? You ready?
Yes, I'm fully ready.
He's fully ready. He's
Fully
getting warmed
ready.
up. I like how he's moved forward. He got himself in the position.
I'm ready.
Warmed up and ready. This is what I like to see. All right, let's get started. 60 seconds, as many as you can get right. You got to give me the price. And it'll start with M249.
50 to 50.
Oh, 5200, so close. CZ.
500.
Yes. Negev.
2000.
No, 1700. R8.
Bet. 8.
6.
Unlucky.
SG553.
3.
Yes. Mag 7.
1 8.
1 3. Nova.
150. 150.
Yes, correct. P90.
2 350.
Yes. Scar.
5.
Yes. MP7.
1 1700.
No, 1 5. Sornoff.
12.
11.
Nice.
Famas.
2050.
No, it's changed. 1950. Zeus.
2.
Yes. Bison.
1400.
Yes. XM.
2.
Yes. UMP.
12.
Yes. SG1.
5.
Yes, yes.
Nice, good. I'm actually tilted.
You were speed running it. You were doing very good.
Yeah, no, I mean, since if I don't know, I didn't want to spend time.
Yeah, smart man. That's what I like to see. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, a fun game, but I'm disappointed in myself.
You're a true competitor, fam. I was disappointed, even though you did pretty good. Thank you very much for playing, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Not a whole lot to be disappointed about there, but I can assure you that I have seen other people, other players do infinitely worse in the quiz. So, you know, we'll leave that one shelved for now. We do have that last 2-2 game here. That would be the last game of the PGL Cluj-Napoca group stages. Mouz versus VP. Two precarious names when you think about had to go all the way to the end of the run. When you think about brands, now when we think about players in the server, perhaps it's a little bit different given the situations we have on both sides.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we had two teams who came into this tournament with the clear expectation of making the playoff, and one of them will be disappointed after today. There can only be one winner, and there can definitely only be one loser. Well, sometimes you see two losers. Anyway,
I see two right now.
Well, there we go.
Yeah.
I think for Mouz, it's been a
My wife asked me to do
great tournament. They started off well, you know,
about
going 2-0,
3
it looked
things
somewhat okay,
for
but
today,
once they
and
got
I did
tested
like one
against
of
some
them.
the better teams, we've seen some
And I forgot the
flaws,
rest.
both
But
on the
one out of
CT
3
sides
isn't
and
bad, you
on
know.
the T sides, and that's my issue with Mouz.
Very
It's been
reasonable.
consistent. It hasn't been like we can pinpoint, okay, T sides look a little bit rough. Brolan as an in-game leader, it's been both the T sides and then occasionally the CT sides as well. Whereas for VP, Dust, I don't know how you feel about him, but Katowice gave me hope. This tournament so far haven't given me much.
Get tense up, yeah, exactly.
Situation where both teams are in a similar boat in which they are dealing with the transition of a new in-game leader. Obviously, at least Electronic had some history of in-game leading in the past. Brolan really had little to none that I'm aware of. Wasn't even really known as a very vocal second voice, I don't think, but he was kind of the obvious option within the team to do it because you didn't want the rookies from the academy team or more of the star players to have to worry about fulfilling that role. But the difference is they're coming from different positions. You know, Mouz Sports has a pedigree of being a top 5 team in the world on a consistent basis, even able to win tournaments at times, you know, make it deep runs in the stadiums. But now, yes, they brought in Spinks, who's a hot piece of firepower, but I think what you've seen throughout this situation, Jacob, is that, you know, at first they breeze through some of the lower teams, but now that they're facing some of the better teams, that's where that mid-round decision making is starting to catch up with them.
Taking showers is for losers.
Right well, just before the Mouz lineup,
why do you want to get peed on by your house?
There's not one player having
weird,
a rough
isn't it?
tournament. Obviously, Brolan has taken a bit of a dip in productivity on the server, but the rest of the players, all 4 of them, are showing up without, you know, exceeding expectations, without being the player that is making the big difference. So overall, Mouz haven't been bad so far. It just hasn't clicked fully yet, which, as you said, in a transition period, we can't really expect that either.
And, you know, just as a testament to there, Mouz lost both the FaZe and Falcons on Ancient Mirage, and we're talking about 2 CT rounds versus the Falcons on Ancient. You know, there are some troublesome, some worrisome signs in there, but also Jimmy and Spinks tag teaming for a +1 rating on the CT side. Maybe that sort of equates itself out.
It's an interesting one because, like, when you're looking at an Ancient, which could come up in this very, very easily, is, you know, it's a new map for Spinks individually. He never played that on Vitality, so it's a very much new experience for him, a new experience for Brolan as an IGL, obviously. And as Jacob was kind of indicating, we couldn't find a constant reason why they were struggling. Like, they struggled on both sides of the map at times. You know, there were times when they were playing against FaZe where I would see them in the mid-round really just kind of panic and, like, you know, kind of forget about areas of the map and just kind of stack up together and try to force plays, you know, in mid to late round situations that just weren't optimal. But we've also seen sometimes with the CT side where someone like Spinks looks a little bit lost in the Bianca role and what he should be doing.
So should we better IGL?
Be trying to be aggressive and hold the site, and sometimes
I
it really
don't
makes them
I don't know.
handling those
Good
situations,
question.
particularly on that side of the map.
I think one of the things that made Mouz struggle on their T sides against FaZe was that FaZe were willing to pressure them, you know, and disrupt the way they're playing. So that's something I hope VP is going to be, you know, having enough courage to do as well. You got to go out there and disrupt them. You can see as well 2 teams, according to the VIS, very close to each other. It's currently 9th and 10th, so a decent amount of points up for grabs for both these lineups. Again, you want to get as many points as possible. You want to book a spot at the playoff for a chance to get even more points, even more prize money. It's a big game for both of these lineups because you want to make sure you're there. As you can see, you're guaranteed $62,000 if you were to win this game. So for both of them, a lot of pressure now.
Mouz has 0 aura.
To what I was talking about before, I want VP to show the courage that they can go out there and be disruptive.
By the way, welcome to the stream. I don't know. I don't know.
Use this example for people at home. You're new. You're in a transition.
I feel it's too
set
early.
everything up to work plan A, but
Let's pretend that we just knew nothing about the whole thing with Shuhei and all the rest of it. Let's just say we just pretend this wasn't Mouz. We just assign a new lineup, and it's this lineup. Now, obviously, fair enough. You would say, well, who the fuck is going to be the in-game leader? That's a fair question, but just in general, like, you look at the rest of it.
That's a tough one. Again, I think it really comes down to the.
This is a lineup that shoots ultra hard, right?
To either realizing that Spinks needs to either.
I don't know if we would. It's because we're all viewing it through the lens of this Brolan thing.
At middle with Jimmy, you know, Brolan.
So I don't know if I would.
Alleviating a little bit of the pressure off of Spinks inside the B site, or
I'm kind of a little bit warped myself on it, you know.
Just trying different setups, you know, trying to be a little bit more diverse and just get him a little bit more embedded and comfortable. I think is going to be a big part of it, and really that's the interesting thing is that the in-game leaders, they're both new and they're both playing that B side of the map on both sides, and so I think that's going to be like a really key battle, not only just straight up dueling, but also kind of calling in those mid-round situations and figuring out how to handle the chaos.
Yeah, the thing is, both of these teams right now are kind of sharing the same map pool. We've seen VP play Inferno an awful lot as well this tournament. We've seen Ancient obviously being played by both teams. I know people at home would think that VP have done a punish pick towards Mouz, but let me remind you, you know, for the vast majority of the history of this Mouz lineup, they've always loved to play Ancient. Jimfat, arguably the best anchor over towards the left side of the map. You see him often by himself. He's so good in that position, so good at being kept to himself, always good for 2. Torsi is an AWP that can roam around. Spinks also a very strong player to the right side of the map. So there's a lot
Everybody
of
wanted Shuhei out.
that I'm almost willing to say that what we saw against Falcons at least to my understanding, should be more of a one-off than the norm for Mouz.
So Dust, for the VP side, right? We
You can't just ignore. No, the in-game leader stuff is obviously a big deal.
What they were able to accomplish underneath different
But who knows?
leaderships, but it seems a lot of those components are still in place.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Flit one kind of being still one of the mainstays as an aggressor on this map on both sides, particularly towards the B side. Looking to try to get control
I don't
of
know.
A, looking to try to set up
I guess
the
my position is I'm just going to be looking. You know, I'm going to try and clear my mind of what I think I know and just kind of see what's going on. You know.
Both defensively and on the attacking
Do you think
side,
Simple's ever going to return? We were discussing this a lot yesterday.
Very comfortable in this lane, whereas Flamus, you know, he's just made a step up to this level of competition. Trying to embed himself. You know,
I think Simple could return,
into a team now like VP,
but it's
a different language,
it's this stupid thing of always having to say if he has if he finds the right mentality, basically.
Taking mid control as a T, if you
right?
can get it,
so it's like,
it gives you so much value, and so I think that those
you know,
clashes
what does that mean? Like it's almost not answering the question. It's pushing the question into another space, which is, you know, if he has the right mentality, which is like,
how does this series?
But yeah, I mean, I
feel like this game has
I
2-1
still think
written
Simple is the
always
best
for
Counter-Strike player to
either
ever
team. I don't
touch the
think
game.
Neither of the two teams are consistent, nor good enough, or have stabilized enough.
Yes,
in order
I
to
think he
be
could return.
A team that can win 2-0. That being said, you know, I feel like this tournament has also shown us that whenever we have certain expectations, it has been a little bit random.
It's about to give the game an ocular pat down.
Than VP, and I feel VP shown me more at Katowice, so it kind of depends on which one of the two that shows up. I believe in the individual quality
But
of
yes.
the Mouz camp right now. I believe in Spinks. I believe in
Also,
in
yes.
Exertion for that matter as well. I believe in Jimfat. I think those three players in itself are a quality at a level that I don't think VP has to offer right now. So I would side with the Mouz with being very open to the fact that it can go either way.
For me, I feel like the firepower on Mouz Sports is slightly more dangerous if they're playing at their peak. You know, again, I think Xerxion's a more tenured player.
It's more relevant today, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but it's just about who shows up on the day. And I think, again, both teams thus far have shown me struggles in the mid-round
I like
situations,
Flammers,
in the
though.
mid-shot
He's got aura.
Even if you're new
Flammers
IGL,
has some nice
you're not
aura,
divorced
doesn't he?
early round protocols that you've had in the past. You still have that. It's more about trying to figure out how do you deal with those mid-round moments.
Yeah, we're going to have to sit back and watch for some of these mid-round moments, or better yet, let the storytellers tell us what it's all about. How about some more Juicy J, Launders?
How about that, Launders?
Oh, I got a line, but I don't know if I can say it, man.
Keep it tight lips.
You know, Juicy J can't. I just give a lot of words there. Juicy J can't.
Virtus Pro.
Who do we have on this one?
Maybe.
I'm gonna
Maybe
go
today's
Mouse.
their
I think
day.
Mouse will win this.
We'll find out. But as Torzi is going to tap away the two players that first face from Donut, we've got the bounce back from the Virtus Pro camp. 3 players up as that bomb's going to be going down from the electronic plant. Ooh, it looked like Torzi, who I think has been like, you know, shining at times. We saw that phenomenal first half out of him in their opening endeavor here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. But, yeah. Unfortunately for him, his teammates die with nothing. Jimpat, Xerxion, you've let him down. But it's all temporary. Spinks fast in from mid. Ooh, if only. Because then Brolin would have had a chance to clear out sight, and maybe the defuse comes out. Instead, it's a Virtus Pro pistol round win to kick off the ancient T side.
I guess this will be a brave time to say this. So I think that Mouz win this game 2-0. Even though they lose this pistol here, I think that they could get away crushing on CT sides. The player quality, I think, is there. You know, of all the teams here, we do see like moments where teams clearly look very tier 2, and I think Mouz don't. They individually are all tier 1. They make extremely good moves, and I think they could win on CT sides alone, even if their T sides struggle a bit. And I think they'll get more T rounds versus teams like Virtus Pro than they would versus like what we saw in the game versus FaZe. Yeah.
You say that you've seen teams kind of look tier 2.
I've got 5 months of rent on a
yes. Okay. Yeah, they're Inferno.
10-day poly.
For
Then
sure. I think mid-round moments.
Roland getting a 1 versus 5 ninja views on round number 11 with less than 10 if you want
They're missing a lot of protocols. They don't have
that is like
the good enough either ideas are actually
imagine
to really convince me. I think that they can
imagine how
like
specific that is.
So
what's the like?
yes,
what are you getting in return? Like $5 million if you win that?
Surely not this one though. Fame gonna find a pack of players crawling down middle. Ooh, look at them all. All 5 of them chasing Fame. They want that Galil. He knows they're coming for him. and he will hide back in his spawn.
17 bullets.
One Galil down. Spinks P250 in hand. That could have gotten a little sketchy if not for Icy finding it. All's good, yeah? Oh, where'd it go? See, this is the thing. You can't find it. I saw it. It's next to the dead body. It's right next to the dead... Right? Nope. To your left. Yep, there you go.
And it isn't that Virtus Pro can't play well, because they can, but they just don't have a deep map pool.
Yeah, you're right. That was a bit of a weird
Also,
game. You're
Torzi's
right.
been on pretty
Void
excellent form.
Eternal.
Hell yeah.
This event, yeah.
Oh, yeah. On Ancient specifically. We've seen some great stuff from him, but we'll give it a little more time before that gets going. 3 casualties for Virtus Pro to deal with on the pistol conversion. Majority Mac 10s. It's not the end of the world. Kevlar racks up the price tag, but still. 2 Galils, Fame, and Electronic holding those bad boys as the M4s come out for the first time on this Mouz CT half.
I think the main place we'll see the difference here on Ancient is mid-control. Mouz are going to relentlessly fight for it, and Virtus Pro will have to have some tricks to win this.
You know, the desk very aptly put it, right? We've seen struggles from Mouz in different looks throughout different matches. Sometimes it's the T side, sometimes it's the defense, and one of the big ones was obviously versus FaZe. Their T side on Ancient got completely denied.
VP just saying, yeah, whatever.
Starting off, and
take middle, take brackets, take whatever you want, really. We're just going to wait.
The map alone, maybe.
Super patient.
Yeah, like this is a moment where Virtus Pro didn't do enough here in mid.
Flamus,
no late
let's
window
go.
Smoke
All right.
and donut smoke means that Mouz have the right information to have the setup. This position from Torzi is key. He can stay on the signpost while his teammates in donut. And they have a big
So
advantage.
Flit's going to be throwing how many nades?
But it'll be
2
5v2
smokes.
for a second. Let's see if Virtus Pro can frag their way out.
1, 2, yeah, okay.
Torzi first.
I
It's a bit of a flash.
think this is
Still
a
pulls
very
one off
weird
with him.
round from VP.
And he's good to disengage. Nicely done. Able to get back. And what I love about Xerxon when it comes to being the rotate is he's so frisky with challenging this CT lane. Always willing to go in behind the sight boxes. And he even holds off for the Flamus walkout through smoke. So that is
I don't understand why they wanted to do this.
They actually threw such a well-timed flash, and Virtus Pro have had some good flashes. That they nearly got away with that side post frag, but you can see that.
So VP don't fight for outside of B or mid control. Then they massively delay and just go for an A execute.
Get the first information.
But you must. There's a super high chance that Mouz know you're not in middle or outside of B because guess what? You never
the dead body's
took control of it.
Twitching.
So then they are obviously going to be. They should be more ready than usual on the A bomb side. Maybe it's just like maybe there's a timing there you can hit where you know the mid position's falling back, so it's a bit, I don't know. I don't get it.
When the flash comes in, he gets information. And
I need somebody smarter than me.
Speaks to how good of a timing this is on the exec, but also the position that Mouz open themselves up to by having mid control 1 and having 2 players in donut.
Devils in the details with that.
I think the key difference there would have been Virtus Pro before that A exec, just doing something in mid to pull Torzi a little bit out of position.
That's what I mean.
You
Like,
highlighted it before they got into main. You said
they not only didn't do that, they waited. They were like super slow. If you're gonna do that, fine. Like if you want to do that AX, you just do it right at the start of the round. That's fine. I'm in.
Still majority.
Why do it later though?
Of the Mouz squad here on B.
Unless you've done something else in the round to sell the idea.
Keep an eyes on Flit as he jumps around through cave, and it's 3, potentially 4 of the Virtus Pro players to walk out middle. Depends on whether Flit comes and joins them.
VP strat, yeah.
And what's the route here? Towards Red Room? If so, then you're going to have Spinks and Xerxon kind of leaning back and waiting. Jimfat's going to put another smoke down on Donut. They're kind of right on the brink of it. First smoke fades, and they are right there on the edge. Right there, prime for the taking. Icy jumps through, makes it awkward. It's going to be a fast double donut flank, but because we had that Jimfat smoke, obviously his teammates can't come through with vision right away. Low HP for 2 of the players on site. That Glock of Electronic, you'd think not long for this world. We'll see if Torzi can fight his way out versus Fame. That's a pretty critical fight for Fame to pick up. And he's going to chuck a frag grenade out towards CT spawn. Negligible damage.
The Virtus
barely any
plow.
health here for the majority of this post plant, and eventually you'd think that
been a
donut
minute.
retake is going to have to come through as well. For the time being, Spinks able to get out Brokey. Oh, Brolin gets the team kill. Not ideal.
Nice one here for Virtus Pro. This will have to be a save now for Mouz. They peel back. They can hold on to stopping the Exodus and getting a lot of damage, but Icy even stays alive.
And Electronics just going to lose a Glock of all things.
Oh,
Kills
and Brolin dies.
That's
because of
huge,
that.
actually.
Yeah,
Electronic getting the dink off causes all
That's
of
super
Mouz
nice.
to fall.
Like, well played for VP.
Nice one, Mr. Dinkles.
Mr. Dinkles.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty great. I mean, Virtus Pro had to come through the donut smoke. Trimpat could have got 2 kills, but they were they bursted through together at the exact same time, had lots of eyes on it. And they did a good job of their approach after the bomb went down of expanding past Temple. They didn't just run by to the first box. They really got the jiggle off.
That's what you call Markle off when he gets on the dance floor.
What's that guy doing?
Probably still playing CS.
Yeah, I think
I hope
Markov
so,
is like
yeah.
playing.
You know, couple
I
wingmans
think
here and there.
he was streaming like playing with Edward or something. That makes me smile.
3-1 the start for Virtus Pro. Money's in a weird place here for Mouz, but I'm sure they'll piece together something.
Hello. I mean, the truth is, in that last round, right? Jimmy nearly got the double kill in Donut. If he does, they probably still win the
It's
round.
kind of the last thing that
Mouz,
Mouz, we see
so
the setups are good, but one of the
hard
last
to be
things
too
they have
mad
to be
about. Like, it's down to probably
worried
like
about and be
he got the
prepared
dink
to
with the
defend against
M4,
this-
right? And nearly
the real-time
doubles it.
action,
So
because they can put the smoke down, but it's not a wall.
who kind
so
of like this?
you know
This
that
is
they're
the
gonna
probably
be
the
willing
moment.
to,
Like,
to try plays like this, and
fair play. What can you do?
was watching this pretty well.
Yeah, Icy actually just gets away with like 20 health.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's actually a big duel for Fame to win as well, holding back the first retake attempt out from Temple. Did it with the lesser weapon. Ooh, Xerxin into the battle and already up with 2.
Oh, they thought, well, we've got the economic advantage this round. Mid should be free.
You know, Mouz kind of maybe doing Virtus Pro a favor last round by not pressing in as hard as they do this time. And that's the thing with Xerxin. I think you can expect him on elbow or climb up.
Damn.
The vast majority of a CT side.
Shout out to you guys in the
For him to
YouTube
lean
chat.
back last
Sorry,
round
if,
allowed
you know,
Virtus Pro to
I
get
can't really
a
read
bit
both
more
the chats,
footing
unfortunately, but I will find a
for
way
the
to
round
make it better. But
nowadays.
it's cool that people are watching over there. It
It's
actually
gonna
makes me
be Xerxin
happy.
to go on an expedition here. A 1 HP quest for a 3K. Recovery attempt for Flit, perhaps. It's at least the weak point in that MP9 with no utility here for Brolin. Brolin's got 2 ahead of him now, and Easy does it.
Ooh, I just had
Confirms
an
Icy's
idea.
up in there.
I just had an idea.
Oof, Icy doesn't hold the Molotov.
All right.
Still a good amount of damage, though. 2 players low. Xerxin's also 1 bullet away from death.
Didn't even have the weapon out.
Is it winnable, though?
Not if they're going to go B.
Did not have the weapon. We don't
Brolin
like
and
it.
Spinks down to sub 30 health. Icy just wants to leave, and he'll be given that. That's, you know what's crazy is that was the full bar HP player on B.
Yeah, this is interesting because they do have a lead
don't
off
think
now.
he can do
I mean,
this.
Mouz should
I don't
know
think
that
he
this
can
is
run
open,
to the
but
bomb
at this
site.
point,
20
Icy has to
seconds,
run
yeah.
the whole way, and there's just no time to plant. So
It's not going to happen.
Have to concede this one. 2 kills back in a otherwise 2 versus 5 scenario.
at least Virtus Pro are getting kills in a round like this. That starts off 3v5.
Hold on, guys. 1 sec. Gotta type on my phone.
Yeah, Virtus Pro can win a game like this. It's just going to take sort of a couple of the moments where they jump through the smokes, a couple of moments where they get a really good clutch. And they do have players that have all shown us that at one point or another. But I think it's really going to take them full strength. Because Mouz, you know, few teams understand Ancient better than Mouz.
Okay.
Fast run out middle,
Ooh.
Xerxin blind turns and
He was
catches a flash
ultra
to the
flash.
face. The old Tech 9 drive-by from Fame. Free M4 scooped up, and suddenly Brolin looking to disengage from that forward cave
Oh,
corner.
I wish I could. I need. I'm
Of course
going.
What are you going to do about this?
I need to go back and watch this round.
Clear middle once the smoke fades?
I need to find this round again. That was very interesting. Round number 6, Mouz VP. Somebody remind me.
VP wanted to believe that they confidently won mid there, but Mouz were happy to peak right after. So it's a repeat of a previous round, this time without a donut player here.
Leaning the wrong way, though.
Yeah, true.
So second guess from Torji. He comes back towards red, but check it out. Jimfat even pushing off the site. Now not even on an angle to really stop, but he will still clear the pistol. It's rifles for 3 of the 4 up on Virtus Pro's side. Fame gonna get exposed, but still good for the kill.
Oh, that's so smart for Fame. He knows exactly what that means.
Brolin to get blasted out of the round by
Super smart play.
Flawless. And Spinks disregards any chance at getting in on that. So I think a momentary lapse in decision making where they kind of rock the boat over towards B instead.
Well, that's also, because VP won mid. That you cannot deny what's lost without mid control. If you don't have vision there, then you are going to be a slave to any little grenade, any little bit of pressure on the map. So, and again, one thing that's been good from Virtus Pro is their flashes. They get exertion totally blind in mid. I think the one thing that would definitely level them up versus the mid control are those phase nades that we saw. Whenever a team wants to go aggressively in towards elbow, those double nades can stop the tempo. So damn, good start here for Virtus Pro.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, really good. I'm curious to see how they actually... Who actually smoked the Molotov in the middle?
Yeah, that's a crazy one. But
I wish I could see that, but we'll go back and look at it at some point.
You've got MP9s across the board for Mouz in the 7th round of play.
Okay, so they throw that smoke, then they run boost over their own... Not their own smoke, they run boost over the T smoke.
Chuck of Xertion into the gunfight.
Is there any hate watching angle for this game? I mean, a lot of people are hate watching Mouz just for the fact that the whole Sue situation, but nobody really knows what's happening there, so I feel like people might be hate watching in vain, or they might be hate watching for the wrong reasons, but regardless, there is some hate watching. Some people are, I think, are hate watching
afraid of a
VP for, I don't know.
Triple B lead here for Mouz, still double inside of Cave. Brolin. Little MP9 peak and
there's definitely always hate watching angles, okay? We can always find a way to hate watch. No question.
Still 2 smoke grenades remaining for Mouz at the minute mark. If they're going to slow down anything else, let's see what Virtus Pro's recovery could look out, because I mean, there's so many grenades. See if they can elicit some kind of a rotate or an overstack, and sure enough, they're peeling that B defense off in towards mid instead. But
they're wandering a bit, especially with the bomb leans on the right side of the map at 40 seconds. They can go back to the A play that they want, but right now
are we not hate watching Mouz? I don't know.
Ready to retake mid. These are going to be fast rotations.
I'm not.
That's a dangerous cross through mid, right?
They don't see anything, but look, they don't see anything, and they move over to B.
Again.
Wow.
Leaning into B at the wrong time.
Yeah.
I feel like it's maybe a little bit, a little bit risky.
And now A site nearly vacant. Jimpat Torji with MP9s up in Donut, but as I had mentioned, there's still so much utility for one of the 2 teams that Icy can go ahead and put that bomb down uncontested.
Oh, no smoke CT spawn.
Xertion, he's going to try to make the most of that. He's got 2 players right behind him. He will start sprinting in. That's a hell of a shot from the one rifle out there on the field.
Maybe?
Hands. The MP9's trying to swarm out now. Cranking that dial.
There's no
Finn
kits.
is going for a wrap through CT.
Oh, he's got a Molotov. Oh, if he throws that, he's going to ruin their day. I don't think that's at the right angle. No. Oh no.
This with no kit, and that's a bit of an embarrassing post plant for Virtus Pro.
If he throws that correctly, they lose the round. I mean, on the Mouz side, like that Molotov wins the round every single time. Unless, of course.
It looks like. But Mouz, when they saw that didn't land, they said, let's go for it. MP9s, jump to the chase.
Yeah, I think I hate watching about the details is kind of risky, You could end up hating the wrong person for the wrong reasons,
Mid-round's working out in terms of picking the site with less players, though, here for Virtus Pro, so that's a good sign. But now their bank accounts have already dried up. They're worried about a full buy next round.
Here it is. Jimmy back to the top rope. And VP, Little to work with this time around, smoked off by the doors.
Good
and
times,
Mouz
good
leveling
stuff, good
control.
protocols here for Mouz.
They've got a good understanding as to what VP look like at the moment.
Yeah, VP have no choice but to respect this. They can see through the smoke. They know what's on the other side.
No, obviously not. Listen, listen. If you want to hate watch Mouz, I think it's okay. You know, like it's fun. You know.
Torzi up to the plate.
When you know more stuff in the future, you can always stop hate watching. You know. It is what it is. Sometimes it's just nice to you remember the narrative. It's kind of funny.
Flashes again because Electronic has thrown some
I think that's
ones.
okay. Can we have a flashbang or
smoke, man. There's a whole
M4A4 as
pack
well? Yeah, I like this.
5 players ready to go.
Fame's got those flashes now.
AK in the hands of Flit. First one's for free. Desertion,
Sick
easy.
defense.
Pulls off 3 kills. Flit able to get in, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, for the Virtus
Damn,
Pro
that's
camp.
actually somehow so
Fame
expensive.
Scoops up a rifle, has the bomb, but
Somehow that's
exposes
just
his back over to
so
Donut.
costly for
And
them.
sure enough, Mouz just throwing all the bodies where they need to be.
They had
in
2
time.
people and everything,
There's a
man.
lot of close kills right there. It actually came down to 2v1 in the end.
That's wild.
Even though Mouz had him smoked at every single choke point. So Virtus Pro showing a lot of fight, but Mouz tie up.
Keeping them on their toes with such a weak buy, I think, is just something still for Virtus Pro. We're seeing promise throughout this T side. And back to guns on both squads for round 9. Again, smokes down outside of B, but this time it's going to be Virtus Pro to just push right through it into the heat of that lane molly. And Brolin just sends bullets through the cave smoke. Why not?
You say what ends
no
after the exit?
secret
Yeah.
that VP were trying to run
I think
up.
it's okay. Like sometimes, like
Pat
if
gets a
you're
little
not a
bit
fan of a
extra
team,
damage
then
in on
kind
top
of
of the 5 versus
finding a way
4
to hate
advantage.
watch them could
Long
even be
as
like
the
a
chase with
you
the
know,
could
it's just
timing
like
help out
it's
here?
another way to be engaged in the game. You know, I totally get
Torzy
it.
gonna get clipped ever so slightly. He's got a
Oh,
teammate
okay.
to help him, Jimmy and Torzy, and that's gonna shut down Donut
Double
pretty
Donut.
swiftly. Drawn into the fight and finding nothing for it. Virtus Pro completely smothered here in the 9th round, so that Mouz go up 5-4.
Yeah, they kind of try to force the idea of mid.
And
though
Sunny, yeah.
Mouz win that first fight. Now, I'm not going to say it's easy to trick Mouz. It isn't. They make this round look simple, but it's just they've got such great protocols. And, well, Brolin gets that kill through the smoke. If he doesn't, maybe they could turn mid on its head. But timing spam is perfect. There are levels to this game.
I think that perfection's made easier. Of course, Electronic just stomping his way up. From having to wait outside of the door smoke to trying to contend with Cave. It's nice to see Brolin obviously taking up this new position on Ancient, filling the in-game leadership roles of Shuhei, but also taking Shuhei's spot specifically.
I mean, so far it's pretty open game. Don't have a lot of really strong complaints here.
Looks very threatening to have him and Spinks sharing a site.
Everyone's happy on the Mouz side. That's important.
And as Dust mentioned, Shuhei's built a system for them to use.
They haven't yet gone
Where they're gonna
aggressive
suffer is the mid and
in
late
the
round
A lane, I think.
Some of the late round
So
stuff
that could
they
be something to look
do
for.
between 2 players, whoever's
I
alive.
wouldn't be surprised. Like we're in around number 10. It would make sense for Mouz to try and
that's
throw that in
where
like one round, where they push 2 people in there and just kind of go for it.
That's going to take some time for Brolin to get good at it, but essentially 2/3 of the round, still in a good place.
Draco.
To pay the
CS, hey, love from Chile. We were just talking about Chile earlier. It's one of the countries I actually would love to visit. What's up, man? Thank you for the support and
rifle buy.
hope you're doing well.
Virtus Pro try to use it. Now you've got a second rifle in Fame's hands.
They know VP are still here in mid.
Yeah, Desertion never afraid to go for a fight.
Oh, just as VP pull back, though. They're trying to circle around Flit to get back to B. And there will be a jump up Flick could get caught off guard. There's such good timing again for Mouz, but this time Mouz are actually worried if it's going to be the late A play because that's what they've been pulling off.
Xerxon, though, with good timing to climb up.
Strong position here. Wow.
Confirmation.
Wowzers. Timing is sick. But I mean, he's still pretty good, yeah. It's not a bad position to be in.
Because Xerxon sees it.
Now they know the smokes are in.
Yeah, the flash over top, but still 3 players on the ramp already. Off the flashbangs.
Stay alive, Brolin. That's the only thing that matters.
The rifles of Flit and Fame that are really supposed to
Stay
do
alive.
something here.
Why? Like, why would you push
down
up?
in the corner, so that gets a little bit weird. There's an additional jump up player for Mouz, so Xerxon can just full focus on sight. And
that's why all you have to do is live with your Brolin. It's the only thing that matters.
Desperate. Xerxon back through, an additional kill for
nice.
IC, sure enough.
Good job.
That is good movements from Mouz, and a good highlight of, again, if the question mark is around mid-round moments, it's nice to see that the constant pressure of Xerxon this time, going back
what's the what is the
wasting of time in the middle of that round.
What's the temperature like in Chile at the moment?
Have to keep our
we're kind of freezing over here.
Is kind of judging them and analyzing in those situations.
Definitely.
And that one works well.
I just realized I had no idea about what climate.
It's important to not be afraid.
And Chile is like the longest country in the world, isn't it? It's like super long. Maybe not the longest, but it's like
the most variance in the
occupies like a giant stretch. So I guess it's like not necessarily even one thing.
But because Xerxon had made that mid push, he saw
like the southern tip is going to be
called Brolin back. Brolin got the
completely different from everything else.
Got
Jesus.
into cave in time to defend against that bomb plant.
That's so interesting.
So the half is shaping up here for Mouz. It's not the dominant CT half that I actually expected to see, but they are still showing why they're in the lead.
And stabilizing as the CT side goes on. That's 4 in a row now for Mouz. A reminder that Virtus Pro picked up pistol and converted for the 2-0. We had that back and forth moment, but stability found here from the young guns. With experience beyond their years. The Mouz members trying to step it up. Brolin gets caught trying to push out of cave. That's the most aggressive we've really seen Brolin so far this half. Comes out in round 11.
Jimmy loves this angle.
He's good at it. Oh, but Fame takes a bunch of damage, still delivers the headshot. Torzi on the plate. Flamis up close, not going to be a problem for him. And
watch too many cartoons, yeah, that's fair.
Kill to his name. Torzi, quick move onto the CT
2v3.
lane. There is no smoke down yet. It comes out ever so slightly late, but that's all right. Nobody steps forth into the sniper's scope. And so a man advantage in a post plant for Virtus Pro.
Have some money, honestly, Mouse. Like, they could justify going for this. If you really wanted to, you could.
Torzi walking this one up. We've got a player locked in behind the big
Shoot the box, Torzi. You know you want to.
Fame has gotten to this position so many times.
Yeah, but he likes to let them out and then takes his timing and catches it to perfection. Spink's going to be cautious on the donut approach. At this point in time, not there for
I was just looking at the capital city.
Clutch,
it's in an interesting
take
place.
One for the road. That's Flit down, and it's Virtus Pro. I
feel like a lot of capitals are
first half
near the water, obviously, right?
VP have been keeping up just enough.
Shout out Fame sliding past Jimmy like that.
Yeah. We've seen Jim Pat.
Santiago's near the mountain range.
It's a favorite angle.
I guess it's near the river, so that makes sense. There's like a giant river flowing next to it.
So this round they go for no mid control, but they have Brolin with the aggressive.
Yeah, okay, so the river is the transport way. Oh shit, this is fucking awesome.
Following the fundamentals of like, you don't have mid, you can still
that
push
river is essentially connecting.
You do a good job catching them off on both sides.
Santiago to the rest of the country on the other side.
But only able to deliver the one. And Xerxon
like
will
in the
be
mountains.
out by Flamis, who just wins an elbow duel.
It's super interesting.
You think it's a prime chance for Virtus Pro to just follow through to the A side, but it looks like they pumped the brakes a bit.
Really cool.
You telling me Virtus Pro have layers?
Now the issue is without a lead off onto B, it's just a bit scarier for them to go for the big rotation, but they make it shorter. They go into mid, and the bomb gets spotted.
Magellan's journey, yeah.
Nice. Electronic with the bomb. Gonna catch both those kills. Look to leave, forces Spinks into a demanded 1 versus 4. And Flamis has found his path up into the long side. So very nicely done here from VP to sprinkle the last 2 rounds.
This is suddenly a very interesting game once again.
This is solid from them.
Yes. And, you know, I was thinking maybe it's an unnecessary layer to just leave A like that when, again, you don't have any confirmed leadoff.
It looks more purposeful if they had a B lurk while they were rotating back.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that they
1v4 from Spinks.
And, you could see a world, of course, where that fight into middle doesn't go
Can't really
Electronic's
happen.
way, but he keeps the M4 clean. Double kill. Gets out with bomb, and sure enough, Flawless had established this B control in time. Spinks trying as he has to, but it's all tied up at the end of the half. VP
But tight game. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Us at 6 apiece.
Not too shabby. And now it'll be a real test for Mouz because they could lean on their ancient CT side. Now they've got to try to close out on T side. Again.
This is a T side that was very flat versus FaZe.
Yeah. Even though they've got a new IGL for the upgrade that they got in firepower with Spinks, you'd expect with the teams that are here that, you know, having to beat Virtus Pro to qualify to playoffs.
Now you're kind of how many capitals are not near the water?
Something they should do.
Yeah, I guess they don't have to be. It depends on a bunch of things, right? Because obviously having a capital near the water could also be a risk in terms of it's easier to attack. Like obviously if you look at Santiago, it's like, damn, like you're literally surrounded by hills and mountains. Like good luck trying to win a battle here. But they often end up becoming big cities because the transport route is so strong that like they accumulate a bunch of wealth and then they just become the capital city over time, right?
Should ever have expected Mouz to end up in free fall without Shuei at the helm. But there was a conversation around what this team would look like.
But yeah, it's interesting.
With a brand
Give us a
new,
list.
Unexpected
DJ Madville.
Brolin with the reins. So
not even,
again,
yeah, but
recent
it's true London isn't, but at the same time, like, it kind of is because, again, you look at the, you know, the waterway situation is there, right? Like, so it doesn't have to be exactly on the coast, it just has to be water adjacent.
Heavy alien here in the pistol. Virtus Pro thinking they got read.
It's just a transport thing, you know?
And it's always crazy when you see a lean this hard with no kit. Like you're playing B-site retake. You are banking on a retake.
Yeah, but again, there's a giant river going right through Rome, so...
Yeah.
Listen, if there's a big river flowing through, I'm counting it as water, okay?
Well, I mean, rather retake B with no kit than A.
Agreed.
But I guess I'm guessing the river through Santiago is going to be
But that being said, they are slow
hard to go
right now.
up.
They're going mid.
I don't
with
know.
No kit.
Can you sail in through the river? Can somebody find out?
All right.
Can you sail from the over in Chile? Can you sail from the ocean up into Santiago through the river? If you can, then it kind of explains everything, I think.
Fame to create a bit more space. Everybody else can flood out after. Torzy starts taking heads off, and then Jimmy's right with him, extending into it. Icy, tough 1 versus 2 to try to pull off, but it's not going to happen.
Big round.
It's one thing that you have such a certain expectation that they're coming A, you know, let's all stack. But surely you'd think about the protocols. What if they don't come A?
Yeah, definitely. And that's where they looked a little bit more confused.
Electronics just like, no.
Sometimes you go all in.
They're really coming A.
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can sail up through this river. There's no way.
A little bit, but they think
it's such a long ways away, surely.
They cleared out a position where they expect if VP aren't here, then they are.
Oh, it goes into San Antonio. Would that be where the river comes out?
To the top of mid, and it's going well, all things considered.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
1 kill, you take that. No investment out of the Virtus Pro side. Mouz go up 8-6 with pistol in the back pocket.
Madrid.
Let's see if this T side can truly stand the test of an equipped defense now.
And as much as it was mid for Mouz on the CT side, it'll be more of the same here on T side, certainly.
Yeah, that is interesting. That makes you wonder if it's like, again, less of a... If it's more of a defense thing.
This round,
it probably is more of a defensive thing than like a trade thing then.
Look at this lean towards B. Open
what do I know?
A site entirely.
Oh, it's the right call. But can they still hold it back? Because
Copenhagen is a port. Yeah, we got wrecked by the British at one point.
Electronics still got a good position. Fane brought one down with him. No clutch
nice.
offered. It is a firefight.
What a crazy trade.
Look at your radars. We are 30 seconds into the round with 8 casualties on B and all 10 players looking for that fight.
And that's a round where the CT should win, right? Not a single
But yeah, people
player
forget
started
that
A site in that round. It's a perfect
water
counter
is
to
such a
call that I
connecting
have no
force
idea how Virtus
in
Pro
a
read.
in like
And yet still,
pre-airplane.
with the firepower on Mouz,
I mean,
they
water
worked
still
their way
is,
out of
but
this.
like when you have
Minimal
airplanes
utility
traveling over
damage
land is
on their initial smokes.
unbelievably
No
inefficient
players ready to push out to
versus
cave
sailing in a
to
boat
try to
somewhere.
stop this from happening.
Especially if you're
Now,
talking about
Mouz did
cargo.
try that full-on B rush
So-
versus phase a couple of times and it worked.
Insanity that gets predicted and it doesn't get stuffed.
Another round where Virtus Pro play no one inside of the A site. Oh, they've got Fame here now.
You know, after the pistol stack didn't go correctly, it's nice to see them get a correct prediction.
Oh, Fame missed this, huh? Got in just a little bit too late. Exertion's ahead of this, so this will just be a delayed B hit. Let Exertion get some information.
Can Flamas get crazy with an MP9? Not looking like it. Oh,
Yeah.
Tink in the background.
Yeah, it's
Torzi
huge.
taken down to half.
And Fame is just pushing A because he has no idea that Exertion's past this.
Nicely done here from Mouz, skating by the threats, and soon enough, bomb's gonna get planted, guaranteeing double digits Mouz first.
Great work,
Flawless
Mouse.
Keyside continues in the face
Could be better,
of
but
a poorly armed Virtus Pro.
forget about that.
Crazy game of reads. What stack will Virtus Pro try this time?
It's funny because the desk did such a good job of highlighting that, like, both teams actually, it's the mid-round calling that we kind of still have questions about.
Yeah, I mean, no Jamin Shuhei. You are going to lose something.
And then in the opening bouts, we're getting
Ocean going
the correct
shipping
predictions
terrifies me.
in a gun
Yeah.
round that just couldn't hold.
Yeah, but crazy
Yeah, I know.
risks too,
I feel
you
the same
Who
way.
need
There is
mid-rounds?
something about that
They're only
feeling
30
of like,
seconds
oh,
long.
there's so much water and
He's going to unleash on middle if you let him, and
the
he
way
gets
this
the
dead team
second kill
wins
in
against
fact on
VP. I don't
Flawless.
think this team is as
So
dead as
Icy
people are
finds
making it
himself
out to be. I
with
think
zero
people might have been
support, but
rushing
still a
to
platform.
a couple of
Able to hang on to
conclusions
this
there, but we'll
angle.
see.
Xertion eventually going to come out from Donut, but Icy's taking bodies off this. And they still haven't been able to exit out of main.
Hello?
Icy with a triple.
Okay, Mouse.
Flash to the right side of him. He has himself stuffed the approach. Double kill for Xertion out mid.
Mostly live evening time, yeah.
Inside of Temple lets Icy continue.
Well, normally, but now we're co-streaming stuff, so now it's all over the place.
He saw that.
This was
He saw
a
Spinks pushing out.
super
Icy.
strange round from Mouse. I don't know why they, like, I understand that Icy was in there, but it felt like there was no coordination between the last three people there.
They don't seem convinced that Spinks could have pushed by. Guys, this is entirely possible. Once Spinks makes it around
How
the
long are we
backside
giving the
of B,
Berlin IGL thing?
They're gonna think he went all the way through spawn and rotate back. He's gonna have two backs turned to him.
Oh my god.
No, they actually did this.
Oh, but he doesn't.
Wait.
No. He's kind of written off Icy, who's just standing here with the off-easy sitter.
Spinks.
There it is. All 5 kills.
What a round
And
from
the first
Icy.
one's
Holy
free, but
shit.
the first 4, fantastic.
Did he think Icy went all the way back to the? I guess that would make sense.
I
More
mean, I
sense
don't
than
know the Berlin IGL
them
thing.
forgetting
I
he
don't
can
know.
flank Temple.
We've got to give it more than
Well, like we
like they
said, Mo,
played in Katowice
it's the
with
mid-rounds.
Select,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So is this the first tournament that we're seeing them at with like the Spinks? I think, right? I mean,
Alright.
it has to have
That's
been,
a
right?
Great hold out of Icy. They threw everything in the kitchen sink at him.
Yeah, how was he able to still hang on to Temple like that?
It was just missing the flashes. Because if they hit the right flash, then he can no longer re-peek at a Temple. But if you look at it, it was a molly that landed at the doorstep. It was 2 nades that came out of it that didn't kill him. But nothing actually screwed up his vision enough, especially after getting each kill.
Again, look, let's just forget about Brolan for just a second. If I just read you out the names and tell you that
great moment for
Spinks,
Icy,
Insertion, and
taking to the top of the
Jimfat
charts,
and
surpassing Fame
Torchy
with
are
the
all on
ace.
one team. Like you, at least let's agree that that's a hard shooting lineup. Obviously, not everything can. You can't just
truly make this second half
overcome.
interesting. But you're also
You
gonna
know,
have to find a
you still
solution
need
to Xertion,
tactics
'cause
and all the rest of
remember
it.
how that round started.
I'm just saying that,
A
like,
20 and 12 Xertion comes barreling out middle on
You
his
know.
own, kills your original mid hold.
I'm
and then
just
the
saying.
Donut player A looks so
We'll
primed for
see.
the taking, if not for Icy.
You read about Shackleton's journey to the South Pole, the part
They're gonna test
of the recovery back through the Southern Ocean is a nightmare. Yeah, there's that like one tip down at the between the South Pole and Chile somewhere where like everyone dies. Like there's some shipping lane there that nobody ever goes through because it's just pure death.
Icy forced to peel back. So much so that Mouz are going to be able to put that bomb down. You'd think Fame finds the spam, though. Spinks sends shots back through. An additional smoke to the CT lane. And now you've got Torshi on the hunt.
Yeah, Jinburashi. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it could, I'm not gonna like. It could just be that at the end of it we find out, oh yeah, Broland just didn't have the depth as a leader to make it work. Maybe that is gonna happen, but at the same time, like, who knows? If he'd stopped that bomb plant, that would have been sick. But pretty winnable here for Mouz still.
But waiting for the walk up. And Sershin's gonna get caught with his back turn. Couldn't turn fast enough. Torshi into a clutch now with his smoke
with the AWP. He's got one bullet left, by the way. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He has to reload. He's gonna lose while reloading.
That was his last shot, so he doesn't even have a chance at the actual hold. And no clutch truly offered up here for Torshi. VP take their 8th.
I want to say Fame got the critical frag. He got the bomb plant. Denied it at first. And Electronics flank. Even though he didn't get the kill on the post plant, he really messed him up with that frag. Turned Torshi around. Made him use an extra bullet of ammo, which he needed in the end. And Mouz's lead gets smaller.
As does their economy. Pistols here.
You found a list on Reddit all that don't have new waters. Okay, hold on.
The amount of extremity plays coming out from Mouz. Not that they can't work, but
you can link the list. I mean, I guess it's cheating when we're talking about countries that are literally inside of like a continent. So a lot of the African ones probably.
That's a question.
I don't think so.
Damn, I'm reading this and I'm just realizing how many countries I don't even know where the. I don't even know where the.
So Virtus Pro, I would say this is like Virtus
capital
Pro
is.
earning their respect. You got to try a little harder.
I did not know that the capital of Brazil was Brasilia.
Right now. That's what they're telling them.
Embarrassing.
And this is Virtus Pro opting to go very passive. Nothing in mid, nothing fighting mid. And this is where I think they can show some of their weaknesses. They do this on Inferno too. They did it on Mirage the other day as well.
Yeah, the double box setup.
Didn't know about Turkey, Ankara? Yeah, I actually did know that was the capital. But obviously Istanbul is just such a brand, I guess, that people just always assume it's the capital.
Now there's nobody on top of the box. They're just kind of awkwardly along the wall. Torshi doesn't reveal himself. He waits a second.
No.
Shot.
No.
Electronics got a chance now to hang on. Sights
it's all good.
Jimmy's gonna save it. Coming out with the double.
Jimmy's done it.
It's man advantage.
Slip him in there and see what happens.
Virtus Pro walk away. It looked like
capital city of Australia
some space,
is Canberra, I think, right? Because it's not Sydney, it's the other one.
Just comes down to his kills
it's Canberra.
Cave. So once he gets spotted,
I'm probably butchering that name.
They know it's a double setup in cave. They don't have anyone on banana. This is a free split that comes in.
Sorry, Australians.
Just make noise at the top of cave. At the end of the day, it's Electronic who has 2 threats.
What kind of cities do we know from, like, Sydney, Canberra, and Perth?
So I'd say definitely for Virtus Pro, they have
there's another one that people always fuck up.
You know, especially if they've
the
got
name of that I forget.
And weapons advantage, they need to flex it a bit more. They're playing in the dark just so that they don't show Mouz anything. And
oh yeah, the one everybody else calls Brisbane,
but
obviously
know what to do with the space.
That's when you say when you want to trigger the Australians, right? Going to Brisbane. Adelaide.
Mouz would not have left that
yeah,
gap
Perth is on that side, and then there's just absolutely nothing.
Especially when we saw that Mouz weren't even playing.
Oh yeah, Melbourne is the other one, right? Melbourne and Brisbane. How come there's nothing on the other side of Australia? It's so fascinating to me.
Lots of utility on
it's just so fascinating to me.
Tries to get out, and as will Jimmy. He's got support now from lane. Brolin didn't waste a
Darwin is in the north. You're right. I know this because I wanted to go find like opals in the northern territory of Australia. That's my plan C in life. You know, if everything else goes wrong, I'm just moving down there.
But what the hell?
I'm just gonna get lost. You know.
Cool.
What happened?
Can't hold that corner, bud.
For a rip there, bud.
Brolin sending that frag grenade in there, ripping that HP off, buddy. Looking like a bunch of hosers.
Smokes, let's go.
Quick throw that.
What is a country you'd like to visit that you haven't? I mean, I would like to visit Australia, in spite of my lack of love for spiders, but apparently it's not as bad as people make it out to be.
Ooh, that's nice. That's nice.
Wait.
That's nice.
That was crazy tracking.
But it's also
what is another country I would love? There's probably a bunch in the Southeast Asian area, like Vietnam and
support when all that utility was chucked on Sershin.
yeah, I think there's like a bunch of areas there. I still actually would like to visit India. Never been. I think that'd be interesting.
In the first half, where Brolin
and
put a spam down on the cross from Cave. Electronic only had an MP9 this time, so couldn't
I'm
stop
trying
him.
to think.
But
What
he showed
else?
Who was better at doing it?
I'd like to go. I mean, I've been to Canada. I'd like to go to Vancouver. I think
util
Vancouver
fight
seems like a
down
really
on
cool
middle.
place.
Challenge behind it, Zershin. Oh, not this time either. Trade frag from Jimmy.
Jesus, that is
But
close,
this time
Jimmy.
around, Electronic keeping them off of ledge is why they're able to
And I guess
disengage
Japan
with
just to throw it in there, you know?
advantage.
Never been to Japan either.
Yes, sir.
Verspro cannot just sit pretty.
Yep, it's a good quick
It really is that
adaptation.
bad?
Doesn't
Okay.
take too much thinking.
Big Spider is trying to trick people to come in there.
Flank though, down around the ramp goes the 2CTs.
No, I've never been to
Will
any of the
Mouz
IEM
anticipate this.
Australia events. It's a real
Doesn't look
shame.
likely. Torji doubles back,
I'd
but
love to
he
go.
is indeed ready. And Electronic, it's a quick scope to the gut. Flit, nice headshot yet again, but the Opera looks to make the difference. Triple kill on the line. The clear out is from Spinks, and now Flawless, having a rough go of it throughout this map, is going to have to go 1v1 to extend play on their map pick.
Did you say
He comes
Flom?
around the corner
Am I
unnoticed, but it's such
hearing
little health,
things?
dude. 2 points. All
Did you
he
say
has to
Flom
work
instead of
with.
Flamus?
And he's going to put that smoke
Am
up
I
on
high?
site.
Is
Taps
Scrawny
bomb,
high?
frag grenade with Flawless's name on it. He is out of time.
Are we all
in
a little bit
fact.
high? Oh.
Done. Toast. 13-8. It's a tough challenge when you have to take.
Listen, I
Mouz
get
to
it.
ancient
Flom's on my
VP,
mind a lot
try
too.
their
I totally
damnedest,
understand how that
but
can
these
happen.
plucky
I think about him all the
IGL
time.
squad able to pull it off.
But I'm actually high.
What do you mean? They're not IGLists. They're just trying to get it all together.
Oh yeah, we
Let's
got to
put it that
rewatch
way.
rewatch
But
Swan
yeah,
number
for the
6.
side
Wait,
of-
can I do that
of
already
Mouz,
in
this was rather
Skybox? I wonder.
convincing,
How quick
rather
are we at uploading the
easy
demos?
Kafka, as they might say.
I guess some people might say that. What I would say is I just like the adjustments that Mouz Sports made today. You know, I think that
If I
defensively
go
they did a much better job in the
to
first half of not putting Spinks in difficult
Public
situations.
matches,
that
public
either
demos.
stacking him inside cave or making him play more
Okay, it's not there
passively.
yet.
They were using a lot more mid aggression to kind of use that as the main.
But
core
as soon as
defense
it's
to force
uploaded, I'm
them
gonna
around,
watch it,
and
okay?
Ultimately, just gave themselves a really nice start.
We'll do it in a bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think the spacing on the CT side in general, which you're alluding to as well, with Spinks being
He's
paired up
nice,
with teammates
nice,
and
great
in
hair,
general,
yeah.
Working in pairs all over the map really worked out well for
You know,
Mouz. They
bit-
got off to a bit of a rough start.
bit
losing
choppy in
the
all the
start,
right
losing the
places, you know.
conversion, and yet they still stabilize and get into a decent first half. And then again, T-side, we saw it, a mix of a lot of different things. There were a couple, out of spawn calls from Brolin. You could see the execute towards the 8-bomb side. Worked out a couple of times where they missed a couple of piece utilities, lacking a Molotov towards cave, lacking a smoke towards CT spawn. Still stuff you can work on, but overall, a decent T-side where Brolin
Again,
was
they
able
just shoot
to
so
call something
hard.
that switched it up, I never knew what was going to
Can't
happen.
really
I never
underestimate
predicted
that.
What Mouz wanted to do the next round, because Brolin was switching it up every single time, and I'm pretty sure that VP would sit back with the same feeling that, yeah, we can try to do a couple of stacks, but there was no system in what Mouz were doing. They were trying to throw a little bit of everything in there.
It was definitely more set piece driven. I feel like it wasn't allowing yourself not to have to fall into a lot of mid round decision making situations. It was either like you said, set pieces on the A-bomb slide out of spawn. Sometimes that backfire because Icy's opposite.
Peacemaker to coach Bad News Eagles.
At times, just kind of brute force their way up B ramp and just.
Is there
at the
even
end
a
of the day,
team in the
sometimes you just gotta
world
click
that
heads, man.
Peacemaker hasn't
Sometimes you
coached
just gotta
yet?
run up there, YOLO it.
Do they even
swing,
exist?
And frag, and that's what they were able to do.
And it's playing to your strengths, as you said, it's early days, it's a transition period. Brolin is still learning, Spinks is still learning. So again, if you're Mouz, you want to simplify it. So more out of spawn calls, as you said, brute forcing your way in, and then as I said, the individual skill is still there, right? They have more firepower now than they had with Shuhei. So the more you can simplify this game without, I guess, accommodating too much to VP, well, the easier it is going to be for yourself. And then obviously having Exertion, having one of those games where he's putting off a plus 100 ADR, you know, involved in everything in middle, you know, just being aggressive and basically just taking every single fight that he could. When he's successful, he's one of the most impactful players out there. So it's not consistent always, but when it works, it works.
And then we look at the VP brand of Counter-Strike that we got here on Ancient at the very minimum. Before we get into Inferno, let's kind of dive into that a little bit, Dust. What was your sort of diagnosis as to how it fell apart?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you look at the first half, I think they just struggled to deal with some of the mid-aggression that, you know, Mouse Sports were throwing at them. It seemed like when Mouse Sports were pressing cave, pressing middle, getting in their faces, they were able to be very disruptive and able to do a pretty good job. And I also just thought that, you know, again, they weren't really able to...
What is Peacemaker's best achievement? I actually don't know. Making peace, yeah, true.
And also just, again, not leaving players stranded in
that's a good question. There's got to be a way to just look that up pretty quickly, right? Achievements.
One more game where you look towards some of the individuals.
Second with Liquid at ESL 1 in Cologne 2016 is what it says. I don't know.
Showing up, and obviously we all remember what happened in Rio when they went all the way into the major and actually won it. You know, at that point I look at that player today and
getting hired a lot.
The confidence is gone. You know, the comfortability in where he's positioned, how he's taking his duels, and how he's always caught off guard or standing behind a smoke or having to fight standing in some fire from a Molotov or whatever. It does feel like he's out of position an awful lot, and he used to be one of the guys that I would look towards and be like, he's already in front of the utility. He's always, you know, one step ahead of his opponents. He's making it easy for himself. So I don't know what is up with VP right now, whether that's electronic, the system, the calling, or the player lacking confidence. It can be all those in combination, but it's just inconsistent. He's had a decent tournament so far, but here, nowhere to be found.
You know what's weird for me too, and I don't know if maybe I'm being a little bit overly harsh, and so you can kind of be my gut check on this, but I also just thought their CT pistol round was garbage. Like, they stacked A, no kit, not really much utility to retake B with, and they didn't seem to have much of a game plan. They kind of
do Russia and North Korea really share a border?
Maybe flanking middle into like the sidewalk, but
damn, my understanding of geography is trash.
They really had like a
that actually surprises me.
Like, what do we need to do if we're wrong? And we have.
I just assumed that it was like
the equipment for it, and they didn't really have the protocols for it. It felt like.
Yeah, which is an unfortunate reality, especially on your map pick. I mean, it kind of begs a question, right? Like, you picked an Ancient, and then it didn't go your way, so now you can flip your whole script, but not quite yet. I'm thinking, Jacob, there was some examples and some evidence here in round 7.
Yeah, I think it's only fair we give an example to the viewers at home of what
yeah, there's a border where Russia, China, and North Korea meet, yeah. I just didn't know. I just assumed China was somehow, I don't know, pushed out all the way onto the, like, to the sea. Like, I'm going to be honest, even, like, all the way further up, so. Curious. What do I know?
Staying alive, Torsi has to jump through a smoke. You have Fame now standing, or Flit standing with a Molotov as well. He unfortunately failed the Molotov, so it didn't land on the bomb, and it ends up being Mouz winning. Again, this was a force buy. You're down 4-2. You put everything into this round. You bought up 4 MP9s, I believe, 1 M4 as well. If you lose this in your Mouz, you're down 5-2. You're saving the next one. It's all of a sudden 6-2, and then you revert back to the CT struggles they had against Falcons. So a key round in the game, and if you're VP, you gotta capitalize. You gotta win a round like this in order to put them to the.
Oh, somebody asked about the countries I want to go to. I obviously want to go to New Zealand as well.
So let's switch over here, Dust. Let's talk about Inferno and a VP
partly for the whole Lord of the Rings memes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting.
Yeah, I want to, like, my Walter, you know, he's going to be 10 soon. Like, he really loves Lord of the Rings a lot. It'd be so cool to be able to take him there, but Jesus Christ, it's expensive to travel to New Zealand.
What I think of is, even if you take reps out of the equation, I think there's just more moving parts on the VP side of things, which is
there's only one border between Norway and North Korea.
The only thing that really did change was that Spinks is now playing apartments instead of playing, you know.
Oh, I see. I understand what you mean now.
Really everything else is kind of, you know, cut and dry.
Because Russia just waits, stretches.
Their CT spots didn't change at all, actually. Meanwhile, when you look
is that like
at this,
so Finland or whatever is like?
Being a T-side apartments player,
oh no, Norway stretches all the way over there. Holy shit!
Read when you should be swinging balcony, when you should be assisting into brackets. You know, all these things. These are tough choices to make.
Damn, I don't know anything
that
about.
Is what gives Mouse the edge for me. Is they have a better historical record of being comfortable on this map, and I think they just have.
I don't think I realized that Norway actually goes.
Yeah, 2 players
like wraps around Finland.
Again, having
what are you doing, Finland. Like, take that back, surely. Just
Banana as well. He's always going to be backed up by Torsi, be backed up by Brolan. Sometimes you decide to have 3, even 4 players.
would Norway even notice if Finland occupied that part? Like, and just like, would anybody even notice? I doubt it.
The game has to offer when he's feeling it, because he's always a bit of.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, IMDb.
So
Yeah.
he can both be the guy who's winning the game. He can also be the guy losing the game. And then I
Want to
put a
visit
little bit of
Hobbiton?
focus
Yeah,
on towards
exactly.
Flammers as well. We praised him and we said that he's a great pickup for Virtus Pro. Seemingly he had offers from other big teams as well. Had a good showing in Katowice before his visa ran out of power, so to speak. At this tournament, also has nowhere to be found. Like, he hasn't had a great tournament. I gotta be honest, right? He came into this game
Curious.
with a 0.98 rating, I believe. First map, not really having too much of an impact as well. So I want to see a bit more Flammers. I'm not saying that we should ring the alarm bells just yet, because there's a big change coming into a new lineup, etc., etc. But he is a spearhead, and he is being given a lot of room to do what he does best, which is being an aggressive rifler. But the impact is yet to be seen here in Cluj.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you brought up Xerxen first off. I mean, ever since they moved him to be, which Shiro was still the in-game leader when they did this, he really opened up what they can do on the attacking side. You know, Xerxen being kind of similar to a Xantares type figure who can be an entry fragger when you want to go for faster mid-plays and pacing change, but he's a guy who can really dictate that pace, and Flit is going to have a hard time handling him, I think, throughout the course of this game. And then, you know, you highlighted Flammis, again, very important roles in this team. Mid-player.
Is the area to the southeast of Finland that Russia
It's
took?
also the A anchor. You have to trust to lock that thing down when Mouse Sports attack that, and that's a lot of pressure. And, you know, this is high stakes.
It is very high.
Yeah,
stakes.
the fact that Faroe Islands and
because
medium rare usually is where I kind of.
and I guess Greenland too is a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Medium rare into what?
My mouth.
Okay, fair. Who do you have winning this series?
I like my Mouse medium rare as well.
Okay, yeah, fair. Maybe it all ends here, Dust?
I believe so.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes on that. Nonetheless, we go to a quick break. We go to Inferno when we come back, and we're going to see if Mouse can secure themselves a playoff berth at the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
It's. I used to.
She loves you, but she can't love
Again, like,
you.
I don't. Obviously, as you guys can tell, I'm not like a super well-studied person on geography. I used to spend a lot of time walking around on Google Maps in different countries. Like, it's so interesting to me. There are some countries. Is it? Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
What's going on?
Is it called Freetown?
Play your role. One expert.
Is that the one that I'm thinking of? I think it's called Freetown, right? Yeah, Freetown, which apparently is in Sierra Leone, I mean, I guess Freetown and the surrounding towns, but if you look at, like, it's like on this, like, tip of the land, and then it's like a huge mountain and the whole city just wraps around, or they're like this just unending houses essentially around that are just like wrapped up against the mountain. Like, it's so interesting to me how that plays out, you know. It's so wild to look at. So I've spent a lot of time, like, you know, just walking around on Google Maps, just kind of like to see things. I've done the same in Russia a lot. Like, there's some parts of Russia where I'm just like, Jesus, like, how does you get to like the middle northern part of Russia and it's just, you know, it's desolate. You're like, you know, there's nothing there. Like there are mining cities that are like, you can, if you find a river, you can just find like mining city after mining city just up the river, and you just realize, man, these people just live to mine. You know, like that's your life, presumably growing up. You're just going to be mining in one of the cities along the river at some point. You know,
I will put
wild.
Fire. I think they are pretty good team. They are playing good.
Casting Geoguessr, and I haven't even played Geoguessr yet, but it would be fun.
I will go with Eternal Fire. I think they're a great team. I think sometimes they can win tournaments, but I believe this one they will not win.
I got Zars with me from Imperial. Okay, so you're going to give me 4th to 1st. Who do you think is going to be in 4th place?
Yeah, let me see here. 4th place, I would say Mongols.
3rd place, I would put maybe Falcon. I think they are taking it. We start to
Launders, I think, did the Geoguessr stuff. It was really cool. I think he did a really good job.
I like that. Yeah, I think they will make it far.
Mouse.
I would say FaZe.
Oh, not putting them in the final.
I don't think so.
FaZe. And the reason is, I think they will lose to the guys I will say in number 2 in the semifinal, and I will tell you who that is soon.
I think I'm going with Mouse.
Nice.
Yeah, they're
they're a little bit of a new team, new IGL. My boy Roland.
I'm gonna give a wild one. I think FaZe is gonna be second on this tournament.
I need to put FaZe.
I would say Eternal.
Falcons.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, of course, Nico is there, you know. And
It was fun to see in
think he
Russia
helps
on
them a
World
lot,
Maps where
and,
people were walking around the
I think
streets
it's
in
also just a
hazmat
matter of
suits.
time when
Yeah,
they will
okay.
perform.
There's so much freaky stuff like up there. There are like, there already are like some Russian cities up there where it's just,
Of course, the Mongols. They,
you know,
overwhelmingly,
massive industrial. You can see that the
they're insane at the
whole
moment, and
city
the
is
big
built
part of the town, I
around,
would say. They really come up,
you know, some
since,
giant
let's say
oil
1 year ago.
refinery and
And
oil
us,
thing, and it's like that's just all there is.
No
And that's
surprises
what it
there.
is,
I
but like it's the
expected
fact that
to
it's
come
so
in.
far from everything else
Mongols are
that's
Wow. Yeah, okay, I like that. Why do you
just
think
so
Mongols are
interesting, you
first?
know?
I mean, they have been at playoffs for a while. They're a team that.
I sometimes like find those places on the map and I just try and imagine like what would it actually be like to be there, you know?
We are also the first tournament with our team, but we are testing the waters a little bit. You know, where are we at the moment? Are we really good, or maybe we are below a little bit? So we will see.
First, I will put my team actually.
Yeah, not surprised.
No, not surprised. I will put my team. I don't know if we're gonna win it, but we're gonna do everything to win it. So let's see.
And then first, Mouz, yeah?
I can't say Mouse. I got to say Astralis, you know. I got the loader right here. I believe in us this tournament. I believe we're pretty strong right now. We can play some good Counter-Strike. So let's see if I'm right or not.
FaZe.
Oh.
I think FaZe is winning the event.
Damn.
Yeah.
I was expecting you to put yourselves.
Nah, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't jinx yourself.
He's not jinxing himself, so they'll probably make the final and win it. Maybe beating FaZe in the final, see how it goes. Thank you very much, Sos.
Thank you.
A city stuck in the USSR. Let me Google this. I've got Google Maps open, okay.
And so for the 5th consecutive series at Cluj-Napoca, Virtus.pro are going to be playing Inferno, Mohan. They beat the North Americans of
Moldova.
Wildcard and Complexity on this map, but there's definitely no shortage of game tape for Mouz to be heading into this with. And therefore, we have to wonder what they've got cooking. What do you think the Mouz is cooking?
I think the scary part for Mouz is in feeling out Virtus.pro, they're very willing to gamble on CT sides, just like they saw in Ancient. They use that versus Complexity and versus Wildcard, but this will be a harder team to do it versus. So I personally see a lot of rounds that Mouz don't overthink their map control, take banana control and exec B without worrying about brackets as much. There will be some situations, though, that Virtus.pro will have full stacks and get away with it.
It's got a separate thing
but I
going
think they're
on.
comfortable with that
It's
when it
going
comes
to
to their
border
CT
checks.
side.
Jesus.
When we swap over, I think that's where Mouz
Well.
will be a bit more full strength. And so, with the 13-8 scoreline we saw in Ancient, I think that was a pretty perceptible
No street view in Moldova. Yeah.
Mouz winning
There are some
more
countries, obviously,
often,
where
more important rounds across
you
both
just can't.
halves, but Virtus.pro showing that they still
Some
can
like
fight.
there's a huge
Just
huge
stronger in the
stretch of
beginning than they were
Africa.
in
I
the
know it's
end.
not a country where like, you know, there are like
Mouz
little
entered this
dots
event
of
as
like
the
individual pictures you can
5th
kind of like go and
highest
find,
ranked
but that's it,
team
you know. But I look through all of those
everybody
as well.
in
I think it's so
attendance,
interesting.
and they could very well be the
Anyway, here we
last
go. Back to
qualifier
Counter-Strike,
for the
guys. Let's pick it
BT
up.
Arena.
Maybe we
Obviously
spend like a
proving that they
day
can do this
of
without Shuhei. It
you
is
know, just looking at the
Broland's
map.
First full outing as an in-game leader with the starting 5.
Maybe I just played Geogasser and it's going to be real embarrassing. But
I do also think it's nice to see Broland
classic
not
4-1
over-encumbered
split.
with calling.
Flit's going to throw the grenade. I'm going to say the same thing that I always do, which is nobody's going to stop from the smoke. I don't think the smoke makes any difference whatsoever. I like that it has the dualies at the very least.
Here's another stack that doesn't work.
That does make me actually happy because when people do it with USP, I'm like, why?
Yeah, they did. They
Why
at
do
least
it?
got a kid this time.
All the nades too. They called out the Virtus.pro setup. Oh, what?
Did I not say it? Did I not tell you? Nobody stops from that smoke.
But they have a
Nobody
kid this
can.
time.
They got a kit this time. Guys, they've got a kit this time. And it's right here on Fame's belt. He'll go pushing up into the church, which is full. Very full, indeed. Zershin, dual Berettas, shreds what's left. It's a triple kill for Zershin, and he was playing some real goddamn aggressive Counter-Strike back on Ancient.
I
it
think a
has
lot
to
of
be
these
said.
pistol
Zershin was
strats.
awesome.
are
And
just...
so right back to it with a triple on the pistol. That is
They
Mouz
are
to kick off a
exclusively
TC side with a pistol.
anti-stratting other pistol rounds that have been run in like practice and so many other things. I don't think it has anything really to do with what somebody...
every time.
I think it's just like...
right now.
Probably smiling.
It's
Always
all
smiling.
anti-stratting in the pistol rounds, I think. So it's so...
Probably at home all cozied up.
I think this is how you have to imagine it.
It'll be fun to see
VP
in
probably
this
have
game
played a bunch
if
of rounds
Mouz
against
can
Mouse
avoid the
where
sacks. 'Cause I
VP
always find
themselves
that
go
is,
like, you know,
the most
3B2A in the
difficult thing to do on
pistol.
Inferno.
And they probably have a bunch of rounds where they pretend to be one at B and they smoke it off like they're only one, and then so there's this unbelievable game of like rock paper scissors that's going on underneath, and we're just showing up at one point in time and basically saying, "Oh, why did he pick scissors?" You know, it's like, cause you know they just played like 200 of the, you know, it's so hard to do.
Rack them up. All 5 inside of the B site fall.
Wow,
Mouz even makes some extra money.
Like, it's very, very hard to
It's a little too nice
analyze.
right now. That pistol round.
All I'm saying is that
Smoke on coffin, smoke on CT, molly to the double emo setup.
throwing down
and
that
they don't
smoke
get killed
is
with a full
never
stack.
really going to get the result that you want.
Uh-oh.
But there are ways to use it against somebody anyway. Like I said, if you are playing that corner, you throw down the smoke, and then they push through, but you actually got like 4 people on the other side. Then you're baiting them into it. You're basically saying, we know you're going to come to the smoke. The smoke's not going to kill you, but
it's not one that you
the fact
make
that
to
it's a
just
stack, and the smoke is telling you that there shouldn't be a stack, so...
Trends, it's to go further than ever, and Electronic, as far as he can go, basically deep into the balcony with the peek to alt mid. That's going to be Jimmy dead. Challenge off Banana. Great flash offered up here by Fame, catching Zershin and Brolin off guard. The same 2 players that just made quick work of your B defense, now dead and down for the count in round 3.
Damn, 2 great moves from Virtus Pro on either side of the map. And again, speaking to those flashbangs, timings are working out extraordinarily
Yeah, always
well.
pick rock, you know?
Mouz left guessing. And yeah, I think, I don't know, it's a prediction, but I think the story for Mouz will be definitely getting out of groups, even at a lot of big events.
Yes.
But
yeah. I mean, that's the bare minimum.
Yeah, but the quarters and semis where they meet the Navis, Vitalities, Phases, Spirits, that's where I think they'll struggle the most, obviously. And we have no idea, you know, how good Brolin will become as an IGL, so there is that too. He's just someone who seems unlikely. But
we also just have we have no idea how good he'll become. We also have no idea how good he'll be.
I can't remember the last time I've heard him speak. You know, like when we used to cast WePlay, we would get comm listen-ins to Mouz, right?
Yes.
And they were one of the only international teams. And I used to say off of those comms that wow, Shuhei's an incredibly clear speaker. You know, he gets his ideas across when everybody's yelling nonsense the entire round, and they're able to follow through with that. I said the same thing about Alexi B, when we got those comm listen-ins. He's just extremely clear at speaking. And so even though that is a very shallow way to read whether or not someone has the IGL abilities, there are signs. And it's moments like that. Even Simple recently said, playing with Alexi B, he's a real leader, inside and outside the server.
Right. Something else that we've come to value in the in-game leadership role. Imagine that. 2 guys who are paid to speak, praising the skill to speak of other guys that are paid to speak.
Wait, I disconnected my brain. Who are they talking about? Who's good at speaking?
Guys, I'd make a great leader. Taking lead to top Banana. Zershin here in round 4. Excellent flashbang and banana pop. That's what got that last round truly wrapped up.
Have a question? I think that's fair. I don't necessarily disagree.
Balcony, but it was the flash of fame that really spelled
it is a bit of a roll of the dice sometimes. You can push down middle, I guess, but that has super varied results too.
Control for Mouz. There's banana control for
Trying a new
Mouz.
snack: crisp bread, jalapeno, cream cheese, turkey, cucumber.
So this is a little more kerneled of a defense from Virtus
Report back and tell us. Oh, it's crisp bread in one, not crisps and bread. And I was like,
feel
crisps
like
in
they
there,
granted
right?
the right to fall back passive in any given round, and sometimes that comes back to haunt them.
Toronto rolling
Two
could become
players
an
on
idea
B
comparing him
shouldn't
to
be enough
other
stop this attack from coming in,
more
especially
quiet
with the
ideas.
slow
Okay, fair
rotation,
enough. Yeah,
so let's see.
that's fair. That's reasonable.
Still two
Yeah, being a
incendiaries
quiet
for the
person as an IGL can be kind of
thrown down
kind
on
of tricky.
short. Brolin's looking to go through it, and the balcony holds good.
Mouz.
Flash into both the players. They
Oh.
can't see Jack.
Oh.
And so 4 guys come out.
Brolin's letting his
See the
AK
big
speak
difference
for him.
here?
Okay.
No lead off to B, so there's no chance to fight even while this bomb gets planted. It's simply an instant save call because they lost a 5v2 on the site. You gotta be willing. Back in the day, man, you could do this. Some rounds you gamble, some rounds you don't. Some rounds you play aggressive. These days, you have to do something every single round.
Yes.
You have to either feign presence, push to get a pick play. You cannot just do full passive setups ever. And that's exhausting. I mean, that's a lot of work, but that's simply how you have to play to keep up with these young dogs.
I thought that those 2 incendiaries could have spelled disaster for the late hit out of Mouz, but
Does this lineup
their
have enough
flashbangs
firepower for
looking as good as
the
what
good
Fame
old
offered up
go
1 round
kill
ago.
call? Mouse? Yeah, I think
So
so.
despite all the damage racked up there
I
for
would
the
say
4
so.
remaining players of Mouz, they're going to be happy to answer
And they've
back
got some
after
players
the
that
singular
love
VP round
those
win.
kind of, you know, things. So I would say so.
It's a majority alive.
The problem
and they
is,
were
though,
very
like,
adamant about following through on A.
It's fine to play that way, but you have to have another level 2 somehow. Because there are going to be games where the go kill strategy just is not working. There's going to be teams where you're not going to be able to find those fights in the same way, and sometimes some of those go kill players just aren't feeling it, and
Not too big of a risk. Nice
then you've got to be able to
grenade
switch it
damage,
up a little
Torgy
bit.
and Xerxin get pelted by that one.
They canceled the call, I think. Because you're right, they dropped them, but no move got made out mid.
Still taking over Banana.
That is a-
And this is where you need to transpose, right?
Think of what
They came
Brolin
with an
had to
idea,
do
they
just
canceled
now
it,
to
maybe for a
clear
good reason. But then what?
to clear the top banana position. He used 1 HE and pretty much pushed forward to check everything. Like, so efficient.
Could I see Xerxin's position from third person?
Yeah,
view,
that's true.
Jay?
If the other team has a better go kill player, that's not. Yeah, it's also true.
Camera's getting in position. I want to see if this rooftop actually blocks a part of his head.
Oh, well, it blocks flashes.
If you're
That's a really good part about it.
Okay. Because I know you look out of your face in Counter-Strike, POV-wise, right? But from the front, is his head blocked by the roof? Yeah, it is. Extra helmet.
Big eyes.
Helmet and a visor. No challenge comes at him, but it's the tease to try to fight in. Oh, man, they still get through.
Classic.
And there's just no rotation in place. Virtus Pro again leaning 3 to
You
a
also
site,
look
but
out of
this
your
time
face.
It's the opposite
Yeah,
end.
true.
I mean,
The classic,
kind of blew my
I
load
think,
with talking
unfortunate
about
setup
these
for
setups,
VP
but this is
where
gonna be the game.
you're holding B and back
be
on the
5 on
A-bomb
2 on
site,
site
and you
with
know nothing. You just don't know anything about what's
I
happening.
thought really Electronic was going to go for
And I
more,
kinda
right?
hate it.
Like, think about when he goes peeking down balcony into the fight. Like, that was a real risk offered up. The way he dropped his util and arch, I'm like, oh, man, he's swinging again.
Yeah, yeah.
And he took a peek, but for, what, half a second?
He like basically shoulder peeked, yeah.
I don't know if he got cold feet.
And it's always okay for a
But you
tactic to
shoot
not
from your
go as
face.
planned, or for you to have to change plans.
Yes.
But then as soon as you see a team just get to their usual static positions and realize there was no second layer.
Oh, shit. We got action cams. Good job. Good job, Mouse. But again,
Trying to play catch up to a fast-moving Mouz.
it's a very personal question. Fair enough.
This time it's icy in mid. Fire, though, denies him. Just needed that extra 2 feet of room to peek out, but not given to him. Flamis gonna go for the boiler info. Shoots his gun. That's weird.
Oh
The
my
flash on the
god,
pounce
what a
out to
flashbang.
brackets. CT's hanging on for dear life. It's a bunch of
That
damage
is a
again, but that's been
touchdown
already
grenade.
2 rounds in a row of damage.
That's a round-winning
They need more.
flashbang.
You've got to stop them.
Stop.
And now that
Okay.
bomb's able to cross. Icy doesn't pull the trigger. He'll open up the smoke, but bomb can already go down on the tall
Yeah,
box.
I mean,
Torzy's not planning for some reason, but
they're just making sure. They're
they're
just
literally
making
thinking
sure.
about how to kill him in exits.
They
because
know
it's
that
the
there's not going to
exact
be a
same play
retake, so
again.
they're not in a hurry. The one mistake
know
they
there's
could
no
do
retake
is
coming in.
planting fast, and then, you know, suddenly it's a 4-on-3 or whatever. So I understand, like, just keep throwing smokes, keep making sure. Inferno outdated map. Yeah, I've got some
I
problems
thought
with
they kicked
Inferno
out
too.
James, so they do this less. At least they won more.
Inferno and Dust 2, I think, are both kind of in a weird funk right now.
Oh, how I wait for the Jame versus Virtus Pro day.
He will come back stronger with
he
Harry
will,
Vision
dude,
and Virtus
yeah.
Pro will, yes.
Damn.
And then Flame will Flit will rejoin him and play his best CS. That is the prophecy.
Jame versus
The
Virtus
remake
Pro,
does
way
look
to
Tell
good.
me you don't like James calling, you can't tell me that it wasn't better than this.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, me neither. Not a fan of Dust 2 either. I think my criticisms of both maps really is this idea that
Like in respect to 2 different buckets.
it feels like the punishment for CTs getting information is too severe. Like it's such a risk to know
Guns aren't the problem for Virtus Pro.
where
It's
to
doing
put your
anything with
players.
them.
I kind of don't like that, but it might even be
banana smoke
worse.
comes out from
The other
spawn.
problem is that
Little challenge for the
if
top
you
of
do
it, but,
successfully
you know,
win a bunch of
you're
the
signing up
fights,
for a gunfight with Xerxes.
let's say the CTs consistently win the fight on Banana, then there's not really a lot of tactics left here.
Always
Like, you
ready to
know,
throw hands, but
at that point you're
on his own at the moment,
forcing the
utility
Ts
goes
to
beyond him.
attack
They pop open
mid
the
and
smoke.
apartments.
It's kind of between the two, Flit and
So it kind of like it flips the other way too,
coming at that fight together.
where it's like if they win it, then
CTs will know about this, I see.
you know,
It's 4 versus
then
2
it's
on A.
kind
If
of
the T's
not necessarily
cut through
boring,
this
but it's
fast
like,
enough again, still no
oh,
movement.
oh.
Icy off the
Hello,
angle, just
Icy?
on a
Hello?
fallback. He's under pressure.
The trigger was rusty.
Flawless doesn't stop it.
That's
Icy.
unforgivable.
Icy click.
Yes.
Icy mouse one.
Another 3-player save.
Why
That's-
just looking at him?
4 rounds
That's
in a
brutal,
row.
unfortunately.
Icy.
It's a shooting game, yeah. Yeah. You must shoot.
What a blue ball. They actually went fast enough. They didn't molly porch or anything, so he could have clicked. Just click.
We were watching Icy not shoot, but, you know, Flawless letting Jimpack get out from the balcony to just also clear the short guy.
Yeah, true.
What's up with that?
Yeah, clear ice.
Where you going, Flawless? What you doing?
Are the chickens like closing their eyes
That's
when
a
they
1
when the
and 4
bomb is going
Icy,
out?
A 1 and 5 Flawless, a 4th consecutive 3-person save. Again, the guns aren't the problem. It's the fact they're not doing anything with them. Right into the team chat.
I still think
Yeah. They should be on attack pause right now.
Guys, I'm sorry that I dropped the ball again. Maybe you can help next round. You.
Oh my god.
I think
What's that? 4 3-person saves in a row?
I think my basic read, my basic analysis for a lot of maps is something
43
like
saves.
it's something like I don't mind watching
The
a
one
T
round
side that
first
has
throw
to try and
is
figure
by
out how to
pushing V.
attack
Look
a
at
specific bomb site, you know?
Thank you, production.
For me, that seems like an interesting. It's an interesting story for me. As a caster and as a viewer, I'm like, oh shit, they tried to attack the A bomb site. It almost worked, but not really. And then I'm like, okay, how can they improve on that attack? And the next time they try something different, and you're like, okay, now it's a bit different, but they still haven't found the right solution. And then I'm watching somebody try to sort of problem solve live,
There they are. They're
and that is interesting to me.
Get up in there.
The problem is
Do something.
it doesn't work
late to
when
wake up, but
it's
they're
the
out of bed.
CTs
Come on.
because they aren't problem solving in that
There we
way.
go. Deep angles.
They are problem
Yes.
solving by
This
basically
device.
saying,
Wow. You got the guns.
if we
now
stack
use 'em.
a bomb site, then maybe it'll
Flawless
work.
obviously stuck here
Which,
for a second. That's fine. He'll drop his utility.
which
to try
I don't
and
think it's the
guarantee
same thing.
fallback.
I don't think it's the same
Looking
story.
good
I
for
don't
an
like it the
escape
same
route.
way.
You
This
can
is
see
problem
Morzy
solving for
concerned at the
VP,
balcony
right?
being
And that's
icy,
good.
could've
It's
found a
really
second
good.
kill.
Wow, we're getting some real CS now.
This is basically saying, let's try and take a risk at the start by being a bit aggressive, and then if that pays off, then we can have a bigger chance of it. That's absolutely fine, right? But the problem is sometimes
Why would you get Flamus on your team and not have him
these
peak?
things just get punished, and you're like, okay, we're just back to...
Easy.
We're just back to, you know...
3 shots,
trying something
kills.
else.
Electronic gets the last one. That's why they've kept their guns.
So, like, if I'm... What's a good analogy for this?
Passive play, but the 8th belongs to Virtus Pro.
It's sort of like, I guess it'd be like if I were watching somebody play chess, and it's like they have like 2 openings that they just follow from like a chess book, and that's all they do. And if anybody is playing like, you know, outside of what the chess book says, then it's like they just lose every time. And I'm like, it's not the story here. You're just trying the same thing over. Like,
look at the money for Mouz.
And it was the worst map. I don't even know. I don't think so. The only reason I don't think so is because there are some teams that are a little bit better on the CT side right now at doing fun things. But Anubis has that same risk, I think. Honestly, I think the problem is that Valve have this obsession with trying to make all the maps 50-50.
Quite a bit of cash.
Or I don't know if they actually have that, but it seems like that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, it's like you get the save,
but it's so easy if you land on the T side of 50-50. I think you are making a worse map. I think you should land on the CT side of 50-50 every time, more or less. And I wish there was more maps that were really CT sided.
That's what you love to see. Again, some aggression does well.
You thought VP would do better? I didn't. I really thought that Mouz were going to win this. But
not quite there. Flick gonna try to fight for this. He's got Fame behind him to support. Utility comes out from the T side, but it's still Mouz that have to walk away with less than half health on 2.
That's great. That's great. Virtus Pro win banana, win a kill. Lots of unconfirmed damage.
it's different. We got this evolution of banana control use modes. Yeah. I mean, there's lots of fun, interesting things that can happen on Inferno. It's not completely terrible.
Absolutely.
It's just.
And Virtus Pro, you know.
I don't know. Maybe it's also just that like, there are some teams that just played in kind of an awful way, you know. Like that could be part of it for me.
They will fall back a little bit. This nade could also be huge if Icy picks it. Oh, he blows up with the smoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Worth it.
That's the move. It does cost him his life.
That's fine. He's got a crossfire set up in the bomb site. He's got 2 teammates already sprinting over, down to the 25 seconds. Electronic just having to hold in sight, pops up.
Nice.
Excellently done on the cross. And that is exactly what VP had hoped for.
That's lovely.
Everything goes
yeah,
well.
I mean, that is my problem with the map too. I agree. But I've seen some teams that do it pretty well. But I mean, that is my big worry with the map too.
Crossfire to perfection.
I think whether people know it or not, I think there is something unsatisfying. Like watching VP
people to get into his site. Great initiation for Virtus Pro.
Like watching Mouz not win this round that we just saw, right? They lost the round. You're like, oh, okay.
Again, down middle.
Yes.
And watching, if VP win this round, it's also interesting because it's like they are really trying something, right? This isn't a guess. This is like, we're picking up the initiative. We're trying to do something cool. It either works or it doesn't. But if nothing else, like there's a story that we're following here.
Still some money in the back pockets of VP, but is there any more X factor in round 10? We've got the aggressive
let's say VP
stance
just
coming out from Electronic
every other round they go 5A and 5B on this map. Like sometimes they're 5 on A, sometimes they're 5 on B.
How much risk is he
Would you be impressed if that worked? Like what if they win, you know, half the rounds like that, so that like they tie the game 6-6. At the end of it, would we all be saying, "Oh man, sick for VP. They guessed 5 rounds where there was the right bomb site." You just say, "Who fucking cares?" Like you know, they stacked bomb sites and somehow won.
Virtus Pro have the right lean. Fame doesn't have any utility,
and I think that's the problem with very T-sided maps is that.
Make sure he picks his spots correctly.
At some point, unfortunately, the best strategy actually is to gamble on the CT side. And that's not great. Nobody wants to watch that. Like, I don't know if people know or not, but it doesn't feel satisfying.
Doesn't know if they've already wrapped Arch, though. It could have been rolling the last person.
And no, they're not wrong either. Like, the CTs are right. Like, if the map is sufficiently T-sided, the best strategy becomes gambling a bomb site.
That's going to be a second one
so,
for Electronic. Now it's back even.
And in my opinion, that's not really Counter-Strike. I think the maps make like that. Yeah. Don't like it.
But that's okay because Fame holds on from Orange.
Vertigo. I mean, Cobblestone was the ultimate map for this, but
big triple kill from Electronic in a 3v5.
Yeah, he went on the search. That was him in through Boiler after Torres.
But I think the other problem that Valve has, which I think is a legit problem, I understand from their point of view. If they make the maps very CT-sided, which I think I would like at least one map in the pool that was like that, and the rest just kind of, you know, mildly CT-sided, the problem I think quickly becomes that.
Finally starting to play a bit of Counter-Strike here on Inferno.
Do you think Valve understands CS? Yeah, I think they do. The problem that they have, though, is that they have a bunch of regular people who don't watch the esports at all, who just want to play Counter-Strike and don't give a fuck about any of this stuff. And those players they don't want to play a map, you know, where they get crushed in one half, right? Like they want to play a map where it's like, well, I got a chance on the other side, you know.
So a map is play it on the CT side.
There's a bunch of ways you can make a map more
earn this.
CT-sided, right? Like one could be rotations, but another one could be how easily can the CTs find information without risking the entire round.
How old do you think you'll be when CS3 comes out?
You know, like on a new, like Mirage. If you flash your in the middle on Mirage, you peek in the window and you see nobody middle, you're like, oh, cool, there's nobody middle, and then you go away, and it didn't have to cost you everything.
Maybe.
But sometimes on these maps, that's not the case, you know.
Don't say that.
You try and take a look, and you're like, oh, we died. Or even if you see nobody, it doesn't tell you anything, right? If I flash my way out of a top banana on this map, and I take a look at, like, the car, are there no Ts on the rest of banana? I don't fucking know. They could be right around the wall. So, like, how much information did I really get? Like, not that much.
They're getting up in their faces and doing what a team like VP should be. It's what they're meant to be. You don't kick James to play like them.
Yeah, exactly. They wanted to bring in a little bit more of an aggressive style, and
it was that
they almost lost themselves for a bit there.
Yeah, very lame start to Inferno. You know, they looked themselves in the mirror, and Flamas just went into team chat telling them, guys, I didn't join this team to slow down.
Yeah.
And I mean, I kind of made a joke of it, but Feverish on the keyboard, and then instantly he was up into the balcony peak with the icy ops down mid.
Absolutely.
And now we'll see if Spinks can find another one at a balcony. This is where he did strike a player down towards Moto.
The Entertainer, while Mouz loses
his head off, you get a bomb plant and a gun. Sounds like a good reward.
I wish I could, man.
But it's also a tough ask.
Oh, whoa, what a shot.
Tough for some. Easy.
That's what I mean, like Spinks and some of these other guys, they just hit so hard, but he's gonna die. But you know what? He actually could have done it.
The Opera's gonna catch him, and that's a 5th one at least for VP.
Good for the money.
I remember old Navi used to control upper mid instead of banana. Yeah, that is another way to do it, right? You say we can't have banana control, but at least we control the middle. That's fine.
Diametrically.
You're kind of doing something.
To the way they started this game off.
A shifting character halfway through. No, really? Huh? Okay.
All right.
Well,
who needs a point of reference?
With like Electronic and Bit and
check him PC.
Simple, I guess.
Smoke spamming for
the unfair version of Navi, where they literally had
here for Mouz. Do they get to maintain
Bit, Electronic, and Simple? Like, what an absolutely outrageous trio to be up against. That really was just the dumbest thing.
Peel back for a second.
VP again starting off on the right note, checking everything. Pressure inside.
I mean, it didn't last forever, but you know,
so much better.
Yes.
It's like
it's really funny how like this just needed that little tack. It's just a
that
wake
was
up call.
That was too much.
It was really a wake up call moment.
Yeah, it's like you replaced an old guy with an old guy IGL. You know what I mean? Like they wanted to change their style, but like VP's days of Navi, they championed the gambling on CT side.
The incentive save should be revisited. Nobody likes saving on CT sides. Yeah, it is.
You could really teach them
it is a disappointing outcome a lot of the time when you kind of like, oh, and they're saving, you know.
Ooh, I love that. Yeah, right.
That's how you do that.
That was sick.
But you know,
Twiddledee and
It's so
Twiddledoo.
tricky because
Hit him with the 1-2 apps peak.
who remembers when casters would say in front of a CT signed it when the map was CT signed it from... I'm sure that happens all the time at request. Like,
Good double
I feel like I'm gonna be honest. When I listen to other people cast now, I can. I mean, you know, I say this zone like I do it myself, so I'm include myself in this. But like, obviously, it's hard to notice when you are doing it because otherwise you would stop doing it. But when I hear other people cast, like you can tell sometimes people just repeat things. You know, they just say like, "Oh, here's like a thing," because you're used to saying it, and you know, you need somebody to tell you to stop saying it at some point.
Not as convincingly as the one that Electronic and Flawless were able to put in earlier. Flit a little bit off the mark. So now Electronic
Yeah, people love Inferno as a best of 3. Well, it's because
demanded of them. Fame signs up for that smoke spam
in a way, the fact that there's so much saving on Inferno does kind of mean if you play it at the end of a series, towards the end of the map, it's going to be really insane because now the CTs cannot save anymore. You have to try and go for crazy retakes. You have no more time to do anything else. So, in a way, like the end of an Inferno game can be really crazy. It's just, is that worth it for the fact that the rest of this, you know, game kind of maybe sucks? And also, what happens if you just fail all those retakes? Then you don't even get the like highlight of saying, "Oh shit, retakes," you know? Oh, Danish ads.
Overvejer du at bruge snus til dit rygestop? Prøv hellere Nicorette sugetabletter.
They're saying
Klinisk dokumenteret til hurtig at lindre
you can stop
ryge- og
smoking.
nikotintrang.
Don't smoke,
Med
guys.
frisk smag af frugt og mint. Bliv røg- og nikotinfri med Nicorette.
Pain,
Or do,
Astralis,
you know.
Saw. Those are your playoff teams for Cluj. Mouz or Virtus Pro.
Don't take
look
advice
to
from me,
join them.
okay? Can you smoke in restaurants in Denmark? No.
Entered this event ranked
Definitely not.
9th.
The Benzo boy with the
Valve
subscription.
ranking.
Damn. Thank you so much. I really do. I super appreciate it. You guys have been
Win over top of
subbing a
Virtus
lot,
Pro ranked
and
11th would
it's
do
awesome.
them some
Welcome to the
good
cult.
to try to put some distance
You've joined a
between them
cult.
and the
Don't know
teams
if you
that are
know,
nipping at
but
their
thank you.
heels for top 12. Top 12 in Europe.
Thank
Definitely
you, man.
one of the most important
I will keep up
cohorts
the good work. I'll
of
do it.
BRS ranked teams.
Where can you actually smoke these days? I don't know.
Pistol underway.
In restaurants, yeah. There probably are places where you can.
Solo Brolin Banana. Smoke it a flash if
You
you
can
want
never
to slow him
escape
down.
nicotine addiction.
Is that one spot going to be enough?
We
to
are
push
subs,
him
you
back
are the
to
Don.
A side?
Damn,
Looks
that's
like not. But here's the
risky
difference.
territory.
Like,
Okay, here we
look at
go.
Virtus Pro versus Mouz, how
So
they started this game.
now
It
they're
was a
playing the
4A
reverse.
stack the
No,
same
they're
way,
not. Look at this.
Except Mouz pushed
They're
halls, and
putting
now see
exertion
nothing, so they
here,
rotate 3 over.
and now they're rotating everyone over, and they have the smoke. Now, I guarantee you, if Brolin puts down the smoke, VP are going to think he's alone. This is going to be the read. They're going to feel so sure. They're going to say, "Oh shit, he's scared. He's alone. He smoked it off. We're going to flash our way through and go."
Go for the boost up or just push
So this is actually very, very smart from Mouz. They are using that smoke to pretend like it's only one player. That is, the smoke is not to stop anyone. They're still getting the kills. What the fuck?
Whoa, Flawless flying through him. 3 kills.
He didn't even stop running for that 3rd kill.
No,
Wow, that
the
was an
setup is so
entire
sick
stack
from
they
Mouz.
just chewed through. No problem, Flawless.
It's
No
actually
idea.
such a sick setup.
One of their
Why
only
is it
kills was
happening?
just a molly.
Where is
Ode
Flawless?
molly.
Watch him.
Where is he?
I'm so mad.
He's the player in pit.
Or he's the player in the smoke. He got his first kill through the smoke. I got no idea, man.
Oh, what a
Surely. I thought he
what
was
a
the guy.
shame.
Yeah, look. He never stops. He never stops
It's such
any
a.
of these kills.
It really is a high IQ round
literally
from
doesn't stop
Mouz.
moving.
There we go. Maybe we get to take over the game.
Headshots over Australia. Yeah, I know. I mean, listen, fair play to VP. That's sick. Yeah, it's just a shame because
It's kind of flawless.
the tactical theory behind this round is so cool to see. Actually, I literally said you could do this in the first half pistol, right? Like they literally did what I wanted. What I sort of said. There is another variation on this, which is you hold the smoke, you throw it, and they're gonna think, "Oh, this is the solo guy," because that's what the smoke means.
And the last kill, okay, maybe he's close enough to get that one. But the new box.
Smoke booths, yeah.
Pit?
Smoke booths are in airports. I always walk by the airport smoke booths, and I always look at them and like, this is like a little mini circus, you know. People can go by and judge those people and feel superior. You're like, oh, you guys are smoking. Ooh, not me. I'm eating pizza and candy instead.
Not much to be offered here by Mouz.
Xerxen has another smoke. They're faking and going back to A. They are going to run
Good
to the
times.
stack. Ooh, there's a part of them that I know they feel they regret this. They hate to see that next smoke, but all right, they'll have to do this the hard way. Torji is sitting on library with a scout right now,
Hotboxing, yeah.
and it's a real crossfire on lane. I think they're gonna need the flawless 3K again.
See if it can happen. He's got a Mac 10, so he can keep holding those movement keys. Oh, Brolin!
Oh my God!
Little Pit 5-7. Oh, the 5-7s from all three sides.
It's the chain smokes over on B that ends up working 10 seconds.
That will get your blood boiling.
Just look at all these upgrades. Barely any damage done.
5-7s are pretty good, man.
Who do you have to blame?
If anyone's not got that message
If you're
yet.
Virtus Pro,
who do you have to blame?
It's your own fault.
Oh, okay. I was like, is there a player that's
No,
specifically
no,
at
no.
fault? I'm actually not sure.
Just as a collective.
It's just that's just tough. That's what I'm saying about Inferno. It's like I can't even blame Virtus Pro there because you can only get some information guaranteed. Very rare situation. Oh, and a shot like that. I feel bad for him.
Yeah. That's the kind of round that will kickstart your playoffs run. Mouz with a map in their back pocket, 2-round lead, and a title shift of economy in that last round. Ooh, but we're not done yet, are we?
Got some nice shots too.
The 5-7 meets its
I
counterpart.
can't make the
Tech9.
CC work. I think I've tried it twice, and every time I'm just like, oh yeah.
To just sprint over to
I'm
make
not
sure
that
they
guy.
don't straight up lose it.
And Virtus Pro are going to go B unless they.
Higher win
Maybe it's the
probability
bottom B smoke that's
5-7 on
holding
the
them
Eagle.
back. No, they are going to go B. Mouz know it,
It
huh?
depends probably a lot. I mean,
Vision
I do
here
feel like the
for Jimmy.
5-7
He'll chuck
is
the frag out, and that's going to find
crazy
no
good.
damage. Bomb to be planted.
Is Nico on your team by the deal? Yeah.
Fame
that's
gets away
very
with
true.
it. Another smoke
This
for
is a silly
Coffin.
round for Mouz to lose. They shouldn't have.
That makes us a whole.
He was. I think he was trying to throw an incendiary, but like I said, incendiaries are not real grenades, guys. They don't work. Stop throwing them.
A kill on that player
Nothing
backside
happens
could
when
have
you do
started
it.
The unraveling of the retake.
Too many guns that they may sacrifice. All these T's want upgrades.
Fighting for it.
French counterfire didn't die for nothing. Yeah.
Fame gonna catch one deep, and Virtus Pro force buy back.
Okay.
It
This
felt
was
that way with the press up from
completely
Brolin. Like,
unnecessary.
Sure, he gets one as they press into the
At
hit,
no
but
point did this
Flawless
have to
Tech9
happen.
drive by.
I think they were missing the full commitment there because when they, first kill comes in from Jimmy, then he doesn't swing again. There's two that rotate back through CT spawn with him, and his teammate is there just trying to fight.
I think there should be like a
but
3% chance that the chicken survive.
No one to fight while they're taking attention away from him.
Just stop throwing incendiary grenades, guys. It's just never. It's never a good, like. Just don't buy them at all. Just don't buy them. Chicken's not a cockroach. Remember,
Virtus
no.
Pro, man, they look so good.
Don't know if I would say they look so good, but VP's winning the summit. They could. I feel like they've definitely woken up. I'll give them that much. I'll go. That's as far as I'll go. Okay. They look alive, which is good.
Pistol behind sandbag.
Why did Valve nerf the incendiary? I guess.
Both. You've got a vacant B-bomb site.
I think it was just. I mean, just like with the smokes, the fact that you can blow open the smokes, it makes the game less. I'm throwing a defensive grenade and you cannot come through it, and as a result, the game just freezes for X amount of time. So I think the incendiary is along the same thought process. Like, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but like it feels like it's a way to say we really don't want a game where you just fall back, throw a grenade, and then we just everybody just waits, and then it's like, oh, okay, and then if you have another grenade, because people do that, right? Then you fall back, you pick up another grenade, you throw it again. Everybody has to wait. Everybody, it's like, so I understand. I actually do understand it. It feels like now I've seen so many, like maybe it's because I'm noticing, but like in the last month or so, I've seen so many times where you see somebody throw down an incendiary, and then people just run through and kill them, and you're like, oh, okay, like it's like it doesn't even mean anything. Yeah, that is like I actually understand the impulse for Valve to say maybe we don't want a game where we just have defensive grenades like that, where it's like, oh, here's a wall, here's here's the thing. I get it. I just wonder if there isn't another way to kind of like. But
nothing really added.
That was
to
an
it
Inferno
either,
problem.
Mouz.
Yeah, maybe it's just back to Inferno. That is. Did Mouz throw that smoke
Chance to lean
before? I
into
don't think
Banana.
so.
No chance to contend with Util, and it feels like Virtus.pro are starting to fill the gaps. Starting to find the room to be themselves, to play as they should, to play as they can, more than anything, right?
Flit, this is kind of aggressive.
Flit doesn't catch it top orange. No,
Oh,
wait,
what a
USP
find out
gets it.
exertion.
Double dink
Silly idea.
USP.
Shooting into the smoke should reduce
Right.
its overall
Walk up
volume
on the
and
approach,
time
Xerxen.
active. Oh, so you're kind of like
Just getting one is already
chipping
a
away
success.
like you were shooting at
But
holes in a
Spinks is
door or
hiding
something.
backside, and I wonder if that, little presence from CT draws the attention. Icy.
Probably
well,
it'd be hard to. I think it's too unintuitive. Like it'd be hard to get people to understand what's going on there.
Come and join them on site. Smoked
Gotta
out
start
for the time
studying.
being.
Yeah,
Just
fair
the right
enough.
amount of util
Good
here
luck,
for
Pete.
Virtus.pro.
And Icy's going to the back of the site. This fountain coming up. You got to be careful about the smoke timing.
Nicely done, Fame. Challenges from top oranges, and then gets a chance to go back to Banana just to try to make sure that he holds on to the post plant too. No flank to be given over. And Mouz were working with little, still managed some. VP skate by.
Yeah, I do think they're trying to make it
He has the chance
more
to
fast-paced
upgrade
and,
to a
or at
better
least
gun. The scout won't be good
less kind of, less like it isn't fun anyway. Like, who does anyone think it's fun just to be if somebody's like, oh, I'm,
yeah, he does, but he won't be able to grab that AK, which
you
is
know,
what he really wanted.
I'm just throwing out grenades and slowing it like. It's interesting though, because on the other hand, the fact that you can now drop grenades for your teammates obviously does encourage that kind of gameplay, where you're re-smoking things over and over again and kind of like trying to. But I guess maybe that's okay, because again, the smokes really aren't walls, so it doesn't really matter. You could have 100 smokes in the B-bomb site, but
Here comes Cyclone.
like it might not make a difference if you're there alone throwing them and somebody just blows it open and rushes 4 people through.
What do
Then
you mean, Mohan? They already
who
did
cares
nerf
how many grenades you had? Like.
It still feels like.
So it might not be that big of a deal, actually. Maybe it's fine. I still suspect that, like, a lot of...
This is the other part of Mouz that's still on this team.
A lot of...
I can't remember which game it was that we casted that Cyclone.
A lot of grenade stacks are just not, like, that discovered, or, like, there's got to be more ways to do with HEs,
You can see the impact afterwards.
It kind of sucks, because, like, HEs now are just so valuable for blowing open smokes that you don't really get to see a lot of damage with them often. Which kind of is, I mean, it makes sense, but... I'm not even sure if I remember a big difference, to be honest.
Oh, quality grenade right there on Flit.
Maybe it did feel different, but... It's too long ago for me now,
An adventurous Mouz going down Banana as well. This big pack of Virtus.pro players going to try their might into the A-Rap, perhaps. Smoke for Arch. We get a scramble over from Spinks.
Ooh, what can they do here?
Worried that they could be behind it, but it's not.
Jimmy's got an MP9 as well. That's super rough from the pit.
Confusing, I think, for the A players. They see the Moto smoke as well.
T's kind of stuck in this pocket. Like, you can take Arch all you want. It sends half of the pack back, bomb included.
This is nice for them, but when the smokes come up, that's the dangerous spot. Brolin, does he pick the right timing to push? They're going through this.
Oh my god.
Cover. Electronic
Chaos.
from Moto. Flawless able to turn back in time. Torsi looks the wrong direction.
Nice.
MP9 dink. Yo, we've got Virtus.pro players looking all sorts of directions, but luckily for anyone confused, there was a teammate right there to help them.
Yeah, I think the Moto smoke was great because it could still be a lane hit. It's MLs who actually aren't spotting that part of the map. Once they get out to Arch and they have CT smoke, they have library smoke.
Real interesting.
They know that they're waiting for Mouz to make some kind of rash decision, whether it's pushing through the smokes or not. And Mouz try to make that as chaotic as possible by pushing with 2. But I don't know. I think that was a great position, actually, from the T perspective. So the attack pause is null here for Mouz.
Still pieces kept and enough of a buy for Mouz, but VPT side. Oh, it's so sick that it comes off of the Flawless tack.
Yeah.
Why is there so much
Turn this game around with that.
wine
Like a brand new team,
in the...
Definitely lit some kind of
in
a
the
fire
trench? I don't
underneath
know.
them. And they are squeezing out round wins.
Don't they
now
love wine?
to
I don't know.
the 10-8 lead. Virtus Pro.
I obviously don't go to church enough, you know.
They eat some damage on the approach to Banana.
Blood
They're
of
still gonna
Christ,
remain
yeah,
adamant.
exactly.
Oh, but it could cost them. Ooh. There's a lot of bodies up there for Mouz, and still a chance to have gone one further. Luckily for Virtus Pro, still 3 players alive. Round 19 is not unwinnable if they just take their numbers and charge into the A site.
3v5.
They could still get a post plant in a 3v3 if they kill these 2 without finding more death. But as they tiptoe forward, Jim Pat locks down Balk.
That
a
bounced
missed
the wrong way.
Molotov that still keeps
Don't
this
fight.
door
Why?
open.
Spinks.
Flawless is recovering, but he's
No.
so low health. Will it matter?
This is
Him
absolutely
and Icy
disgraceful.
up with 3 kills.
This is
2v2 we
unacceptable.
go.
Why are they
Just
doing it?
being able to press up short alone is enough to get the post plant.
And Brolin going towards Halls. This is going to draw a lot of time off the clock.
I have no idea
Virtus Pro are
why
up
they
here,
felt
so
that stressed.
It makes sense that he
That's
wants
2
to try
on
to get
4
it. And Flawless on this op.
with Spinks and Jimmy.
See if he can find someone.
He misses
walking
the
in.
incendiary.
Oh, that
Who,
nade,
who gives a
maybe.
fuck? Fall back.
Pops it open. He saw
But then
hands
Spinks is
on
out
Brolo,
fighting.
But, oh, the distraction served up. Icy's trade frag. Molotov on top of the bomb should guarantee it. It's not going to burn out in time. Insertion knows it. 2v5.
Yeah, he
because Flawless steps up.
Absolutely.
That is not okay. I'm very,
Wow, what a good
I'm very
start
much
to the
not
round
pleased
out of
about that
Mouz. All
round.
the utility
That's
damage,
I
one on B.
actually think that's
And even the A-hold looks good.
that
but
is
that's, of
Mouse
course,
throwing
why
things a
it's
little bit here.
2-on-5 in the first place.
A little bit of throwing, okay.
Mouz saved 1 tack pause for this moment. A game that they had in their grasp.
That's really silly.
Total stoppage on Banana. Let's watch it. From 45 health, 2 kills. Icy holds on to balcony.
If I'm Jimmy, I'm actually so mad. Mr. Yasar. What's up?
With the right amount of utility.
First message, welcome. Welcome to the stream, man. I'm actually so mad if I'm
fight.
Jimmy
They
in that
pulled it out.
position. It's like, why? Why are you you're facing that angle?
Brolin.
Okay.
Ton of early damage trying to fight with just the SMG.
Fair play.
Doesn't feel like Mouz are in a state to throw away.
That's why
deaths
Spinks left
early.
vitality.
Yeah, I mean, even taking some early damage in exchange
You're pretty
for some
good.
on
I'm doing
Banana
pretty
is
good.
okay.
I'm watching some Counter-Strike, although the last game was pretty
aren't
questionable.
left
It
with
was
it. They
kind of
have to go
entertaining
back and
anyway,
get it. They have to
with
use some
3D Max and
grenades to clear
Saw,
things
and
out.
obviously Astralis
These
earlier in the
resources
day
could matter
ended up
later on
winning.
in the round.
That's cool.
Electronic nearly finished off 5 health.
And this game is also, I mean,
Spinks,
Mouse
good
I think are
pressure
playing
through
pretty well.
smoke. That's
VP
half of
took a long
Flawless.
time for them to wake up, but
And again,
We just learned the lesson. It takes more than
now
half his
they
health
look a bit
gone.
better again.
Yeah. And again, the staging is great, but that's
Probably will be a third map.
didn't matter last time around. And Exertion, he's got a lot of players coming in his direction. If he wants to play B aggressively like this with a full kit of utility and no teammates nearby, everything comes down to his death.
Astralis won, and everybody lost in the 3D Max Saw
And
game.
then he finds
Money.
a big clue.
We all lost. There were no
Flawless before
winners
he
for
gets
that
a
game.
chance to run you down, and maybe things look better, but we do get VP rocking it back to the A site at 30 seconds. Or at least
No, it was
seemed
cool
for a
when Saw,
second,
obviously,
but
like
instead they're
it's
gonna
a
send
dead
Fame
lineup.
into
So the fact that they beat 3D Max is cool.
really?
Like more power to them, you know.
4 players saved
It
with
was just a
20
very
seconds. They
weird
could've
game.
exec'd B. The rotations did come over, but
Okay.
speaks to how important Flawless is.
Yeah, no Flawless, and they stop.
He's been our lucky charm.
Pull the emergency brake. This
I think Mouz will be kind of surprised to see this, but also relieved.
Yeah, for sure.
As in late round, there was a lot of grenades used. They don't know how much unconfirmed damage they did to Electronic, but clearly now they know it's a lot. And at least VP keep the threat of, you know, not having to save a full buy on this next round. But they have to remember, every time that they save, they let their opponents save as well.
What happened in this round?
8 rounds on this T side, all VP. Huge comeback in the
They lost
second half.
Flamus. They ran out of time. They realized we don't have any initiative to, like, we don't have any position to do an execute from before time's running out, so we just don't do it.
It's just Flamus who
Bit
keeps
weird,
this
perhaps.
challenge up. Won't be allowed to take up position in apartments just yet. Not that there's any real positioning from Mouz behind it. Pretty passive on the apps, and Flamus is going to carve his path forward. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Hot take for this match in particular?
We haven't even really seen Virtus Pro, you know, besides one round really late into it, go here.
Do I have a
Not
hot
able to
take?
double down this time. We've seen it before. A
You know,
multi-frag on the push.
I really don't.
Set up a B-split right there, maybe with they actually
I'm like the
did.
worst person for hot
They are
takes.
reading this correctly early on.
Trying to hold back Fame, that'll work. MP9 swings, does damage. Icy, it's a team kill. Awkward. Bomb gets stopped.
Yeah, and they know there's Electronic is around the corner.
Has to fall back on a quarter HP. Nade could have killed him, but Spinks throws it a bit too soon. Flash to indicate he's going to charge forward. He scoops up that bomb. Electronic's going to have
Any
to
hot
keep the
takes
shooting
on
clean.
human
Will
rights?
do so
Jesus
for the first. But Zertian right there to trade it. Nice tethering out of Mouz in an attempt to
That's
stop VP
sounds scary.
right before they can step into victory.
Sounds like a moment to be
This
cancelled.
becomes now a one-round game. And this one costs everybody their economy here on Virtus Pro.
Any take would be a hot take. Yeah, exactly.
That's why they saved last time.
It's like a fucking nightmare waiting to happen.
Wow, it's actually so impressive that Mouz committed to this right out of spawn, pushed B, stopped them on that side of the map, and knew that the B split was going to be coming in. It's a great read. Oh man, and even though they did save Virtus Pro, they're just
Somebody
still
has to steal
opting
the pot.
half
Yeah, I
buy
know.
and
It's
we'll
fine.
lose one as well here.
I respect it.
This isn't the full commitment.
Torsi posting the op at the right place at the right
D
time. Didn't waste
Braveheart.
a
What's up?
moment
Good to see
with
you
the
again.
fallback off the mid one. Tech9 tries to get out. Supported by the Galil, but
Okay.
no exit allowed.
Hello?
Brolin gonna
They are
take
holding
a
them back.
look
They're
down
kind of doing a
banana
fine job.
versus Icy's Tech9. Doesn't want to die to open up B site. He's the only defender here. Torsi's repositions have been so damn clean. He comes out on top of everything. That is 4 kills and an ace. Oh, Torsi just cranks that dial.
Wow, he was the boogeyman here for Mouz this round. Showed up every single place that Virtus Pro wanted to go.
That's sick. Good job. Keep it up.
Good thing that they half bought, because if this was rifles, it would have been the same result versus this op.
Who wins BC game or Copenhagen Wolves? Listen, don't make any bets on what I'm saying, but I feel like this BC game team is kind of running through a lot of teams right now. When are they playing? In not that long.
That's the mobility we're used to seeing.
Ancient Dust 2 Mirage is what they're playing. I feel like it should be BC game, okay?
That's what you wanted.
Just like that,
God
eviscerated.
damn.
VP tries to go aggressive, and Mouz will meet them. Fire with fire. 4 rounds straight now for Mouz.
But again, don't take my word for it,
All
okay?
their hard work to get to this lead. Mouz pull it back just like that. Half by chewed through. Perfect opening pick play here from Torsi with the collat. I don't even know how he got into Boiler, got some more Tech9 damage off.
Can we bring up the scoreboard when we come back into game? You guys have to see the streak of round. We have literally mirrored halves, these sudden CT resurgences. It's what gave Virtus Pro 4 of the last 5 rounds.
What
in
you
the
need,
first
right?
half. It's what's given Mouz 4 of potentially the last 5.
They're excited,
One
you
final
know.
attempt for the T's.
Ooh. Electronic IGL is a waste. Well, we got Electronic and Brolan, right? Like, that's one of the big conversations. I guess that would be the ultimate hot take, is like, Brolan, while he didn't want to, you know, like, he wasn't, you know, he didn't seek out the IGL role. Now that he's here, he's like, he's sick, he's secretly going to be super sick. That'd be the hot take, you know.
It's
He's
near
like made by
identical halves,
necessity.
but we know what happened in the first one.
You know,
The
pushed
T's
into the
robbed that
limelight.
last round back, so can VP do the same?
Nubit, greetings from Sweden to our favorite Dane. What do you think of the new NIP lineup? I actually, no joke, I actually think this new. I haven't seen them play yet, so I can't say too much. But I think from the looks of it, I think it's interesting. It's like the most interested I've been in NIP lineups for a long time.
By a heavy-handed Mouz.
So more power to them, you know.
They themselves finding a bit of their own identity.
I thank you. You know, I'm glad to be the favorite Dane. You know, I appreciate that.
Challenge up through brackets, but one that's got
I feel like I'll take that. You know, I'll take that victory.
Virtus Pro will pause.
All right, Torzi, he tied up a scoreline with that last round, looking like he had 30 kills. He's only on 12, folks. Another round where the play's going to come towards him, but the utility pushing him back slightly, blocking his vision every step of the way.
He's probably fine with that. Oh.
It's exertion in CT spawn.
Torzi doesn't decide to walk back through it.
Definitely don't do that. Oh my god.
No,
yeah, they get through.
They're able
50
to
seconds.
Library if they want. Mac 10 to the ground, more damage. Torzi's low.
No.
Able to hit that as electronic cross through. You've got
Why?
VP with a chance now. Guns picked up.
This is the hard decision. It is really difficult from this spot in CT spawn. Where do you go? Running it towards Brolin.
He's got the M4A1 as well.
30 on the clock.
He can't win this on time. He has to get a kill, stay alive. There's one. Yep, quick to fall back. Nobody's actually pushing him on the church side.
They're going to try to swing wide. More damage done. But it's still 4 players up here for VP. Again, it goes the distance.
Navi played this round a lot.
The last round of the half, the T's maybe break through.
That's one of those rounds where like it just doesn't feel like Mouz know what's on the other side, as in they don't know the equipment, and so they end up fighting in these
So sure enough, they're just gonna let
kind of close positions, you know.
Flit traded instantly. Fame from New Box pops out. It's an empty-handed assertion trying to hold off on Arch, and there's no time.
How can we still support an IP?
You literally can't clutch this. Virtus Pro in the final hour of regulation.
I don't know, like for me personally, like I you know,
is able to stop Torzi.
For me, I'm like, as much as it is fun to Cunning stunt your late again, don't worry, like good to have you again though, still a great name.
Style to that roster and brought something
I think for me,
we saw it back at the
it's fun to laugh at NIP, you know, and like, you know, how bad things have been and all the rest of it, but at the very same time, like, I would love a turnaround and a comeback story and like hey, like, yeah, we, you know, here's our solution, we did it, like, it's working, but like that would be so much more cool, you know. Like I feel like just being a blind hater would be kind of crazy, you know. So yeah, for me, I'm like, you know, I'd kind of rather watch them turn it around somehow than I would just, you know. Same with Falcons for me, right? Like
to keep Fled up. With how many shots Torzi has hit, I say that, mind
that's
you.
a gift.
You know,
I'd rather watch Falcons find a way to sort of turn it around than I would just watch them
Felt like he was
set more money on fire and not do anything interesting with it.
Flash player Balk, Jimpat dropping smoke at his feet. Spinks unable to hold them back, and so the A-site falls under the pressure of Virtus Pro.
What is this level we're getting out of Virtus Pro? Full on A attack. This time it's not Arch.
You'd rather watch Falcons crash and burn? I mean, I know a lot of people feel that way, but I'm just saying, like, for me, when I look at the whole thing, I'm like,
first kill. It's usually the Balk guy that can stay alive so
yeah.
long to cause you a nightmare.
Probably rather see the turnaround at some point.
When there's a double pit setup, when there's somebody on the balcony and someone big pit.
Nicely done, VP.
Virtus Pro bringing some fight.
Yeah, they're making this a real game. They've
Has
got
there ever been a team that
good
deserved the
variety.
hate?
There's new plays coming out post-regulation.
Probably, yeah,
which
sure,
is
like tons, but
always a great sign.
I don't think there's anything wrong with hating or criticizing or whatever. Like, that's all good. Just,
But now they rely on
you know,
Torzy more than ever.
it's nice to leave a
Ace with 12
space to
kills.
kind of like say, oh, but if they did these things, I would, you know,
Flashed off his
or if like
opening
something
angle as
turned
well.
around, then it would be
Looking for the
interesting, you know.
repeat. Saw a sliver of a shoulder.
That's just
And lets them know where that
my
op is
opinion,
at.
right? You know.
Nades come barreling down Banana. There's a peek behind it. But there's also utility pressure coming forth from Virtus Pro, so that's going to keep Mouz on their toes, not wanting to give away an opening to the B site. Meanwhile, you've got Fame up in apartments as well, so I feel like if you're
Can't
Virtus
believe
Pro, you're
Mouz
happy with the
gave this
amount
away.
of map control you've gotten
They had
away
the
with by a minute 10.
Spinks and Jimmy round at the A-bomb site, then they obviously lost to the whatever Tech 9 Galil by at the end. Like, both rounds
Damnedest to keep that
winnable.
pressure up, to just keep them away from
Super
rounding this
winnable.
corner. And it looks like they've managed. But all the while, brackets is emphasized here by Mouz. We've got nobody holding off on balcony. Jimpat just checking it intermittently as he now peels away towards pit. Torzy here to support Spinks.
They've been good about making sure this is smoked before swinging on it, but oh, they seem like they might let their guard down.
Swings wide, dies out to Spinks, clear from the corner.
Oh no, Toshi, that's not an angle to wide peak.
That's going to leave the open short side. Torzy now smoked. They'll know there's no defense on site. Bomb is able to get up short already, and the rotators have been completely cooled off by the smokes that VP hold.
Yeah, just barely avoiding tragedy here. Low health bars on for the T side, but do you want this op in the retake?
Brolin's able to just get through. Dude, he's cheated forward ahead of the smoke. That's going to catch
Oh
the ice.
my god.
Able to get two with that.
He hit the headshot as well,
Pushed
Brolin.
down to 11, doesn't give a damn, locks in 2 kills, and VP 14-12.
That was a great fight, man. That was, again, they're doing such a good job of avoiding getting op. There's an op waiting for them. There are some very small gaps, but it's not like Virtus Pro are walking into these shots, limiting Torzy's impact.
It's a hell of a duel we get for brackets. And just enough of a breakthrough at just enough of a timing. VP get that bomb up.
Next
and
map,
this
yeah.
T-side means business.
And where we had the change of heart when we swap over on sides is Virtus Pro playing way more actively about halfway through the game. This game was
bad.
Like 6-1, right?
Yeah. The
6-1
start of this game was
bad.
6-1 with 4 consecutive 3-person
no,
saves.
No rounds worth watching from Virtus Pro, and then Flamus came through and showed us that like the players of this quality can make those
Is it that
moves.
bad for Toshi?
And
Is
it's
it
not
really
only
that
that,
bad?
but they have the playbook too, as if they just were skipping pages in it. So this is more than refreshing. This is a team that we see how they break into playoffs.
It's, I mean, it's the same problem with Brokey, to be honest, right? Like, it is
actually posing a test to Mouz.
It's like the difference between, you know, cooking and cooked, right? Like, when are you doing one or the other? Like, there's so many Brokey rounds where he is cooking and then keeps cooking for too long, you know?
Torzy, man.
Ooh, I woke up at 5 a.m. to
the
co-stream. PGL in this series has
Small chances.
already in map 2. Yeah. What's up, Boo? How are you doing, man?
Shots, but none of them connect. Xertion sticking around. That trajectory. Flit sees that.
Yeah, the line between cooking and cooked is thin. True.
Brolin wants to do something about it.
Ooh, Spinks will help.
Yeah, that's
even
the
more
second
so
player
if
they
you're an
know has
AWPer.
gone over towards B. I wonder if this influences Virtus Pro. I don't think they assumed that was Brolin, even though he didn't get a kill. Oh, but it
He's
looks
missing
like,
a
in
lot.
fact,
I mean, yeah,
it's
but
Mouz who assumed because of that.
there should be ways out of
gonna
that
walk
if you're
this
an
one
AWP
back,
player,
but
as in
look at the activity, the information.
just find another way to have an impact.
You can miss shots, as Torzy did, but as long as you have the willingness to get the info back, it'll play to your favor.
Okay, Jimmy. Okay.
VP have to move with haste.
Spinks has
It is
so many
all too
nades,
quiet
okay?
right now. Brolin has
I know
no
I was
utility, so
trashing the
while he comes
incendiaries,
wide,
but this
he'll
is a
have to
perfect
move, but
time,
he
Spinks, to
doesn't.
throw one down and an HE. and an HE, because again the incendiaries are not enough. Okay. Flashbangs. Holy shit.
Gives that util support, and at the very least,
Nice.
it's one for the road. CT side
I thought it was
of
gonna be.
Mouz collects at the final hurdle.
I thought it was going to be the incendiary Molotov, but or the incendiary HE combo, but flashes will do it as well. Nice.
Kill on the back on the site right there, and Sphinx's flash is doing exactly what they just did. Blinding grill, blinding the next two players coming out. Jimmy.
Well, he was pushing down middle, right? So
stealing credit.
Spent 30 minutes made a video on the 500 team.
Remember the start.
Yeah, that popped up in my algorithm, Vu. I'm gonna watch that later. I'm not gonna ask you, like, go watch the video, guys. If you haven't, you should go watch the video. I'm not gonna ask you for the TLDR because then people won't watch it. But just to say my piece on it. I haven't looked into it. I'm always very, very suspicious when somebody presents even like 3 or 4 or 5 clips of what looks like really weird activity, because I feel like that doesn't tell me that much. Like a 5-second clip of somebody, I'm like, okay, like I don't know what led up to this or what the other rounds look like or whatever. So that just always is very suspicious to me. But
what we've got is a continuation from
the clips did look weird, obviously, but
winning on banana control.
Were they shadow banned by? I don't know. I have no idea.
Then it's icy.
I'm just saying that.
Shots while blind.
Yeah, maybe they do. I'm not even making a comment about the thing as a whole. I'm just saying that from the clips that I saw on Kansas Or's Twitter or whatever,
Ace from both of them.
it's just always, you know, that's just always very hard to judge when the clips are short and I don't know any of the context. That's all I'm saying.
Xerxin with fire at his feet. Already getting low HP. Flit kind of feeling the pain of the same issue. More util over top. Flit fine. Good to hold the ankle.
Nailed it.
Flash out to help him.
That should be it.
On banana. Retreats with 4 HP. Picks up a wealth of utility, and now that's going to be time burned off the clock. Smoke after smoke can be offered up where he gets the first 2 kills. No Brolin, no Xerxin, but a 3v5 is what's demanded of Mouz. And if you take this challenge to Icy and Flawless, you better protect your neck. It's a kick up in tempo that got them here.
Okay,
VP shows us a
we'll watch it at some point.
improvement. It's a first half of their defense that looks so flat. 4 consecutive saves. But
okay, third map, guys. Let's go.
Push this series, and now we
lock in, gang.
VP pull this one out of the depths of desperation.
Oh, and it was pretty far down there. I'm not going to lie to you, Scrawny. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, we put a head to Inferno here at 16-13, going the way of VP after an overtime. And can you believe it, Jacob?
I can believe it, and I did see it witnessing in front of my eyes right now that Mouz unfortunately didn't have much than a plan A. We spoke about coming into the game, Dust, when you are a new team, you're incorporating a new in-game leader.
Speller messaged me and explained a couple of the rounds, and I was like, damn, I do feel bad because I knew that, but just didn't expect the video to get a wide enough audience for it to matter that much.
Once you go into the nitty-gritty,
that it wasn't a perfect video.
I mean, we kind of saw the limitations of Mouz as well.
It's always very, very, very hard to judge from. And it's even harder, I think, because once somebody is called a cheater, it's just so hard to mentally, like, you know, you end up doing it, you say like, oh fuck, like, you know, how did you know that, or why did you do that? It's like very hard to disconnect, like, when somebody has that label, which is also why it's so scary and dangerous to throw the accusations out there.
He certainly helped, you know, playing that pivotal
but I mean, I appreciate making the video because we do also need, on the other hand, to be able to talk about it, right? Like, we have to be able as a community to say, hey, what's going on here, right? Because the truth is, cheating software and or hardware and both, unfortunately, are just going to be ahead of anti-cheat probably forever. Like, it's like a cat and mouse kind of game where
you know, there was, I think, maybe
cheating is just always like a little bit ahead all the time.
Where Virtus Pro were able to, you know, take control of arch side middle, threaten the moto wrap, threaten CT spawn, and Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched it yet, Vu, but I think the discussion is important.
now he's playing with new teammates, communicating in those chaotic situations can get really tense. And I felt like they really fumbled the ball in those situations. And I think those were the key rounds that made such a big difference, and that carried over into overtime as well. I think Virtus Pro constantly were able to really make use of that side of the map to ultimately win the game.
I think it was, I agree with you, I think it was a two-folded problem, because they did have problems dealing with the arch pressure coming in for Virtus Pro, but they also got nothing done on Banana whatsoever. A couple of times Brola and Exertion did some damage, you know, a couple of times they put a decent amount of nades into the side of the...
Yeah, just go find Rue's channel, but if you want to link it, we can as well. It's fine. Gyms, are you done as a commentator? No. I'm just also doing streaming and content now, but I don't have any plans to quit commentary. I love it. It literally has been my entire life for the last 12 years. And in spite of that, I still really love commentary, like Counter-Strike commentary, so no plans to quit. But, you know, it's going to require a little bit of hard work and a little bit of patience and some other things too, to try and sort of, you know, get hired for some more events. That's kind of the... Yes, one of the things I'm trying to do with my little cult. You guys can, you know, you join my cult if you want to. There's a room for a lot of people.
And again, I think it just goes back to just being unable to handle some of these chaotic moments on that.
We're almost neighbors? Oh, awesome. Nice.
You see Exertion get left to his
Join the Discord as well, guys, if you haven't already. I don't know how many people are up to in the Discord. How many people are there?
What else can you derive from this?
Almost 200 guys. We're close to 200 people in the Discord, so feel free to come join. We've got, you know, music and memes and theory crafting channels and everything else.
Oh, sure. We haven't touched that much coming into this matchup. Having a great showing with the AWP. Had a couple of rounds where he missed a couple of sitters, and then he stepped it up in overtime, you know. So you say resilience. I'd say that VP mentally stayed in it. Again, let's not forget the fact of the matter that when the scoreline was 12-11, it was VP.
What was the first tournament that you start with? The first tournament I ever did was something called, actually funnily enough, called Blast, or it was called The Blast, on the other side of Denmark, and they paid me, let me see, 500 Danish kroner, which is about 70 USD-ish.
A little bit of both sides.
And I slept on the floor with like everybody else at the, you know, I slept on like an inflatable mattress on the floor. And it was sick. I loved it. I thought it was awesome.
We talked about some of the issues Banana control right here. They're actually winning the first couple of duels. It's a 5v3, becomes a 5v2.
Yeah, super cool. Super, I mean, I was so happy to just be there and talking, you know.
By one. I don't know how you end up in a scenario where you've done such a good job to get into a 5v2 just to throw it all away.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the more damning rounds for sure of regulation. Like you said, you figure you get the double kill of Banana. Jimmy does his job at apartments.
The one time they actually had success on
How old are you? Well, it was 12 years ago.
That they did indeed do that exact very thing.
Math is so hard. Would have been like 27, I think.
He said it, he already used
I think 27, yeah. I'm going to be, I'm 39 now. And my birthday is in December, 7th December.
The series doesn't end there. You know, 16,
how crazy is that? We are going to a third map, yes.
And for Virtus Pro to now flip and kind of turn their attention towards a Mirage.
39 years young, yeah, true.
I don't know. I feel a little weird towards this one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I feel like historically Mouz have been good on Mirage, but I feel like they kind of cooled off towards the end of last year. Like the first half was much better than the second half.
Yeah, the Hiko moment was fucking wild. I'm qualified for UNC status? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I'd say so. I thought you are younger. I appreciate that. In truth, I really don't like. I don't care about the age thing. Like, you know, like it doesn't bother me. But I also, to be honest, I don't even celebrate my own birthday. Really, I just don't care. Like,
now things I think need to be more simplified and streamlined.
It's sort of a cliche, but I guess like age is also a mindset kind of thing, right? Like
to focus a little bit more on just attacking things together as a unit, and if they can simplify things and
hopefully I'm a little bit smarter than I was last year. You know,
I feel like VP has also shown some good strength.
Hopefully it just keeps going in that direction.
VP have the courage to be disruptive, especially when it comes to the CT side. We saw how much Brolan and Mouz were struggling T side wise against, was it Face on Mirage, where they couldn't get anything done whatsoever. Brolan
more CS knowledge, yeah, exactly. You know, got to keep leveling up, finding out new things.
For VP, when it comes to that T side, I've seen it time and time again. They're very good at changing up the pace. You know, it's used to be a slow-paced T side, obviously with James as an in-game leader, very methodical. I think Electronic and the side of VP.
The fine line with Cooking and Cook will be breached if they lose now. Yeah.
In the playbook, but they're good at changing it up once in a while. They're good at changing up the pace.
After ATB, you just celebrated a decade. Yeah.
Obviously towards middle. I think Flit as well.
True.
He can potentially
just find every 10 years you're like, yay, let's go.
More often than not, I think that could be an interesting duel.
Yeah, I'm fine. with it,
duel
man.
where Brolan will have a tough time winning the vast majority of those. But for my money, it's when we flip the script and we put Mouse.
Yeah, I'm just trying to upgrade, you know, just get a little bit better at a couple of things every year. Try to make it, you know, more interesting.
He's the point of conversation towards middle together.
Okay, guys, one sec. I'm going to be right back, all right? Map number 3 coming up. One sec.
To create the space needed for him to succeed against FaZe, it never really panned out.
Yeah, again, Jimmy now playing a new position hero on the A extremity as well is going to be pretty big. But the one thing I do want to watch out for Virtus Pro, and something to kind of look out for you in the audience as well, is that I want to make sure that on top of being disruptive for Virtus Pro on the defensive side, I want them to use Icy more diversely as an opper. We did see that yesterday. They allowed him to move around the map a lot more. They didn't really pigeonhole him to one spot. He was able to be more mobile. But I've seen games earlier this year on Mirage, they almost treated him like a B bomb side anchor with Electronic, and they were just like triple stacking rifles on the A site and just not being dynamic enough and being too readable. And so I hope that they can kind of find a happy middle ground there.
Yeah, and I guess this begs the question one more time for the road. Just one more time for the road. You both said 2-0s. You've both been wrong. That's okay, because now we go into a third, a final, a BO1 almost, you could call it. Who do you got?
I'm going to stick with Mouse winning this game. I think, again, in terms of the quality of players to have at their possession right now, with Spinks as well coming into the lineup, they should be able to win here. I think they also have learned quite a lot from that face bashing on Mirage. However, I think it's going to be a close game, and VP and Mouse have shown so far to be pretty much on equal terms.
Yeah, I think it'll be a scrappier game. I mean, especially since Virtus Pro does now play a little bit faster pace, Electronic calling, a lot more set pieces, a lot more willingness to play the meta. Again, it's going to come down to the mid-round decision-making. Again, two untenured in-game leaders having to deal with those chaotic situations. And I'm going to pick Mouse Sports. Yeah, I'm going to pick Mouse Sports. I think they just have the overall better talent.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I almost want to go.
What about you, Trace?
I think this is a very clear-cut, easy prediction, and I can just throw it out there. But first, we're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back. We're going to jump right into Mirage, try to settle the scores between VP and Mouz, and find out who's going on to that big arena down in Cluj.
No spine.
Shh. Watch your mouth, little man.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
Når trangen melder sig. Lindre Nicorette sugetabletter hurtigt ryge- og nikotintrang. Med en frisk smag og klinisk dokumenteret effekt. Bliv røg- og nikotinfri med Nicorette.
The new look Virtus Pro started off the year in what I would say is a very strong way. But to find out more about this, we've got Electronic, who is leading this team there. Just talk to me how good it feels for you, what you guys were able to do at Katowice up until where obviously you did not have the full team.
I mean, of course the standing were affecting us, you know, but still, like, we are in a good mood, you know, we are trying to learn new things for us, you know, as a team. We are trying to discuss as much as we could, you know, but still there is a lot of things which happen, you know, like, I mean, for example, Flamos couldn't be with us in Kato, so, for example, we cannot be in the same wave, you know, in the same page. So, yeah, we didn't have that much practice after that, so, I mean, like, yeah, the result in Kato give us a bit confidence, I'll say, but anyway, like, we want to be much better, you know.
Yeah.
And we're gonna improve as much as we could as a team, as individuals, you know. So yeah, everyone, as I said before, right, putting every that much work, that's cool, you know.
Everyone's really trying to achieve the dream and the goal. But how does it make you feel as the leader of this new Virtus Pro being able to do this? Does it fill you with more confidence?
I mean, I feel like I need to improve myself a lot, you know, as a IGL with my tactic side, you know, strat side. I would say like micromanagement with the players, you know, what we're gonna do in some stuff. And I need also to, no, I will say like, yeah, I mean, I need to improve a lot. Just improve a lot. But I mean, like, I feel like everybody believing in me.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really important for me as a IGL to feel that, I don't know, believe, you know.
Now, I think during the Shanghai Major, everyone saw how good Flamus can be, so we know what we're going to get from him. Can you tell me, you've played with many great players, how good can Icy be? How much potential does this young player have?
He can be one of the best. I'm pretty sure about that. You know, you see he has a really good micro, you know, let's say. Also, from my perspective, I will say he has like a really good reading of the game, you know. So in the clutching, you can see that he pretty...
Overvejer du at bruge snus
Ads.
til dit rygestop?
Stop the ads.
Prøv hellere Nicorettes ugetabletter. Klinisk dokumenteret til hurtigt at lindre ryge- og nikotintrang. Med frisk smag af frugt og mint. Bliv røg- og nikotinfri med Nicorette.
You guys as a team, very scary as well. It looks to me right now that when I see this current Virtus Pro, the potential is very huge. Do you feel like, for you right now, the main thing is just getting a deep strat book?
I think, yeah. I mean, not 100%. We need to understand each other much better, you know.
Okay.
In the game,
so how you play off each other.
VP might have it.
What type of game style we're gonna
Let's see.
play in some games?
Let's find out. There's only one way.
Affect on some situations on the map, you know, on some rotations, for example. So yeah, I mean, like, we just need to work as lot as we could, you know. So yeah, I think.
For you, you have so much experience, you know, you've had so much success in your career. How do you want to see your identity as an in-game leader, like the way you
Electronic wins these?
Because like you've worked on the Blade, right? You had Boomage there by the side of you. You've had this great career. You've seen what people can do. How do you view your way of doing it?
I don't know, like, I was thinking about it, you know, sometimes, but I was like, okay, I've been playing with Blade, you know, with Zeus, with Hooch, with even, I've been talking with Starix, you know.
Oh wow, yeah.
IGLing in some days back in the days.
The old school days, yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like I've been playing with the all greatest captains in series, right?
I agree.
So, yeah, I feel like I can take something from this, from one guy, from second, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like, anyway, I want to make my own identity, you know, but I didn't. Still, I'm not sure which is gonna be.
But that's good though. We get to learn what it's going to be. I like what I'm hearing. I like what I'm going to see. Already what we've seen so far from you guys. So best of luck. Let's see what you can do.
Thank you.
A single map of group play left here before we dive into the BT Arena. One slot between Mouz and Virtus Pro, and it's all decided on Mirage, a map where the records don't prove well for Mouz, but you also weren't super satisfied with what Virtus Pro gave us on their last outing in this map specifically, Mo.
When we saw them play against Pain, they had no answers for the connector plays and the mid control that came out. What we saw on Inferno was an adaptation to that in a different map.
Okay, we're back.
So we'll see how they approach this right now. But
Let's see what happens.
In the first half, it'll be T side. Now,
What do we
Mouz have
got?
tried to
Smokes
adopt this map, but they've
for
played 3
market
times so
and
far here in
for
Cluj.
the short
Lost 2 of them.
catwalk position.
FaZe and Falcons
Not going to matter for
beat them on
Spinks.
this
He's going to
map.
stick around, and they actually have.
So
Oh,
there's
they're
comfort
using
in the
my
sense that
thing.
they
Holy shit,
continuously
guys!
pick it, and it's obviously a map that
This is something
Mouz
that I
were
suggested to
good at
PGL.
before.
I said to them,
But we'll have to
I've
see
said
how
this to
many lessons
10.
Virtus Pro
I've said this to
learned
many
from that
organizers.
last match,
I've said
because
for such a long time.
unlike
If somebody's
on Inferno,
holding a
they
grenade,
didn't learn their lesson in time. They ended up losing.
then why not
2-0
make
to
it so
Mouz
that
in
it flashes?
to Pain in that game, and it was because they were missing that activity again.
Here's a bit of activity for you. Spinks going for an adventure top middle. Electronic, that angle's so passive that Spinks gets away with this.
But he's actually going to see Electronic.
Oh, but there's a player up close. Okay, come on now, Fame.
Don't let him reload. Oh my god, he gets away, gets another kill.
He finds the frag back.
That's actually my invention.
Oh my god, dude.
That's actually my invention.
That's the bomb spot, and they immediately smoke off B.
299 damage out of that.
Wow. And Fame has 1 left. 1 health.
Oh god.
It's still look at the time left over though. They waited so long for that, and I think Spinks' pathing caught Electronic totally off guard, going up above instead.
Dude, I couldn't look away.
Oh
But
my
I didn't want to watch.
Wait a second.
Now we've got a challenge over to the B site. Jimmy's gonna lock in. Brolin trying to hold back the cap play. Icy, doesn't hard full clear, and now Jimmy, it's a low HP Fame trying to plant
Oh
the
no,
body
yeah,
block.
they're just.
Is it enough? Really?
It is.
They get
What
off
the
of it, and the wall
okay.
bang from Xertion's gonna clean
Woo,
up the
okay.
two. Mouz squeeze what's left of Virtus Pro, who I think at that point, honestly, take the bomb plant.
Yeah. That's a pretty big win. Yeah, that's an awkward situation. I think Electronic, he's holding for this push, but doesn't say the push is coming.
Yeah.
Or he does, but Spinks is already jumping up towards the halls at the same time. Yeah, that could have been a better end for sure, but at least they get the plant out. And the other weird part for this map with Mouz is that they pick it a ton. So they've been picking it, and this is one of the first times they leave it to a decider in their recent games.
If you notice on the HUD, if somebody's holding a grenade for more than a certain amount of time, it's gonna start flashing. That's basically like, I mean, I've tried to get people to do this for at least 5 years.
Ouch.
And I talked to PGL about it.
He's still jump spotting.
What, I don't know, whenever I worked the event last.
They love these solo
and now they
APs,
did it.
man. They keep trying them.
They said they
I feel
would.
like more than anybody else nowadays.
But
I
I've
guess
tried
when
to
you've
get so
got
many organizers
a
too. I
Fame, a
kept
Flip,
telling
and a
people like, this
Flawless.
is a really good idea because it's going to give people something to watch for. Like, you know that
play
Brolan
musical
is
chairs
holding
with
a
that
smoke
AK.
for the A ramp right now, right? He's got it. He's already
Flawless
pulled a
is that
pin,
guy,
right? You know, that's basically what that tells you.
Turns 1 entry into 3.
He's got the Kevlar, he's got the rifle, and he's got Fame in front of him to
I mean, I do kind of wish that,
give them the confirmation. There's a
you know, I could take the
player up
credit a little
above,
bit, but
and towards top middle.
but still,
Xertion. There's
I'm happy that
AK,
it's
so
there.
now they
I'm
know
happy
about
that I think it's an improvement on the, you know, on the game. So we're doing it for the love of Counter-Strike, right, guys? Not just to
It's ultimately flipped to
not
walk
just for
towards
Anders'
top middle
ego.
to scoop
You
up
know?
an M4. Wonder if he can do any damage with this.
It's at least like 50%
If he's given
Counter-Strike
the chance,
and 50%
not
ego.
gonna happen. Spinks is off to a 6-1 start. And if there is
But yeah, I
some
think that's super
improvement to be
awesome.
had
I'm
for
really
Mouz
happy
on
they're doing
Mirage
it.
Specifically, well, let's watch Spinks, the newcomer in this Mouz jersey. Why don't you step it up a notch?
Yeah, and it will be a lot like Ancient in the way that Mouz will not let go of mid control. There has to be different looks on the way that
Map position
PGL
overlay
approach
thing
it.
is
But
also
again,
pretty sweet.
There are problems in the pain game where
Which
we're
one
on
are we
CT
talking about?
side.
Oh, the pregame. Yeah, that's true. That's a nice idea. I like that too.
Ooh, you're not wrong, Flawless.
Can't take credit for that.
Yeah, but there's no one top mid just now. But even just him putting that pressure pushes Xertion back. He cannot escape through underpass. So it looks like late mid control, which I think is just a really great way to approach mid in general. So the CT advantages are all in the beginning of the round. This was where there's the most variance on the attack, but instead of falling back, oh no, they don't go for late mid. Oh, and that's what elicited the Jimmy nade last time. That's what happens again.
Electronic goes back to spawn to throw a window smoke, but we've got Xertion just pressed up against him. Easy pickup there. And that's got a ton of attention turned over to the B site. You find Fame falling from the window. Jimmy
Oh,
right
timing
back
is
in.
crazy.
He's got a double. Torzi's rotating.
What a swing from Jimmy.
And Mouz are going to sweep away an attempt from VP that really net them nothing.
Yeah. They have to assume that the Mouz are not going to be scared of them. If they had Flawless in the underpass, I think step 1 was perfect. They got Exertion out of a spot that would have caused them problems if they tried a connector split. Yeah, but after that, they assumed that Mouz would have just left. Instead, Mouz got more aggressive. Got top mid control. And again, that's what caused Jimmy to be on full alert with his HE.
Oh, is it more?
Rolling a torch
Yeah,
to
it's so
defend against the
hard to
A-play.
figure out where to put the cam.
Molotov doesn't pop.
Missed it, yeah.
It is kind of
Torzi
tricky.
just gonna lean back with ease. Tries to control the rifle, but they're breaking through. It's Electronic and Flit with Tech 9s to get a kill apiece.
It's an empty gun, so he can't sit there. He has to reload.
Jimmy to challenge forward. He ran through the fire, but Electronic just turns his back to
God,
it.
Electronic. Oh,
There
they're
you
both
go.
dead.
Easy. Jimmy cleans up the double.
Super dead.
Fame reaches out. That gun's got 2 bullets in it, and he's got 3 opponents to kill. I know who I bet on. Not Fame.
I feel like there are a lot of things in this game that
He tries
are,
to keep his head down. They go for the jump clear.
or at least there were in the past, where
Have to 2-tap. He would have to 2-tap the diffuser.
Come on.
Or knife him?
oh my God,
Something.
Fame. What's
just try to go all the way through the smoke.
Wait, you're just gonna push him
What's
off
the
it?
plan?
Can he live though?
What the fuck is the plan?
Full pacifist mode, baby.
What the hell?
He was never there. Almost pulled off that ninja defuse.
He does wear turtle
He
gloves.
couldn't have been trying to
now we know
save.
why.
There must have been.
Oh, he's
he
a
must have
turtle
been
bro?
thinking that he could like walk
Just
out of
hides
the
inside his
smoke
shell.
and then
Just like
find
Connor.
like one player guarding the guy
goes
defusing, and then
into the
shoot
next
that guy,
round with
shoot the
that
other guy,
AK.
and now
I
it's like a
mean, facilitates
1v1.
the
So like
bomb.
it's got to be so, and then he just couldn't get out of the smoke
AK's
because he
all
bumped
over
into
the
the
board,
guy.
Electronic to the
So
top
then he's
mid,
just like
and
his brain just stopped working.
Gotta get out of
Right?
there.
There's
Weird
got to be something
smoke
like that.
bounce.
I don't think he's trying to save.
Yeah,
I
that
think
still
he
needs to get fixed.
was confused that he couldn't exit the smoke.
All right, so different looks on mid. That's what we're paying attention to. But again, it was kind of step 1 good for Virtus Pro, but
Yeah, either he was hoping
Well,
it was
the
a fake
follow-up is
or he
Mouse
got
caught
lost.
him
I think
off
it's gonna
guard.
want to be one of those two. Mental though. Mental.
they're gearing up to take it again. Just shy of the 1 minute timing on the mid window smoke.
I guess for
But again, if you throw
spectating,
nades like
this
and you
isn't a
don't
thing
approach, it's
anymore. But do you
actually
guys
can
remember in
be worse for
CS:GO
you.
that if you spectated somebody throwing a
But they are
grenade,
coming out.
if you held down shift, it would follow the
So many
grenade
fights like
instantly?
that. Those are difficult.
Got dinked, still dies.
Like, does
His
anyone
bullets
remember
get
that
pushed down
function
into him, but of
for
course, it's
spectating?
that empty A bomb site
That's
that
a
Virtus
function
Pro
that's
are
in
a
the
little
game
more
because of me.
interested in.
Like, I talked to
And they
Valve
have
about it. I
earned
said,
the
I think this
right
could be really
to
sick.
Go ahead and take it all.
And they were
Faking
like, yeah, cool.
flashes, luckily for him, won't
Did I
get
get any credit?
Frag
No.
comes out a second later
But
once he's regained his vision.
They've
I think it
actually
was a
lost
cool
window.
idea. I'm
So
proud of
Torzi's
that.
only watching
I
from
feel
the
like that's a good
outside. It
idea.
slows down the retake a ton.
2 players to run over towards Ticket. Brolin has managed to get out onto the stairs. Fame doesn't look like he wants to move a muscle, but nobody's covering this. Fame turns around, woof, at the right moment, but it's while Jimmy
I mean, I
clears
don't
Icy
think
off
it's
the
still in
site, so
because
Flit up
I
in
don't
Palace.
see anyone do it anymore.
Fame,
So
known to be jungle, back exposed to a slow retake. Flick comes in, instant headshots. and
yeah,
it
there was a
spits
bug
down
with it
beneath
where
him. Not
sometimes it
working with a lot
go
of
horribly
time.
wrong, but
Flit, it is fantastic.
Wow,
Okay,
that's what you love to
Flit.
see, Flit. What a 1v3.
Fair play.
Clean shots all the way around, and Torzi had half a mind to think that he was up there. Didn't have time to shoot, though. What a shot. Oh, and even how he played with this peak. He knew exactly how far Spinks would roll out.
yeah, there are quite a few
Beautiful.
other functions like that I wanted to put in the game, but you know. The problem is sometimes
The
it's
mid
hard
control doesn't
to justify, I
exactly go
guess,
to
for
plan,
Valve, because
but
like how many people really use them,
They
you know?
still get the flawless kill from underpass.
There was another
and then
function that
while
was in
that's
for a
going
short
on, they
while
make
that
the
I
attack
also
happen.
suggested that
So that's the other way you can take
I think
advantage
it's
of a team
died
going
again,
heavy on mid.
where you could basically
Only 5 players
draw
on the
on the
map,
minimap and it would just count like how long would it take for somebody to run
you're
this
gonna hold
distance
on
with
to
a
mid as
knife
a
out.
CT, you know that's 3
Just to get
tied
like a
up.
rough... I wanted to show people, you know? It's like, oh, he's 25 seconds away from the bomb site kind of thing. Again, that was another one of my wild ideas, but it disappeared at some point. I don't know why. I guess nobody used it or nobody knew what it was or whatever. Maybe I just think it's a worthwhile function to have.
What? How'd he do that?
Dude, poor Electronic locking in behind these boxes. Just keeps getting pelted by damage. It's fun watching Flawless play underpass.
Yeah. You got to have a great aimer coming out from under here.
Ooh.
I like the idea.
Double nade's destined for him, but it's okay. He's leaning all the way back at the start of it.
Looks like they're trying to synthesize the same position as last time, except Mouz have 4 on A.
Yeah, there's already an adaptation here. We've got the committed
Are they going to
sandwich
Molotov
player,
Jimmy?
and then we've got Brolin over towards Ticket.
Is the big question that we all need answered. They
need to
should,
play
because
just
they
the
have
tiniest
Molotovs
bit of pressure
for
on B, but
Shadow,
they don't
which
see
they
the
just
map like we
used,
do. It's
so
gonna be
why not also
tough
Molotov
for them
that
to
sandwich
know they're running
position?
into this stack.
You already did
low,
one.
Flawless on the prowl. Electronics just running up. That's going to be an easy cleanup. Then it's all about the Flawless trade, and he finds it quickly.
They still have Molotov
Still
Jimmy.
able to hang on to sandwich. There's the Ticket player dead.
Okay,
They
maybe
pull
it's going to be
back for a
absolutely
second,
fine.
but they're not thinking
They killed
about
everybody else,
sandwich.
so...
This is their B player. They're missing Jimmy. They don't know where he's at.
Could be a huge moment. He will gun down the bomb planter. Flit
Maybe it won't be fine.
Unreal.
Triple.
They should have Molotov them.
Yeah, it has to be the pre-fires. The perfect
They
pre
had the grenades. They could have done it.
And Jimmy, again, he's the guy they called over from B. Hey, we need a little bit more help this round. He's in the perfect spot. So the game plan read is so nice here from Mouz. Even though Flawless definitely does his part.
It's an instant shakeup, and it's one that nets Mouz a critical round win. They go back into, again, a hero AK.
Yeah.
This time it's Fame's turn.
They keep trying to catch Jimmy on his jump spots.
I actually have another
And
function
I've been
that I
critical
think
of the way
you
some
could add to
players
this game. That's
jump
just...
spot B, but the way Jimmy does it, he's been very safe. It's been hard to catch.
Yeah, that would be
This
so
time they
crazy,
actually won't
but it's
even
hard to
try it.
describe.
Wait a second.
Yoey.
Oh, okay.
Rolling a little late to the party, or is Fame just early? Hero AK tried for the second time. And
This
if
could
ever
probably
Fame
even
dies,
be done
Foot's
by a
also
video
got
editor,
Kevlar,
actually.
Flawless. Okay.
If there's a really sick
Insertion
video
thought he had
editor
a
guy out
headshot.
there, I
That
have an
nade's
idea
gonna
for
do a
something
good
that I think
amount
would
of
be
damage,
really
softens up
insane.
the majority.
And they don't have too much utility, so
He gets away.
Doesn't actually have to
Good
be a
thing he
game
does, 'cause
function.
if he dies there, that's a second rifle inside of window. But he's being
they followed him
chased.
fast.
Sertion's yet to turn around. He's only getting to the stairs now. Tech9 taps him out of it. Flawless. Oh, he gets caught by Spinks, but Fame's there to support with a rifle. And now you've got Fame half health, sitting on a cache of weapons. Jimmy's trying to keep Murder Hole honest.
Wow, he got by though. But this B side is going to get taken over.
Fame
Jimmy
doesn't have to activate. He can sit here all round long.
Yeah.
And Jimmy hopes that he takes an overstep. Because like you said, that B-side's prime for the taking.
I think one problem with
Jimmy could go back and try
the
and keep an eye
cheating
on it.
versus
The bomb's gonna
anti-cheating
go down.
conversation
It's
is
the second
that...
attempt at the hero AK, and this time it works.
Dude, that was
Man, some of the
excellent
cheating
with
stuff
the
is so
boost.
advanced, you know?
And Fame won't overswing. Looks like he'll stay alive. Flit looking for his
It's
timing.
just
Two will come to CT.
so crazy what people can do in terms of setting up
That's one of
cheats
those
that
moments
it's like,
where
I
we get
don't
give
even
credit
know.
to Mouz for on Ancient reclaiming mid super quickly. Here's one where Virtus Pro are right on their tail. As soon as they show that they were up in window, and they even had one playing from ladder room.
Yeah, that's another problem, Boo.
Torzi
You're right.
puts on a little exit clip.
Yeah, this is his op, and he doesn't want you to take it.
Oh.
Leg shot.
That would've
Little
helped.
scoop that up for Icy. We'll see if Electronic can actually get the M4 over the MP9. No. SMG and an op move forward by Virtus Pro, but considering again you come in with 2 sets of Kevlar and 1 rifle.
Wow, look at the round they won too.
You take those.
Yeah, it's a 1 AK round. They do such a good job of following Flawless through the window. The boost is so fast. Like, Exertion was here just a second ago. Fame also an excellent round.
Yeah, it's sad, but I mean... You know, I mean, it's dumb when anybody cheats, but you know what really, it does really trigger me when potentially really good players either do the cheating or match fixing or whatever it is kind of thing. I'm like, come on, like,
He's still sticking around down there.
you know, you're
that's interesting. I mean,
you're screwing up the
so
game
many
for everybody
bodies from
else, but
Virtus
you're
Pro
also
apartments
denying
that
us a
he's
chance
gonna
to see
keep
you at some future thing, you know?
Push a player up catwalk
Just because
instead.
you
I mean, this is what Virtus Pro had to
didn't
do.
even
They had
believe
to
in
make
yourself
sure that
enough
Torzi
to
isn't about
just
flank
play the
them, 'cause
game,
they
you
can't
know?
just enter B like that.
Your voice
now that they do,
for
the
commentary
round
is
gets a
what
little bit
Adele's
more
voice is for
complex.
singing.
You know,
Oh,
Torzi's here, he just made
that's so
sounds.
nice, thank you.
Oh, but Fame
I drink seawater.
a force
I
buy
wouldn't
back.
recommend it, but as your
It's
first message,
completely
that's a banging
unraveled
message.
the
Thank
hard
you.
work of fame in the round to go.
Man, that's
I should learn to
pretty
play some
smart, though,
Adele
huh?
stuff on the keyboard, really, you know,
Right
now that you've
after,
said that.
Torzy left underpass. They tried to do the
Crazy
same
how
thing
Rick
as
has
last
2
round.
lineups in the playoffs, huh?
Created timing inside the
Yeah,
window, but
true.
for whatever reason,
True,
Mouz are still
Kazi.
watching it.
Good memes.
And now what? The QB sneak? I mean, smoking window.
I did want to learn how to play Skyfall.
Yeah, look at this
I
three-player
think it's
lead
nice.
into the
It has
B-side.
like a really nice
They're calling
piano.
correctly, Mouz.
Trying to make
Probably
it
not actually that hard to play, to be
cap
honest. So
split.
I could probably do it.
That could play into the hand of Icy. But Jimmy's not even on bench. He's just kind of leaning into the back sight behind pillars.
Man, they got the read on the stack again. The A
Is
site
that
is the
seawater
best
from
place
the
to go, but
Barzabek nuclear power
Torzy
plant?
what an angle.
Old Thomas doesn't
Is
hit
that still up and running? I don't know.
But he keeps it clean as needed. 12 seconds is going to
cares?
fizzle out.
Nuclear
Virtus
power is
Pro,
fine,
a
I think.
taste of your own medicine. Ooh, they may even lose the Opper.
It's closed, all right.
If I'm Xerxen, I'm coming for this. Spinks is ready to go for it as well. That's an op to be grabbed.
Oh,
sure
after
enough.
time.
Denial. Is it after time?
I think that was.
$3,200 still for Icy.
Maybe it was in the last second. I was looking at that clock, but
I'll keep an eye on the game log.
yeah, okay. Well, either way, that was a massive opportunity for Virtus Pro when they won with 1 AK. But somehow, Mouz had all the right reads that round. The upper beat push in the first place, that's where Virtus Pro wanted to go. Torzy falling back on underpass, and they're still watching the window like seconds after he leaves. And then the full B stack.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are right. Like, it is a
was
problem
after time.
also of
Yeah,
the fact that
Just had a little extra.
Mana Lords. No, I haven't. Or KDC. No, I
Swings
haven't.
down with the Kevlar tech this time.
Never played any of them. It is a problem of income, right? You're not wrong. Like,
Tough pill to
for some of these
swallow,
guys,
VP.
like,
you thought you had
you know,
cracked open this T side and
throwing a
this
match or
seemed
whatever is
promise.
like
I'm not
yeah,
saying it's
could be a lot of
impossible
money.
from here on out.
But I'm saying still,
Mouz are
like,
bringing a level on the CT half that can go tit for tat.
if you're really good,
bottom
and
and
some
top
of
of
these
connector here.
guys could be, right?
All right.
Why risk it?
CT's
Will
going to
cost
smoke
him.
off ramp. Torzy, oh, gets into position, eats the flash, and still drops Flawless.
Oh, the bomb has to exit, though.
Missed incendiary, but that's fine. He's still waiting for the bomb, or is he? He's going to peel back a little bit. Fame's going to take up responsibility.
Yeah, I
of
mean, that
jungle.
also kind of proves, I
Jimmy
think, that
just
the
awaiting
iPad
this
power
kind of a
guys,
play.
like, you
He
know,
collects the head instantly. Electronic tries to fall off after putting
again,
that bomb
circumstances
down.
were
No multi-frag
different,
this
I
time
guess.
for Flit. And the P250 only good for one. Virtus Pro plant.
Damn,
get a
Mouz.
little bit of extra money for the follow-up, but this is Mouz
Toshi,
securing
Jimmy.
CT momentum.
We're starting
Brolan
to
doesn't
reach
have to do anything.
reach
He's
a
just
high-
chilling.
A higher miles per hour here for Torzy as the Tornado started up. 11 and 4 already. I think 2 of those shots were half blind. Went off the ramp, went out of Palace. And that's Torzy over on A, Jimmy over on B.
Yeah, that's true. I remember in the beginning of CS:GO, I was doing lots of weird skin betting stuff on CS:GO Lounge, right? And I was casting those games too. And in truth, I probably had a lot more insight into the games than I should have had, you know, in terms of like, it probably was an unfair advantage over the rest of the market. And I'm gonna be honest, I just didn't even think about that at all. Like, I wasn't thinking like, like I'm gonna fucking, you know, cheat these guys. I just thought, this is fun. And I'm just having a good time, and this is really like and it wasn't until I think Valve at some point kind of started telling people, hey guys, don't do this, like don't be a part of this, because you could get banned for life basically from working the Valve events if you
No, I don't think so.
if you know. And I realized like, one, yeah, of course, this, like, how dumb am I? Two, even if I'm not involved in any illegal skin betting anything, like, what if one of those roles that I'm in is fixed by somebody else and my name pops up in the list? Like, how am I gonna, like, even just the news of it could be enough that you could say, well, like, you know, what are you doing? And I was like, you know what? I believe in the longevity of Counter-Strike, and I believe in my own abilities and career. I don't need to be doing this. And then I just stopped doing
window
it.
smoke and there's nothing behind
But
it.
for a minute there, like, if I would have got, you know, caught, as it were, in the beginning, somebody could have probably made a really big story out of it and said, like, oh my god, like, Anders is involved in this, blah, blah, blah. And I would have, what could I have said? I said, like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm too dumb. I didn't even, you know, like, I was too stupid to even think about this, which is, I mean, it would have been the truth, you know? But it's that's a really bad defense, you know? Like,
totally outclassed now at this point. Like,
you know,
got a read on every single setup, and
terrible thing to have to say, but it's true.
Virtus Pro just have Icy saving this op.
I do think, though, I actually think if you went back and watched some of those old games, like they're all like stupid online games, I bet you could have probably, you could have a sense of like what team I probably, you know, bet on for some of those games, just because you would have, you know, you would have been like, what, damn, why is Anders so angry about these weird online teams that suck at Counter-Strike? So yeah, anyway. Now, you know, obviously looking back now, this has been like 12 years later, you know. You look back now and you think, like, why would you ever want to be in this position as a commentator? Like, a terrible position to be in.
Virtus Pro just not bringing it to the caliber of what Jimpat and Spix have got. Oh, a missed window smoke.
That's jail time.
Sure, it's not like advanced.
But generally, there is a gambling issue running. So there,
only if NAF throws it at this point.
I'm going to say it again. Like, I think, for me, I make a distinction. I don't know if I'm wrong about this, but I make a distinction between betting and casino type stuff. Like, I think those are two slightly different things.
One AK or two Galils. Let's see what'll work better.
For me, I think betting is probably fine. You know, obviously don't bet if you have inside information or if you can't afford to lose the money. But if you want to throw like 5 or 10 euros at a game because you think it's fun and it'll make your weekend more interesting, hey, it's pretty good value, you know. Could be more fun. The problem is obviously if you don't keep it that way and you bet your entire salary, and that is bad. But for me, that's a little bit like saying,
overthink this.
You know, is it fine to have a beer with your friends on in the weekend? Yeah, fine. Is it fine to drink, you know, 10 beers every day? No, it's not. You know.
Well, now Mouz are
Should we ban beer for that reason? Probably not. Should we try and help the people who do end up with addictions? Yeah, probably.
Excellent.
He actually hit him.
Despite no vision, Jimmy, high alert, ready to go.
Yep, there is something different about how fun it. I agree, Wu. Like, you know, a kind of mid-game, but you've got like a little bit of money on it. It doesn't even have to be much. Like, I don't even think it's the amount might not even matter. You know, you bet $5 on a game, and like it could still be like, oh my god, I totally care about this. You know, like, even though you don't really need the win or whatever, or the $5 necessarily either. That's my position on it. But the important thing is that the important thing I think is that the sites KYC their customers, right? Meaning we can't obviously have I don't expect children to be able to understand this stuff.
To cause distress for Virtus
right?
Pro.
So like, obviously, if we had a site where you could just sign up and I don't know,
started second guessing themselves.
We don't know who you are, whatever. That's probably bad.
Here in this half,
in my opinion. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I asked this question the other day in my chat. Nobody really had a good answer, but like,
and here's that fast connector play they're
some of these skin sites, as far as I can tell, are just literally doing what Valve are doing, right? They're just doing it in a different package, but it's essentially the same concept. Right, like you buy a box, and then it costs a little bit more than a key, and you don't know what you're getting, but you could be getting something good.
But it all comes down
And as long as the algorithms that determine it aren't cheating you,
that's what got them
which
back
I
online.
think
It's what
you can.
busted the economy up for Virtus
I
Pro.
think some of those
And
sites.
unfortunately, those hero AKs unable to work more
Is
than
trade
once.
case openings really that different than trading card? No, that's what I mean. Like, it is the same thing, right? Like, if I go buy a pack of Magic cards or Pokemons or whatever, is that not like? It's just not regulated. Yeah, and that's a fair. That is probably a fair criticism, you know.
See themselves in playoffs.
But then probably none of it is. I'm just saying that, like,
Virtus Pro have their work
for me
cut out
again,
them now.
I just would,
Need to see vast
you know,
improvements in their
again,
CT
let's make it
Mirage
so that it, you
if they
know,
stand any
children
chance.
can't sign up and all the rest of it. I think. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I think it's I also personally feel weird about it because again, like for me, I don't know. I thought a lot about it. I'm talking to a lot of these different companies right now, betting companies and some of the skin companies, because I have content that I want to make and I need to find a way to make money, especially when I'm getting hired for events. So I'm having those conversations, right? And one of the things I obviously wonder about is what will the reaction be if I say, oh yeah, I'm working with this betting company or something else like that.
It's a difficult mouse to hold back.
But then at the same time, if you do go nuclear on me, on the other hand, like I've already been sat in front of 100 million betting sponsors for, you know, for every tournament ever that I've ever worked in the last 12 years. So it's like, I mean, I'm already down that road in some sense. I don't know.
That's what they kept trying to do to Jim.
Yeah, this is pretty GG, isn't it? I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, you know. I try to be, at least be open with what I'm thinking.
Tried to do, just throwing grenades on these setups for his teammates to go for attacks. They kept finding him.
Yeah, I think having certification or having some level of transparency or whatever is important.
But that's why those jump spots got to be laser sharp, right?
True.
Like Jimmy. It actually matters.
You got to jump like Jimmy. Words to live by.
Gaming poll. At the core, no. In reality, fuck yeah, it is. Case opening shows you what you can obtain in a
get traded out.
as it's opening. That builds a different excitement.
Survive. That's a bit of Kevlar.
Maybe,
move forward
yeah.
Here we are searching for the most marginal of silver linings to try to give Virtus Pro any kind of a hope. Oh, believe as long as they do, but also
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know.
player,
I really don't know.
spotting him, blinding him
with the flashes.
You know, Torsi's flashback.
But I
on
also
Flawless
feel
is
like
just,
at the same time, like
that's just rude.
the money for this kind of thing is kind of everywhere in our industry, and
with everything they can
you know,
muster.
Where do we draw the line or whatever? Like I don't know.
The pain train that is Mouz on Mirage tonight.
It's an interesting conversation, you know.
An Exertion had a great series.
Yes, sir.
Has a great series so far, and this is one of his specialty positions, T-side Mirage. All right, let's see.
No major in Australia. I guess it's just like a cost thing. Like flying people to Australia is going to be massively expensive. The time zone is super rough for a lot of people, and then if you had to pick between Australia and China in terms of that, if you had to have a rough time zone, then why not just do China instead? Because Valve have a relationship with Perfect World, who publish CS in China, you know?
Brolin hit that over the bench. My goodness, he is frying.
And Icy has really kind of been the glimmer of hope for Virtus Pro throughout this series.
Yep. Galactic Code, that is true. If we didn't have these kind of sponsors, then a lot of people would be out of a job, and a lot of teams would get paid way less, and you know, so on and so forth. So
retake offered up.
I don't know. I'm not trying to justify it, but in that sense, I'm just saying that like at least people should know what it is they're
and of course,
arguing.
That Palace player that could have been naded to oblivion, but Jimmy plays it further back. We've got a smoke now on top of the bomb, trying to get the peaks out.
Surely you can do like online card openings or whatever now, can't you? I don't know. I have no idea.
For number 12, 10 map and match points.
That in itself, though, is a fun topic. Like, you know, maybe that's like an article somebody could write. Like, what is there a difference in case opening and card openings? You know, how do we feel about that? That could be kind of fun to investigate. Talk to a psychologist or something.
Icy, the only semblance of a hold here. Wow, what a spray for Brolin. Over top of deep vault.
As somebody who used to buy Magic cards, like, I totally remember, like, the Ultra. I remember, like, here's something that case openings don't have. They don't have that new Magic card smell I swear
which for a team
that
that's,
shit
you know,
fucked
had
my brain up.
Mirage
Like
in their
to
back
this
pocket
day,
for as
if
long
I
as they have.
like the smell of Magic cards, if anyone knows what I'm talking
good to
about,
see such a
is
convincing
I was
victory,
like
not just any
pure
sort of a win, but a
like
blowout.
heroin to my brain. It's like just drugs. Like, oh my god, like, let's fucking go.
It's one for top to bottom. Mouz
Anyway.
just simply better. Electronic keeping his head down. He is entirely alone. Xertion deletes him with the flying Mac 10. And that's Electronic 5 and 14, perhaps at the end of the map 3.
It's Steam Deck
Vlamis already
exhaust
hit hard by the
fumes.
nade before he could arrive. Mouz
I don't even
simply
know what that
cut from a
means.
different cloth.
That's
And this is a
crazy.
Mouz that are seeking
Okay,
to
well,
get
VP didn't want to play
back
the map.
where they belong.
I actually didn't see the coffee cellar. I should have. I meant to.
This time not with Shuhei at the helm, but a great first outing with Brolin as their
Yeah, I think it's a fun conversation. I don't know if I have a strong opinion on it. I think it's an interesting conversation. You know. Nice, Mouse. Let's go.
Pro, but nowhere to be found on this decider.
Really cool. Really well played. Brolin,
Thank you very
best
much, Sean.
IGL
That's Scrawny and
2025.
Longers. Those were your commentators. We're back here on the desk, and we're going to put a pin in the group stages, or rather the Swiss system, I could call it. Mouz have taken down VP and have secured themselves that berth in the arena for the playoffs. Jacob, hard fought.
Very, very solid performance coming in from Mouz and Mirage, and it makes you wonder why it's been so inconsistent for them here at Cluj-Napoca so far. I feel like when they're playing their A game, like we saw the first two games, like we see here in Mirage as well versus VP, it's a team that can go toe-to-toe with pretty much any team at this tournament. But we've also seen that it's very inconsistent to us. So it makes you wonder, why can't we get this Mouz more consistently? Why can't we get it more often? Well, the answer is probably the installment of Brolin as an in-game leader, the transition period with Spinks. Certain maps are better than others, etc., etc. But it does beg the question if this is the Mouz showing up for the playoff, because if it is, I will be a little bit careful if I'm their opponent.
I feel like you really kind of saw that one yourself. I'm not sure if I have to really come in here and help you out at all. I feel like you asked the question, you answered the question, but to supply you with, you know, maybe some supplemental facts that might kind of reinforce this one for you is that they just have.
You missed the games, Floofies. Yeah. Well,
I mean, Spinks obviously adds a whole additional level of firepower to the squad on the extremities with Jimmy.
Hooksy literally got memed into irrelevancy. Yeah.
In my opinion, one of the more underrated operas out of last year, continuing to show really good form. I think for me, it's going to be a two-folded question going into the arena, and that is going to be,
Tough break, isn't it?
How does Brolin
Tough situation.
handle calling up against more intense competition? You know, we've already seen him kind of falter a little bit against FaZe and Falcons in this group stage, but he was able to get the job done against Virtus Pro and some of the quote-unquote easier opposition they faced in the groups. But here's the other big thing. Get away from the Brolin, you know, part of this equation. We know that some of these players on Mouz Sports do sometimes shy away from the spotlight on the big stage. Yes, they did have a good performance in Rio last year and a pretty good performance in Shanghai, but in some of the other big tournaments,
Yeah, I think it just became like a.
stars would be waning rather than shining brightly.
It's also, I guess, it's also when you put Hooksy next to like
that is the other big thing I have to look out for.
Nico and Monacy and all that, like it
Plays
just
such a critical
yeah,
role. He needs to be able to keep up his individual form.
the level, you know, the difference becomes so much more crazy.
That this gentleman disappears on stages?
No, Jimmy doesn't. Jimmy doesn't, and Torzy doesn't. I thought those are the two that are usually.
It's like you see them, you know, back to back. You're like, oh my god.
Just grab onto the back of what Mouz has
We just saw Nico one tapping me with a deagle, and now we're on Hooksy, and he's, you know, missing a spray or something. You're like, oh
You
no.
gotta think about the growing pains sort of coming together at the very last possible second for them. Can they even
Could be another
possibly
kind of effect. I don't know.
conjure half of that power going forward?
I think so, you know, and it's a perfect victory for Mouz as well. We can also be completely honest, you know, I think regardless of who Mouz would have played today, they would have been the favorites in those games. You know, I think out of all the 6 teams we've seen play today, Mouz were the better team out of all of them. And to be fair, this matchup was arguably the most competitive in terms of the raw level that we got to see today as well. So maybe a bit unlucky with the draw. At the end of the day, for Mouz, it doesn't matter if you go 3-1, 3-0, or 3-2. You get a lot of repetitions now, you get a lot of games, and you now get to get some experience on this stage. As Dust said, it has been a conversation that this whole stage enigma for Mouz has been going around. I think they've kind of put that to bed, but it opens up a new question, you know, with Brolin as an in-game leader.
Exactly.
Him on a stage, you know, youngsters around him that has to take a bigger responsibility as well in terms of the calling, etc., etc. So it is a very interesting conversation when it comes to Mouz, but it's a good step in the right direction, and they're getting an awful lot of experience. 5 games played.
Hooksy next, yeah, that's another good point, I guess.
Final. It's not a bad thing for Mouz.
Yeah, a lot of reps right there, and you guys did hit that word.
That was probably always going to be a bit of weird.
If you don't go anywhere, we're
Too
going to
much.
draw the brackets here
Too many
shortly.
cooks in the kitchen kind of thing.
I do have Spinks on the line. Hey, Spinks, man, congratulations. You in a Mouz jersey, you found your way to playoffs, but how do you feel?
I feel great. It's nice to see myself in the TV here. But yeah, I feel good. I'm happy we managed to qualify. Of course, we had a 2-0 start, but yeah, I'm just happy we qualify.
Spinks, you've been playing with Apex for quite some time as a pretty well-known in-game leader. He has his own style, obviously. Now you're coming into a new team with Brolan, who's picking up that in-game leader role for the first time. How do you feel so far with Brolan as an in-game leader, and could you probably invite us into some of the biggest differences between the two?
I think Brolan is doing actually a good job. Of course, we had some T-sides that we were lacking a bit, but it's not only on him, it's on everyone. And I think our coach, Dennis, is doing also a good job with him. So far, I'm pretty optimistic. I think he's actually doing pretty good. And compare him to Apex, I think definitely right now Apex is still better, 100%. He's been IGL for a while now. He has a ton of experience. But so far, I'm pretty optimistic compared to Brolan.
That's good. For you personally as well, I mean, you're
Damn, guys, another 8-hour streaming day. Yesterday was 10 hours. We're putting in a little bit of work, guys. Tomorrow, wait, what games? Are there any games tomorrow? Is it already continuing tomorrow? Or what's happening?
I don't think I will be the old Ends Spinks. In Ends, I was definitely the superstar. Here, I might have good roles, but we also
Oh, okay.
Jimmy,
Well, I'm also going to be casting some CCT throughout the week at some point here. So we'll see how the co-streaming stuff survives all of that. I don't really know what the overlap is, but if I'm not casting CCT, I am going to be co-streaming. So we'll see how that plays out, guys. But I'm happy to be doing some of the CCT stuff. It's really nice, you know. It's work, it's casting.
Obviously, Ancient was not
I've missed casting.
Played a whole lot on your own Vitality. They have you anchoring the B-bomb site and playing kind of the B side on Tear side, and also Inferno. We see that you're playing a more active role than you were maybe playing on Vitality over in middle. How have you enjoyed these new roles, and what are you looking forward to going down the line?
For Ancient, I think I'm still learning the map.
Sure.
Like, sometimes the timings are weird for me, like, oh, the T can be here? Oh my god, it's so fast. And
the CGT stuff I'm going to be casting with Neo, and
for Inferno, yeah, I have much
yeah, we've been doing it for, it was like coming up on the third week now we're doing it, I think, something like that, maybe?
You have more responsibility,
maybe?
But that's what I wanted.
Good times.
That's what you wanted. That's actually what I was curious about. So are you looking forward to maybe even on some other tactics and some other maps being a little bit more active and a little bit more involved in some of the actual executions?
Yeah, definitely, and I think I helped Mouz a lot on this one.
I do think casting with the piano is a really sick idea, you know? I think it could totally work, you know?
And so far it's been doing pretty good.
It's like, oh my god, he's coming into the bomb site now, he's alone. Oh, it's gonna end badly. You know, you're like trying to
I would never want to just leave him hanging.
trying to like put the mood music in. You could definitely do it if you do it with these.
But definitely yours.
I hope so.
Yeah, we know so, but I'm one of them. And if there is
so it's not less piano, but just like.
You want to give us any words? You want to give them any words at home?
You know, trapped alone at the back of the bomb site. It's Brolan in a 1 versus 3, but he gets the first kill. It's looking a little bit better now. Oh, he might get one more. You could definitely do it. You could definitely do it with just adding
after all of that, after what was a pretty tumultuous,
adding the right ambience.
Even group stage, you know, they found their way into it. So you got to give a little bit of, I guess, commendation there.
Ren, small streamer. I miss you on the main. Thank you.
Big names. They're not
Thank you, man.
new to this situation or to these.
I miss being there.
Instances where in which
we'll see how it goes. All right.
These are players that in various categories.
I'm way more optimistic than I was a couple of weeks ago. So.
You look at a guy like Jimfat. You could argue he is one of the best anchors the game has.
But yeah, I've also noticed like a lot more people are kind of asking and wondering, and I think it all helps. You know.
Up there in the conversation as well. So in terms of raw skill, yes, they offer a lot.
I think if you will keep bringing it up, then eventually more people are going to be like, oh shit, yeah, we do. Oh shit, we forgot about Anders. What's he doing? You know.
Would pick up brand values as well. So I feel like this.
I'm sure it's going to happen.
You know, it offers best of 3 games from the beginning. There's no best of 1s. There's no lucky draw in that regard. I feel like we have the best quality teams heading into the playoff. And for
do you now? Yeah, I try to remember to put the CG stuff in the Discord. I guess I don't do it as like an announcement kind of thing. I just kind of throw it in there. But yeah, I'll definitely try and remember to do that. Yeah, join the Discord, guys, if you haven't.
That is the VP Mouz game there on the very bottom.
Super sick.
Big have their own woes.
Okay, guys, before you leave, I will send you guys over to
they definitely still have a lot of work to do with their new all-German roster, and 3D Max has a lot of room to work with as well.
I don't know. We're gonna raid somebody else. Is what I'm trying to say. Send you guys over to somebody.
Yep, that is the top 8 teams. So FaZe, Mongols, Eternal Fire, Falcons, Pain, Astralis, Mouz.
Who we gonna raid?
Yeah, I can almost guess now who's playing who just by looking.
Well,
at
of course you can.
Yeah,
of course you can.
And that makes for some cool games, Trace.
It does. It really does. But that is the standings. And speaking of which, you ask and you might just receive, Jacob.
There we go. We get the playoff bracket for you right here. Pain taking on Mouz.
Oh, let's see. Okay, let's check this out first, guys.
It's not a bad opponent for Pain Gaming as well.
Pain, Mouz, Mongols, Astralis. Ooh, for Astralis, that's fucking brutal.
The Mongols get
Falcons, Eternal Fire. Okay, that's.
Falcons versus Eternal Fire is
that's
also,
a banger.
That's a banger game. Yeah, I think there's an awful lot of firepower on the server on that one.
Yeah.
FaZe versus Saw again.
FaZe and Saw. Right.
It's not a freebie for FaZe Claim, but it kinda is in a way. Now reverting back to the Mongols versus Astralis, I do think Astralis look better.
He's also co-streaming. I was gonna send you guys over to Gabby. If you know, I don't know if you guys know who Gabby is. She's been doing streaming for I don't know, a really long time. She's got her own little fun community.
Because you're either gonna get Eternal Fire with a rematch against FaZe yet again. That's a rival that's been kind of forming, or you get.
She's a friendly person, you know.
Nico and Kerrigan once again. You know,
I think I once tried to get Gabby to come do like desk hosting or something in
I hope people understand. So yeah, that
like a long time ago. I thought she'd be, you know, interested maybe or good at it. I don't know. I can't even remember what happened, but
the playoff. So we look at Pain, Mouz. That one's going to be kicking off.
But yeah, anyway, guys, go say hi
on Thursday, or excuse me, Friday.
Yes, sir.
With our
and we'll see what happens.
And
cheers, everybody. Again, thank you for the support. It's been a lot of it today, again. And we'll be back with more streaming, more casting, more stuff. There'll be more cool updates, I promise. A lot of news coming, so. Take care, everybody. Much love. And just have a great week. GG's.
And it's big games, big prize, big VIS points up for grabs. It's a great opportunity to get a trophy as well. If you're FaZe Clan, you look towards getting your first trophy with Elise. If you're Eternal Fire, you look at that bracket and you think to yourself, listen,